So Pure So Flirtatious Chapter 1065 to Chapter 1103. Bao Shuping's heart confirmed his previous impression of Yang Ming. Yang Ming's background in Songjiang was extraordinary. Even the Mingyang company was respectful to him. The so-called respect was a bit of fear and humility. It was not as simple as politeness. Bao Shuping saw this very clearly. The look in the eyes of the person in charge couldn't lie. Bao Shuping was still in shock when he walked out of the exhibition center. After all, the shock he had just received was too strong. Bao Shuping still had an unreal feeling until he signed a contract for a very good showcase. Zhang Yu, your classmate is really amazing. Didn't you say that she can't have children? She was abandoned by her husband on the day of the wedding. I don't think she is so miserable. Bao Shuping whispered, she seems to be in good spirits. Who knows? Maybe it has been cured. Now that medicine is so advanced, that kind of disease is not a terminal illness. There should be a way. Zhang Yu sighed and said. In the future, it seems that I have to be low-key. Compared with Xiaoqing, I understand that the gap between us is really big. Hang out with her more in the future. Didn't you have a good relationship in university? Bao Shuping said, in the future, I will have to trouble them more in Songjiang. I know. I will contact her. Zhang Yu nodded. She wasn't stupid. This kind of relationship must be firmly grasped. On the way back, Xiaoqing asked curiously, Yang Ming, why did he call you Brother Yang? I am a friend's subordinate. Of course, he is polite to me. Yang Ming smiled and said, this time, I think your classmates don't dare to look down on you. They will probably come to curry favor with you. You are so capable. Xiaoqing smiled and gently tapped Yang Ming's forehead. People think that I have a sugar daddy. They can say whatever they want. Their mouths are on their bodies. They envy you. Naturally, someone will say something sarcastic. It is called sour grapes. Yang Ming smiled and said, Sister Xiaoqing is 1 in a million. I don't want them even if they give them to me for free. Xiaoqing smiled sweetly. Suddenly, her face changed. Yeah, I can't. I want to go to the toilet. Ah. Yang Ming sweated profusely. Are you serious? Now? Are you sure? No. Xiaoqing said with a bitter face, I can't. I can't hold it anymore. But now? Yang Ming looked around. There was no place to go to the toilet. Now that the car was on the overpass, if he wanted to go to the toilet, he could only do it on the spot. However, it was obviously inappropriate. Yang Ming parked the car on the side of the road and said, why don't you stay in the car? Anyway, the windows are covered with film. No one can see. Then you're not human? Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and complained, we're in the car. How can I do that? It's not like I haven't seen it before. I've seen it 100 times. Yang Ming laughed and said, you don't have to hide it from me. A living person can't hold his pee to death, right? Now we can only do it here. There is no other way. Xiaoqing thought of the current situation. It was indeed as Yang Ming said. There was no other way except for this. Therefore, Xiaoqing gritted her teeth and nodded. That's the only way. Let me help you. Yang Ming saw that the car was relatively narrow. It wasn't easy for Xiaoqing to operate by herself, so he leaned down without any explanation and probed into Xiaoqing's leather skirt. Yeah. Xiaoqing was shocked. She was anxious and shy. Yang Ming, what are you doing? Let me do it myself. Although Xiaoqing and Yang Ming already had the most intimate relationship, after all, these were two different concepts. How could Xiaoqing ask Yang Ming to do it himself? However, Yang Ming had already taken off her stockings because Yang Ming was leaning over there. Xiaoqing couldn't lean over anymore. She could only let Yang Ming manipulate her. Although she was very shy, there was no other way. Yang Ming took the plastic bag given by the hospital and put it in front of Xiaoqing. He said, okay, it's done. Don't. Xiaoqing shook her head desperately. Yang Ming, you look up. Don't look. Yang Ming acted as if he didn't hear it. He lowered his head and whistled. Xiaoqing was already unable to bear it. Now that Yang Ming whistled again, her physiology naturally reacted. Finally, under the gaze of Yang Ming, she completed this shameful thing. Xiaoqing's face was as red as burning charcoal. She felt that her whole body was burning. Okay. The mission is completed. Yang Ming raised the plastic bag in his hand and said. Yeah, put it down. Xiaoqing said as she reached out to grab the bag in Yang Ming's hand. Don't move. You don't want both of us to be drenched, right? Yang Ming carefully sealed the bag and then put it in another plastic bag. He said, what is there to be embarrassed about? Why do we still have to be so distant? Xiaoqing said in her heart, this is not a problem of estrangement, but a problem of my face. Suddenly, she felt that her lower body was cold. Xiaoqing was shocked and said, Yang Ming, why didn't you put my stockings back? Sorry Rue. Yang Ming said as he quickly leaned over and helped Xiaoqing to pull up her pants. Xiaoqing had been tricked by Yang Ming once before. Now she was mentally prepared, so she let him continue to play with her. However, Xiaoqing was afraid that there would be a smell in the car, so she opened the window a little. At this time, there was a sports car passing by. When it saw Yang Ming's car parked on the side of the road with a double flash, it slowed down curiously and looked inside through the window. Suddenly, the young man who drove the sports car and his girlfriend next to him were shocked. Damn, you're so fierce. You couldn't help it on the viaduct and help that woman to have sex. Dear, look at him. He gave that to his girlfriend. You also want to give it to me. The young man's girlfriend acted coquettishly. I don't have that courage. Let's go home and do it. He is a real man. The young man was horrified and drove the car away. Xiaoqing suddenly blushed. She didn't expect to encounter this when she simply opened the window. It was really bad luck. Yang Ming also heard the conversation outside the window. He couldn't help but laugh. These people can really association. Imagination is terrible. After helping Xiaoqing with the stockings, Yang Ming turned off the double flashlights and drove in the direction of the hospital. After some examinations were done according to the doctor's instructions, the results of the tests also came out together. The current technological means were much better than a few years ago. The results were also very clear. That was, Xiaoqing's body originally had no problem and she was not infertile. However, in Xiaoqing's body fluid, there was a substance that hindered the survival of sperm. This kind of physique belonged to a very special category. That was to say, when the sperm entered Xiaoqing's body, it could be quickly killed by the body fluid, causing her to be unable to conceive. Doctor, is there any way to make my wife pregnant? After listening to the doctor's explanation, Yang Ming asked as if he understood. Your wife's situation is not that she is completely unable to get pregnant. The doctor explained, it's just that the probability is relatively low. The days with the least lethality are the days before and after menstruation, and these days are the safe period for the body's physiology, so the probability of pregnancy is even lower. However, I can prescribe some external medicine to reduce the lethality. But whether it is effective or not, you have to experiment with it yourself. Apart from this, is there no other way? Yang Ming listened to this method, but it didn't seem to be the case. This method didn't seem to work. There are naturally other ways, but I recommend you to see Chinese medicine and take some Chinese medicine to completely change your physique. I can only treat the symptoms, but not the root cause. The doctor said, my teacher is in the second affiliated hospital of the Chinese Medicine Academy. You can visit her. Maybe she will have a good way. Of course, if it doesn't work, it can't be operated in the end. Now that medical technology is so developed, it is possible to cultivate embryos in vitro. Then I will trouble you. Yang Ming said quickly when he heard that there was still hope. I will write a letter of recommendation for you. My teacher doesn't make house calls easily now. The doctor was a good person and was more enthusiastic. She wrote a note to Yang Ming and wrote the reason on the note. Your wife's situation is relatively rare, so after my teacher sees it, she should pay more attention. Thank you. As Yang Ming said this, he took out a red envelope prepared in advance from his pocket and gave it to the doctor. Each industry had its own rules. Although Yang Ming could do whatever he wanted in Songjiang, he couldn't control all industries. The doctor declined for a long time and finally accepted it. Yang Ming didn't give much. He only put 500 yuan in it, which was not a big bribe. Outside the hospital, Yang Ming took out the note written by the doctor and said to Xiaoqing, "Are we going now?" "Then let's go. Anyway, we have already asked for leave today." Xiaoqing nodded and said. Now she also had some confidence. After all, if it really didn't work, there was still a last resort. It was not hopeless. Yang Ming nodded and drove to the second affiliated hospital of the Chinese Medicine Academy. When they arrived there, they found out that the doctor's teacher didn't make house calls often. She only made house calls a few days a month. The rest of the time was spent teaching graduate students at the medical university. When Yang Ming and Xiaoqing arrived at the second Chinese Medicine Academy, the teacher just went to the school to lecture graduate students. She wasn't in the hospital. The two people were in vain. After asking, they learned that the teacher couldn't come back today. The two people had to leave the hospital and make other plans. They would visit another time. Xiaoqing was sent back to school first. Yang Ming also returned to the dormitory, but he found that Zhang Ben and Tian Donghua were not there. There was no one in the dormitory. After calling, he learned that Tian Donghua's younger brother had come. Zhang Ben drove with Tian Donghua to meet him. For the arrival of Tian Donghua's younger brother, Tian Dongguang, Yang Ming had some headaches. This kid wanted to be apprenticed, and Yang Ming really had nothing to teach him. Yang Ming was afraid of being entangled, so it was better to leave first. He called Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan was preparing to accompany Lin Jiyun to the company. Just as they walked to the school gate, she said, "Yang Ming, if you have nothing to do, come and send us off." Yang Ming was worried that he had nothing to do, so he naturally agreed. He drove to the school gate and saw Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun standing together. The two beauties each had their own characteristics, forming a beautiful scenery that attracted the attention of many single young men on campus. After Yang Ming's car arrived, Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun got in the car. Yang Ming only felt that he seemed to be seen through by jealous eyes, so he quickly drove away from the school. "Can you two not dress up so beautifully?" If I walked slower and was remembered, I would probably be hunted down." Yang Ming said with a bitter smile. "What dress up? You didn't dress up at all." Chen Mingyan said, "If you are afraid, then don't be with us." "Huh, what a joke. I, Yang Ming, have never been afraid of anyone." Yang Ming laughed twice. Indeed, Yang Ming wasn't afraid of anyone, but if someone really posted about him on the campus forum, and then someone looked at him like a panda every day, it wasn't what Yang Ming wanted. "Then, are you afraid of me?" Chen Mingyan asked with a smile after listening. "Ugh." Yang Ming suddenly sweated. "For you, actually, I shouldn't be afraid because I love you, so I'm afraid of you." "You pass." Chen Mingyan said with a humph, but Lin Jiyun sat aside and snickered. The dialogue between Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan was sometimes very interesting. "Right, where is Zhao Cece? Isn't she going to the company?" Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. Usually, when Lin Jiyun went to the company, she was with Zhao Cece. Why was she alone today? "Zhao Cece?" Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. "Isn't it because of you?" "Because of me? What does it have to do with me?" Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. He didn't think that Zhao Cece had anything to do with him. Zhang Bing learned from you and found a lover. Of course, Zhao Cece went to talk to the little vixen. Chen Mingyan said. But then he remembered that Lin Jiyun was by his side. What he just said was a bit inappropriate, so he quickly said, "Sister Lin, I didn't say that. Don't think too much." I know." Lin Jiyun naturally knew that Chen Mingyan wouldn't scold her. Lin Jiyun understood Chen Mingyan's temper. Although she was sometimes proud, her heart was very kind. "How can you learn this from me?" Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "Zhang Ben, this kid, didn't learn good things in high school. He always urged me to have one-night stands. Fortunately, I only had you in my heart at that time, so I wasn't bewitched." Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun couldn't help but laugh when they heard Yang Ming's words. Originally, Chen Mingyan was just casually saying it. She didn't blame Yang Ming. When they arrived at the company, Yang Ming and the other two went in together. After the fire, the company's facade was refurbished and looked brand new. However, there were no changes inside. Lin Jian's office was still located in the glass partition on the second floor. President Lin, Mr. Yang. The people in the company greeted Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming. Yang Ming was the company's investor. This was no longer a secret. Most of the senior executives in the company knew, so after seeing Yang Ming, they also greeted Yang Ming. However, most people hadn't seen Chen Mingyan before, but when they saw her walking with Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun, they nodded to her in a friendly manner. President Lin, the payment for the store this morning. When the company's finance department saw Lin Jiyun, they quickly greeted her and said, President Zhao didn't come today. Zhao Cece was responsible for depositing the company's payment in the bank every day, but Zhao Cece didn't come today, so the finance department found Lin Jiyun and asked her what to do. I'll go. Lin Jiyun naturally knew about this matter, so she nodded and said. Every day, the store on the commercial street would generate a lot of payment. Because the number was relatively large, it wasn't good to put it in the company, so it would be deposited in the bank every day. After the finance department counted today's payment in front of Lin Jiyun, they put it in a small suitcase and handed it to Lin Jiyun. Yang Ming, Sister Ming Yan, I'm going to the bank. You guys wait for me in the company. Lin Jiyun took the small suitcase and said. I'll send you. Yang Ming said, it's not safe for a girl like you to carry so much money. It's okay. Zhao Cece goes by herself every day. Lin Jiyun smiled and said, there are a lot of people on the commercial street. There won't be any danger. Forget it. Don't you remember that you were robbed in the commercial street? Yang Ming shook his head and said, I don't dare to take the risk. Besides, it's not very troublesome. Lin Jiyun couldn't be helped. She had to nod and agree to let Yang Ming go with her. Chen Mingyan wasn't very familiar with the company's business. She had nothing to do here, so she also accompanied Lin Jiyun to the bank. Seeing Yang Ming take out the car's remote control, Lin Jiyun was a bit baffled. Yang Ming, the bank is not far ahead. You don't have to drive there. Get in the car. It's not much trouble anyway. Yang Ming pressed the car's remote control lock and said. Although Lin Jiyun felt that Yang Ming was making a fuss, she still got in the car with Chen Mingyan. On the way to the company, they passed by a bank. It was also the nearest bank nearby. Zhao Cece should have opened an account here. Sure enough, Yang Ming didn't ask. After stopping the car, Lin Jiyun also opened the door normally and walked into the bank. It was this bank. It couldn't be wrong. At noon, there weren't many people in the bank. Lin Jiyun took the number plate, and there were only 3 people waiting in front. Just when Lin Jiyun's number plate came from the speaker, there was a loud noise at the bank's door, and then the alarm sounded. The bank was suddenly in a mess. Those who withdrew money, those who withdrew money, those who did business, those who finished business, those who waited, and so on. Everything stopped there for a moment. Then, 3 people wearing black coats and black masks rushed into the bank. The previous alarm was caused by one of them breaking the surveillance video at the door. However, the alarm didn't affect the actions of the 3 people. 1 of the 3 people held a submachine gun similar to an AK-47, and the other 2 people held a Type 54 pistol in their hands. The macho man with the submachine gun rushed into the bank first. 2 shots broke the surveillance cameras at the left and right corners. The accuracy of the shot was amazing. Don't move. When the other 2 people also entered the bank, one on the left and one on the right of the macho man with the submachine gun, the macho man with the submachine gun shouted. In fact, he didn't need to speak. The people in the bank had long been at a loss. The bank's security guard hesitated whether to do anything. After all, he was the only one who had the ability to do something. However, when the security guard's hand just touched his waist, there was a gunshot. The security guard's glabella was shot by the macho man with the pistol on the right. He fell to the ground without a sound. Ah! The customers and staff in the bank were shocked. They all screamed in horror. Yang Ming frowned. Isn't this group of robbers too professional? Although submachine guns were relatively rare, robbers with connections could still get them. This was nothing, but what made Yang Ming feel suspicious was that these people's marksmanship was so accurate. They didn't miss a single shot. Through their masks, Yang Ming saw three expressionless faces. Their eyes were full of coldness. There was nothing special. Three very ordinary people. "Shut up, all of you." The gangster with the submachine gun in his hand said coldly, "If you don't want to be like him, stand still and don't move." These words were like magic. The people who listened closed their mouths and didn't dare to speak. No one wanted to be the second security guard. Seeing these people shoot without blinking, no one dared to act rashly. "The customers in the bank listen to me. It's none of your business. You all go over there and squat on the ground with your hands on your head. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." The gangster with the submachine gun was very satisfied with the situation in front of him. He pointed to the side of the bank with the muzzle and said to the customers in the bank, "Yang Ming, what should we do?" Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun held Yang Ming's hand tightly. At this moment, Chen Mingyan's forehead was full of sweat. "It doesn't matter. Let's wait and see." Yang Ming was also hesitating whether he should make a move. Although Yang Ming was very conceited, he wasn't a fool. These three people were all armed with firearms. If he fought with them without any weapons, wouldn't that be courting death? The king of assassins was also made of flesh and blood. Yang Ming didn't practice the golden bell shield or iron mantle. It was impossible to resist the damage of bullets. If they were ordinary robbers, Yang Ming still had some confidence. However, the marksmanship shown by these three robbers was not comparable to ordinary robbers. They were simply sharpshooters, so Yang Ming didn't dare to act rashly. These people had excellent marksmanship. Who knew if their kung fu was the same? Yang Ming wouldn't do things that he wasn't sure of. However, although he wasn't sure of attacking, he was more than enough to protect himself. Yang Ming's attention was always on the three robbers. As long as they dared to make a move on Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun, Yang Ming would definitely fight with them to the death. Yang Ming and the other two people came to the place mentioned by the robbers like other customers and squatted down. The robbers looked at the people who didn't resist and nodded with satisfaction. Then, they pointed their guns at the staff behind the counter. "Take out all the money. Hurry up. I don't want to waste bullets." The teller didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly took out the cash and put it in the bag specified by the robber. In this case, no one would take their life as a joke. Even if the leader would blame them later, they couldn't care too much. The robber took the bag with the money in his hand and didn't check if there was any money left in the counter. He began to retreat from the bank in an orderly manner. The last one to retreat was the macho man with the submachine gun. Before leaving, he quickly used automatic spray paint to leave two large English letters SB on the wall of the bank. Then, he quickly disappeared from the door. The whole process was less than 5 minutes. Although someone had already called the police were unlikely to arrive within 5 minutes. The robber's speed, calmness, and professionalism made Yang Ming feel very puzzled. Especially after the robber got the money, he didn't even look at it. This made Yang Ming even more puzzled. Yang Ming even had a feeling that these robbers didn't come to rob the bank for money. Perhaps, they were too professional and wouldn't waste time counting money. This was also the reason why they escaped smoothly. In short, Yang Ming always felt that something was wrong, but what was wrong, Yang Ming couldn't say. Also, before the robber left, the two English letters painted on the wall of the bank made people feel a little weird. What did the robber want to do? Did he want to use this to express something, or was it purely a joke to scold the people in the bank as idiots? Or, was there any other special purpose? Yang Ming didn't have time to think so much. When the robber left, the customers in the bank were in a mess. They fled to the bank door. The bank door, which was not big, was instantly blocked by these customers. At the same time, there was a faint sound of sirens not far away. These customers hadn't completely run out of the bank, and the bank was surrounded by armed police officers. It had to be said that these police officers came quickly, but they were still slower than the robbers. Because these three robbers were too professional. However, the police outside apparently didn't realize that the robbers had already evacuated at this moment. They carefully set up a cordon and shouted into the bank, "The people inside listen. You are surrounded. Please put down the weapons in your hands immediately. Don't make unnecessary resistance." When the customers in the bank rushed out of the bank, the police outside were at a loss for a while. After all, this situation was very rare. They had never seen a robber who would take the initiative to let the hostages out. However, it was also possible that the robbers wanted to disguise themselves as hostages to escape. Therefore, the police immediately took action. They controlled and interrogated the people who ran out of the bank until they learned from most people that the robbers had escaped. Yang Ming didn't make a move, but it didn't mean that he let the robbers go. After the robbers escaped, Yang Ming had been using his special ability to lock on the three robbers. However, what made Yang Ming helpless was that after the three escaped, they actually acted separately. Yang Ming's special ability wasn't multifaceted. He could only lock on the trajectory of a person's action. This was already difficult enough. He couldn't be distracted. Otherwise, even if he could see through things, the target would be mixed in the vast sea of people, and it would be difficult to find. It couldn't be helped. Yang Ming could only lock on the robber with the money bag. After the robber escaped a few kilometers, he put the money bag in a ditch. Then, he ran in the direction of the port alone. Near the port, he got on a speedboat and sailed to the sea. At this point, Yang Ming didn't need to continue to lock on. On the one hand, Yang Ming still had to observe whether the money in the ditch would be taken away by the person on the other hand, and on the other hand, he had to observe the robbers. It was really difficult. In the end, he had to give up on the robbers and lock his eyes on the bag of money in the ditch. From a normal point of view, if the robbers put the money here, there would definitely be other people on the inside who would take it. Therefore, as long as Yang Ming locked his eyes there, it was possible to find the robber's nest. Yang Ming and the other customers were taken to the Commercial Street Police Station, Novel Virtual Organization, to make a statement about the incident. Yang Ming weighed the pros and cons and decided to hand the matter over to the police. After all, this robbery had nothing to do with him. He didn't need to be a hero, so Yang Ming simply told the police what he knew and let them be responsible for the investigation. Yang Ming hesitated and took out the phone. He was going to call Chen Fei to talk about the incident. Although this case happened in the area of the branch, it would eventually be handed over to the criminal investigation team of the General Bureau, which was Chen Fei's responsibility. "Sorry, you can't use the phone now." Yang Ming wanted to dial, but he was stopped by a police officer who was responsible for taking the statement. Yang Ming didn't dare to delay. What if the money was taken away at this time? Yang Ming pulled the police aside and said, "My girlfriend's father is Chen Fei of the Municipal Bureau. I want to call him." The police officer was stunned and glanced at Chen Mingyan, but he hesitated. After all, this case was of great importance. Although Yang Ming was only a witness, he couldn't take it lightly. Otherwise, no one could afford this responsibility, so he said, "Then you wait. I will ask for instructions." The police naturally asked for instructions from the branch bureau chief. This case had naturally been reported. When the branch bureau chief heard that Chen Fei's daughter and son-in-law were there, he hesitated and went personally. When he saw Yang Ming, he explained, "You don't have to make the call. I have already informed Captain Chen. He is on his way. I have an urgent matter. I can't delay even a minute." Although the other party was polite, Yang Ming was anxious at the moment, so his tone was tough. "That can't be helped. The matter is of great importance now. No matter who you are, you have to wait for the municipal bureau to come and take the statement before you can make a call." Although the branch bureau chief felt that Yang Ming wouldn't lie to him, he didn't dare to neglect. Yang Ming couldn't be helped. He frowned and had to take out the ID that Xia Bingbao gave him from his pocket. He handed it over and said, "You should recognize this ID, right? I really have an urgent matter." The branch bureau chief took a look at the ID handed over by Yang Ming and was shocked. Although he was surprised why Yang Ming was a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, the stamp and anti-counterfeiting mark on it couldn't be fake. He nodded and didn't say anything. Yang Ming called Chen Fei. When Chen Fei just answered, Yang Ming said, Uncle Chen, the money is in the third trench on Hulua Street. Send someone to watch there immediately. Yang Ming? Chen Fei was somewhat inexplicable. Yang Ming, what are you talking about? What money? Chen Fei suddenly received a call from Yang Ming. He was somewhat inexplicable. He didn't know what Yang Ming was referring to. The bank, the money that was robbed, said Yang Ming. How do you know? Chen Fei suddenly felt a little strange. Uncle Chen, Ming Yan and I were in the bank at that time, but as for how I know, I can't say, said Yang Ming. Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Chen Fei immediately thought of something. Although Xia Bingbao didn't say it clearly, he knew that Yang Ming had joined the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. N. Yang Ming responded faintly. Okay, I got it. Chen Fei didn't say anything more. Yang Ming was able to join the Supernatural Investigation Bureau because of his excellence, so it was not surprising that Yang Ming accurately said the location of the robbery. As for the statement, there is no need to do it. These customers should have nothing to do with the robbers. When the robbers came, Yang Ming also paid attention to every customer in the bank. At this time, these people were nervous. Everyone was thinking about how to escape and whether the robbers could hurt them. Yang Ming also saw it with his special ability. No one's thoughts were special, so he could conclude that these people were innocent. Well, you give the phone to the person next to you who is handling the case, said Chen Fei. Yang Ming handed the phone to the bureau chief next to him. The bureau chief took the phone and listened to Chen Fei's words. Chen Fei didn't dare to delay. He directly rushed to Hulua Street that Yang Ming mentioned and secretly monitored the movement of the third trench. As for Yang Ming's side, the bureau chief listened to Chen Fei's words and let these customers go back. The reason why Chen Fei dared to be so certain was also because of Yang Ming's other identity. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau had a great background and reputation. Being able to find Yang Ming was definitely not a fluke. There must be a reason behind it. However, these things were classified as confidential, so Chen Fei naturally did not ask too much. Seeing that Chen Fei had no objection to Yang Ming's words, it could be seen that there was no problem with Yang Ming's identity. After returning the ID to Yang Ming, the bureau chief's attitude was much better. He invited Yang Ming to sit in the office, but Yang Ming didn't have much time. After a few polite words, he left the police station with Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun. In the car, Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Mingyan patted her chest and said, I was scared to death just now. I was afraid that you would rush into this matter. I'm not a fool. If I can beat them, I can take care of it. If I can't beat them, isn't that just courting death? Yang Ming said, the three people were holding guns. I'm not invulnerable. How can I fight with them head-on? When Yang Ming gave the bureau chief's ID and called Chen Fei, they were outside the recording room, so Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun didn't see these. Yang Ming didn't want to let Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun know about these things. However, these people acted very quickly. I don't know if they can solve the case. Chen Mingyan had heard a lot of serious cases from Chen Fei since she was a child. She also knew the difficulty of this robbery case. The robbers were very professional. As soon as they entered the door, they destroyed the monitoring system and killed a person in an orderly manner to warn the people in the bank not to act rashly. Then, they quickly evacuated after taking the money. Only the 2 English letters that were painted on the wall before leaving were somewhat inexplicable. If it wasn't a prank, then the robbers wanted to express something. Yang Ming also thought so. However, from the overall process of these robbers, there wasn't the slightest waste of time. Then, why did they leave 2 words before leaving? The possibility of a prank was relatively small because Yang Ming felt that these robbers weren't such boring people. Then, there was only one possibility left. These robbers wanted to express something through these 2 words. If SB didn't mean stupid, then it was possible that this group of robbers was like those terrorist organizations. After doing something bad, they wanted to leave a mark to claim that it was their organization's masterpiece. Sister Lin, how are you? Chen Mingyan's courage was still relatively big. It didn't take long for her to recover. She asked Lin Jiyun, who was still holding her hand tightly. I'm fine. Fortunately, you and Yang Ming came together. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Lin Jiyun said with lingering fear. Yang Ming, you jinxed it. You really got it right. Look at how scared Sister Lin is. Chen Mingyan complained to Yang Ming. What does this have to do with me? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I'm not a god. Whatever I say will happen. If so, I will say that all the beauties on earth are my wives. You are really not serious. Chen Mingyan glared at Yang Ming. Isn't it enough now? Just kidding. Yang Ming smiled. The money hasn't been deposited. How about we find another bank? Well, I hope our luck won't be so bad this time. Chen Mingyan said. However, fortunately, the robbers didn't take away the money in our hands. Otherwise, the bank can't be responsible for us if it hasn't been deposited in the bank. Yeah, it's a blessing in disguise. Yang Ming said so, but his heart was puzzled again. Chen Mingyan's words reminded him. When the robbers rushed in, Lin Jiyun was opening the suitcase to take out the money. It was impossible for the robbers not to see it. Moreover, Lin Jiyun's suitcase had at least 300,000 yuan. It wasn't a small number. The money they robbed from the bank was only a few million yuan. What made Yang Ming feel a little inconceivable was that these people clearly saw the money in Lin Jiyun's hands, but they didn't take it away. What was the reason? The possibility of forgetting wasn't high. If one person forgot, then the other two people also forgot? This situation seemed unlikely. Therefore, the remaining possibilities were that the first robber was dismissive of Lin Jiyun's money. The second was that the robber simply didn't have the consciousness to rob the money in Lin Jiyun's hands. Yang Ming had long felt that this group of people didn't look like professional bank robbers. Although their actions and marksmanship were very professional, it was more like they were doing a routine task. The purpose wasn't to rob the money. Perhaps they had other intentions. The first possibility shouldn't be the case. 300,000 yuan compared to 3 million yuan was naturally a little less, but it wasn't unworthy to rob. This was a simple matter for the robbers. Then, there was only the second possibility. The robbers didn't rob the bank for the money. As he thought of this, Yang Ming's heart was suddenly shocked. It's over. I was fooled. My attention had been on the bag of banknotes that the robbers took, and I ignored the robbers' whereabouts. If my suspicion is correct, the robbers didn't rob the bank for the money, then after they left the money, they shouldn't come back to get it. Yang Ming sighed helplessly. Perhaps this time Chen Fei wouldn't have any harvest. His subjective consciousness affected his judgment. He thought that since they were robbing the bank, then the purpose was naturally for the money. Since they hid the money, then there would definitely be someone who would go to get the money. However, this matter shouldn't be according to common sense, but there was something else. But now, it was useless to regret. Being able to find the lost money was already a great achievement for Chen Fei. As for catching the robbers, it was a matter for the future. According to the skills of these robbers, the possibility of catching them was minimal. He found a larger bank with police officers on duty. The security measures should be much better than the previous bank. This time, Yang Ming didn't dare to take the risk. He let Lin Jiyun and Chen Mingyan wait in the car. He carried the money box and walked into the bank alone. Even if he encountered a robber again, Yang Ming was only one person. He could adapt to the situation. Although he couldn't capture the robber alive, it was more than enough to protect himself. However, after Yang Ming received the number plate and completed the deposit, there were no accidents. After he successfully completed the business and left the bank, Yang Ming received a call from Chen Fei. Yang Ming, I have already surrounded Hurua Street and closely monitored the third sewer. Is there anything else? Chen Fei knew that Yang Ming's identity was different from the past, so he spoke with a semi-negotiating tone. Uncle Chen, I'm afraid that I have to disappoint you this time. Yang Ming sighed and said while standing outside the car. Yang Ming didn't immediately return to the car because he didn't want Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun to hear his conversation with Uncle Chen. What do you mean? Why are you disappointed? Chen Fei was stunned and asked, is the money not here? The money is there. There is no mistake. During this period, Yang Ming had also been using his special ability to watch the vicinity of the sewer, so Yang Ming could be sure that the money was still inside. How can you be disappointed? Chen Fei listened to Yang Ming's words and was even more puzzled. The money is definitely inside, but I suspect that the purpose of the robber isn't money. Yang Ming didn't hide it and told Chen Fei his thoughts. There was also the fact that the robber didn't take away the 300,000 yuan in his hand. Chen Fei listened to Yang Ming's analysis and fell into contemplation for a while. Indeed, it was the first time he had seen such a robber. He had also seen the SMB photo at the scene, but Chen Fei didn't understand what it meant. In short, this group of robbers revealed a lot of mysterious auras. Yang Ming analyzed again, and Chen Fei also felt that the purpose of this group of robbers wasn't just to rob money. So, do you think that the robbers won't come back to get the money? Chen Fei asked after he figured it out. Yes, I don't think so. Although Yang Ming didn't dare to be 100% sure, he was pretty close to it. Well, I will take other actions, but the people here won't withdraw first. Chen Fei hesitated and said. Then let's leave it at that, Uncle Chen. If I have any news here, I will contact you at any time. Yang Ming hung up the phone and got in the car. Who called you? Why did you talk for so long? Chen Mingyan asked curiously. Who else could it be? Your dad. Yang Ming spread his hands and said, he knew that we were in the bank at that time, so he called me to ask if there was any danger. Ah. Chen Mingyan listened and said, is it my dad? Why didn't he call me? He said that your phone couldn't be connected temporarily. Maybe there was no signal in the police station. Yang Ming casually found a reason to brush it off. I see. Chen Mingyan didn't doubt it. She nodded and didn't say anything. Because of such an incident, Lin Jiyun's mind was a little uneasy. She simply didn't go to the company. Anyway, the company had nothing to do these days. The main thing was to prepare the exhibits for the exhibition. Naturally, someone would deal with these things. Yang Ming drove directly back to the villa. Chen Mingyan hugged Lin Jiyun and slept peacefully. Yang Ming wanted to sleep together, but he was rejected by Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming didn't insist. He was very clear about what he was thinking. It was daytime now. Chen Mingyan wouldn't agree. There was still a possibility at night. Back to the room at the end of the corridor, Yang Ming opened the netbook. Yang Ming, who had experienced many life and death situations, didn't take the incident seriously. He even felt that it was ordinary and nothing special. What surprised Yang Ming was that Zhao Ying was actually online. Yang Ming quickly sent a smiley face emoji. What? I'm in class. Wild female teacher quickly replied. Yang Ming also wondered how Zhao Ying installed the broadband so quickly. It turned out that she was in school. How have you been recently? I haven't seen you online for a long time. Yang Ming naturally pretended that he still didn't know Zhao Ying and asked. Otherwise, if he confessed his identity, it was likely that Zhao Ying would directly blacklist him. I haven't installed the broadband yet after moving. My mood wasn't very good these days, so I didn't go online, said wild female teacher. How can you be in a bad mood after moving to a new house? Asked Yang Ming quickly. It's not because of moving to a new house. It's better not to move. Wild female teacher sent a crying emoji. What's going on? Tell me. Although Yang Ming knew it in his heart, he had to pretend that he didn't know. He is with my best friend. Wild female teacher hesitated for a moment and said. Although these things were personal concealment, the internet was illusory. Zhao Ying also told a lot of things about herself to this netizen. There's no true love in this world. So at this time, she naturally poured out her thoughts to him. Anyway, he didn't know who she was. He's with your best friend? How can it be? Asked Yang Ming quickly. How can it not be? I saw them holding hands with my own eyes. Can it be fake? Wild female teacher sent a tormented emoji. What you see with your own eyes may not necessarily be the truth. This is the reason why what you see may not necessarily be the truth. Yang Ming naturally excused himself. That's true. My friend also told me that she just wanted him to pretend to be her boyfriend to deceive her family because of some things in her family. Said wild female teacher. That's it. Your friend said that it's fake. What else do you have to worry about, said Yang Ming. But I saw something by chance in the bathroom of her house. I also became uncertain, said wild female teacher. Yang Ming's heart suddenly jumped. Sure enough, Zhao really saw the half-used box of condoms in Wang Xiaoyan's bathroom cabinet. This was a bit difficult to handle. What is it? Yang Ming had to continue to ask. A box was opened. It was a condom that was partially used. Wild female teacher didn't hide it. This doesn't seem to represent anything. Maybe your friend is more perverted. She often meets some male netizens or something. Yang Ming thought, little girl Wang, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk about you. Now it's a special situation. You just have to bear with it. At most, I will let you go up next time. Impossible. I know her character. Wild female teacher flatly denied. Ugh. Since you know her character, do you still suspect that she stole your boyfriend? Yang Ming finally caught Zhao Ying's faulty wording and said quickly. I have some contradictions. In short, she isn't a casual person, but... Wild female teacher was somewhat incoherent. Maybe she used it when she touched herself with cucumbers and eggplants. Yang Ming thought lasciviously. Little girl Wang once said that it was more comfortable than her doing it herself. Then, what would it be like when she touched herself? Hee. It's so tempting, but... Yang Ming's idea was unlikely because before that night, Wang Xiaoyan was still a virgin. Yang Ming could be sure of this. What nonsense are you talking about? Wild female teacher sent an angry and knife emoji. Hee, I just said it casually. It's just a scientific hypothesis. Yang Ming laughed twice and felt that he had gone too far. Don't make jokes. Otherwise, I will blacklist you. Wild female teacher warned. Well, I won't say it. Yang Ming was afraid that Zhao Ying would really lock him in a small black room in anger. That would be a bit **ket up. Without the internet, he really had no way to communicate with Zhao Ying. Then, what should I do now? Asked wild female teacher. If I were you, I would treat it as if nothing happened. Didn't you say it before? He has more than one woman, so it's okay to have one more. Yang Ming said and laughed. This is a good job to enlighten people. But, this is different. Said wild female teacher. What's the difference? I think it's almost the same. Yang Ming tried to persuade Zhao Ying in a way that was beneficial to himself. The time that she knew him wasn't as long as the time that I knew him. They were together first, and the relationship has developed to the most intimate step, but I haven't made any progress with him. I think, does he not like me at all? Wild female teacher finally spoke her mind. Yang Ming looked at Zhao Ying's worry. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought, if you weren't hesitant every time, we would have XXOO when we were in high school. This, love and the speed of pushing down has nothing to do with it. He didn't push you down, maybe because he respects you and feels more pity for you in his heart. Said Yang Ming. Is it? Wild female teacher was stunned and asked. Probably. Yang Ming sweated and didn't know how to answer. After all, the question involved himself. If Yang Ming answered too carefully, Zhao Ying might be suspicious of him, but he couldn't not answer, so he had to be vague. Then you mean, he doesn't dislike me? Wild female teacher continued to ask. According to my speculation, it should be like this. Of course, the specific situation needs specific analysis. Or, can you tell me again? Yang Ming certainly couldn't show that he knew everything. He gave me a gift before. It was a very ordinary handicraft. The appearance was very ordinary, but inside, after opening it, it was full of the process of our acquaintance. Wild female teacher said. Oh? He's quite romantic. Doesn't that prove that he likes you? If he doesn't like you, why would he write these things? He has nothing to do? Yang Ming began to boast. I thought so at the beginning, so I couldn't hold back the excitement in my heart. I added a few scenes that he left behind, and then I went to his house to find him. I didn't want to see the scene of them holding hands. Said wild female teacher. D*MN, Yang Ming secretly said, it turns out that Zhaoying has discovered the secret of the memory tree, and she is also preparing to return the memory tree to me. However, because of the small mistake of Wang Xiaoyan and myself, it led to so many disputes. Yang Ming could only sigh that his luck was not good, but fortunately, there was still a chance to remedy it online. Yang Ming could enlighten Zhaoying on QQ, it's still the same sentence. What the eyes see is not necessarily the truth, and your friend also said that they are just pretending. Even if it is true, it's not a big deal. You don't care if he has other girlfriends. Why do you care about one more? Yang Ming said with a thick face. Although that is the case, I am afraid that he doesn't have me in his heart. Everything he does is just perfunctory to me. Wild female teacher said with some hesitation. However, I'm also a guy. I can tell you for sure that if I didn't like a girl, I wouldn't have spent so much effort to make a memory tree. Generally, boys don't have much patience. Since he can be patient enough to do this for you, he must be interested in you. Yang Ming was sure, because the person Zhaoying was talking about was him, but Zhaoying didn't know. Really? Wild female teacher quickly asked. Of course it's true. However, I feel that the most important question is you. What do you think? Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally entered the main topic. Now it was time to probe Zhaoying's thoughts. As long as he followed her thoughts, he would receive miraculous results. Oh. I'm going to class. Let's talk next time. Wild female teacher sent a waving goodbye emoji. Yang Ming looked at the chat window in front of him helplessly. Just when he was talking about the key of the problem, Zhaoying started class. Yang Ming said quickly, wait. You should tell me your thoughts first. I'm really going to class. Next time, bye-bye. After wild female teacher sent this message, her avatar turned gray. Yang Ming had to close the chat window resentfully. Isn't this too unlucky? My luck today is really terrible. In the first few days of school, the school's dormitory inspection was still relatively strict. However, Yang Ming's dormitory belonged to the privileged class. The school turned a blind eye to Tian Donghua, the young master. As for Yang Ming, basically, the counselors and secretaries in the department knew that he was the younger brother of the dean and the godson of the vice principal, Lu Weishan. Especially Yang Ming's excuse was very dignified. He went to accompany his godsister and godfather. No one could say anything about it. However, Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun's female dormitory were different. They were all ordinary dormitories. In order to eliminate the school's discipline, the school would be strict for a while at the beginning of every semester. The students who didn't stay in the dormitory at the beginning of the semester would be criticized. In particular, Chen Mengyan was the class monitor. Naturally, she had to set an example. Therefore, in the evening, after Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun woke up, they had to go back to the school's dormitory to live. Yang Ming naturally didn't have any meaning to live alone at home, so he also went back to school with Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun. When he walked to the door of the dormitory, he suddenly remembered that Tian Donghua's younger brother was here. Didn't I go out to avoid this guy? Unfortunately, Yang Ming pushed open the door of the school's dormitory and found that Tian Donghua was sitting in the living room of the dormitory, talking with Tian Donghua and Zhang Bin. Yang Ming had already come back. If he left again, it would be a bit inappropriate. He had to say with a smile, isn't this Tian Donghua? You are here? Previously, when Yang Ming was in Donghai, he was misunderstood as Sun Jiwei. As a result, he had a fight with Tian Donghua. After that, this guy knew about Yang Ming from Tian Donghua, and through Tian Donghua, he wanted to be Yang Ming's apprentice. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't agree and let Tian Donghua reject him directly. However, he didn't expect this kid to be unyielding. He didn't know where he got his phone number, but he kept calling him to express his intention to be Yang Ming's apprentice. Yang Ming finally had no choice but to set his phone number in the blacklist of the firewall of incoming calls. However, he didn't expect that Tian Donghua would come to his door again. With his approach of coaxing and pestering, Yang Ming would agree sooner or later. This method of coaxing and pestering was naturally learned from Sun Jiwei. After Tian Donghua was beaten by Yang Ming, he also knew that there was always someone better than him. Later, when he met the real Sun Jiwei, he didn't have so much hostility. Both of them were very conceited, but they became friends with similar temperaments. He heard that Sun Jiwei and Yang Ming were classmates, so Tian Dongguang got Yang Ming's phone number from him. Of course, Tian Dongguang knew that there seemed to be some conflict between Yang Ming and Sun Jiwei, so he didn't tell Sun Jiwei that he wanted to be Yang Ming's apprentice. Otherwise, with Sun Jiwei's character, he would definitely obstruct it. However, Tian Dongguang asked Sun Jiwei a question. That was, if he wanted to ask someone to promise him something, how could he do it? Sun Jiwei said without thinking about it. Coaxing and pestering. If you don't mind, you can ask him over and over again. There will always be a time when he will agree to it. Isn't there a good saying? If there is a will, there is a way. As long as there is perseverance, an iron rod can be ground into a needle. Sun Jiwei often liked something good, but he couldn't afford it, so he went to Sun Jia. Sometimes, Sun Jia couldn't help but agree to it. Tian Dongguang listened to Sun Jiwei's method and felt that it was very reasonable, so he began to call Yang Ming over and over again. He wanted to be apprenticed to him. Later, the phone couldn't be reached. At first, Tian Dongguang thought that there was a problem with Yang Ming's phone. However, during the Chinese New Year, he found that his brother, Tian Donghua, called Yang Ming smoothly. Then, Tian Dongguang went back to his room and dialed Yang Ming's phone. There was still a busy tone coming from the phone. Tian Dongguang knew that his phone was blocked by Yang Ming. In desperation, he thought of a new method. After school started, he would go to Tian Donghua's school on the grounds that he wanted to investigate the learning environment of Songjiang Industry University. Then, he would live in his brother's dormitory and become an apprentice to Yang Ming. Master, you're back? Tian Dongguang stood up and straightened his posture. He said respectfully in a dignified manner. Yang Ming suddenly sweated. Tian Dongguang. Welcome to Songjiang, but where is your master? I don't see anyone else, right? Yes, you are my master. Master, you don't want me anymore, right? Tian Dongguang said seriously as if there was such a thing. Tian Dongguang, you should have a lot of martial arts coaches at home, right? You can learn from them. Why do you have to bother me? Yang Ming sighed and said helplessly, I really don't have time to teach you anything. You see, I am so busy today. It's okay. You can just tell me the essentials. There is a good saying. The master leads the way, but the cultivation depends on the person. I can't learn it because I am stupid. I won't blame you, said Tian Dongguang. Let's not talk about this today. I'm a little tired. I'm going to sleep first. Yang Ming was really speechless. This Tian Dongguang is a bit too good at coaxing, right? Yang Ming fled back to his room, leaving only Zhang Ben and Tian Donghua snickering. Boss also has times when he is afraid, said Zhang Ben. Haha, Yang Ming is in trouble this time. Tian Dongguang, this kid, has been stubborn like a bull since he was a child. This time I think he won't give up until he gets what he wants. Tian Donghua also laughed. Tian Dongguang listened to the words of the two people and was even more confident. He said, I have decided to live here for a while. As time passed, Chen Fei's heart became heavier and heavier. Sure enough, as Yang Ming said, no accomplices of the robbers came here to get the money in the evening. 3 o'clock in the morning was the time for the cleaning workers to clean the ditch every day. If the accomplices of the robbers had not come before this time, then the matter could be confirmed. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Until the cleaning workers came here, there were still no accomplices of the robbers. There was not even a suspicious person nearby. The identity of the cleaning workers had been confirmed. There was nothing suspicious. They were the old cleaning workers who were responsible for the sanitation of this area all year round. Until the cleaning workers started to work and dug out the bag of money from the ditch, nothing else happened. Chen Fei had no choice but to take the money away. The others also left the team. However, in any case, to be able to quickly recover the stolen money a few hours after the crime, Chen Fei's contribution was really not small. As for the robbery and murder suspects, they couldn't be rushed. They could only search for them slowly. However, Yang Ming had a feeling that these people would not be easily caught by the police because the modus operandi of these people was too professional. In fact, this time, Yang Ming took the initiative to provide help in the case because of Chen Fei's position. Otherwise, Yang Ming would not easily make a move. Even Xiao Bingbao had no right to ask Yang Ming to do anything. Yang Ming joined the Supernatural Investigation Bureau and helped Xiao Bingbao because of Xiao Shue's face. If it were not for wanting to earn more credit for this chick, Yang Ming would not bother with these other people's business. Admittedly, this was a bit selfish, but one should not meddle in politics if they were not in position. Yang Ming's original identity was a student, so other things were not his business except for going to school. This time, he made a move to help Chen Fei. Otherwise, when this case came out, Chen Fei would definitely be under a lot of pressure. Yang Ming could not let Chen Fei be in a difficult position. No matter what, Chen Fei was his father-in-law. Yang Ming would naturally do his best. However, as for the appearance of the robbers, Yang Ming did not need to tell Chen Fei. Except for Xiao Bingbao, Yang Ming did not want others to know what his special ability was. If he said the appearance of those people, it was equivalent to indirectly admitting that he could see through things. But knowing the location of the stolen money was different. There were many ways. Even the sixth sense and astrology were possible. After the case, Songjiang was calm overnight. There were no similar vicious incidents. The robbers seemed to have evaporated from the world and disappeared. However, only Yang Ming knew that these three people were probably no longer in Songjiang. It was even hard to say whether they were in the country. Early the next morning, Yang Ming was afraid that Tian Dongguang would continue to pester him. He did not wait for Tian Donghua and hurry to the classroom. He did not expect Zhou Jiejie to come earlier. As usual, she had already reserved a seat for him. In the past, Yang Ming was somewhat reluctant to sit next to Zhou Jiejie, but now, Yang Ming felt that it was normal. "How did you sleep last night?" Yang Ming sat down and asked, "Are you comfortable in the dormitory?" "How can I not be comfortable? Didn't I live here every day?" Zhou Jiejie was asked by Yang Ming. Suddenly, she association of the days when she lived in Yang Ming's house. She was a little embarrassed. Yeah, but after a few days, the school's investigation will be relaxed. Let's go home." Yang Ming smiled. "Then, let's talk about it when the time comes," Zhou Jiejie said with a red face. After all, she and Yang Ming were not as casual as Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan. When she talked about these things, she would blush. "How is your relationship with Wang Shui?" Yang Ming asked while Wang Shui got up to go to the bathroom. "It's okay. I'm fine with it, but Wang Shui always feels guilty to me." Zhou Jiejie sighed and said, "It is estimated that it will take some time to completely restore the original relationship." Yang Ming nodded. It was certain that Wang Shui felt guilty to Zhou Jiejie. However, this also showed that Wang Shui still had a conscience in her heart. If Wang Shui did not feel guilty at all, then this person was hopeless. The two were whispering, but when they saw that Wang Shui came back, they quickly stopped the topic. However, Tian Donghua and Tian Dongguang came in with Wang Shui. It was normal for Tian Donghua to come to Yang Ming's class every day. After all, he was dating Wang Shui. There was nothing to say about him coming to accompany Wang Shui. However, when Tian Dongguang came, Yang Ming couldn't help but be a little surprised. This kid was really slow, but because of the face of Tian Donghua and his father, Tian Long, Yang Ming couldn't do anything to him. The key was that this guy was like a gum. After being rejected, he was still indomitable. This was the real headache for Yang Ming. Fortunately, only 4 people could sit in a row in the classroom. Yang Ming, Zhou Jiejie, and Wang Shui occupied 3 seats. Tian Donghua couldn't let Tian Dongguang sit next to Wang Shui. Even if he sat here, he and Yang Ming were separated by 2 people. It was not very convenient to talk. Tian Dongguang didn't stay. He went straight to Sun Jiwei and sat with Sun Jiwei. Yang Ming found it strange that Tian Dongguang and Sun Jiwei were together, but he didn't ask much. After all, the relationship between the Sun family and the Tian family was good. "Dongguang, your brother and Yang Ming have such a good relationship. Can you help me inquire about something?" After class, Sun Jiwei asked tentatively. Inquire about something? Inquire about what? Tian Dongguang was a little puzzled. Help me inquire about how many girlfriends Yang Ming has, said Sun Jiwei. Inquire about how many girlfriends he has? Why are you inquiring about this? Do you have nothing to do? Tian Dongguang asked inexplicably. He didn't know why Sun Jiwei was inquiring about this. Of course, I have something to inquire about. How about it? Do you want to help? Asked Sun Jiwei. Wait, if you want me to help, you have to tell me clearly why you want me to inquire about this, right? Tian Dongguang was not a psychopath. If Sun Jiwei didn't make it clear, he wouldn't do such a boring thing. Then I will tell you. The truth. Sun Jiwei rolled his eyes and said, My sister, do you know? She likes Yang Ming. She wants me to help secretly investigate and see how many women Yang Ming has outside. Your sister? Sun Jia? Her? Tian Dongguang was stunned. Sun Jiao likes Yang Ming? The two people are several years apart. How is it possible? However, suddenly, when the association met with Yang Ming for the first time, Yang Ming drove Sun Jia's Audi R8. Sun Jia didn't allow men to touch her car. Tian Dongguang certainly knew about this. Otherwise, it was impossible to misunderstand that Yang Ming was Sun Jiwei. Thinking of this, Tian Dongguang also believed Sun Jiwei's words. At least, the relationship between Yang Ming and Sun Jia was definitely not simple. Yeah, it's my sister. You know, with my family's situation, how can my uncle allow his son-in-law to have a woman outside? Sun Jiwei whispered, so, my sister asked me to investigate in advance. So it's like this. Tian Dongguang said this, but his heart snorted. He thought, what's wrong with Brother Yang? Brother Yang is much better than you. If it weren't for my father's strict restriction to let me be friends with you, I wouldn't bother to be friends with you. However, with his contact with Sun Jiwei, Tian Dongguang discovered that although Sun Jiwei was very proud, he was also very naive. He had no bad thoughts. The things that he did were things that some children could do. In a more popular phrase, it was the kindergarten level. How about it? Can you help? Asked Sun Jiwei. Then I can't say. I can only try. Tian Dongguang said, I can't inquire about this kind of private thing, right? That's also true. Sun Jiwei did not press. You should pay more attention to it. According to your own observation, you should observe as much as you can. Okay, I'll see what I can do. Tian Dongguang said. Although he said so, Tian Dongguang must tell Yang Ming about this somewhat strange thing. How could he let go of such a good opportunity to curry favor? He was worried about how to get close to Yang Ming. Although the Tian family was a vassal of the Sun family, Tian Dongguang also understood that if Sun Jia really had a relationship with Yang Ming, then the person who had the final say in the Sun family would still be Yang Ming, not Sun Jiwei. Therefore, pleasing Yang Ming was the right thing to do. Sun Jiwei didn't listen much in this class. He had been playing with his mobile phone. Of course, he set the mobile phone to the photo mode and pointed it in the direction of Yang Ming. As long as he lowered his head to talk to Zhou Jejia, Sun Jiwei would take a picture. Regardless of whether they had a relationship or not, he would take some intimate photos first. In the past few days, Yang Ming was entangled by Tian Dongguang except for flirting with Zhou Jejia in class during the day. Yang Ming had no choice but to promise him that he would give him some advice when he was free. He would forget about Master's matter. However, even so, Tian Dongguang was already very satisfied. Did everything have to be done step by step? Now it was just giving some advice. If he gave more advice, he would naturally be master. Tian Dongguang also told Yang Ming what Sun Jiwei asked him to do. Yang Ming naturally laughed it off after listening. Sun Jia would definitely not be so bored as to send Sun Jiwei to inquire about how many girlfriends he had. With Sun Jia's character, if she wanted to mess things up, she would definitely do it herself. Therefore, this matter was most likely what Sun Jiwei wanted to do. He just used Sun Jia as an excuse. If he wanted to play any tricks, then so be it. Yang Ming would not be afraid of him. Therefore, Sun Jiwei's harvest these days was not small. He took many ambiguous photos of Yang Ming, Zhou Zhejia, Lin Jiyun, and Chen Mingyan. It was impossible for Yang Ming to not notice it, but he let it be. Yang Ming was not afraid of his relationship with a few girls being exposed, especially when Chen Mingyan had acquiesced to the existence of Lin Jiyun and Zhou Zhejia. Yang Ming was not afraid of anything. On Saturday afternoon, Sun Jiwei came to his cousin Sun Jia's company happily. Of course, he could also find Sun Jia in school, but there were too many outsiders. Some words were not easy to say. When Sun Jiwei came to Sun Jia's office, Sun Jia was talking to the people in the company about a document. When she saw Sun Jiwei come in, she was a bit puzzled. "Jiwei, what are you doing here?" "Big sister, I am here." "Naturally, there is an important thing," said Sun Jiwei. "What is it?" "Say it quickly." "I have a meeting in a while." Sun Jia didn't think that Sun Jiwei would have anything good to find her. If he was not short of money, he would want her to help him buy some luxury goods. "Let's wait for a while when there is no one." Sun Jiwei glanced at the company's employees in Sun Jia's office and said mysteriously. Sun Jia frowned and said helplessly, "Well, you can go out first. Inform all the middle-level cadres in the company that we will have a meeting in the conference room in 10 minutes. "Okay, Miss Sunday." The people in the company nodded and went out. "Well, what is it?" "Say it quickly." Sun Jia asked. Sun Jiwei went to close the office door first, then looked around. Then, he carefully took out a stack of photos from his backpack and put them on Sun Jia's desk. "Big sister, look at these photos." "What photos?" Sun Jia inexplicably picked up the photos that Sun Jiwei put on the table and looked at them. When she looked at a few photos, she suddenly frowned. "Where did you get these photos? Why are you showing them to me? I spent a lot of effort to follow and take these photos." Sun Jiwei said as if he was taking credit, "I heard that uncle is very fond of this Yang Ming. He wants to marry big sister to him. When I heard the news, I was in a hurry. How can this be? This Yang Ming's character is very bad. I followed him, and sure enough, you see, this guy is a playboy. He has so many girlfriends outside. I really didn't know if I didn't see it. I was shocked when I saw it." "You followed him?" Sun Jia listened to Sun Jiwei's words, and her face immediately sank. However, Sun Jiwei was in high spirits. He didn't care about Sun Jia's expression. He smiled proudly. "Yes, I took it. Big sister, how are you going to thank me? I am a great contributor. Otherwise, you would be deceived by this guy, Yang Ming. My request is not high. Canon has a new SLR camera. It is only more than 20,000 yuan. It is not too expensive with a few lenses. The total is just more than 100,000 yuan. Pa." With a sound, Sun Jia threw the photos on Sun Jiwei's face. Sun Jiwei was suddenly inexplicable. Big sister, what are you doing?" "What am I doing?" Sun Jia slammed the table and said with a sullen face, "I bought a camera for you. You continue to take photos for me, right?" "Yes." "Ah, no." Sun Jiwei saw that Sun Jia's face wasn't good. He was scared and shook his head quickly, but he didn't know how he offended her. "Yang Ming's matter, you don't have to care about it in the future." Sun Jia glared at Sun Jiwei and said, "Otherwise, you won't have any pocket money in the future." Sun Jiwei was shocked when he heard Sun Jia's words. If he didn't have pocket money in the future, how could he live? "Did you hear it?" Sun Jia asked. "I heard it." Sun Jiwei said with grievance, "I don't care." "What about the camera?" "Let's talk about the camera later." Sun Jia was in a bad mood. Although she was angry with Sun Jiwei for being a busybody, on the other hand, she was really annoyed with Yang Ming. This guy really had too many women. If she didn't have strict requirements for him, who knows what would happen in the future. "Oh." Sun Jiwei didn't dare to say more. He had to walk out of Sun Jia's office with regret in his heart. If I knew, I wouldn't care about this. Yang Ming wasn't a good person to provoke. I took a photo of him. How much risk did I have to take? I heard that the guy was a violent maniac. Not long after he entered the school, he beat the president of the Taekwondo club. Several times, I was almost found out by Yang Ming. Sun Jiwei thought with lingering fear. In fact, Yang Ming had already found out about Sun Jiwei, but he didn't want to talk to him. Although he didn't know why Sun Jia was so angry, Sun Jiwei didn't dare to mention this again. He didn't want to lose his New Year's money. Sun Jiwei wasn't a scheming person. After returning to school, he told Tian Dongguang about this matter. Of course, he also complained to Tian Dongguang. If he didn't keep it in his heart, he was really unhappy. The action that he had planned for a long time actually failed all of a sudden. It was super bad luck. Sun Jiwei didn't understand where his mistake was. He wanted to find Tian Dongguang to analyze it. Dongguang, you tell me. What the hell is going on? I don't think I did anything wrong. Sun Jiwei asked in confusion. Although Sun Jiwei was already 20 years old, he wasn't very interested in emotional matters, so he couldn't understand the feeling between lovers. I don't know. Maybe they don't want us to be involved in adult matters? Tian Dongguang said this, but he was laughing in his heart. He thought, you deserve it. You went to report Brother Yang. Aren't you finished? Are you hurt? Adult matters? Sun Jiwei thought with some anger. Yang Ming is considered an adult? When Tian Dongguang told Yang Ming these things, Yang Ming suddenly laughed. Sun Jia was very clear about what she was like. If Sun Jiwei said it, it would only make Sun Jia angrier. The China Jewelry Association sent a notice that the jewelry exhibition would be held on time at the end of next week. After receiving the notice, Bao Sanli still called Yang Ming. Although he and Yang Ming had the final say in the company, the final decision was still made by Yang Ming. Yang Ming also attached great importance to this jewelry exhibition. After all, this was the largest business that the Mingyang Security Company had received since its establishment. It was also the most influential business. If the security work was done well, then the reputation of the Mingyang Security Company would be established. After all, the underworld business was only a temporary stepping stone. It would eventually be abandoned. The ultimate goal of the Mingyang Security Company was to become stronger and provide security work for some large-scale activities. Therefore, for the first time, Yang Ming still attached great importance to it. After receiving a call from Bao Sanli, he rushed to the Mingyang Security Company. In the small conference room of the company, only Bao Sanli, Ho Zhenhan, and Yang Ming were sitting. This is the official contract sent by the China Jewelry Association. President Ho and I don't dare to make a decision in private. We would like to invite you to discuss it. Bao Sanli handed a contract to Yang Ming. Has our lawyer seen it? Yang Ming took the contract and asked. The lawyer has already seen it. Ho Zhenhan nodded. There is no problem with the contract itself. There are no traps or loopholes, but the responsibility we bear is relatively large. Oh? Yang Ming picked up the contract and looked at it. As long as the contract itself had no problems, then other things were easy to discuss. The contract was written in detail, but it also gave a lot of authority to the Mingyang Security Company, including the booth arrangement. Except for a few fixed large merchants, the Mingyang Security Company's brother company, Mingyang Entertainment, was responsible for it. However, the greater the authority, the greater the responsibility. Many of the jewelry in this exhibition had a single value of more than 100 million. There were even a few treasures of the 15th century European royal family. They were even more valuable. Although they had not been auctioned, their estimated value had exceeded $5 billion. If there was any accident, and the jewelry was lost, the Mingyang Security Company would bear the complete loss. So expensive? Yang Ming looked at the contract copy with some astonishment. It was about the valuation of the main jewelry in the exhibition. Yeah, so President Ho and I don't dare to make a decision privately. After all, this is not a small matter. Bao Sanli nodded solemnly. If there is really an accident, we can't afford this loss. Yang Ming looked at the contract and frowned. Is it not insured with an insurance company? The number is too large. No insurance company is willing to insure this batch of jewelry. Bao Sanli shook his head and said helplessly. I see. Yang Ming also fell into contemplation. What about the previous jewelry exhibitions? How were they held? The previous jewelry exhibitions were not held in Xianxia, but there was no such expensive jewelry in the exhibition. The most expensive jewelry was only $100 million. The insurance company would cover the insurance. Ho Zhenhan shook his head and said, "It is the first time that such expensive jewelry is in the exhibition." Yang Ming listened to Ho Zhenhan's words and suddenly felt that something was wrong. However, Yang Ming was not very clear about what was wrong. At this moment, Yang Ming was really in a dilemma. The previous jewelry exhibitions were very smooth, so the Mingyang Security Company would accept this task without any hesitation. But now, after the details of the jewelry in the exhibition were sent, it was somewhat difficult to back down. Although the formal contract had not been signed, if he refused to sign it now, he would only bear a few tens of thousands of yuan of breach of contract fee. However, the reputation of the Mingyang Security Company would be greatly affected. If he backed down halfway after accepting the task, he would become a laughingstock for many people. This was definitely not what Yang Ming wanted to see. Although the Mingyang Security Company was not the focus of Yang Ming's business, it was also an indispensable part of it. Yang Ming would not allow the Mingyang Security Company, which had just improved its business, to have its reputation tarnished. However, if he accepted this task, the risk he would take would be too big. Although Yang Ming had some money in his hands, he couldn't do this. Therefore, for a time, Yang Ming was really in a dilemma. He didn't know what to do. "Brother Yang, why don't we just forget about it? Don't accept this task." Ho Zhenhan saw that Yang Ming was in a dilemma, so he spoke for Yang Ming. Bao Sanli also nodded silently at the side. Although he was also unwilling, it would be fine if there was no accident. If there was an accident, the company's losses would be too great. Not only would they go bankrupt, but they would also be in debt. Yang Ming lit a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Yang Ming, who rarely smoked, would only smoke when he was really worried. Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan didn't dare to disturb Yang Ming. They sat quietly and waited for Yang Ming to make a decision. There was something fishy about this matter from the very beginning. Yang Ming was no longer the Aman of the past. His insight and judgment had improved greatly. First of all, the organizer had delegated too much power to Mingyang. It seemed that everything was handed over to Mingyang. The organizer was only a nominal manager. In fact, Mingyang was responsible for the entire operation of the exhibition. This itself was somewhat unusual. How could the Jewelry Association give these important things to an unfamiliar company to do? Wasn't the organizer afraid that Mingyang would screw up the exhibition? Secondly, even if the Jewelry Association delegated power on a whim, why would it be held in Songjiang? Songjiang was not a municipality directly under the central government, and it was not a provincial capital. It was just a second-class city. It did not have any commercial strategic significance. If there was anything special about Songjiang, it could only be said that Songjiang was the first place where the big star, Xianxia, held a concert. This jewelry association wouldn't want to imitate Xianxia, right? Then, the most important point was that in every jewelry exhibition, there were no priceless jewelry, but this time, there were a few more. What the hell was going on? Could it be that the Jewelry Association was also afraid that there would be some accidents at the exhibition, so they completely delegated power to the Mingyang Jewelry Company and let the Mingyang Jewelry Company take full responsibility? This was also the most likely possibility. Now, Yang Ming could only think of this. Because Yang Ming himself didn't know about this kind of exhibition, now it was his first time coming into contact with it. However, in any case, if the Mingyang Company gave up this order this time, then its reputation would definitely be greatly affected. Yang Ming hesitated again and again. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I will accept it. Just be careful. I will let Li Chang's people come over as well. No accidents are allowed." When Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan heard that Li Chang would also come over, they were relieved. After all, Li Chang was professionally trained. He was much better than the people in the security company. Since Yang Ming made the decision, then Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan didn't say anything. They just had to focus on dealing with it. After Yang Ming left, Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan began the intensive deployment, including the monitoring of the venue, the installation of cameras, the arrangement of personnel, and so on. The reason why Yang Ming finally agreed to this order was that if there was really any accident, the money in his hands was enough to compensate. It would not make the Mingyang company bankrupt. He believed that if there was really an accident, he could fully compensate for the payment. It was also a kind of affirmation to the credibility of the Mingyang Security Company. It would let the outside world see that even if the Mingyang Security Company failed, they would not renege on the debt. However, the risk involved in this matter was too great. After leaving the Mingyang Security Company, Yang Ming called Li Chang and informed him to cooperate with Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan to do a good job at this jewelry exhibition. For those things that he couldn't understand, Yang Ming suddenly thought of a person, Sun Jia. This little fox saw the things in the business world more thoroughly than him. She also understood the conspiracy better than him, so Yang Ming decided to consult Sun Jia to see if she had any good opinions. Thinking of this, Yang Ming didn't dare to delay. He drove directly to Sun Jia's company. When Yang Ming encountered a problem, the first person he thought of would be Sun Jia. In any case, among the few women around him, Sun Jia couldn't be said to be the smartest, but she was the most cunning. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun were still young, and Xiao Qing's character made her unable to play some tricks. Wang Xiaoyan was more of an overbearing plot. Therefore, the only person who could be discussed was Sun Jia. However, this was also good. Yang Ming didn't want the women around him to be all schemers. If that was the case, he couldn't stay at home. Each of them played tricks on each other. Wouldn't he be annoyed to death if he was sandwiched in the middle? Yang Ming had come to Sun Jia's company more than once or twice. Sun Jia's secretary had already known Yang Ming. She didn't ask much and let him come to Sun Jia's office. Yang Ming knocked on the door and heard Sun Jia's voice, "Please come in." Yang Ming pushed the door open, walked in, and closed the office door. Maybe he used a little force when he closed the door, so the sound was relatively loud. Sun Jia suddenly frowned and looked up. Just as she was about to reprimand him, she saw that it was Yang Ming. She was suddenly stunned. "Yang Ming? Why are you here? Why can't I come? I miss you, so I came to see you," Yang Ming said shamelessly. Sun Jia glanced at Yang Ming faintly. Apparently, she didn't believe Yang Ming's nonsense. "You keep these words to deceive those little girls. Do you think I will believe it?" Yang Ming laughed twice. Sun Jia was rational in most cases. She wouldn't be disturbed by external things. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't you feel uncomfortable holding it there? Sun Jia saw Yang Ming's embarrassment and said with a smile. "Ugh, you can see this. Although I am a pervert, I am not in a hurry. I can still hold it in your office. Let's do it at home at night." Yang Ming said seriously, "Although this is very uncomfortable, I have always been an upright person. Don't tempt me." Sun Jia listened to Yang Ming's nonsense and was a little dumbfounded. She glared at him and said, "That's fine. Then let's talk about it at night. I am going to the company's meeting." After that, Sun Jia was about to stand up. Yang Ming hadn't found a good way to deal with Sun Jia, so he kept losing. He wanted to joke with her, but now, he didn't expect that it was his own foot. Seeing that Sun Jia was about to stand up, Yang Ming had to say, "Well, then I will say it." Sun Jia smiled slightly and leaned leisurely on the boss's chair. She raised her right leg and put it on top of her left leg. It looked very seductive, but Yang Ming didn't dare to joke anymore. Who knew what the consequences would be? Yang Ming sat on the sofa and looked at Sun Jia. He said flatteringly, "Dear, I have something to discuss with you." When she heard Yang Ming call her dear, Sun Jia snorted with some disdain, but she didn't say anything. She sat there quietly and nodded slightly, signaling Yang Ming to continue. Next weekend, there is a business alliance of the China Jewelry Association that is going to hold an international jewelry exhibition in Songjiang. Yang Ming put away his previous joking expression and said seriously, "The security work of this international jewelry exhibition is handled by the Mingyang Security Company." "Your company, right?" Sun Jia knew the identity of Yang Ming, so naturally, she could also guess that the behind-the-scenes boss of the Mingyang Security Company was actually Yang Ming. Yang Ming nodded and continued, "This is the first large-scale event security task undertaken by the Mingyang Security Company. If it is completed perfectly, the company's name can be spread. Is there a problem? Xianxia nodded in agreement. Your idea is right. Of course, there is a problem. If there is no problem, I will. Yang Ming said with a bitter smile. If there is no problem, you won't come to me, right? Xianxia took over Yang Ming's words and looked at Yang Ming with a smile. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. He didn't expect Xianxia to catch his faulty wording. He just wanted to say this, but fortunately, Xianxia interrupted his words, giving him room to maneuver. So, Yang Ming quickly changed his words. Of course not. I mean, if there is no problem, I won't be so troubled. I can have a threesome with you. Xianxia listened to Yang Ming's words and didn't know whether to be angry or not. She rolled her eyes at him and said, let's talk business. Oh. Yang Ming saw that Xianxia was really unhappy, so he quickly said, the problem is that in this jewelry exhibition, the price of the jewelry displayed is priceless. Moreover, the Jewelry Association's authorization to Ming Yang is simply too big. Almost everything is delegated to Ming Yang. Yang Ming told all his previous worries to Xianxia. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Xianxia also fell into contemplation. Indeed, there was nothing unusual about the exhibition, but this year's exhibition was somewhat unusual, both in terms of management and the items displayed. There is indeed a problem. Xianxia raised her eyebrows and looked up at Yang Ming. Your worries are not unreasonable. Not bad. You are not the kind of man with a simple mind. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded by this evaluation. Am I a guy who only knows how to act recklessly in your eyes? Xianxia covered her mouth and smiled, but she didn't answer. Yang Ming had to continue. I also know that there is a problem, but what is the problem? The problem is nothing more than the following. Xianxia moved her body and changed herself into a more comfortable position. However, in this way, the waves on her chest were more magnificent, making Yang Ming's eyes unable to move away. Seeing Yang Ming staring at her chest, Xianxia coughed and said, do you want to listen? Listen, but don't listen with your eyes. Just use your ears. It won't affect you. Yang Ming did not have the slightest intention of shifting his gaze. Xianxia was helpless. However, if Yang Ming could be serious, then he would not be Yang Ming. Instead, she was accustomed to the current Yang Ming, so she let him continue to look. Do you want me to unbutton and show you? No need. Let's do it at night. Yang Ming replied seriously, after all, this is the office. It is not good to let others see their manager striptease. Xianxia really had the impulse to strangle Yang Ming. Does this guy deserve a beating? How can he say this kind of thing? It's just a joke. Yang Ming saw that Xianxia's face was really unhappy, so he put away his previous lecherous expression. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Okay, you can say it. Yang Ming thought, if I really want to see it, do I need you to take off your clothes? I can just use X-ray vision. Hee. First, that is, the China Jewelry Association has long known about this exhibition. There are valuable jewelry exhibited, so they don't want to take responsibility, so they give the power to your Ming Yang. In this way, once there is a problem, it is also related to the Jewelry Association. This is also what you think. However, I don't think the possibility is very high. Second, that is, someone wants to steal. They want to trick you by exhibiting this valuable jewelry. After sending someone to steal it, they will say that it is lost. Your Ming Yang will bear the loss. Whether the Jewelry Association wants to steal, or the Jewelry Association has gotten wind that someone wants to do this, they will give the power to a third party and draw a clear line with them. This possibility is higher, and I think it is the most likely one. Third, someone is not in good terms with your company. They want to take the opportunity to make trouble and mess up the jewelry exhibition, so Ming Yang's reputation will naturally be implicated. But the possibility of this is not very high. After all, it is very troublesome to bribe the Jewelry Association to do such a thing. Xianxia slowly said her thoughts. Yang Ming listened to Xianxia's detailed analysis and couldn't help but be shocked. Although he also thought of the first point, he didn't think of the second and third points. Although Yang Ming's thinking was more mature than in high school, after all, he was a novice in business. He was not as experienced as Sun Jie. If it was like Sun Jie's analysis, then Mingyang Security was really in trouble. Stealing is the most difficult thing to prevent. Although I can vigorously send more people, I can't stop the internal people of the Jewelry Association or the relevant exhibitors from tampering with it. Then, of these 3 points, which one is more likely? Asked Yang Ming. In fact, these 3 points can be reduced to 1 point. Sun Jie said slowly, that is, someone has a hatred with your company and wants to take the opportunity to harm you. This can be seen from the jewelry exhibition being held in Songjiang. It is true that, as you said, Songjiang is not a big city. First, it is not a municipality directly under the central government. Second, it is not a provincial capital. Third, it is not even a tourist city. Why would the China Jewelry Association hold the exhibition here? There is a problem in itself. So, according to my guess, someone spent money to bribe the internal personnel of the China Jewelry Association and set the location of the jewelry exhibition in Songjiang. Currently, only Mingyang Security can undertake the security work of such a large-scale event in Songjiang. Therefore, this heavy burden will naturally fall on Mingyang Security. As for the specifics of how to harm you, according to my guess, the most direct and easiest way is to embezzle and lose the precious jewelry. Then, I will look for you to compensate. If you can't afford it, not only will Mingyang Security's reputation plummet, but you will also have a huge debt on your back. Even if you can afford it, you will go bankrupt and lose a lot of vitality. So, the Jewelry Association knows this, so they will give Mingyang heavy industry power because they don't want to take responsibility. These are the first, second, and third points of my analysis. They can be combined into 1 point. In this way, the purpose of the other party is very obvious. Yang Ming didn't expect Sun Jie's thinking to be so meticulous. She could speculate the intentions of the other party in such a short time. Moreover, after Sun Jie's analysis, the truth of the matter was basically close to the truth. I see. Yang Ming nodded and said sincerely, Dear little Jia, thank you. You are really amazing. Sun Jia saw Yang Ming's rare humility, and she couldn't help but smile proudly. It's good that you know. Don't play any tricks in front of me in the future. Pretend to be someone else to chat with me. It's best not to do this kind of stupid thing. Yang Ming gave a hollow laugh and scratched his head. Only Sun Jia could guess his identity from a slight flaw. Otherwise, Zhaoying and I have chatted online for so long, but she still doesn't know my true identity, right? Since we have guessed the intentions of the other party, what should we do? Yang Ming now, even if he roughly knew the intentions of the other party, he still didn't have a good way to deal with it. After all, Yang Ming had never encountered a similar situation. What us? Does it have anything to do with me? Asked Sun Jia. Of course, I am your husband. If I get into trouble and lose money, the wife has to pay for the husband's debt, said Yang Ming. It seems that you have a lot of wives, right? There are so many of them. They can work together to pay for your debts. Sun Jia said as she snorted. Ugh, they don't have as much money as you. Yang Ming smiled. So, you will definitely be the one to pay. Sun Jia rolled her eyes. Apparently, she didn't believe Yang Ming's words at all. It's up to you how to deal with it. If you are afraid, just reject it. Anyway, it hasn't been held yet. It's not a big deal if you break the contract. At most, you can pay him a fee for breaking the contract. I can't be afraid of choking and not drinking water, right? Yang Ming said with a wry smile, all of this is our guess. Can you push it off a second time after pushing it off once? The company can't stop doing business forever, right? Since you have decided, why are you still asking me? Sun Jia chuckled. If they don't do anything, then there is no problem. If it is really like what I guessed, you. As Sun Jia said this, she made a throat-cutting gesture with her hand. Kill people? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Sun Jia to be a smiling tiger who could decide the life and death of others. She was comparable to Wan Xiaoyan. If they steal what they are supposed to protect, then you take advantage of them. Sun Jia said faintly, of course, you don't have to kill people unless it is a last resort. You caught their people, and you have their weakness in your hands. Naturally, you have the capital to negotiate with them. If they steal what they are supposed to protect and ask you to compensate them, this already constitutes fraud. If you really make a big deal out of it, it will only be bad for them, so you can take the opportunity to blackmail them. After Yang Ming listened to Xianxia's words, he secretly clicked his tongue. This chick looks like she has a big chest and no brain, but in fact, she is more black-hearted than me. She can even think of this method. As long as the monitoring is tight, it should be no problem to find out the person who stole the jewelry, right? Xianxia glanced at Yang Ming and said, if this can't be done well, then you let me down too much. If it were you, you may not have 100% certainty, right? Yang Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly after listening. Although Yang Ming's power in Songjiang was great, he couldn't guarantee it with 100% certainty. Unless he used his special ability to explore the situation of the exhibition 24 hours a day, it could only be like this. If my man is worse than me, why would I look for him? Xianxia shrugged and said, this is also a test of your ability. If you fail, don't even think about having a 3P or a 4P in the future. You won't even have a 2P. Yang Ming sweated after listening. This Xianxia is more fierce than me. I can only think about having a 3P at most, but she even dares to think about having a 4P. She is too invincible. It seems that I have to work harder. Otherwise, the consequence is that this little fox also said that I won't even have a 2P. Yang Ming believed that Xianxia would do what she said. With Xianxia's strong personality, she definitely wouldn't allow her man to be a waste. Yang Ming could understand this point. She grew up in a strong family. She was also very strong, so it was impossible for her to accept a man who was worse than her. Then you just wash up and wait for me. Yang Ming said in his heart. This time, even if I have to risk my life, I have to do this thing perfectly. Anyone can talk big. Xianxia said disdainfully, I hope the facts are also like this. Although Xianxia's tone was very understated, she still had some expectations in her heart. Yang Ming could establish a huge force in the two cities of Songjiang and Jiduan with his own strength. It had to be said that Yang Ming still had the ability. Although Jiduan and Songjiang were not as big as Donghai, her father had spent more than 10 or 20 years in Donghai. Yang Ming only took less than a year. Even if there was a fluke factor in it, it was also Yang Ming's ability. Otherwise, it wasn't luck that could solve the problem. The reason why she said a lot to Yang Ming before was that she didn't want Yang Ming to fail. Then let's wait and see. Yang Ming said, not to be outdone, then I will go back first. I will look for you in the evening. There is a social engagement in the evening. Xianxia looked at the schedule and said. Social engagement? I will go with you. Yang Ming said shamelessly, as a boyfriend, I have to show up occasionally. Okay. Xianxia nodded readily. Tonight's dinner was with a few of her business sisters. Their personal relationship was relatively good. It was not a problem to bring Yang Ming along. Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Xianxia to agree so readily. He thought she would refuse. Why? You don't want to go? Xianxia saw Yang Ming's stunned look and asked with some amusement. Of course, I will go. Then, I will see you in the evening. Yang Ming said, I will pick you up in the evening. 6 o'clock. Wait for me. Downstairs at the company at 6 o'clock. Xianxia nodded and said. Then I will go back first. I will go back in the afternoon to check the information of previous year's jewelry exhibitions. After Yang Ming finished, he was ready to get up and leave. Wait. Xianxia looked up and waved to Yang Ming. Is there anything else? Do you want to give me a goodbye hug? Yang Ming turned around and was about to go forward. Hug your head. Xianxia glared at Yang Ming and took out a stack of photos from the drawer. She threw them on the table and said, your photos. Take them back as a souvenir. I don't have the space here. Yang Ming was puzzled as he picked up the photos on the table. At first glance, he knew that they were the photos that Sun Jiwei took of him and other girls. He was suddenly embarrassed. These photos were given to Xianxia by Sun Jiwei. As a result, he was reprimanded by Xianxia. It was funny when he thought about it. He couldn't help but smile a little. Xianxia saw Yang Ming's expression, but she said indifferently, "What are you laughing at? Is it funny?" "No. I thought of Sun Jiwei. This guy went for wool and came back shorn," said Yang Ming. "Don't think about him. Think about yourself." Sun Jie glanced at the photo and said, "You really have a lot of female confidants. However, you are also very clear about my character. Those who can get along with me, we can even have a few sex. Those who can't, humph." Yang Ming's heart was a little tight. He certainly knew Sun Jie's character. With her means, Chen Mengyan and others were not her opponents at all. Maybe a few words could make Beauty Chen run away from home. Thinking of this, Yang Ming's forehead was secretly sweating. It seems that the harem in the future is really troublesome for me. However, now is not the time to think about these things. Nothing is set yet. It is too early to say these things. Therefore, Yang Ming just laughed twice and put away the photos. These photos are good as souvenirs. Coming out of Sun Jie's office, Yang Ming went directly back to the villa in the Huashang district. Seeing Zhang Zhishan's car slowly following behind, Yang Ming waved to him and asked him to go to the villa with him. At this time, there was no one else in the villa except for Auntie Li, so Yang Ming was not afraid that others would see Zhang Zhishan. Zhang Zhishan saw Yang Ming waving to him, so he got out of the car and ran over. "Brother Yang, what's the matter?" Zhang Zhishan asked shyly. "Yesterday at the bank, were you outside?" Yang Ming looked at Zhang Zhishan and asked. "Ah, Brother Yang, I'm sorry for not being able to protect you." Zhang Zhishan heard Yang Ming's words and thought that Yang Ming was going to blame him, so he quickly apologized. "Little Zhang, you're thinking too much. I'm not blaming you. I just want to ask you, can you deal with those people inside?" Yang Ming asked. "I'm not sure." Zhang Zhishan shook his head and said, "I'm only good at using voodoo. It's fine if I meet someone like myself, but I'm not a match for them in a head-on fight. It's not like I'm invulnerable to swords and spears." "Did you say that the demonic goo is invulnerable?" Yang Ming was stunned for a moment before asking. "That's right. Legend has it that when the evil goo is successfully cultivated, it will be invulnerable to swords and spears, and will have a body of copper and iron bones." Zhang Zhishan said. "Really? It's so powerful?" Yang Ming frowned after listening. He thought that although it was difficult to deal with Elder Yu, it wasn't a difficult matter. When the time came, he would bring a submachine gun. He didn't believe that he couldn't beat Elder Yu into a sieve. But now, listening to Zhang Zhishan, it seemed that Elder Yu was really difficult to deal with. What kind of evil art did Elder Yu practice? Listening to what Chen Afu said, it should be close to the truth. Only the refining of demonic goo requires the corpse of a recently dead person, but this kind of evil voodoo is forbidden by our clan. Zhang Zhishan said, "I don't know about other clans, but in our clan, if anyone secretly practices this voodoo, they will become everyone's enemy." Yang Ming nodded. It seemed that this Elder Yu couldn't be easily dealt with. Then, this kind of problem should be left to Lan Ling's grandmother. However, after experiencing yesterday's incident, Yang Ming realized that as an assassin, it was very shameful to not have any self-defense tricks. If he had something like a hidden weapon in his hand yesterday, then he could have the strength to fight with the three people. Therefore, Yang Ming was going to ask Zhang Zhishan to see if he had a better hidden weapon. Ordinary hidden weapons such as darts, Yang Ming really disdained to use them. It wasn't that Yang Ming was arrogant, but the use of darts was really no different from ordinary knives and forks. Even 1 yuan coins or game coins in the game hall could achieve the same goal. "Do you have any research on hidden weapons?" Entering the house, Yang Ming led Zhang Zhishan to his own room and asked. "Hidden weapons?" Zhang Zhishan shook his head blankly and said, "I'm not a martial arts master. How can I use hidden weapons?" After Yang Ming heard Zhang Zhishan's words, he could only smile helplessly. Thinking about it, Zhang Zhishan was a master of voodoo, not a master of hidden weapons. Asking him these things was tantamount to asking for nothing. "Well, even if we are just casually talking, what do you think is a better hidden weapon for killing people?" Yang Ming could only ask from another angle. Of course, Yang Ming also asked this same question to Fang Tian. As a result, Fang Tian's answer was that anything could be used to kill people. This answer made Yang Ming very speechless, but he couldn't help it because for Feng Tian, it was indeed so. Bringing a hidden weapon out would be a burden. Although Yang Ming didn't reach the level of Feng Tian, he wasn't far from it. It was just that in some special circumstances, he couldn't find anything to use as a hidden weapon. I think it should be needles. Zhang Zhishan thought about it and said, I saw in the Return of the Condor Heroes, Xiaolongnu used bee needles as a hidden weapon. It was quite cool. Ugh. Yang Ming sweated a bit and said, needles are fine. I saw a news report before that there was a person who could use embroidery needles to penetrate glass. Right, speaking of needles, I thought of a substance. Zhang Zhishan suddenly thought of something and said, in our Miaojiang, there is a special plant. When it comes into contact with human blood, it will begin to dissolve. This kind of thing is often used to cultivate special voodoo or to do some minor surgery of bone setting. If it is very thin, it can quickly dissolve after entering the human body. I used to joke with my junior brother that this kind of thing can kill people invisibly. Really? There is such a magical thing? Yang Ming was interested when he heard it. Yes, I still have some here, but it is a whole piece and not cut into a needle shape. Zhang Zhishan nodded and said. Where is it? Let me see. Yang Ming was a little excited. If this kind of thing was really as magical as Zhang Zhishan said, then it could really kill people invisibly. There was no doubt that if he used this kind of thing to kill people, even if others wanted to detect it, let alone being investigated. Zhang Zhishan said, it is in my house. Brother Yang, if you need it, I will go and get it now. Okay, then you go and get it. I will wait for you here. Yang Ming said eagerly. Zhang Zhishan nodded and left Yang Ming's room. He quickly rushed to his residence. After Zhang Zhishan left, Yang Ming turned on the computer and used this time to focus on the details of the previous jewelry exhibitions. Sure enough, in the previous jewelry exhibitions, the most expensive jewelry on display was about $100 million. That was already a sky-high price, and it was very rare. It didn't necessarily appear in every exhibition. This time, several pieces of priceless jewelry actually appeared at the same time. This couldn't help but be suspicious. Yang Ming continued to look at the information. Moreover, every jewelry exhibition was held in some first-tier cities or provincial capitals. There had never been one in a second-tier city like Songjiang. As he continued to check, Yang Ming was even more shocked. At the end of the last jewelry exhibition, the chairman of the China Jewelry Association planned to hold the next jewelry exhibition in Mountain City instead of Songjiang. Looking further ahead, he found that at the end of every previous exhibition, the location of the next exhibition would be announced. Every time, it was accurate. The next year would be held in the city that was set the previous year. Only this year's exhibition was a bit special. It was held in Songjiang instead of Mountain City. With so many doubts superimposed together, he had to confirm what Xianxia said. This jewelry exhibition was indeed problematic, and it should be directed at him or the Mingyang Security Company. Because of the secrecy of Yang Ming's identity, there were not many people who knew that Yang Ming was the behind-the-scenes boss of the Mingyang Security Company. Therefore, Yang Ming couldn't figure out whether this conspiracy was directed at him or the Mingyang Security Company. However, no matter who it was directed at, Yang Ming couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Therefore, Xianxia's method was still very feasible. At that time, he would take advantage of the situation and make her suffer. It didn't take long for Zhang Zhishan to rush back with a bag in his hand. He hurriedly opened the bag and put it in front of Yang Ming. Brother Yang, it's this plant. Yang Ming took out a piece of wood-like thing from the box and looked at it carefully. Indeed, the tissue structure of this plant was very special, and the fiber was very hard. It was very suitable for making some sharp weapons and the like. This thing, are you sure it can be melted? Asked Yang Ming incredulously. I'm sure. Zhang Zhishan nodded and found a very small fragment in the bag. Then, he suddenly bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the fragment. Soon, the fragment melted and disappeared. Yang Ming widened his eyes and looked at the magical scene in front of him. Indeed, it was a bit too magical. Perhaps some substance in the blood had a chemical reaction with this plant, but Yang Ming didn't know what was going on. It's really a good thing. Yang Ming nodded and praised sincerely. Xianxia smiled and said, "Brother Yang, you should study it first. If it's useful, I will ask someone to bring some over." "Okay, you go ahead. I will study it myself," said Yang Ming. Xianxia couldn't help if he stayed here, so he got up and left. Yang Ming wanted to study this material, so naturally, he didn't ask him to stay. After Zhang Jishan left, Yang Ming carefully studied this material. It had to be said that this kind of thing was enough to be made into a flying needle for killing people regardless of toughness or hardness. Thinking of this, Yang Ming took out the toolbox and began to carefully polish this material. According to the size of the material, hundreds of flying needles could be processed. Although this kind of work could be handed over to the outside factory for mass processing, Yang Ming couldn't wait. Secondly, this material was really special. If the person who processed it accidentally discovered the secret inside when the finger bled, then it would be somewhat unfavorable to him. If he used it as a hidden weapon to kill people, if the person was a scheming person, they might association something from it. This wasn't what Yang Ming wanted to see. However, Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry. After carefully processing 5 needles, he stopped. With these 5 needles, it was basically enough. After he finished using them, it wouldn't be too late to make new ones. However, even if Yang Ming only made 5 such flying needles, it took a lot of time. After all, Yang Ming wasn't a professional, and polishing took a lot of effort. After Yang Ming finished the 5 needles, he carefully put them in his pocket where he could reach at any time. Looking at the time again, it was basically the appointed time with Xianxia. Yang Ming carefully put the remaining materials in the cabinet and then went downstairs. Yang Ming left a little earlier. This time was just the rush hour for students to get off work and leave school, so traffic jams on the road were inevitable. He drove to Xianxia's company, and Zhang Jishan drove slowly behind Yang Ming. It was exactly 5:40 when he arrived downstairs at Xianxia's company. It was 20 minutes away from the appointed time of 6 o'clock. Yang Ming called Xianxia. Xianxia was also busy with the company's matters and was packing up. After receiving a call from Yang Ming, she said that she would come down soon. Sure enough, Yang Ming didn't wait for long. He saw Xianxia coming out of the company. Yang Ming got out of the car and opened the door of the front passenger seat. "You drove? What about my car?" Xianxia walked over to Yang Ming and asked. "Leave your car in the company first. Anyway, it's an underground heater. The car won't be frozen," said Yang Ming. In fact, Yang Ming didn't want to drive Xianxia's sports car every time he went out with her. The Audi R8 had become Xianxia's symbol. Almost everyone who knew Xianxia knew her car. If Yang Ming drove that car, it would be somewhat suspicious of him living off a woman. Even if Yang Ming's face was very thick, he didn't want to always be looked down on. Besides, Xianxia's face might not look good. "Then you have to take me home," Xianxia said as she got in the car. "I'll stay at your house tonight." Yang Ming smiled. Xianxia glared at Yang Ming and said, "You wish. I'm going to talk to you about something important." Yang Ming looked straight and said, "About the real estate company, I am going to enter the real estate industry." "I heard that a while ago, you bought Decang real estate at a good price," said Xianxia. "But if you want to enter the real estate industry, it is a bit complicated. The water in the real estate industry is deeper. Our family has been doing other businesses for many years before we switched to real estate. However, almost all the underground forces in Songjiang are yours. There should be no obstacles. Even the existing real estate companies don't dare to trouble you." "Yeah, but I still have a lot of things in the industry that I don't know. I want to ask you for advice," said Yang Ming. "Well, then let's meet tonight." Xianxia thought about it and did not refuse again. The location of Xianxia's appointment was the Nightless Club. As the iconic entertainment city of Songjiang, the Nightless Club was very popular with white-collar workers in some companies. Everyone knew tacitly that the owner of this nightclub had a strong background. It was very safe to play here and not encounter any troublemakers. Indeed, who dared to find trouble in Bao Sanli's base camp? Weren't they tired of living? These white-collar workers also wanted peace of mind, so the business of the Nightless Club was also very popular. Although this was a money tree, Bao Sanli's vision at this moment was not so short-sighted. He also saw the future and business opportunities of the security company. He ran the security company with Ho Jinhan. Yang Ming parked the car. In front of the nightless club, there was a very large parking lot for self-use. It looked very grand, especially the rows of parking spaces that were full. It showed that the business of the nightless club was booming. "Welcome, sir, madam. Do you have an appointment?" The greeters standing on both sides of the door politely bowed and greeted. These two little girls were very good-looking. They were considered superior, but no one dared to flirt with them. Although these little greeters did not have a big background, the boss behind them was not someone that ordinary people could provoke. A sharp-eyed security guard recognized Yang Ming at once. He glared at the greeter and hurried over. He greeted, "Brother Yang. You are here." Yang Ming smiled and waved his hand. "It's okay. You go ahead. I came here with a friend to gather. I have already booked a room." "Okay, Brother Yang. If there is anything, call me at any time." When the security guard heard Yang Ming's words, he knew that Yang Ming did not want to be disturbed, so he quickly retreated. "Lilac private room. We can go up by ourselves." Xianxia smiled and looked at Yang Ming. This feeling was really fun. Just like when she was in Donghai, when she went in and out of some entertainment venues, people would recognize her and respectfully call her Miss Sunday. After Yang Ming and Xianxia left, the greeter asked the security guard next to him. This security guard was the security captain here, President Bao's confidant. He didn't know who could make him so respectful. "Brother Wang, who are the two people just now?" "Brother Bao's brother, a big shot. It is said that he met Brother Bao in prison. Later, he fought with Brother Bao. Even Brother Bao is very respectful to him." The security captain didn't know much. He only knew some general information, but even so, it was enough for him to brag. "Ah." The little greeter was stunned and said, "I really didn't see it. He doesn't look very old. He seems to be about the same age as me." "What do you mean by about the same age?" The security captain glared at her. "Don't talk nonsense, and don't have those unrealistic ideas. Brother Yang won't be interested in you." "Ah." The little greeter was exposed by the security captain, and she suddenly blushed. However, vanity was the nature of a girl at this age. Who would want to be a greeter for a lifetime? Many of her sisters had hooked up with some rich people. Although many of them were just mistresses or lovers, they also got houses, money, and other things they wanted. It was impossible to say that Xianxia was not tempted. Although she felt that it was a bit shameful to exchange her youth and body for money, wasn't she selling her youth now? Who would want her to be a greeter when she was old and no longer attractive? Fortunately, as a greeter in the nightless club, as long as it was not voluntary, no one dared to force them to do anything. Sometimes, it was a blessing to have a tough boss. After Xianxia heard the introduction of the security captain, Brother Wang, she was a little tempted by Yang Ming because Xianxia felt that her appearance was one of the best in the entire nightless club. She couldn't find a fat middle-aged uncle to be her boyfriend. She saw that Yang Ming was young, and his background was not simple, so she was a little tempted. However, after being splashed with cold water by Brother Wang, Xianxia also sobered up. Just now, Yang Ming didn't look at her, which made Xianxia feel a little lost. The appearance that she had always been proud of was dispensable in his eyes. Pushing open the door of the lilac private room on the second floor, Yang Ming walked in behind Xianxia, but he found out that Yang Li was also sitting there, and Gu Jianchao and his girlfriend were also inside. However, there was a couple that Yang Ming had not seen before. "Why didn't you say that Yang Li is also here?" Yang Ming glanced at Yang Li in the private room and said with a bitter smile. Although the relationship between Yang Ming and Yang Li had eased a lot, with this relative here, the relationship between Yang Ming and Xianxia couldn't be relaxed. "You didn't ask me, right?" Xianxia smiled slyly. She also knew that Yang Ming would be dishonest when he was with her, but with Yang Li, it was obvious that Yang Ming would be restrained a lot. When Gu Jianchao saw Yang Ming, his face suddenly changed. He naturally knew that Xianxia was Yang Ming's woman. It was precisely because of this that Gu Jianchao and Xianxia had maintained a good relationship in private. Of course, it was a pure friendship relationship. Guo Jianchao didn't dare to have any improper thoughts, but he didn't want to. He was afraid that Yang Ming would misunderstand something. However, Guo Jianchao thought about it again. His girlfriend was also here, so he was relieved. He stood up and wanted to say hello to Yang Ming. Yang Ming shook his head secretly and signaled him not to speak. Because he didn't know who the other couple was, Yang Ming didn't want to expose his identity in front of outsiders. However, Yang Li was an exception. Yang Ming had to smile and said, "Big sister, you are here too." Yang Li nodded and smiled. However, she was very suspicious about the relationship between Yang Ming and Sun Jia because she knew that Yang Ming and Sun Jia were just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Today, there was no one who pursued Sun Jia. Guo Jianchao already had a girlfriend, so he wouldn't have any thoughts about Sun Jia. What did Sun Jia mean by bringing Yang Ming to such a party? However, after thinking about it, perhaps because Zhang Xiaodan brought her boyfriend today, Sun Jia also brought Yang Ming to keep up appearances. Otherwise, it would seem that she was a leftover woman. Of course, these were just Yang Li's guesses. "This is my boyfriend, Yang Ming." Sun Jia generously introduced Yang Ming to the few people present. "Jianchao, all of you have known each other for a long time. Not to mention Yang Li. Only Zhang Xiaodan is seeing him for the first time." Zhang Xiaodan was Yang Li's classmate. Sun Jia knew her through Yang Li. It was said that her family had some power, but Sun Jia didn't ask much. People at Sun Jia's family level didn't like to inquire about other people's lives. Sun Jia just felt that Zhang Xiaodan was a good person. She was not very pompous, so they often ate together. Guo Jianchao was the one who paid the bill every time. Since he was willing to come, then let him come. It didn't matter. "Hello." Zhang Xiaodan stood up in a friendly manner and reached out to shake hands with Yang Ming. "I am Yang Li's classmate." "Since you are Yang Li's brother, then I am also your sister." "Well, hello, Sister Zhang." Yang Ming nodded in an easygoing manner and reached out his hand. "Okay, Xiaodan, don't just shake hands with boys." The man next to Zhang Xiaodan saw that Yang Ming wanted to shake hands with Zhang Xiaodan, but he was a little unhappy. "Lu Liang, what are you doing?" "Yang Ming is Yang Li's brother. I am his sister. Don't think so complicate." Zhang Xiaodan listened to her boyfriend's words and was a little displeased. She frowned and said, "That's not necessarily true. Isn't Sun Jia older than you? Didn't he still get her?" Lu Liang said, unwilling to be outdone. "You." Zhang Xiaodan saw that her boyfriend's words were so unpleasant, and her face suddenly became a little ugly. It was the first time she brought him out to eat. Why was it so unharmonious? It was really embarrassing. Originally, Zhang Xiaodan thought that Lu Liang was very good, but she didn't expect Lu Liang to be so jealous. Yang Ming was a little unhappy when he heard Lu Liang's words. Sun Jia was older than him, but this method of exposing others' shortcomings made Yang Ming very uncomfortable, so he said coldly, "If you are afraid of your girlfriend interacting with others, just leave her at home and don't bring her out." Yang Li saw that the atmosphere was awkward and quickly mediated. "Okay, Xiaodan, Lu Liang is also worried about you." "Yang Li, your brother's words are too unrefined. How can he speak like this?" Lu Liang snorted and said disdainfully. Yang Ming really had the impulse to punch this idiot to death. How can there be such a man? He wondered what Zhang Xiaodan saw in him. "That's all I have to say. If you don't want to listen, then leave." When had Yang Ming ever been afraid of anyone? Naturally, he wouldn't give Lu Liang any face. "What are you talking about? Do you know how to speak properly?" Lu Liang was also anxious. "Yang Li, don't say that I didn't give you face. It was your brother who took the initiative to provoke me. If he really pisses me off, don't blame me for not being polite. Do whatever you want." Guo Jianchao was naturally a loyal supporter of Yang Ming. Since Yang Ming had stepped forward, of course, he would not show weakness. He waved his hand and said to Lu Liang impatiently, "No one here welcomes you. Who the F***ck are you? Do you think you are garlic because you have a dick on your head?" Ha 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 ha. Guo Jianchao's words made his girlfriend, Song Jing, laugh out loud. At this point, the scene had become extremely awkward. Lu Liang was also insulted by Gu Jianchao. Although he was angry, he also heard from Xianxia that Gu Jianchao had some power in Songjiang, so he didn't dare to be rash and had to swallow his anger. Seeing that Lu Liang didn't speak, Yang Ming no longer bothered with him. This time, he came mainly for Sun Jia, not for him. Gu Jianchao handed the menu to Sun Jia, but Lu Liang couldn't look at it anymore. He said, Xiaodan likes to eat candied sweet potatoes. I want a plate. Gu Jianchao suddenly frowned, but Sun Jia waved her hand and said, okay, then add a candied sweet potato. Sun Jia returned the menu to the waiter who came in. The moment the waiter opened the door, Yang Ming suddenly felt that there was a small red dot flashing on Sun Jia. Yang Ming was shocked and subconsciously dragged Sun Jia to the side. This was some kind of positioning system when aiming a gun. The closer the distance, the more obvious the red dot was. At the same time when Yang Ming pulled Sun Jia away, gunshots rang out. It didn't hit Sun Jia, but it hit Lu Liang's shoulder. Lu Liang's throat let out a miserable cry, ah. Then, a few people in black suits quickly broke into the private room and knocked the waiter who had ordered the dishes to the ground. Don't. Just as he uttered the first half of the word move, an indescribable sound came from his throat. His eyes rolled back as he fell to the ground. There was a fork stuck between his eyebrows. The gun in his hand also ran into Yang Ming's hand. The people in the room were shocked except for Sun Jia. Gu Jianchao and Yang Li were still okay. After all, the two of them had experienced some dangerous things with Yang Ming, but Zhang Xiaodan and Lu Liang were already scared. Lu Liang directly rolled his eyes and lay on the ground. It was unknown whether he fainted from fright or from the pain of being shot. Yang Ming put the muzzle on the nearest black-shirted man's head and said faintly, the people who should not move should be you. After Yang Ming found that someone wanted to shoot Sun Jia, he pulled Sun Jia aside to avoid the disaster. His heart was also secretly alert, so when someone broke into the private room, Yang Ming had already taken the fork on the table in his hand. After this person came in, he directly killed him with the fork and took the gun in his hand. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to use the flying needle to test the effect of the flying needle, but because the people in front of him were very complicated, Zhang Xiaodan and Lu Liang didn't know their background. Even if Yang Li and Gu Jianchao were trustworthy people, Yang Ming was not willing to expose too many of his secrets. He had long heard that Yang Ming was very fierce. Today, when he saw it, Gu Jianchao was even more impressed. He didn't dare to have any disloyalty to Yang Ming. Yang Ming killed a person with a raise of his hand, and it was even killed with a fork. This made Gu Jianchao even more afraid of Yang Ming. It was even more shocking than when Yang Ming pulled out a gun in front of Bao Sanli. Especially Yang Ming's cool and unrestrained way of pointing a gun at the gangster, it was even more invincible. Seeing that one of the accomplices was dead, and another was restrained, the third black-shirted man standing on the side suddenly didn't know what to do. He wanted to catch someone as a hostage, but he found that the smart Sun Jia had already evacuated to the other side of the private room with Gu Jianchao, far away from the door. How smart was Sun Jia? She was also born in this kind of half-underworld family. Naturally, she knew what to do in the face of such danger. At this time, the third black-shirted man didn't dare to act rashly. He was afraid that Yang Ming would shoot, so he stood by with his hands tied. Although he hated Yang Ming, he was also afraid that Yang Ming would shoot his big brother. They were three brothers. The one who was forked by Yang Ming was the second brother of the third black-shirted man. It wasn't that the third brother didn't want to avenge his brother's death, but the boss was still in the hands of Yang Ming. Did he dare to act? Who are you? Who sent you? Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry and asked faintly. Seeing that the situation had been controlled by himself, Yang Ming smiled secretly. If you want to kill, then just kill. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The boss who was controlled by Yang Ming was a man. He said very heroically. Big brother, don't. The third brother was a little anxious. We are paid to do this. Why do we have to put our lives on the line? Third brother, don't talk so much nonsense. Don't be a coward. The boss said coldly. Yang Ming was secretly amused. This boss is really a forthright person. It's just that he wants to kill Xianxia. Yang Ming wouldn't let him go no matter what. Right at this moment, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Because these three people had barged in at the right time, no one outside saw them at all. And in a place like the entertainment city where the music was so loud, the sound of gunshots was easily covered up, so no one would notice. As soon as the knock on the door sounded, the atmosphere in the room immediately became tense again. Yang Ming frowned. Why would someone knock on the door at this time? Any small thing may change the direction of the development of the situation. Yang Ming didn't want to create more problems. He glanced at the door with his special ability and found that it was the waitress of the nightless club. She looked familiar, but he forgot where he saw her. The third brother and the boss were also stunned, but the third brother immediately realized that his opportunity had come. The third brother suddenly said, "Please come in." Yang Ming seemed to be aware of this. When the third brother opened his mouth, he immediately said, "Don't come in." However, he was still slower than the third brother. The door of the private room was slowly pushed open. Yang Ming used a special ability to see the situation outside and delayed some time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be slower than the third brother. This made Yang Ming suddenly regret it. He always wanted to rely on his special ability when he had it, but when he really used his special ability, it delayed the important matters. It seems that I can't always rely on my special ability in the future. Otherwise, it is likely to be counterproductive. But things have already come to this, so I can only act according to the circumstances. When it was time for Xianxia to change shifts, she went to the locker room to change back to her own clothes. However, she met one of her sisters who was a waitress here in the locker room. She was changing her clothes and preparing to go to work. The sisters happened to be in charge of the second floor, and the Lilac Club private room was on the second floor. Just now, Xianxia heard that Yang Ming was in the Lilac Club private room, so at this moment, her heart was active again. Young girls love to fantasize. Every beautiful Cinderella hoped to find her own Prince Charming. Xianxia was no exception. Xianxia naturally wouldn't let go of an opportunity to contact Yang Ming. So, she proposed to the sisters that she wanted to help the sisters as a waitress for one night. It was actually normal for employees to work part-time in private. They just had to inform the foreman. Of course, the premise was that both people agreed. Moreover, the person who worked part-time must be someone who worked in the nightless club. When the sisters saw that someone was working for them for free, they naturally agreed. She took off her uniform and gave it to Xianxia. Then, she called the foreman and happily went on a date with her boyfriend. Xianxia changed into the waiter's clothes and ran to the second floor happily. This was a rare opportunity, so Xianxia naturally cherished it. Although she also understood that it was most likely just her own illusion, and the probability of Yang Ming liking her was almost zero, she also wanted to fight for such an opportunity to try. Xianxia was full of expectation and apprehension as she carried the dishes. She knocked on the door of the lilac private room. After hearing the person inside say "Please come in," Xianxia pushed open the door of the private room. She tried her best to put on the most satisfactory smile and walked in. She wanted to leave a deeper impression on Yang Ming. As soon as Xianxia entered the private room, she felt something cold pressing against her forehead. Xianxia was stunned. She looked up and saw a black-shirted macho man pointing a pistol at her head. Xianxia was shocked. The dish in her hand fell to the ground. She was shocked. Hee hee. Old San smiled insidiously. He finally had a hostage in his hands. You let go of my boss. Otherwise, I will blow her head off. Although Xianxia was scared, she recovered from the shock and began to look at the situation in the room. Yang Ming pointed a gun at the head of a black-shirted macho man, and her head was pointed at by another black-shirted macho man. Xianxia was not stupid. She immediately understood. Before she came in, perhaps Yang Ming had the upper hand. However, when she came in and was taken hostage by the black-shirted macho man, the situation was reversed. Xianxia was a little depressed. She came in at the wrong time. Not only did she not leave a good impression on Yang Ming, but she also helped him. As a result, it was good enough that Yang Ming did not hate her. She did not expect him to have a good impression of her. In addition to being depressed, Xianxia was a little scared. Yang Ming had nothing to do with her, and Yang Ming was not a policeman. If Yang Ming did not care about her life or death, wouldn't she be miserable? Yang Ming didn't know what Xianxia was thinking, and he didn't have the time to look at her expression. However, at this moment, Yang Ming was also somewhat conflicted. It was true that Xianxia had nothing to do with him. However, Yang Ming was unwilling to see such an innocent young girl being snatched away by the black-shirt men. Yang Ming didn't doubt that old San would shoot. Since they could shoot at Sun Jia without hesitation, it proved that these people were desperados. Although Yang Ming was confident that he could kill third boss after killing first boss, this was not what Yang Ming wanted. Yang Ming was currently restraining boss. If he had the time to kill third bro, he was afraid that something would happen to boss. If he didn't kill third bro after killing boss, third bro might open fire. Even if he knocked boss unconscious, there was still time. Yang Ming couldn't guarantee that third bro wouldn't open fire during that time. Third bro had a gun in his hand. If Yang Ming didn't give him a fatal blow, who could guarantee that third bro wouldn't open fire? Therefore, Yang Ming was now in a dilemma. He didn't know what to do. Just as Yang Ming was hesitating, third bro spoke again. Why aren't you letting go of my boss? Otherwise, I will shoot her to death. Yang Ming frowned. When he saw third bro poking the muzzle against Xianxia's head, he sighed helplessly. It seems that I can only make other plans in the future. It is impossible to capture these two guys alive today. Yang Ming finally nodded. Well, you go out of the private room first. I will take your boss out with you later. That won't work. What if I go out, but you don't go out with my boss? Third bro was not a fool. Perhaps Yang Ming didn't want a tragedy to happen in front of him, but after he went out, he could do whatever he wanted. Then, I will go out first. Yang Ming seemed to see through this person's mind. He smiled faintly, pointed the gun at the boss's head, pushed the door, and went out of the private room. Third bro pointed the gun at Xianxia and followed Yang Ming out of the private room. Okay, you let go of my boss. Don't follow us. After leaving the private room, third bro said. Yang Ming followed third bro's words and slowly moved the gun away from the boss's head. Then, he said, you guys go. Don't hurt innocent people. Third bro nodded. Don't worry. Our goal is only the woman just now. It is useless for us to kill others. But, we will only let her go after we go out. Yang Ming didn't say anything, but he kept holding the gun in his hand, waiting for an opportunity. However, third bro was not stupid. He never moved the gun away from Xianxia's head and directly pushed her forward. Xianxia's mood at the moment was very complicated. When she saw that Yang Ming actually let go of the two gangsters for her, she couldn't help but feel a little smug. However, she also understood that Yang Ming looked at her as if she was a stranger. It was just that Yang Ming's heart was relatively kind, and he didn't want to hurt the innocent. Suddenly, there was a noise in the direction of the stairs. Then, many people wearing bulletproof vests and helmets rushed up with rubber rods in their hands. It turned out that the security room found out what happened here by monitoring the movements in the corridor. When Brother Wang heard that Yang Ming's private room was attacked, he was shocked and quickly found a group of professional security guards from Mingyang Security. Although the security guards couldn't be equipped with guns, they could be equipped with bulletproof vests and rubber rods, so they were naturally not afraid of these people with guns. The boss and third bro were shocked when they saw this. They didn't know where these security guards came from, but they thought that they were from the Nightless Club. Therefore, the boss and third bro hesitated. Using hostages as a threat was useful in front of Yang Ming, but it might not work in front of these security guards. Therefore, the boss and third bro were a little panicked. They could have escaped, but they didn't expect such a change. Big brother and third brother glanced at each other and whispered to each other. Then, the two of them abruptly rushed into an empty private room at the side and locked the door from the inside. Third bro took a deep breath. He knew that it was not difficult to open the door from the outside, so he shouted outside, "Don't come in, or I will kill your waiter here." While talking, third bro and the boss looked at the window of the room to see if they could escape from the window, but unfortunately, the outside of the window of the room was installed with a protective fence. People couldn't jump out at all. This was also installed by the Nightless Club for safety reasons. Otherwise, if some people drank too much, who knew what they would do? There were people who jumped from the private room of the entertainment city. Bao Sanli didn't want to take any responsibility for it. Mother ****. The boss scolded. This protective window was very strong. He couldn't open it in a short time. Outside the private room, the security captain, Brother Wang, rushed over quickly. When he saw that Yang Ming was fine, he immediately wiped the sweat on his forehead. Brother Yang, I'm sorry. We didn't do our job properly and let these bastards in. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, the entertainment city is open for business. It's impossible for you to not let people in. It has nothing to do with you. Brother Wang suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. If Yang Ming really blamed him, he couldn't bear the consequences. What are you doing? Rush in. Brother Wang waved to the security guards behind him. After you go in, beat them to death. Wait, there is a hostage inside. Yang Ming shook his head and said, it's a waiter from the Nightless Club. Who cares about her? Brother Wang was a little angry when he thought of this. This Xianxia actually took the initiative to help others after work. Brother Wang was clear about her little thoughts. Who asked you to be smug? You deserve it, right? Yang Ming listened to Brother Wang's words and suddenly frowned. No. Brother Wang was stunned. He didn't know why Yang Ming cared so much about Xianxia, but Xianxia's beauty was beyond doubt. Could it be that Brother Yang had a tender heart for the fairer sex? Thinking of this, Brother Wang was shocked. If Yang Ming really took a fancy to Xianxia, then if Xianxia was killed, would Brother Yang spare him? Brother Wang suddenly sweated again and quickly ordered the security guards behind him. Don't move. Stand here and listen to Brother Yang's arrangement. These security guards naturally saw that Yang Ming was the leader here, so after Yang Ming said no, they had stopped and waited quietly. Brother Yang, what do you think we should do now? Brother Wang was also in a dilemma. According to his intention, he didn't care about Xianxia's life or death, but now Yang Ming's intention seemed to be that he didn't want Xianxia to be hurt, so recklessly was definitely not possible. Moreover, when he brought people here, Brother Yang seemed to have reached an agreement with the gangsters. As long as they were let go, they would not hurt Xianxia. In that case, he seemed to have done something wrong with his good intentions. Because of his appearance and the security guards, these two gangsters were forced into a dead end. Thinking of this, Brother Wang's heart suddenly trembled. Brother Yang, I'm sorry. I originally wanted to bring people to help, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Yang Ming waved his hand and frowned. He said faintly, in this case, it may not be a bad thing. What do you mean? Brother Wang naturally didn't know Yang Ming's thoughts. So, he muttered to himself strangely. Yang Ming's idea was actually very simple. If Brother Wang and these security guards didn't appear, then these two gangsters would definitely run away. But now, they were forced into a dead end, so it was convenient for him to do it. If the strategy and method were right, not only could he not hurt Xianxia, but he could also capture these two guys. At this time, Xianxia also came out of the private room and walked toward Yang Ming. She walked to Yang Ming's side and asked, how is it? Two people took the waitress into the private room. Yang Ming pointed to the private room that was surrounded by the security guards, but they didn't dare to act rashly. Xianxia basically understood Yang Ming's meaning. Yang Ming didn't want to hurt the innocent. Otherwise, with these security guards wearing bulletproof vests, they could trample the two gangsters to death using the human wave tactic. Is there a surveillance camera in the room? Xianxia asked with a frown. No, the camera is only installed in the corridor. It is not installed in the private room. Brother Wang spread his hands and shook his head. In order to protect the privacy of the customers, the hotel will not do this. Xianxia nodded. Indeed, if the private room was equipped with cameras, who would come here to eat? This was a taboo in most entertainment venues. It would be good if we could see the situation inside the room. The door of this room is made of wood. If we shoot at the door, we should be able to kill the people inside. Xianxia said helplessly, however, we have to think of another way now. Xianxia's words reminded Yang Ming. Indeed, it was impossible to rush in. However, if they could see the situation inside from outside the room, it would be different. They could shoot the people inside from outside. It didn't matter whether there was a surveillance camera or not. Yang Ming could use his special ability to see the situation in the room. After the boss and old San entered the room, they knocked Xianxia out with the butt of their guns. They didn't want to kill this girl. In that case, they would lose their bargaining chip. However, they didn't have the time to point their guns at Xianxia all the time. They had to find a way to escape from here as soon as possible. The boss and old San were not stupid. They knew that this stalemate situation was only temporary. The people outside would rush in sooner or later. Therefore, they had to look around to see if they could start from other aspects. Since Xianxia had been knocked out, old San didn't need to hold the gun casually. He threw the gun on the sofa where Xianxia was. After all, it was very troublesome to go back and forth with a gun to find the exit. The boss's vigilance was relatively high. He still kept the gun in his hand. "I will go to the bathroom. You stay outside. If there is a situation, call me immediately. Don't take it lightly," the boss instructed old San. "I got it." Old San nodded absent-mindedly. After all, the situation at the moment had made him a little flustered. He was still young and didn't want to die like this. He hadn't lived long enough yet. Boss quickly walked to the bathroom, wanting to see if there was a vent or something that he could escape from. The customers on the second floor had already been dispersed. The entire floor was filled with Yang Ming's people. Xianxia was also comforting Yang Li and the others in the room, not letting them go out. "Brother Yang, what should we do now?" The security captain, Brother Wang, was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. If anything happened to Xianxia inside, would Yang Ming let him pay with his life? Even if Yang Ming didn't say anything, Bao Sanli probably wouldn't let him go. Thinking of this, Brother Wang's forehead began to sweat. Yang Ming was now Xia Bingbao's subordinate. He could legally use firearms, so Yang Ming didn't have to be cautious when using a gun in public. After the incident, he would call Xia Bingbao, and he would take care of everything. Yang Ming waved his hand and signaled Brother Wang to be patient and not talk. Yang Ming stared quietly at the door in front of him and didn't speak. Sun Jia didn't know what Yang Ming wanted to do, but since Yang Ming looked very serious, she didn't want to disturb him. Yang Ming took out the lily key from his pocket and gently inserted it into the keyhole of the door. He tapped it a few times, but the door was locked from the inside. It wasn't enough to just use the lily key. He needed other tools. Yang Ming looked around. They were all his people. He hesitated for a moment, but he still took out another set of tools and gently fiddled with the door lock a few times. At this point, the door lock had completely lost its function. After doing all this, Yang Ming just waiting for the opportunity to come. Finally, the opportunity came. The boss entered the bathroom, and Yang Ming slowly raised his gun and aimed at the right leg of Lao San in the room. Yang Ming didn't want to kill Lao San directly. Compared to the boss, it was easier to know the truth from Lao San's mouth. Although Yang Ming could use the acupoint technique to make the boss submit, Yang Ming didn't want to use this trick in front of too many people. Keeping Lao San alive was just in case. Bang! At the same time as the gunshot, Yang Ming also pushed open the door and directly aimed the gun at the bathroom door. "Ah!" Lao San screamed, which was particularly shrill mixed with the gunshot. "What's wrong?" The boss in the bathroom was suddenly shocked. He nervously raised the gun in his hand, pointed at the bathroom door, and shouted loudly. However, the boss didn't dare to rush out easily. Yang Ming didn't care about Lao San on the ground. One of his legs was already destroyed. He was far away from the gun on the sofa. If he wanted to get the gun, it would probably take him a lot of effort. The boss couldn't see Yang Ming, but Yang Ming could see the boss. It was a very casual shot, and it hit the boss' right hand that was holding the gun. The boss also screamed, and the gun fell to the ground. Yang Ming didn't wait for the boss to react, and he added another shot to his left hand. Even if the boss picked up the gun at this time, he couldn't use it. Of course, all of this happened in a flash. When Brother Wang rushed in with the people, Yang Ming had already completed all the actions. "Catch them." Yang Ming kicked open the bathroom door and faintly ordered. The security guards immediately swarmed up and restrained the boss and Lao San. The boss and Lao San were really a bit inexplicable. They were shot with the door closed. It was really bad luck. They lowered their heads in frustration. They knew that now they had no bargaining chips in their hands. They could only be slaughtered. Yang Ming glanced at Xianxia on the sofa and said to Brother Wang, "Find a few waitresses and send her to the hospital." Brother Wang saw that Yang Ming was very concerned about Xianxia, and he was even more convinced in his heart. He was convinced that Yang Ming definitely had that kind of intention toward Xianxia, so he didn't dare to neglect. He quickly found a few trusted waitresses and instructed them to send Xianxia to the hospital like they were serving an aunt. After Yang Ming finished instructing, he didn't care about Xianxia anymore. Instead, he frowned and thought about the boss and Lao San. "Yang Ming, how did you do it?" Xianxia saw what happened just now clearly. As the saying goes, the layman enjoys the show, while the expert appreciates the skill. Whether it was Brother Wang or the security guards, Yang Ming was a very bad *SS in their hearts. Brother Bao's brother was very powerful, so no matter what Yang Ming did, they felt that it was natural. But Xianxia was different. From Yang Ming's first shot to the second and third shots after entering the room, Xianxia saw it very clearly. Yang Ming was shooting through the door, and it was amazing that he could accurately shoot the target. If it was just a coincidence, the first shot to Lao San's thigh could be explained, but the second and third shots hit the boss's left and right hands respectively. This surprised Xianxia. Yang Ming's marksmanship was a bit scary. Moreover, it wasn't just a matter of marksmanship. The question now was, how did Yang Ming shoot the target through the door? "What do you mean, how did I do it?" Yang Ming began to play dumb. Xianxia glared at Yang Ming. "Don't play dumb with me. Do you think you are stupid, or am I stupid?" "I said that when you really become my woman, I will tell you all my secrets," said Yang Ming. "Is it not counted now?" Xianxia said softly with some annoyance. "The body counts, but the heart doesn't." Yang Ming said with a smile, "This is also what you admitted." "Okay, forget it if you don't want to say it." Xianxia said angrily. "I will tell you when we go back tonight." Yang Ming naturally didn't want to make the relationship with Xianxia too stiff, so he took a step back. Anyway, he didn't want to tell Xianxia the real secret. He could just make up a reason when the time came. Xianxia gritted her teeth and endured it. "Do you know these people?" Yang Ming asked Xianxia. "I don't know them." "Are you sure that they are all coming for me?" After Xianxia listened to Yang Ming's words, she suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. When we were in the corridor, Old San said such a sentence. He said that their goal was the woman just now. Yang Ming nodded. "Just now, they fired at you. That is to say, their goal is you. I don't have any enemies here, right?" Xianxia had some doubts. "Then I don't know. The top priority is to interrogate these two people and see if there are any clues." Yang Ming sighed. "However, I think the hope is very slim. These two people should be the kind of people who take the money to solve the problem." Xianxia nodded. How could she not think the same in her heart? When they were in the private room, Old San also said that they took the money to solve the problem, so the possibility of them knowing the behind-the-scenes matters was very small. Yang Ming and Xianxia walked into a room together. This was the temporary place where the boss and Old San were detained. Brother Wang had already tied up the boss and Old San with ropes. Entering the room, Yang Ming waved to Brother Wang and the others who detained the two people, and then said, "You all go out first." Brother Wang and the others naturally obeyed and left the room. Only Yang Ming and Xianxia were left in the room. Yang Ming's bullets did not hit the fatal position, so although the boss and Old San were in pain, they were not in mortal danger, and they did not faint. "Who asked you to come? Who is your target?" Yang Ming moved a chair and sat down. He looked at the boss and Old San and asked, "I don't know. Since I have fallen into your hands, I don't want to live. If you want to kill me, just do it." The boss snorted and said coldly, "Really?" Yang Ming smiled slightly. "Then forget it. I gave you a chance. You didn't cherish it. Don't blame me for being impolite. I will start with this guy called Old San. I don't know what will happen if I break your legs. UF** King have the guts to give us a quick death. What kind of hero are you to play tricks? The boss saw that Yang Ming was preparing to torture them, and he was going to torture his younger brother. He immediately became anxious. Sorry, I am not a hero. Yang Ming smiled slightly. I have a shortcoming. If I don't achieve my goal, I won't let people die. Have you heard of an idiom called hovering between life and death? Today, I will let you see what is hovering between life and death. Don't. Old San was not as heroic as the boss. Moreover, Yang Ming wanted to kill him as soon as he came up. This made him a little anxious. Big brother, why don't we just say it? It has nothing to do with us. Why do we have to put our lives on the line? In our line of work, credibility is the most important. We can't betray the employer. The boss glared at Old San and said fiercely. We are going to F** King die. What credibility? I will say it. Don't kill me. I will say it. Yang Ming saw it right. Old San was indeed a coward. After a few scares, he said everything. Old San. The boss wanted to stop him, but he was knocked unconscious by Yang Ming's punch. Yang Ming turned his head as if nothing happened. Okay, you say it. Someone gave us 500,000 yuan to kill you. Old San raised his head and looked at Xianxia. And he told us that we must kill you in Song Jiang's nightless club or heavenly world. Who gave it? Asked Yang Ming. Then we don't know. You also know that in our line of work, it is not good to ask the employer's information. Old San shook his head and said. This Old San was a coward. When Yang Ming scared him like this, he confessed. He couldn't hide anything. Moreover, when he spoke, Yang Ming deliberately used his special ability to check his thoughts. Because Old San was afraid of death, his mood was very nervous now, so Yang Ming directly saw through his thoughts. He didn't hide anything. He told her everything he knew. Yang Ming was somewhat fortunate. He didn't wait for him to use the pressure point, and this guy confessed everything. Otherwise, he would have to explain the pressure point in front of Xianxia for a long time. This curious baby seemed to be very curious about everything about him. Yang Ming couldn't not tell her. Every time he made up a reason, he had to rack his brain. Let's go. Yang Ming said to Xianxia, these two people are just pawns. We can't get any useful information from them. Xianxia also nodded. She also understood that the person who could pay for her life would not be stupid enough to expose his identity. However, who was it that wanted to kill her? Xianxia had no enemies in Donghai and Songjiang. Moreover, with the Sun family's reputation, anyone who wanted to touch Xianxia had to weigh their own ability. Xianxia wasn't someone who could be touched easily. If the Sun family was provoked, it would be a bloody storm. Therefore, no matter what the consideration was, the employer would not reveal his identity. He was not a fool. Outside the private room, Yang Ming called Xiao Bingbao and told him what had just happened. Xiao Bingbao only said one sentence after listening, I got it. I will deal with it. In Xiao Bingbao's opinion, as long as Yang Ming didn't make a big mess, he would help to settle it. What Yang Ming did now was nothing. It was normal to fight the gangsters bravely. If it was a hot-blooded citizen, he would do the same. However, the only difference was that Yang Ming used a gun. However, with Yang Ming's current identity, this was not a problem at all. Xiao Bingbao would naturally be responsible for helping Yang Ming to communicate and deal with the aftermath. After all, Yang Ming's identity was not public. Only a few people in Songjiang knew about it. There was no need to let everyone know. After Yang Ming hung up the phone, Xiao Bingbao called Chen Fei and talked about Yang Ming. Of course, this was what Yang Ming didn't know. If he knew, he would have called Chen Fei directly. Yang Ming was afraid that Chen Fei's authority was not enough to deal with this matter. In fact, this matter was really too complicated for Yang Ming. These three people were gangsters. The process of the arrest was not important. What was important was the result. Who did you call just now? Xianxia asked when she got in the car outside the nightless club. With such a thing happening, the meal naturally couldn't be eaten. Xianxia had already taken his girlfriend to send Yangli home. Xianxia sent her boyfriend, Lu Liang, to the hospital. The police had already taken over the case. After Xianxia finished the statement, she also gave instructions. However, Xianxia didn't think there was anything wrong with it. So what if Yang Ming killed people? At that time, Yang Ming could be regarded as a good Samaritan. As for Yang Ming using a gun later, she didn't see it, so she naturally didn't know what happened after that. The boss and Old San were taken to the police station, and the body of Old San was collected. At this point, this storm had temporarily calmed down. However, both Yang Ming and Xianxia knew that this was just the beginning. The power hidden behind the whole thing had just emerged. Perhaps, this time was just a test, or maybe they really wanted Xianxia's life. A friend. Yang Ming smiled. His identity is not simple. After all, I just used a gun in front of many people. I have to find someone to help settle this matter. Xianxia nodded and didn't ask much. After all, she was also born in this kind of family. She was already accustomed to such things. Now the most important thing was to figure out who was behind the scenes. I don't have any enemies in Songjiang. Why are these people targeting me? Xianxia frowned and looked thoughtful. Could it be people from Donghai? Asked Yang Ming. Donghai? It shouldn't be. All the forces in Donghai are now under the control of my father. The Sun family is not the kind of family that bullies others. They coordinate the forces in all aspects well. Xianxia shook her head and said, even if they are not satisfied with the Sun family, they should not come to Songjiang to kill me. Perhaps, the behind-the-scenes person is not targeting you, but me. During this time, various forces had emerged around Yang Ming. They wanted to deal with him. Yang Ming was already a little neurotic. Targeting you? What do you mean? Xianxia turned to look at Yang Ming curiously. Old San said that the employer must have him assassinate you in the Nightless Club or Heavenly Earth. So, in other words, if you have an accident in these two places, then who will your father vent his anger on? Yang Ming turned his head and looked at Xianxia faintly. Xianxia listened to Yang Ming's words and suddenly understood. She looked up at Yang Ming with some surprise. You mean, these two places are your territory? If I have an accident here, then... Yang Ming nodded and said, yes, in this way, you can legitimately provoke the relationship between me and the Sun family. No matter how good the relationship between the two of us is, if you have an accident here, Old Master Sun can't be the same as before. Then, there will be a rift between the forces of Donghai and Songjiang. Perhaps, because of this matter, the two gangs will fight to the death. Yang Ming's analysis was indeed reasonable. Even Xianxia, who was quick-witted, was at a disadvantage. Of course, it is also possible that the enemy of our family is provoking the hatred between us to kill with a borrowed knife. Naturally, there is also this possibility. Yang Ming smiled after listening. This person's intention is insidious. If you really have an accident, even if your father has doubts, he will probably vent his anger on me. In this case of losing a loved one, people tend to lose their minds. Xianxia said, yes, this person is grasping this mentality. Even if there are doubts, he will ignore it in grief. Don't you want to communicate with your father about this? Yang Ming felt that this matter was a bit serious, so he suggested to Xianxia. Naturally, I have to talk. I am going to call my father now. Xianxia said, because I also think that this matter is mostly directed at my family. Because your identity is still in a confidential state, most of the people who know your identity are your confidants, so the possibility of targeting you is relatively small. But I'm different. Even if the person behind the scenes doesn't know my identity, he can still use this strategy. Because on the surface, the Nightless Club and Heavenly World belong to Bao Sanli's industry. Provoking the conflict between our family and Bao Sanli can also achieve this person's purpose. After listening to Xianxia's words, Yang Ming nodded. Indeed, what Xianxia said made sense. He had not offended anyone in the underworld. According to Yang Ming's feeling, these three people did not seem to be his past enemies. The level of these three people was really too low. Other than the Death Warrior, he had basically figured out the rest of the enemies. However, these three people were obviously not on the same level as that Death Warrior. Therefore, this matter was more like a dispute in the underworld. The method used was also the usual method used by underworld people, hiring a murderer. Sun Jia called Sun Hongjun and told him what had just happened. Naturally, she also said the process of how Yang Ming repelled the people. Sun Hongjun was very glad. It seemed that he did not fancy Yang Ming in vain. He had to ask Sun Jia to give the phone to Yang Ming. He wanted to talk to Yang Ming. Hello? Uncle Sunday. Yang Ming picked up the phone. Yang Ming, I will investigate this matter carefully. However, during the investigation period, you and little Jia should pay attention to safety. Don't go out if there is nothing. Sun Hongjun instructed. Don't worry, Uncle Sunday. I will find someone to protect little Jia. Yang Ming said, you can rest assured. After this incident, Yang Ming naturally did not dare to take it lightly. He was going to find a good bodyguard among Li Chong's people to be Sun Jia's bodyguard. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to find a woman to be Sun Jia's bodyguard, but there was no suitable person in his hands. It seemed that he really had to let Li Chong train a group of female assassins in the future. Hanging up the phone, Yang Ming drove to the development zone where Sun Jia lived. During this time, don't go out to socialize. I may have to go to Africa in a few days. I can't always be by your side to protect you, but I will send a good person to be your bodyguard. Yang Ming said. It's not necessary, right? Our family also has a bodyguard. Sun Jia felt that Yang Ming was making a fuss, but she was still a little happy. After all, Yang Ming's current nervous look was not fake. It's not the same. Yang Ming shook his head and said faintly, my people are personally trained by me. Sun Jia moved her mouth, and there was a trace of surprise in her eyes. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say it. She also knew that if it was really related to Yang Ming's secret, Yang Ming would not tell her. He would definitely come up with some excuses such as after she became his woman. The shocking strength that Yang Ming showed made Sun Jia more and more surprised. Originally, Sun Jia thought that Yang Ming was just a little punk who was better at fighting. Although he was capable, there was still a certain gap between him and the real powerhouse. But today's incident completely changed Sun Jia's view of Yang Ming. Yang Ming's agility and calmness when he encountered problems left a deep impression on Sun Jia. Especially when he found that someone aimed a gun at her, Yang Ming could quickly respond and kill the gangster who rushed into the house. Then, he seized the gun and restrained the person who came in later. This series of actions was skillful without the slightest sloppiness. Steady, ruthless, and accurate. These were the three evaluations that Sun Jia gave to Yang Ming. Later, what made Sun Jia even more surprised was that Yang Ming seemed to be very proficient in the use of guns. Although Sun Jia also played with guns, after all, there were very few places in the country where guns were used. Most of the conflicts between gangs used cold weapons. Most of the hot weapons were only used to scare people. Although Yang Ming had already stood at the peak of Song Jiang's forces, after all, he was a newcomer. Sun Jia didn't believe that Yang Ming had played with guns many times, but now it seemed that this wasn't the case. When Yang Ming used a gun, he was the kind of person who used it directly without even studying it. If he wasn't familiar with guns, he wouldn't be so casual. What made Sun Jia feel most inconceivable was that Yang Ming could actually shoot old San and the boss through the door panel. This wasn't just a problem of accurate shooting, but Sun Jia thought that Yang Ming must have some special methods, such as listening to sounds, but she would never think that Yang Ming was a special ability user. Everything that Yang Ming showed made Sun Jia very puzzled. Sun Jia couldn't figure out whether Yang Ming was a student or something else. However, according to the strength that Yang Ming now showed, it was not by chance that Yang Ming could succeed. The car passed through the shanty town near the development zone, which was the only way to the development zone. This is the land that your company wants to develop? Sun Jia looked out of the window at the shanty town that was very different from the development zone. And, according to the original plan of Dikang Real Estate, it was to develop this place into a high-end villa area. Yang Ming nodded and said. Wei Dikang was alive and well. How did he die? Sun Jia glanced at Yang Ming. Who knows? Didn't they say that he was gay and troubled by love? Yang Ming shrugged and said. Do you believe it? Sun Jia looked at Yang Ming with a smile. This glance made Yang Ming a little creepy. What do you want to say? Nothing. Sun Jia shook her head. Even if she doubted some things, she didn't want to say it. After all, it involved some private matters. In fact, it's nothing. Wei Dikang offended me. There were some things that Yang Ming didn't need to hide from Sun Jia. Sun Hongjun, who came from the underworld, was definitely not very clean. It was normal to have people's lives on his hands. Yang Ming killed people in front of Sun Jia, so he didn't care about these trivial matters. Yang Ming couldn't say that his special ability and identity as an assassin were the only things that Yang Ming couldn't say. There was really no need to hide other things from Sun Jia. I guessed it. Sun Jia said faintly, but it was done very cleanly. It is worthy of praise. Even I only suspected it. There was no evidence of correlation. Originally, the company was bought through normal channels. It is normal to have no evidence. Yang Ming smiled. When I merged with Wang Century's Xianxia Group, they still had an idle piece of land in West Star Mountain. If the development of Shanty Town this time is successful, I can start the development plan of West Star Mountain. The land in West Star Mountain is actually yours? Sun Jia looked up at Yang Ming in surprise. Yeah, what's wrong with it? Yang Ming wondered why Sun Jia had such a reaction. My company proposed a construction proposal for a large resort leisure club a while ago. The company's senior management agreed that the site should be in West Star Mountain, but a whole piece of land in West Star Mountain was bought. The company contacted the owner of the land, but it was rejected. Sun Jia said, later, this plan had to be put on hold. Ask? When did you ask? Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. It was reasonable to say that his company had no plans to enter the real estate industry a while ago. The land in West Star Mountain was idle, so it was better to sell it first. If the buyer took the initiative, there was no reason to refuse directly. At least, they should discuss the price first. Besides, for such an important matter, there was no reason not to ask for his opinion. Whether it was Guo Jianchao or Ho Zhenhan, it was impossible not to ask him. Before the new year. Sun Jia said, it was specifically from the business department below. I didn't ask in detail. That's right. After Yang Ming heard it, he said, at that time, Wang Century's Xianxia Group had not yet merged into Mingyang. Wang Shifan was being investigated because of a smuggling case. Naturally, he had no time to study the land. It turned out to be this case. Sun Jia said, the land in West Star Mountain is a place with good feng shui. Don't look at how deserted it is now. If it is built as a resort club, it will be first class in the province. After all, the unique geographical location is incomparable to other places. There are mountains in front, sea behind, and river on the left. This environment is suitable for building a resort club. If you are interested, we can develop it together. Yang Ming didn't know as much as Sun Jia. Moreover, in Yang Ming's view, Sun Jia was destined to become his woman, so this kind of good thing was equivalent to benefiting himself from Sun Jia. Okay. Sun Jia didn't refuse. For Yang Ming, she was never polite. This guy not only took my first time, but he also continued to shamelessly take my second time, third time, and even the nth time. Therefore, Sun Jia was justified in taking advantage of him. Wait for me to make a plan. We will be responsible for the construction. You will provide the land, and we will share half of the shares. Sun Jia said. Okay, whatever. Yang Ming said indifferently. Can I not give you a share? Sun Jia saw Yang Ming's indifference and was a little annoyed. Just give me you. What do I want the shares for? Yang Ming said as if it was a matter of course. You are dreaming. Sun Jia was annoyed and amused. It turns out that your appetite is bigger. Are you eyeing the entire Sun family's industry? I am not short of money. Yang Ming said with a smile, in fact, compared to the entire Sun family, I am more interested in you. Are you serious? I don't believe it. Sun Jia snorted. Although she also knew that Yang Ming was very rich, who didn't want to be richer? All the industries of the Sun family added up were only more than Yang Ming's and not less than his. Of course, Sun Jia naturally didn't think that Yang Ming still had an income from being an assassin. If she knew, she would understand that Yang Ming wasn't lying. At present, Yang Ming really didn't put this small amount of money in his eyes. Naturally, Yang Ming couldn't tell Sun Jia about these things, so Yang Ming just smiled faintly. Just now, such an incident happened. Yang Ming and Sun Jia didn't wait for dinner and hurried back. When they were near Sun Jia's house, Yang Ming's stomach growled. Only then did he remember that he hadn't eaten yet. Are you hungry? Yang Ming asked Sun Jia. Originally, I wasn't hungry, but after you said that, I am a little hungry. Sun Jia smiled and said, why don't we find a place to eat something first? Sometimes, people were like this. If others didn't mention it, they couldn't remember it themselves. If Yang Ming didn't mention the matter of eating, Sun Jia naturally wouldn't feel hungry. But when Yang Ming mentioned it, Sun Jia naturally thought that she hadn't eaten at night. Is there anything delicious around here? Asked Yang Ming. There is nothing nearby. The people who live here are the rich class. There are no snack bars nearby, and the price of the house here is so high that the snack bars can't afford to rent. Sun Jia spread her hands and said helplessly, almost every family has a full-time housekeeper who cooks. Even if we go out to eat, we go to luxurious big restaurants. There are no snack bars. Yang Ming looked around. Indeed, as Sun Jia said, there were no snack bars nearby. There were several commercial services, pharmacies, small supermarkets, and professional laundries. There were indeed no snack bars. No matter how rich they were, it was impossible not to buy medicine and some necessities of life. Some furs and the like couldn't be washed at home and could only be sent to the laundries. However, a snack bar was different. There was a full-time housekeeper at home. When they went out, they would drive to a luxurious hotel. The snack bar was redundant, and it wouldn't make money here. Don't you have a full-time housekeeper at home? Asked Yang Ming. I live alone. What full-time housekeeper do I have? Sun Jia said helplessly with a bitter smile, I eat around the company every day, or I eat in the cafeteria at school. How can I hire a housekeeper at home? This way. Yang Ming thought about it and said, right, isn't my elder sister Yang Li's house next to yours? She has a housekeeper at home. Just ask her housekeeper to cook a few dishes and send them over. You are really thick-skinned enough to trouble others. If you have the time, it is better for us to drive somewhere else to eat. Sun Jia didn't want to trouble others, so she felt a little embarrassed. It's nothing. Yang Ming didn't care much. After all, his uncle's family had received too much kindness from him. Yang Ming picked up the phone first and called Yang Li, elder sister, how is it? Did you leave the police station? Except for Yang Ming and Sun Jia, the other people present were invited to the police station to make a statement. However, when Qin Fei summarized the statement, all the places involving Yang Ming were marked as confidential. Yang Ming's current identity was not what it used to be, so everything about Yang Ming couldn't be made public. Because the case was very obvious, these three guys were armed with guns to kill people and take hostages. There was no need to interrogate, and the guy called Old San confessed. Anyway, Old San had already confessed once, and now he was very straightforward. He would say whatever was asked. Yang Li and the others were naturally allowed to leave after a few questions. Yang Ming, I left. How are you? I haven't seen you all this time. Yang Li said with some concern, but you can rest assured. The police who handled the case had already said that your behavior was righteous and justified self-defense. The other party had a gun in his hand. What you did wasn't wrong. I'm fine now. After the relationship between Yang Ming and Yang Li was repaired, Yang Li, as an elder sister, acted like an elder sister. She was very concerned about Yang Ming. I am going to little Jia's house now. We haven't eaten yet. We are going to your house to eat. Little Jia? Yang Li obviously found it strange that Yang Ming called Sun Jia as little Jia. She wondered about the relationship between Yang Ming and Sun Jia, but she said, welcome. I will be home soon. You can wait for me at my door. You can go in first since you are not outsiders. That's fine. We will wait for you at the door. Anyway, it's not cold in the car. If we go in separately, your family will be suspicious. Yang Ming said. That's right. I told my mother that I would eat with Sister Xianxia. If you go back first, she will definitely ask. Yang Li said, right, Yang Ming, are you not going to tell second uncle about what happened just now? You don't have to say it. Yang Ming didn't want his family to worry. Okay, I will listen to you. Since Yang Li was rescued by Yang Ming last time, she also listened to Yang Ming's words. Yang Li, who had experienced life and death last time, didn't show too much fear in the face of danger this time. Yang Li came back in her modern sports car. Yang Ming used to think that this car was not bad, but now it seemed that the grade was a bit lower. Yang Dashan was now a senior executive of Mingyang. He took the Audi A8 to go in and out, but Yang Li still drove her previous car. When it's your birthday, I will give you a new car. You can choose whatever model you want. Yang Ming looked at Yang Li coming out of the car and said with a smile. Really? Yang Li was very happy after listening to Yang Ming's words. Brother, did your elder sister also borrow your glory? What is there to lie about? Yang Ming smiled. I said that it will be your birthday gift. Did you forget that my birthday is this month? I am just 1 year and 1 day older than you. Yang Li said. I see. Yang Ming didn't have much contact with his uncle's family since he was a child. His relationship with Yang Li was even more tense. He had never attended Yang Li's birthday party, so he didn't remember when Yang Li's birthday was. Now that he heard Yang Li mention it, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Of course. Yang Li also knew what Yang Ming was thinking, so she didn't say much. It would only increase the awkwardness. Why? Do you feel that you are about to fulfill your promise, so you want to go back on your words? That's not it. Yang Ming shook his head and said, it's just that there are too many things. You choose the model of the car, and I will ask someone to order it for you. Okay, then it's a promise. Yang Li nodded happily. Sun Jiao looked at Yang Li and Yang Ming and shook her head with a bitter smile. In the beginning, the relationship between the two people wasn't good, but now it seemed that they were like a real brother and sister. Sun Jiao was also happy for them. Yeah, I was so busy talking that I forgot about Sister Sun Jia. Yang Li looked up and saw Sun Jia. She said quickly, Sister Sun Jia, how are you? Are you okay? I'm fine. Sun Jia shook her head and said, that Lu Liang, how is he? Who cares about him? After going back, I will ask Xianxia to break up with him. This person is really not good. He is narrow-minded. Obviously, Yang Li couldn't stand it either. Forget it, let them do as they please. Yang Ming had seen too many of these kinds of people and was somewhat indifferent, so he indifferently said. But thinking about it. That Lu Liang really deserved it. Who asked him to be like that? The bullet hit him. He really deserved it. Yang Li said with some schadenfreude. Yang Ming and Sun Jia couldn't help but smile after listening. Indeed, that guy really deserved it. Otherwise, why did the bullet shoot him and not others? The three people walked together to Yang Li's villa. Yang Li rang the doorbell. The person who opened the door was Yang Ming's aunt. When she saw Yang Ming and Sun Jia following behind Yang Li, she was obviously stunned. Then, she said happily, Big Ming, Sun Jia, you are here. Mom, they are here for dinner. Yang Li said. Auntie had always been good to Yang Ming since he was young. Therefore, in his uncle's house, the only one that Yang Ming liked was his auntie. Auntie saw that Yang Dashan and Yang Dahai had recently reconciled, and she was very happy in her heart. However, Yang Ming had never come to the house again. This made the auntie feel that there was still a knot in Yang Ming's heart, so she had been brooding. This time, when she saw Yang Ming coming for dinner, she was very surprised, but she was somewhat caught off guard. Aya, what should I do? Why didn't I say hello in advance? I didn't prepare any dishes. It's okay, auntie. We just came to have a home-cooked meal. It's not a banquet. Just do whatever you want. Yang Ming said with a smile. You are family, so it's fine, but Xiao Li's friend is also here. We can't deal with it. Otherwise, I will ask the nanny to buy some more food and make something else. Auntie said quickly. No need, Auntie. I am Yang Ming's girlfriend and a good friend of Yangli. We can be considered a family. Xianxia smiled and said sweetly. Ah. Listening to Xianxia, not only was the auntie stunned, but even Yangli was stunned. Yangli always thought that Xianxia and Yang Ming were just acting, but now it seemed that it wasn't the case. Yang Ming was still with Xianxia so late at night, and he called Xianxia Little Jia. This couldn't help but explain the problem. However, she didn't expect that Xianxia and Yang Ming, who were a few years apart, would actually become a couple. Even Yang Ming didn't expect Xianxia to say this. He looked at Xianxia with a little surprise, but he saw that her face was as usual. There was nothing wrong with it. He didn't know what she meant by doing this. However, Xianxia looked at Yang Ming with some demonstration. Her eyes were full of a sly smile, which made Yang Ming even more creepy. However, the auntie didn't ask much. Since Yang Ming didn't deny it, it must be the case. The auntie suddenly said enthusiastically, then I'm even more sorry. Big Ming brought his girlfriend to the auntie's house for the first time, and the auntie didn't treat her well. It doesn't matter, Auntie. You think too much. Both of us are not picky, and now we are hungry. It's fine as long as we can fill our stomachs, said Yang Ming. Right, didn't you just go to eat? After the auntie listened to Yang Ming's words, she remembered that Yang Li said that she went to eat with Xianxia. Why were they hungry again after eating? Don't mention it. Yang Li just wanted to talk about what happened before, but she suddenly remembered Yang Ming's instruction. She quickly changed her words. We went to the restaurant, but before the dishes were served, Xiaodan and her boyfriend had an unpleasant argument. Her boyfriend was really a bad person. When the two of them quarreled, we didn't have the mood to stay anymore, so we just left. Yang Li already hated Lu Liang, so she pushed all the blame to him. Lu Liang, who was in a coma in the hospital, didn't know that Yang Li used him as a scapegoat again. So that's how it is. The auntie didn't have the slightest doubt. She nodded and no longer asked. She went into the house and instructed the nanny to find slippers for Yang Ming. Then, she asked the nanny to go to the kitchen to prepare as much food as possible. Yang Ming took the initiative to be a guest this time, which made the auntie very happy. At the dinner table, she kept asking about his well-being. She was also very curious about Xianxia. The auntie knew that Xianxia's family was very unusual and very powerful in Donghai. Although Xianxia wasn't young, she maintained herself exceptionally well. She usually had no makeup. Except for her big chest, she looked like an 18 or 19-year-old girl. She was about the same age as Yang Li. Besides, girls nowadays were more mature. A big chest didn't mean anything, so the auntie didn't think much about Xianxia's age. She just found it strange that Yang Ming and Xianxia were together. Whether it was Yang Li, Xianxia, or Yang Ming, they were all hungry. Although the meal wasn't so sumptuous, it was very delicious. After the meal, Yang Ming and Xianxia got up and left. The auntie naturally asked them to stay again and again. She asked Yang Ming and Xianxia to visit more often when they were free. Yang Li had always wanted to find an opportunity to ask Xianxia how she and Yang Ming were together, but because her mother was present, she didn't have the opportunity to ask. She could only talk about it later. Xianxia's villa was very close to Yang Li's house. Yang Ming just got off the car and arrived. He parked the car in the underground parking lot under Xianxia's villa. Why did you just tell my auntie that you are my girlfriend? When he arrived at Xianxia's house, Yang Ming lazily lay on the sofa and asked Xianxia, who was peeling an apple. Why? Isn't this the result you want? Asked Xianxia. It is true, but didn't you say that you want to test me? Yang Ming nodded and asked with some suspicion. The test is true, but I am quite satisfied with your performance today. Xianxia said, consider it as a temporary pass. I will give you some benefits. That means I passed the test? Yang Ming smiled. Now, are you going to be my girlfriend? I just said it temporarily. In front of your auntie, I will give you some face and let you be happy first. I didn't say that you passed. Xianxia threw the apple peel in her hand into the fruit plate and picked up the peeled apple. Are you going to peel it for me? Yang Ming said shamelessly. He naturally knew that Xianxia couldn't be conquered by him so quickly. No matter what the reason was, at least today was a relatively good start. You wish. Xianxia picked up the apple and took a bite. She looked at Yang Ming proudly. When she saw Yang Ming looking at her with a greedy face, she couldn't bear it. She shook her head helplessly and put the apple in the fruit plate. She cut it from the middle with a knife and handed half to Yang Ming. I'll give you half. I want that half. Yang Ming pointed to the other half of the apple in Xianxia's hand. Which half is different? Why are you so troublesome? Xianxia said with some dissatisfaction. You have taken a bite of this half. Yang Ming was scolded by Xianxia. He had to take the half of the apple that Xianxia handed over. Why? Do you dislike my saliva? Xianxia frowned with some displeasure. If you dislike me, don't kiss me in the future. No. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I mean, this apple is missing a piece. It's not worth it for me. Go to hell. Xianxia glared at Yang Ming and secretly scolded this guy for not being serious. Yang Ming smiled and lowered his head to eat the apple. Hey, temporary girlfriend, are you tired? Yang Ming finished eating the apple and looked at Xianxia's plump figure. His heart was a little active. What do you want? Xianxia looked at Yang Ming's eyes and knew that this guy was up to no good. No? Shouldn't we rest? Yang Ming deliberately yawned. I'm so sleepy. There are so many things today. Okay, then I will watch TV for a while. You go to sleep first. Xianxia looked at Yang Ming with a smile and said, the guest room is over there. The bedding inside is new. You can sleep directly. There is a separate bathroom in the guest room for you to take a bath. Yang Ming listened to Xianxia's words and was suddenly stunned. Originally, he wanted to sleep with Xianxia. He didn't expect Xianxia to ask him to sleep in the guest room. Then, what was the point of him coming here? Seeing Yang Ming's stunned look, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. It turns out that Yang Ming also has moments of stupidity. Indeed, I asked him to sleep in the guest room, but he can refuse. His legs are on his body. Isn't he able to sleep wherever he wants to sleep? Even if I lock the bedroom door, I believe that with Yang Ming's unlocking skills, opening the door is just a piece of cake. With Yang Ming's unlocking skills, my own lock is not his opponent. Ugh. I still have a lot of things to ask about real estate. You see, can we sleep in the same bed? Otherwise, it is not easy to communicate. The phone bill has always been very expensive. Yang Ming didn't want to sleep alone, so he quickly said shamelessly. It's okay. My family has an inside line. It doesn't cost money, said Xianxia. That, didn't you read on the internet? If you talk on the phone for a long time, it is easy to get brain cancer. Yang Ming said seriously, so, we can't joke with our lives. That seems to be a wireless phone, right? My phone is wired. Xianxia listened to Yang Ming's words and couldn't help but laugh. It's almost the same. The phone's receiver is a magnet. It is said that it can produce nuclear magnetic resonance. Yang Ming didn't quite understand, so he began to make up nonsense. Nuclear magnetic resonance? That seems to be a medical term in the hospital, right? Xianxia looked at Yang Ming suspiciously. In short, it's not very good. It's not good for the eardrums. Yang Ming said seriously. If you want to sleep together, just say it. Why do you have so many reasons? Haha. Xianxia finally couldn't help but laugh. D*MN, are you playing with me? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I thought you really asked me to sleep alone. Since I asked you to come to my house, what do you think? Xianxia rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and said, I am going to take a shower. You should take a shower too. Shower together? Yang Ming suddenly had a whim. Shower together. I didn't expect Xianxia to be so overbearing when she's not serious. She is really a little fox. Hee, but I like it. What shower together? Didn't I tell you already? You can also shower in the guest room. Xianxia said angrily, I want to take a bath. Don't make trouble for me, or I will change my mind. Oh. Yang Ming nodded disappointedly. It seems that I think too much. Sometimes it's wrong to be quick-witted. Yang Ming really wanted to know what Xianxia looked like with a bunch of soap bubbles all over her body, especially in front of her chest. So, the little Yang Ming under Yang Ming began to be disobedient. Yang Ming took a shower quickly. He just needed to apply the bath gel and rinse, but Xianxia was slower. After Yang Ming finished showering, he went to Xianxia's bedroom on the second floor. Xianxia's bedroom was easy to judge. There were some documents and reference books, and a notebook at the bedside. Yang Ming pushed the door directly and went in. He got into the quilt. And, yes, there was a woman's fragrance on the bed. It was the unique smell of Xianxia. However, it was somewhat similar to the smell of Xiaoqing. She was indeed a lesbian. The smell was almost the same. Yang Ming thought very lasciviously. The more he thought, the more anxious he became. Xianxia didn't mean to come out of the bathroom. Yang Ming couldn't be helped. He had to come to the side of the bathroom and asked, I say, dear little Jia, are you done showering? It's been half an hour. It's only been half an hour? Not yet. Wait a little longer. Xianxia said leisurely. Only half an hour? Yang Ming was suddenly full of black lines. He couldn't help but look into the bathroom with his special ability. He saw Xianxia lying comfortably in the bathtub, holding a women's fashion magazine and reading it. Just take a shower. Don't read magazines or something like that. Otherwise, some of your moral quality will be bad. Yang Ming snorted and said. I didn't. Xianxia was shocked. She quickly threw the magazine aside and stared in the direction of the bathroom door. Are you peeping at me? It turns out that you are really reading? I just said it casually. The bathroom door of your house is not locked. Don't you know? Yang Ming said jokingly. Xianxia was embarrassed, and her face turned red. Sure enough, she found that the bathroom door was locked. Xianxia was a little annoyed. She had just left, but she actually fell into Yang Ming's trap. However, since she had admitted that she was reading, Xianxia was embarrassed to continue. She hurriedly wiped her body and put on clean pajamas. Yang Ming was looking at the situation in the bathroom outside the door. When he saw the waves on Xianxia's chest, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. He was stunned, and saliva almost came out from the corner of his mouth. Xianxia opened the door and suddenly saw Yang Ming standing at the door with a perverted look. She couldn't help but say, what is there to see? Xianxia didn't know that Yang Ming saw her naked appearance before. She thought that Yang Ming was dumbfounded by her appearance when she came out of the shower. No, Yang Ming naturally wouldn't admit it. He laughed and said, I guessed it right. You are really reading a magazine. Just flipping through it. Xianxia was a little embarrassed. When she entered the bedroom, she saw that her quilt had been opened. Xianxia glared at Yang Ming. Did I let you go to bed? Ugh. Didn't you say that if you let me come, then I can do whatever I want? Yang Ming sweated. This woman changed her mind really quickly. Can we go to bed now? No, then I will let you go. Xianxia enjoyed Yang Ming's low posture now. Yang Ming held Xianxia's waist and pushed her onto the bed. Yeah, what do you want to do? Xianxia was shocked. She didn't expect Yang Ming to be so bold. However, Yang Ming had always been bold. You said it yourself. I want to go to bed with you, said Yang Ming. What I said was. Xianxia just said half of it, and her red lips were sealed by Yang Ming. Xianxia was helpless. She didn't expect Yang Ming to actually make an issue out of her faulty wording and misinterpret her meaning. However, now, Xianxia also followed Yang Ming's wishes. Anyway, it wasn't the first time. Yang Ming looked for Xianxia because he really wanted to consult Xianxia about some operating procedures in real estate. Therefore, he didn't fool around with Xianxia all the time. After the two people were intimate, Yang Ming calmed down and listened to Xianxia's unique views on the operation of real estate companies and some detailed suggestions on the development of West Star Mountain. Yang Ming's ability to receive was very strong, and his ability to understand was not bad. Previously, when he pretended to be an employee of Sun Jia's company to deceive Sun Hongjun, Sun Jia didn't feel surprised about Yang Ming's keen thinking at the moment. Instead, she felt that Yang Ming should be like this. The development of the West Star Mountain Resort was put on the agenda. This resort was jointly funded and developed by three parties. They were Yang Ming Songjiang Mingyang Industrial Company, Limited, formerly Dikang Real Estate, Sun Jia's Hongjun Real Estate Songjiang Branch, and President Hua's Donghai Xinhua Mingyue Real Estate Company. Zhou Jiejia's mother, Huafang's company, had been committed to the construction of resorts, hotels, and other facilities. It was a more senior developer. However, it didn't matter even if it wasn't senior. Yang Ming mainly wanted to ease the relationship with Mother Zhou. As for the distribution of shares, Yang Ming didn't care. Anyway, they were a family. It didn't matter who had more or less. However, it was finally determined that Yang Ming's Mingyang Industrial Company, Limited owned 40% of the shares, and Sun Jia and Huafang each owned 30%. The land belonged to Yang Ming. The relationship with Songjiang would be straightened out by Yang Ming, so it was not a problem to build the largest resort in the province. It turned out that the largest resort in Songjiang province was the Immortal Resort, which was also in the border county not far from West Star Mountain. However, Yang Ming's land was 5 times the size of the Immortal Resort. He also had the right to use and develop West Star Mountain. If the resort was built, the Immortal Resort would have no way to survive. What Yang Ming wanted to do was to kill them all. Whether it was the Wei family or the Sui family, Yang Ming didn't have a good impression of them. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite. With Yang Ming's words, Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli naturally began to work in full swing. They frequently began to contact Sun Jia and Huafang. Yang Ming was a hands-off shopkeeper and no longer asked. Because the jewelry exhibition was about to open, Yang Ming had to go all out to deal with it. If there was a slight mistake, it would be beyond redemption. Although Yang Ming could afford it, Yang Ming didn't want to pay. What Yang Ming really wanted to do was to let the other party go for wool and come back shorn. Li Chang had received Yang Ming's order to bring all the elites over and arrange them in the main positions of the exhibition. It could be said that the Black Butterfly organization was the main security for this exhibition, and the Mingyang Security Company was the support. Only insiders knew about this. It was announced to the public that everyone belonged to the Mingyang Security Company. The security work of this jewelry exhibition was a very difficult task and an unprecedented challenge for the Mingyang Security Company, Li Chang, and others, and even Yang Ming himself. Yang Ming gave his original analysis to Li Chang. Only by knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy could one emerge victorious. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't hide it. He even told Li Chang about Sun Jia's guess. Li Chang listened to Yang Ming's words and was very attentive. He did not dare to slack off in the slightest. The International Jewelry Exhibition organized by the China Jewelry Association officially opened. This was a comprehensive event. According to the level of jewelry displayed, it was divided into a simple exhibition area, a sales area, and an auction area. As the name implied, the exhibition area was only for exhibition and not for sale. These were some priceless and famous jewelry with a lot of history. The owners of the exhibitions were often big collectors. They didn't care about money, so no matter how much money was offered, they wouldn't sell the collection in their hands. In the exhibition area, although there were many precious jewelry, they were all processed in recent years. No matter how beautiful they were all valuable items that could be traded at any time. In the auction area, there were limited quantities of jewelry made purely by hand. Often, many styles were unique. If one wanted to get it, they could only get it through bidding. A large part of the jewelry of the Lu Weishan Jewelry Company this time was auctioned. Because the styles were out of print, the price was naturally not cheap. The entire exhibition lasted for a week. On the last day of the exhibition, a large cocktail party would be held. At that time, some celebrities would participate. Lu Weishan Jewelry also sent an invitation to its spokesperson, Xianxia, but whether Xianxia could come or not depended on the situation. Those who were eligible to participate in the cocktail party, in addition to the exhibitors, were the mysterious collectors and the customers who finally bid for the jewelry. Therefore, if Xianxia came, it would have a certain promoting effect on the Lu Weishan jewelry brand. In the final analysis, the China Jewelry Association was also a civil association. It was a joint organization of the jewelry industry. Therefore, when the jewelry exhibition was held, only a civil security company could be responsible for security. The police couldn't be arranged to intervene. After all, this was not an official event. During the day, almost every position in the exhibition hall had Yang Ming's informants and people, so the possibility of an accident was not very high. Yang Ming predicted that the most likely time of the accident was the period before the opening of the exhibition every morning and after the exhibition every night. However, even so, Yang Ming did not dare to take it lightly. After all, Yang Ming's guess was only based on common sense, and things were ever-changing. No one could say whether the other party would do the opposite and make a move at the most lively time. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, all the exhibitors, including the staff, had their identity information collected and verified. This was originally a matter for the police, but Yang Ming's identity was special, so it was convenient to do these things. After all the information was verified, these people were allowed to enter the venue. The customers who came to participate in the exhibition were also strictly verified. In addition to checking the electronic information on the ID card, the authenticity of the tickets was also verified, and they had to go through a strict security check when entering the venue. This year's jewelry exhibition could be said to be the most stringent one in the history of the exhibition. Although the media said that the Mingyang Security Company was making a fuss, Yang Ming did not feel that there was anything wrong with this. The public opinion was also two-sided. Some people opposed it, and some people praised it. In addition to the media, many people in Songjiang's forum were very supportive of the Mingyang Security Company's approach. They were not thinking about others, but for their own safety. In the past, many citizens who wanted to buy jewelry at the jewelry exhibition were afraid that the exhibition would be unsafe with too many people. With strict security measures, thieves and robbers would not be able to sneak in, and the citizens could safely choose their favorite jewelry. The jewelry exhibitors in the venue gave a high degree of approval to the practice of the Mingyang Security Company. After all, if the citizens were worried about their own safety, the manufacturers were even more worried. Every year at the exhibition, there were some guys who wanted to fish in troubled waters. They would take away some of the jewelry in the exhibition. Because there were too many people, sometimes they couldn't take care of the jewelry, and the jewelry would be lost. Therefore, the pressure of the manufacturers was also great. This time, the Mingyang Security Company adopted a strict security inspection mechanism, and their pressure was much less. Li Chang and Ho Zhenhan were the chief security commanders of this jewelry exhibition, and Yang Ming was responsible for the overall work. To put it bluntly, it was a flexible operation. At this moment, Yang Ming was wearing a black windbreaker. He was like an ordinary customer, shuttling through the crowd. However, Yang Ming did not neglect. Yang Ming secretly observed everyone's expressions and movements. This was a very tiring job, but Yang Ming had to grit his teeth and persevere. It was only 7 days. It would be over in a short time. When he was training in Europe, it was much harder than this. Yang Ming endured it, so this was nothing at all. The exhibition area and the sales exhibition area were the two areas with the most guests. The sales exhibition area didn't matter. Although there were more manufacturers and customers, the jewelry sold here wasn't too expensive. The total value of the jewelry sold here wasn't as valuable as a single piece of jewelry in the exhibition area. Even if there was a thief staring at the sales exhibition area, it was definitely not a very powerful person. Li Chang's people were enough to deal with it. The most troublesome thing for Yang Ming was the exhibition area. Although the jewelry in the exhibition area was in glass showcases, and there was a cordon nearby, several Yang Ming's people stood beside each showcase to protect it. After walking around the sales exhibition area, they came to the showcase area of Lu Weishan jewelry. Zhao Sisi and Zhang Ben were in charge of the sales exhibition area. Zhang Ben was naturally caught by Zhao Sisi to work together at this time. I don't know how Zhao Sisi and Wang Mei are doing, but now it seems that the relationship between her and Zhang Ben is at least stable. There is nothing unusual. Zhang Ben was also busy commanding the company's employees. "Bro, you are here?" Zhang Ben looked up and saw Yang Ming. He smiled and put down the things in his hands and ran over. "So busy." Yang Ming sighed. Looking at the enthusiastic men and women who were buying jewelry in front of Xia's large poster, he had to admire Xia's charm. It is really not a loss to marry this wife. In the future, I don't even need to pay for the image spokesperson. Hee, I am really a genius. Yang Ming thought very despicably. Yeah, I didn't expect so many people. We added a lot of exhibition styles at the last minute. Many styles have been sold out. Zhang Ben nodded and said, "Bro, we are rich this time. I calculated that if we continue to follow today's momentum every day, then the money earned in these few days will be more than the money my dad earns in a year. It is impossible to be like this every day. There are more people on the first day." Yang Ming smiled and said, "However, it is not bad to have such a result. Yeah, our company has only been established for less than half a year." Zhang Ben said, "Even I admire myself. What do you care?" Yang Ming saw that Zhang Ben was so shameless, and he couldn't help but say, "It is Zhao Cici who has been busy with the company's affairs. How many times have you been to the company?" Hee. Zhang Ben laughed twice and scratched his head. "Right, how is your relationship with Zhao Cici? How did you deal with Wang Mei's matter?" Yang Ming glanced at the busy Zhao Cici, and then asked in a low voice. "We reconciled." Zhang Ben said, "But Cici talked to Wang Mei and told her that if she wants to marry me, she doesn't have to think about it. But if she is willing to be a mistress, it is up to her." I didn't expect Zhao Cici to be so open-minded. Yang Ming was a little surprised. He thought that there would be a big fight. Probably. She took you as an example. Zhang Ben smiled and said, "Bro, if it weren't for you, maybe Cici wouldn't be so straightforward. But with you as an example, Cici can easily figure it out." Yang Ming glared at Zhang Ben and said, "Okay, you hurry up and do your work. I still have business to do." "Right, where is Jiyun?" "Jiyun and Meng Yan are responsible for the auction area," Zhang Ben said. "Meng Yan is here too." Yang Ming was a little surprised. Jiyun was afraid that she would be too busy, so she came with Meng Yan. Zhang Ben said, "Aren't you going to take a look?" "I'll go in a while. I'll go to the exhibition area first," Yang Ming said. Zhang Ben also vaguely knew that Yang Ming was responsible for the entire security work of the venue, so he didn't ask him to stay. He nodded and went to do his own thing. Yang Ming left the booth of Lu Weishan Jewelry Company and walked to the exhibition area. There were more people in the exhibition area than the auction area, but there weren't as many people in the sales exhibition area. After all, the jewelry displayed here had sky-high prices. Many people just looked at it and left after a glance. They couldn't afford it even if they looked at it too much. It was better not to look at it. This was the most problematic area, so Li Chang was always in this exhibition hall. When he saw Yang Ming come in, he nodded to Yang Ming, and then began to stare at the passing crowd. When Yang Ming entered the exhibition hall, Li Chang could find Yang Ming in the first place. This made Yang Ming very surprised. In other words, Li Chang was always paying attention to the newcomers who came to the exhibition hall. Everyone was under his watch. Thinking of this, Yang Ming nodded with appreciation. Then, he began to carefully observe the movement in the exhibition hall like Li Chang. Most of the customers in the exhibition hall came to see something new. Most people left after looking around. There were also a few people who took photos as souvenirs, but generally, they didn't stay for more than 15 minutes. At this time, Yang Ming's eyes locked on a man in a gray woolen suit. This man was in the exhibition hall since Yang Ming came in. It had been an hour, and he was still shuttling in the exhibition hall. Yang Ming walked to Li Chang's side. Obviously, Li Chang had also noticed the man in the gray woolen suit. "He has been here for 2 hours." Yang Ming nodded. Although he had some doubts about the man's motives, the people who came here were guests. Before the man had any other extreme behavior, Yang Ming couldn't take any action. He could only silently raise his vigilance and pay attention to the man's movements. The man went back and forth in the exhibition hall many times, but he finally stopped on a piece of jewelry. The man stayed in front of this jewelry showcase for the longest time. The security guard in front of this showcase also had a deep impression of this man. When the man came, he maintained a high level of vigilance. It was a diamond necklace worn by a princess in the 15th century European royal family. The value of the necklace was about $2 billion US. It belonged to the kind of peerless treasure that was unique. However, in addition to constantly looking at this diamond necklace, the man did not make any other special moves. He was well behaved at all times, and there was nothing wrong with it. Moreover, the man was patiently looking at the necklace over and over again. Yang Ming sighed and shook his head helplessly. Such a person was the most helpless. Although there was suspicion, there was no evidence. Yang Ming couldn't stand here and watch the man all day. This difficult task could only be handed over to Li Chang. Yang Ming told Li Chang to contact him at any time if there was a situation. Yang Ming turned and left the exhibition hall and walked to the auction area. In any case, Yang Ming was responsible for the overall coordination work. Although the possibility of a problem in the auction area was relatively small, Yang Ming still had to check it out. The auction was in progress. The auction was an agate bracelet. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and there were many people bidding. This was provided by a very famous jewelry company in China. The model of the jewelry company stood on the auction stage wearing the bracelet, while the auctioneer held a small hammer at the side and waited. The host was trying his best to introduce the source of the agate and the resume of the bracelet sculptor. The person who finally gets the bracelet will get a kiss from our model, Xiao Tao. After the host introduced the bracelet, he looked at the model, Xiao Tao, with a slightly provocative tone. This was an activity to temporarily adjust the atmosphere. However, these models were all social butterflies. They were very open-minded about these things. Maybe this kiss could get the favor of a rich man and marry into a wealthy family. Therefore, Xiao Tao smiled slightly. Her red lips were curled up, which was particularly attractive. The host's suggestion made the rich people present suddenly active, and they all called out their own prices. Originally, the starting price of the bracelet was 100,000 yuan, but it was eventually called to a sky-high price of 1 million yuan. A middle-aged man in his 40s finally succeeded in bidding for the bracelet and walked on the stage proudly. Xiao Tao generously kissed the middle-aged man's face and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Wang." The host had already secretly told Xiao Tao the customer's information, so it wasn't strange that Xiao Tao could call out Mr. Wang. "Can I kiss you?" Mr. Wang teased. "Not here. There are so many people." Xiao Tao was also an expert in this field. "This is my business card. You can call me at any time." Mr. Wang was the owner of a tobacco and alcohol store. He was divorced. He liked the young and beautiful Xiao Tao at first glance, so he spent a high price to bid for the bracelet and get a chance to contact the beauty. Xiao Tao generously received Boss Wang's business card, nodded, and left the stage. Yang Ming was a little helpless. How is this an auction? Why does it feel like it's similar to a marriage agency? It's more like a blind date. However, these hosts were arranged by the organizer. Yang Ming had no right to interfere. The next piece of jewelry to be auctioned is a jade thumb ring provided by Songjiang Lu Weishan Jewelry Company, Limited. "Let's welcome our model, Miss Xiaoyan," the host said and made an inviting gesture. A dazzling little beauty held a transparent crystal box with a jade thumb ring and walked out from the backstage. Who else could it be if it wasn't Chen Mingyan? Yang Ming suddenly broke into a sweat. Model Xiaoyan? When did Chen Mingyan become a part-time model? Lin Jiyun and her can really mess around. It's not like the company can't afford a model. Why do they have to do it personally? However, Chen Mingyan's natural beauty was beyond doubt. It was undeniable that Chen Mingyan was better than any of the previous models. There was no trace of makeup, but she was still beautiful, which made the previous models pale in comparison. This thumb ring is made of the best jadeite. The host began to introduce the origin of the thumb ring in Chen Mingyan's hand without stopping. The thumb ring had been regarded as a symbol of power since ancient times. Many people thought that the thumb ring was passed down after the Manchus entered the pass. In fact, it was misguided by TV series. In the TV series of the Tang dynasty, the Song dynasty, and the Ming dynasty, the thumb ring rarely appeared, but in the Qing dynasty, it was very common. It was often seen that the emperor gave jade thumb rings to his ministers as a reward, and some nobles were used to wearing them when they went out. In fact, the thumb ring had appeared as early as the Shang dynasty, and was popular in the Han dynasty and the Warring States period. However, the emperors of the Qing dynasty were good at horseback archery, and the thumb ring was an indispensable tool for archery. When archery, the thumb ring was worn on the hand, and when archery was used, the bowstring was inserted into the deep groove on the back of the thumb ring to prevent the thumb from being hurt. Therefore, the thumb ring was popular among the emperors of the Qing dynasty, especially the Qianlong emperor. Therefore, the thumb ring was very popular in the Qing dynasty. Today, the function of the thumb ring had been weakened, and it was more of an ornament. However, the thumb ring was still a symbol of power. Some big bosses always liked to wear a thumb ring on their hand to show their wealth. And the person who wins the bid will get a hug from model Xiaoyan. At last, the host said loudly. Ah? Chen Mingyan was stunned. She didn't expect that the host would add such a thing at the last minute. During the rehearsal, there was no such thing. In fact, almost all the models who participated in this kind of activity were mentally prepared. This kind of social activity was very normal, and no one would feel that there was anything wrong with it, so the host didn't inform them in advance. Most of the hugs and kisses were spontaneously initiated, and it was difficult to arrange in advance. Oh! The people under the stage immediately boiled up. They were used to seeing those vulgar women. When they saw such a pure and lovely person like Chen Mingyan, some of them were already rubbing their hands together. They were determined to get her. The starting price of this jade thumb ring is 500,000 yuan. The host was very satisfied with the situation in the field. He also raised the starting price at the last minute. The original starting price of 200,000 yuan was instantly raised to 500,000 yuan by him. However, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the people below the stage. As soon as the host announced the starting price, someone below the stage bid 600,000. The one who raised the sign was a fatty with a greasy head and a powdered face. He was dressed in a suit and leather shoes and looked rather stylish. However, the lecherous look in his eyes made Yang Ming particularly disgusted. Motherf *Ker, who are you to look at my girlfriend? Yang Ming thought angrily, but the person he hated the most was the host. Looking at Chen Mingyan's expression, it was obvious that she didn't know what was going on. The host must have added a hug at the last minute to liven up the atmosphere. Yang Ming weighed the flying needle in his hand and silently glanced at the host on the stage. It's not that I'm too cruel, it's just that you're not a good person, Yang Ming silently mourned in his heart. 700,000. Another man below the stage called out his price. 800,000. The previous fatty was not willing to be outdone and added 100,000 yuan. However, the previous war was a small matter. Everyone understood that the real buyer was at the back. Those who didn't speak were likely to be the final winners. Sure enough, when the price rose to 1 million, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses sitting in the VIP seat below the stage spoke. 2 million. Wow! There was an uproar under the stage. This person actually added 1 million at once. He was really rich and overbearing. 3 million. At this time, another voice sounded. It was also a person in the VIP seat, but it was a young man in his 20s. He was considered handsome, but his taste was good. He was dressed in casual clothes, which made him look particularly bright. At first glance, one could tell that he was a rich young master. The young master glanced at the man wearing gold-rimmed glasses proudly and made a gentlemanly smile at Chen Mingyan on the stage. However, how could Chen Mingyan be in the mood to look at the young master under the stage? Chen Mingyan was very anxious. She wanted to directly leave the stage several times, but she was afraid that she would ruin the order and atmosphere of the auction. Chen Mingyan regretted it very much. She originally wanted to be a model for fun, but she didn't expect that now it would become a dilemma. Let Chen Mingyan hug a strange man? It would be better to let her die. Chen Mingyan would never do that. She hoped that no one would buy this thumb ring, but the bidding under the stage was getting more and more intense. 5 million. The man wearing gold-rimmed glasses didn't show any weakness. He calmly called out his price. Young Master Yang's face changed. He frowned and said, 6 million. It was obviously not worth it to spend so much money for a hug. Young Master Yang thought that it was worth it if he could exchange it for a night with a beauty. A rich young master like himself should be the object of these models' attention, right? Thinking of that, young Master Yang calmed down a little. When young Master Yang called out the price of 6 million, everyone in the auction hall sighed. No matter how expensive and valuable this jade thumb ring was, it was impossible for it to be worth 6 million yuan. Obviously, young Master Yang Guang's ultimate goal was not this jade thumb ring, but Chen Mingyan's hug. The man wearing gold-rimmed glasses didn't expect that young Master Yang could call out such a high price. He was stunned, and began to calculate his gains and losses. Obviously, it was a waste of money to spend several million yuan on a jade thumb ring. However, the jade thumb ring was just an accessory. They were actually competing for Chen Mingyan's hug. Everyone in the auction hall knew that they had ulterior motives. However, only the real rich people could call out such a high price. The previous small bosses could only sigh. Who would spend half of their wealth to buy a hug? Therefore, only young Master Yang and the man wearing gold-rimmed glasses were competing for the jade thumb ring. 6,050,000. The man wearing gold-rimmed glasses clenched his teeth and called out a price that he could barely accept. 6 million yuan was basically the limit that he could accept. If he spent more money, his brothers would use it as an excuse to attack him in front of his father. Therefore, he didn't dare to raise the price anymore. Although he had earned a lot of money from the company, he couldn't let his brothers know about it. Once the fact that he earned money was exposed, he couldn't keep his position in front of his father, and his right to inherit the company would be uncertain. 6 million yuan was the bonus from last year. It was the money that he deserved. Therefore, no matter what he did, no one would say anything about it. On the other side, the price that young Master Yang called out was also his limit. The Sunshine Tycoon only brought 10 million yuan of pocket money to attend the jewelry exhibition, of which 2 million yuan was already squandered by him before the jewelry exhibition started. After deducting the expenses such as the hotel and meals, the remaining money was only 7 million yuan. He couldn't spend all this money on this jade thumb ring. If he did, even if Chen Mingyan liked him in the end, he wouldn't have the money to spend with the beauty. Therefore, the Sunshine Tycoon had to leave some money in his pocket. However, since he had already spent 6 million yuan, he was determined to win. They were already at the last moment, so how could he be at a disadvantage? 6,100,000 yuan. Young Master Yang bid 50,000 yuan more than the man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. 6,100,000 yuan? Is there anyone who wants to bid higher than that? The host was very experienced. He naturally knew that the price had basically reached the limit. Even if he increased the price, there was no room for him to increase it. 6,100,000 yuan. The man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was obviously unwilling. He added another 10,000 yuan. 6,100,000 yuan. Young Master Yang added another 10,000 yuan. 6,130,000 yuan. The man wearing gold-rimmed glasses said. 6,140,000 yuan. Young Master Yang said. 6,150,000. The man wearing gold-rimmed glasses said. So, both of them increased the price by 10,000 yuan. Finally, it reached 6,200,000 yuan. The man wearing gold-rimmed glasses obviously didn't have any pride. He still increased the price by 11,000 yuan. 6,200,000 yuan. 6,200,000 yuan. Unexpectedly, young Master Yang couldn't take it anymore. At this moment, he was also pretending to be rich. Yang Ming looked at the bidding between the two and suddenly felt a little funny. You want to buy a hug from Chen Mingyan with 6 million yuan? What are you thinking? While Chen Mingyan was anxious, Lin Jiyun was also a little panicked. She wanted to call Yang Ming, but when she touched her pocket, she remembered that when she accompanied Chen Mingyan to change clothes, she was afraid that the phone would ring and affect the auction. So, she put her phone in the closet. "Brother Yang, what should we do?" Bao Sanli was responsible for the security of the auction. When he saw Chen Mingyan on the stage, he was also stunned. As he was thinking about countermeasures, he saw Yang Ming. "Let's wait and see." Yang Ming shrugged his shoulders calmly. "You scared me just now." When Bao Sanli heard Yang Ming's words, he knew that he had a countermeasure. He suddenly felt relieved. Originally, Bao Sanli thought that if anyone dared to touch Chen Mingyan, he would kick him to death. 10 million. Yang Ming saw that. The gold-rimmed glasses man and the Sunshine Tycoon were almost done competing, so he faintly reported a price. In fact, in Yang Ming's eyes, Chen Mingyan was priceless. 10 million yuan couldn't buy anything for Chen Mingyan. However, Yang Ming now had to use money to buy a hug from Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming didn't use a price of 100 million or 1 billion to scare people. It was enough to overwhelm the two competitors with an absolute advantage. Moreover, this money had to be given to the Jewelry Association as a commission. He couldn't get back how much he paid, so Yang Ming didn't need to let the Jewelry Association take advantage of him. 10 million. The host's hand trembled. The reason why he worked so hard to stir up the atmosphere was that every time a product was auctioned, he would get a 5,000th commission. 10 million was a 50,000th commission. How could he not be excited? 10 million. Is there anyone who can go higher than 10 million? The host shouted. Obviously, whether it was the gold-rimmed glasses man, the Sunshine Tycoon, or everyone present, they didn't expect that there would be someone who came out halfway at the last moment. Everyone thought that the final winner would be between the gold-rimmed glasses man and the Sunshine Tycoon, but they didn't expect Yang Ming to suddenly rush out with an absolute advantage. Hearing this familiar voice, Chen Mingyan's heart was simply overjoyed. Just when she really didn't know what to do in a while, Yang Ming appeared. Yang Ming was already on the stage, but Chen Mingyan, who was standing on the stage, was flustered. She didn't look at the people below the stage, and she didn't have the mood to look at the people below the stage, so she didn't notice Yang Ming's existence. The gold-rimmed glasses man and the Sunshine Tycoon didn't have the courage to bid higher than 10 million. If Yang Ming had bid 7 million, the two of them might have bid 10 or 20,000 more to compete. However, now that Yang Ming's bid was 10 million, they didn't have the courage to compete at all. 10 million going once. 10 million going twice. 10 million going thrice? The auctioneer raised the small hammer in his hand and asked. Sold for 10 million. The auctioneer raised the small hammer in his hand and knocked it down. Bang! The hammer closed the deal. Congratulations to this, Mr. for winning this jade thumb ring. The auctioneer didn't know how to address Yang Ming. Because Yang Ming wasn't there before, he was added later, so the auctioneer didn't specifically check Yang Ming's information. Naturally, he didn't know what Yang Ming's name was. This Mr. will receive a warm hug from Miss Xiaoyan. Wait a minute. The gold-rimmed glasses man was obviously dissatisfied. Where did this person come from? Is he qualified to participate in the auction? He's standing there, he's not sitting at the auction table. The auctioneer was thinking about the commission just now, so he didn't think about Yang Ming's identity. Now that he heard the gold-rimmed glasses man's words, it made sense. If Yang Ming wasn't a customer who participated in the auction, but a tourist who came to visit, then it was doubtful that he had the ability to take out 10 million. Yeah, where did this person come from? Is he qualified to participate in the auction? The Sunshine Tycoon was also a loser, so he didn't care about the past and joined the gold-rimmed glasses man against a common enemy. Who said I'm not qualified? Yang Ming pulled on his windbreaker arrogantly. Then, he took out a seat number in the auction area from his pocket. He waved it and threw it on an empty seat in the VIP seats. Yang Ming was responsible for the overall planning of the auction, so naturally, he would use different identities to investigate openly and secretly, so it was normal for him to have a seat number in the auction area. Seeing the seat number that Yang Ming threw out, the gold-rimmed glasses man and the Sunshine Tycoon closed their mouths resentfully. You have a seat number, why don't you sit down? The Sunshine Tycoon muttered unhappily. Who made the rule that the auction must be seated? Yang Ming looked at the Sunshine Tycoon with disdain. The Sunshine Tycoon was suddenly speechless. Indeed, no one made the rule that the auction must be seated. If people were willing to stand, it was their personal habit. He couldn't control it. The host quickly checked the identity of Yang Ming according to his seat number, so he said with a smile, "Welcome Mr. Yang to the stage. Accept a hug from Miss Xiaoyan." Yang Ming walked to the stage very elegantly, looked at Chen Mingyan with a smile, and said softly, "Come on, Sister Xiaoyan, give me a hug." Chen Mingyan blushed and said softly, "You're so annoying." However, she was very obedient and hugged Yang Ming. Yang Ming laughed and said, "Are you going to get a room tonight? Go to hell." Chen Mingyan scolded in a low voice, "You have a home, why would you want to get a room? It turns out that she likes to do it at home." Haha, Yang Ming thought lasciviously in his heart, "But I like it, a kindred spirit." The people under the stage naturally couldn't hear what Yang Ming said on the stage. They thought that he was going to ask a beauty out like Boss Wang before. Most people had the mentality of watching the fun, so they weren't jealous of Yang Ming. Only the Sunshine Tycoon and the gold-rimmed glasses man were a little unwilling, but he paid more than them. What could they do? Yang Ming patted Chen Mingyan, then let go of his hand and got off the stage. Chen Mingyan also retreated to the backstage. She still had a lingering fear, but her heart was full of sweetness. Yang Ming always appeared when she needed him the most. This made Chen Mingyan very happy. Although a small crisis was solved safely, Yang Ming already hated the host in his heart. "Even if you want to joke, you can't do it like this, right? What if I didn't arrive in time? Wouldn't Chen Mingyan be hugged by someone else? How could a person like Yang Ming, who had a serious male chauvinist tendency, allow such a thing to happen?" Therefore, Yang Ming aimed all his anger at the host. Yang Ming sneered faintly. His right hand moved slightly, and a special flying needle fell into his hand. Yang Ming looked at the host who was still introducing another jewelry on the stage. His right hand shook, and the flying needle shot out. Yang Ming's skill in throwing hidden weapons was first class. He was even better than Feng Tian. The flying needle was very thin. It wouldn't cause too much pain when it was inserted into a person's body. It was either a fatal blow or a slow effect. Yang Ming didn't want to kill people at the jewelry exhibition. After all, the Mingyang Security Company was now in charge of the security work here. Yang Ming didn't want to ruin his own reputation. Therefore, Yang Ming aimed the flying needle at the host's sciatic nerve. Looking at the flying needle completely inserted into the host's sciatic nerve, and then slowly melted into the host's blood, Yang Ming smiled faintly. Next, the jewelry to be auctioned is a diamond ring displayed by Tian Tian's Dream Company. "Let's welcome the model, Tian Tian." The host continued to explain with great effort. The host made an inviting gesture and then walked to the side to make room for the model. However, when the host lifted his leg, he almost fell. He didn't care at first. He thought that he was careless. However, after taking another step, the host found that something was wrong with his right leg. Why am I lame? What's wrong with my leg? The host tried to move his right leg, but found that his right leg didn't seem to listen to him. No matter how hard he tried to keep his balance, he couldn't keep his two legs in sync. The more anxious he was, the more unstable the host became. His body trembled, and he fell onto the stage, making a loud bang sound. Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of laughter under the stage. Everyone didn't feel anything. They thought that this was just a program, a joke interspersed in the auction. "Ah, my leg. Who helps me? I can't stand up." The host's scream made the originally lively auction hall suddenly quiet. People all looked at the host with different eyes. What happened? Several security guards who maintained the order of the scene rushed over under Bao Sanli's instructions. They helped the host up from both sides. "How did you fall?" "I don't know. My leg suddenly didn't work. It didn't listen to the command," the host said with a bitter face. Obviously, he didn't realize how serious the matter was. He thought that because he stood for a long time, his legs were temporarily paralyzed. "Then, should we help you to rest first?" asked the security guard. "Okay, help me to sit down for a while," said the host. Generally speaking, as long as the sciatic nerve was not injured, there would not be any problems. The host had been standing on the stage all this time. He did not receive any injections or fall, so the chances of the sciatic nerve being damaged were very small. Therefore, he did not think that way. Bao Sanli didn't know why the host suddenly fell, and his leg was damaged, but he vaguely guessed that it was Yang Ming's doing. He was clear about Yang Ming's ability. Although he didn't see how Yang Ming did it, with Yang Ming's ruthless means, it was already light for him to become disabled. Since he didn't know, Bao Sanli didn't ask much. After all, Yang Ming would tell him what he should know. If he shouldn't know, it would be useless for him to ask. There wasn't only one host. After the China Jewelry Association learned about the situation here, they sent another host to take over the previous host's job. The previous host sat below the stage without a care in the world. He watched the auction go on leisurely, calculating how much commission he would get. He didn't worry about his leg at all. He didn't know that he would become a cripple for the rest of his life. The first day of the exhibition ended like this. Except for the host who inexplicably became a cripple and was picked up by the hospital's ambulance, nothing special happened. Although the man in the gray woolen suit before walked around the exhibition area all day, and his whereabouts were suspicious, he didn't take any action. After the exhibition was closed, he left the venue with the other guests, which made Li Chang's nervous mood. "Brother Yang, that person didn't do any improper actions." After the exhibition was closed, he left the venue obediently. Li Chang reported to Yang Ming. Yang Ming nodded. A suspicious person might not be suspicious. Maybe he just enjoyed it because of his love for a certain piece of art. He pretended to wander back and forth in the exhibition area, probably to not let the security guards notice him. Who knew that in this way, he was even more suspicious? However, there were two sides to everything. Although Yang Ming thought so, he couldn't rule out his suspicion. Let's see if he will appear tomorrow. Pay close attention to this person's movements. Don't take it lightly. Li Chang nodded and said solemnly, "Don't worry, Brother Yang. I understand." In the evening, the entire exhibition area was completely sealed off. Infrared monitoring and various advanced anti-theft systems were running at the same time. Even so, Yang Ming and others did not dare to relax their vigilance. Although all the people in the exhibition hall were evacuated at night, and the entire venue was tightly sealed, this did not mean that they could sit back and relax. Someone could pry open the vault of the bank, let alone the temporary exhibition hall here. However, it didn't matter to the exhibition area and the auction area. Many manufacturers had their own safes, and the value of each exhibitor's safes was not very high. At most, it was a few $100,000 worth of goods. It was not worth it. It was quite laborious to open a safe, let alone so many safes. Obviously, even if someone started, they would not aim at these safes. In the auction area, the auction jewelry had been auctioned today, and they were all in the hands of the buyers. The jewelry to be auctioned tomorrow had not been delivered yet. It would be delivered early in the morning of the next day by the jewelry stores that participated in the auction, so there was no need to worry about any problems. Yang Ming deployed most of his manpower near the exhibition area, leaving only some regular personnel to guard the exhibition area. Even if there was an accident, it would be a small amount of money. The Mingyang Security Company would not bear too much loss. At night, it was quiet, but everyone was full of spirit. They did not dare to slack off. The people of the Mingyang Security Company received such a task for the first time. Because of their lack of experience, they were a little nervous. However, the people brought by Li Chang were well trained. They shuttled through the darkness and reported each other's situation with walkie-talkies. With these examples, the people of the Mingyang Security Company slowly settled down and joined the tense security work. At this moment, Yang Ming was sitting in an RV not far from the exhibition area, observing the movements of the entire exhibition hall. The exhibition hall was transparent in Yang Ming's eyes. Yang Ming could easily see every corner of the exhibition hall. Although Yang Ming alone could completely see the situation, Yang Ming did not ask Li Chang to remove the people. This was also a training for them. No matter how powerful Yang Ming was, he was also a person. What he wanted was a strong armed force. Only in this way could the Black Butterfly Assassin Group be quickly known to the world. Sitting next to Yang Ming was Lu Xianxia, see Chapter 642, the military advisor of the Black Butterfly Assassin Group. This was also Yang Ming bringing him out to gain experience. Lu Xianxia was a resourceful person, but he had not experienced many big scenes. What do you think? Yang Ming asked Lu Xianxia faintly, if you were a robber, what would you do? Lu Xianxia hesitated and did not dare to speak. After all, the person sitting in front of him was their big boss, a godlike figure. Yang Ming's skill was unfathomable. It often seemed very rogue and ordinary, like the moves of street gangsters. When Yang Ming used it, it was extremely powerful, enough to kill people in one move. Why? Do you have any scruples? Yang Ming frowned and asked. No. Lu Xianxia shook his head and said, I'm afraid that I can't say it well and mislead your thoughts. It's fine. I'm just making a reference. You can talk about it. Yang Ming waved his hand. Lu Xianxia was better at using schemes. This was what Yang Ming lacked. To put it bluntly, Yang Ming was too soft-hearted. Today's incident with Chen Mingyan, if it happened to another assassin, probably the host and the two bidders would have died at this moment. Yang Ming only slightly punished the host and paralyzed him. As for the two bidders, Yang Ming felt that there was no need to vent his anger on them, so he let them go. Lu Xianxia hesitated and said, now it seems that the security work of the entire exhibition is quite tight. If the other party is a person who knows the goods, they should be able to see the difference between our Black Butterfly and Mingyang security. They should not act rashly. If the other party can't even see this, then such an opponent is not worth us mobilizing so many people. We can just deal with it casually. Yang Ming listened to Lu Xianxia's analysis and nodded. Then, he said, go on. If it were me, it would be difficult to steal the jewelry inside under such tight security measures. Therefore, I would use the method of creating a diversion to steal the treasure. Lu Xianxia said concisely. Diversion to the east and attack to the west? Yang Ming suddenly became interested. Although Yang Ming had an intuitive grasp of the overall situation here, if he could understand the entire conspiracy plan of the other party, it would also be a good thing. Yes. It is a diversion to the east and attack to the west. Lu Xianxia nodded and said, only by distracting the security personnel's attention, it is convenient to make a move. That makes sense. Yang Ming listened to Lu Xianxia's analysis and agreed. You mean that the other party will send two groups of people to carry out the robbery or theft, right? This is in theory. According to the literal meaning of diversion to the east and attack to the west, it is like this. However, in practice, there can be 3 or even 4 groups of people. In short, the more people there are, the more chaotic it is, and the harder it is to control. In this way, it is easier to make a move. No matter which group of people succeeds, it can be done, said Lu Xianxia. Yang Ming patted Lu Xianxia's shoulder and said, not bad. You really deserve to be a military advisor. Brother Yang, this is also one of my hobbies. Lu Xianxia showed a shy smile and changed his previous serious expression. Do you have a girlfriend? Yang Ming changed to a relaxed topic and asked with a smile. It was a long night. It was very difficult for two men to stay together. Yang Ming naturally had to find some topics to spend time, but while talking, Yang Ming's eyes were locked on the entire exhibition hall, closely observing the movements inside. Yes. Lu Xianxia scratched his head and was a little embarrassed, but he still answered Yang Ming's question truthfully. In my hometown. I called a few days ago, but I didn't tell her about the things here. I only said that I am a security guard in a security company. After this busy period, I will give you a vacation. Let your girlfriends come over and have fun. I will pay for it, said Yang Ming. Really? Lu Xianxia was very happy after listening to Yang Ming's words. He said with some excitement, that's great. Brother Yang, you are really kind to us. Of course, there will be rewards. This time, we are so nervous. It is normal to relax after this, but the primary goal now is to protect the jewelry well, said Yang Ming. Over there, whether it was the monitoring room or the patrolling security guards, they were all on alert. Although the entire exhibition hall was dark and quiet, it was operating at high speed inside. The darkness before dawn was the scariest. When the sky was slightly turning white, it was also the time when one could not lower one's guard. Everyone understood this principle. The more one thought that everything would be fine after dawn, the easier it was for something to go wrong. Therefore, many people were on full alert. Finally, the streets were bustling with people who were doing morning exercises, going to work, and selling breakfast. A new day had arrived. The exhibition hall also opened. The staff and dealers of the exhibition hall entered under the detection of the security system. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. One day had passed, and there were 6 days left. He hoped that the next day would be like yesterday. However, this was obviously just a beautiful wish. Yang Ming himself knew that this was impossible. Perhaps for various reasons, the opponent did not choose to make a move on the first day. Perhaps they would wait until everyone was exhausted and make a move on the last day. Or, when everyone thought that they would make a move on the last day, they would make a move on the second day. In short, Yang Ming was not the opponent. He couldn't explore the opponent's thoughts. He could only cope with changes by sticking to the status quo. He would do what he should do and do his job in an orderly manner. On this day, like yesterday, customers of the exhibition hall were welcomed in the busy atmosphere. Sure enough, it was not beyond Yang Ming's expectations. The person wearing the gray woolen coat yesterday appeared again today. However, today, he did not wear the clothes from yesterday. He wore a blue down jacket today. If one did not pay special attention to him, it was difficult for people to association that it was the same person from yesterday and today. After Li Chang saw this person, he immediately notified Yang Ming. Yang Ming asked Li Chang to always pay attention to that person, but not completely focus on that person. After all, Yang Ming listened to Lu Xinyang's analysis yesterday and felt that what he said was very reasonable. In the current situation, the possibility of the enemy using a diversion strategy was very high. Therefore, if that person was more suspicious, Yang Ming did not think that he would be the final robber. After all, this person's whereabouts were really suspicious. If he was not discovered, then he would underestimate his own security measures. Moreover, Yang Ming would not think that the other party would be stupid enough to let this person be the final robber. In that case, the other party would be too brainless. Yang Ming, like yesterday, began his routine patrol. During the security check in the morning, Yang Ming took a short nap. Now, he was very energetic. For Yang Ming, a person who had undergone rigorous training for a long time, sleeping for a short while was already enough to solve the problem. The quality of sleep was not dependent on the length of sleep, but the quality of sleep. Yang Ming had mastered a set of Fang Tian's unique sleeping method. As long as he slept for a short while, it was enough to replace others for most of the day. This was also the reason why Fang Tian sang the Straw Hat song in the middle of the night without sleeping. Everything is normal. Yang Ming received the messages from Li Chang and Bao Sanli respectively. Everything was going according to the predetermined order. In the calm, there was often danger. Shocking changes were always in an instant without any signs. Suddenly, the alarm in the exhibition hall was loud. The direction of the alarm came from the exhibition area. Yang Ming's heart was shocked, and he quickly went to the exhibition area. Although Yang Ming also knew that this might be the enemy's diversion tactic, Yang Ming had to rush to the exhibition area in the first place. Yang Ming did not dare to slack off. When Yang Ming arrived at the exhibition area, the scene was already controlled by Li Chang's people. Sure enough, the suspicious person in the blue down jacket was escorted in the middle. In front of him, there was a display case that had been smashed and cracked. In front of the display case, there was a digital SLR camera that had been smashed and deformed. The material of the camera was obviously specially processed, and this camera couldn't be called a camera. It should be a piece of lead. It was just processed into the shape of a camera, so it could get through the security check. The alarm was because the display case was cracked, and the automatic alarm was generated. Yang Ming frowned. This person obviously couldn't be the final robber. This method was too reckless, and there was no technical content, right? Using this method to rob jewelry, unless the person's brain was flooded with water, or his brain was abnormal. Otherwise, as long as he used a little brain, he could understand that this was simply an idiot's behavior. It was impossible to succeed. The suspicious person in the blue down jacket had been completely controlled. On his body, except for this special shot-put camera, there were no other dangerous items. What should we do? Li Chang saw Yang Ming coming, so he asked Yang Ming. Send him to the police station. Yang Ming didn't think that this person would know anything. Even if he was in the same group as the opponent, he was just a small character. He would never come into contact with any core matters. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't need to waste time by interrogating anything. The safest way was to hand him directly to the police station. Li Chang nodded. Obviously, he didn't think that this man would know anything. But it was a little strange. Wasn't this man's approach a little too radical? It was a completely failed approach, but he still wanted to do it. What was it for? Brother Yang, what this person is doing doesn't seem to make sense, right? Li Chang asked with some confusion. The man in the blue down jacket had been tied up by Li Chang's men and was ready to be escorted to the police station. It was a diversion. Yang Ming was shocked. He remembered what Lu Xinyang said before, so he immediately instructed Li Chang, tell everyone to enter the first level of alert immediately. Don't be careless. Li Chang was about to say something, but 7 or 8 masked people in sportswear rushed into the exhibition area. However, looking at the hair color, they should be from all over the country. Da-da-da-da. A burst of sound of bullets was heard. One of the burly men, who seemed to be the leader, shouted, "Don't move, squat on the ground with your hands on your head." Gun? How did they bring it in? This was Yang Ming's first reaction. A series of bullets passed by, and there was a bullet mark on the ceiling of the exhibition hall. Yang Ming suddenly frowned. How is this possible? The security check of the exhibition hall was quite strict. It was impossible for someone to come in with a gun without being detected. Moreover, these people couldn't have barged in because there were people guarding every entrance. Once there was a mistake, there would be an alarm. So in theory, the appearance of these people was illogical. If these people were holding pistols, it was still possible. For example, the lipstick pistol that Yang Ming got from Wang Xiaoyan, some small guns that could be assembled, or disguised as other things to sneak in. However, these people were indeed using submachine guns. This kind of large gun was completely impossible to bring in. However, in the next moment, Yang Ming immediately understood how these people got through the security check. Although these people were holding submachine guns in their hands, the body of the submachine gun was very special. It was made of plexiglass. The bullets were also a very special plastic material. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that such a gun passed through the security check. This kind of gun wouldn't have an obvious reaction under the metal detector, so it was possible to sneak through. Yang Ming had to admire the professionalism of these people. They could get this kind of special gun. Their identity was definitely not simple. Generally speaking, in a country like China, where gun control was extremely strict, it was good to be able to get a pistol, let alone this kind of special, custom-made plexiglass submachine gun. Yang Ming calmly glanced at the faces behind these people's masks, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Bank robbers. That's right, 3 of them were the perpetrators of the bank robbery. These 3 people were in the middle of this group of people. Are they in the same group? Yang Ming suddenly frowned. Yang Ming thought that it was impossible to see these 3 people in the near future. He didn't expect to see them at the jewelry exhibition so soon. Don't move. Squat on the ground and hold your head. If you don't want to die, be obedient. The leader, a burly macho man, spoke in fluent but stiff Chinese. Most of the tourists were scared silly by what they saw. In the past, this kind of scene would only appear in TV shows and movies. Now that it was happening in front of them, they didn't know what to do for a moment. Many people didn't even have the strength to scream. They just stood there stupidly as they watched what was happening in front of them. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and a tourist who was standing closest to the burly man fell to the ground. His right hand was clutching his chest, and his face was filled with horror. Blood gushed out from his chest and between his fingers. It was a horrifying sight. At this time, the tourists present were shocked by the horrifying scene in front of them. They cried out in alarm. "Put your hands on your head and squat on the ground. Otherwise, you'll end up like him." The burly man fiercely raised his submachine gun and aimed at the crowd. This time, no one dared to disobey him. They all followed the burly man's request and squatted on the ground with their hands on their heads. Yang Ming frowned. These people didn't have the slightest fear and guilt of killing people. Through the burly macho man's mask, he could clearly see his expression. Yang Ming only saw indifference, and there was no other expression. This was the same as what Yang Ming saw during the previous bank robbery. Moreover, the approach of these people was the same. That was, after they came in, they would first shoot to demonstrate, then kill a person as an example to others. Then, they would order everyone to hold their heads and squat on the ground. The Mingyang Security Company was nominally an enterprise under the police station. Although there were gun tags, there were only a few gun licenses, and only pistols were allowed to be used. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't let Li Chang and the others bring heavy firearms. Although Yang Ming was very popular in Songjiang, and he wasn't afraid of anything with his current special identity, he couldn't be too ostentatious. Although Xia Bingbao's power was great, Yang Ming also understood that Xia Bingbao wasn't omnipotent. It was impossible for him to indulge Yang Ming in everything he did. Everything had a limit. As long as Yang Ming didn't exceed this limit and always maintained a balance, then no one would do anything to him. After all, Xia Bingbao still had a lot of things that needed his help. But other people didn't use guns, but Yang Ming could use them. With Yang Ming's current special identity, it was normal for him to use guns. No one could say anything about it. Smash! The burly macho man waved his hand and ordered the people behind him. At this time, another macho man came from behind with an iron platform in his hand. It should be dismantled from somewhere in the exhibition hall. This kind of thing definitely couldn't pass the security check, but it could be used on the spot. Although the macho man was masked, judging from the exposed hair and wrists, he should be a black man. The black man came to the front of the display cabinet that had been cracked by the man in the blue down jacket and swung the iron platform in his hand over. Quan, there was a loud noise, and the crack became bigger, but the display cabinet was safe and sound. It didn't shatter. The black man once again swung the iron platform in his hand and smashed it on the display cabinet for the second time. "Jesse, you go and help." The burly macho man saw that the display cabinet was so difficult to break open, so he ordered another armed man behind him. The man named Jesse was an Asian, but Yang Ming couldn't judge his nationality. He didn't speak, but he picked up another iron platform and walked in the direction of the display cabinet. Li Chang squatted beside Yang Ming and glanced at Yang Ming gently. Yang Ming shook his head slightly and motioned to Li Chang not to act rashly. After all, these guys were fully armed and had destructive weapons in their hands. Before Yang Ming thought of countermeasures, he didn't dare to act rashly. Everything could only depend on waiting for the right opportunity. The violent behavior of these armed men had already frightened some of the children in the exhibition hall. "Wah!" A sudden and mournful cry rang out. The black man and Jesse paused their work, and the burly macho man's eyes became sharp. He slowly crossed the crowd and finally fell on the crying little girl. It was a little girl less than 10 years old, wearing a small yellow trench coat. She was very cute. However, there was no love in the eyes of the burly macho man, but a kind of indifference to life. "Shit." The burly macho man cursed in a foreign language, slowly raised the submachine gun in his hand, and aimed at the little girl. "Please, don't, please." A young woman in her 30s suddenly covered the little girl's mouth, not letting her make any more sounds. "The child is not sensible, don't shoot, I beg you." The young woman looked at the burly macho man with pleading eyes. A man wearing glasses next to the young woman also stood in front of the young woman and the little girl at this moment, and said very sincerely, "Don't kill them, kill me if you want to kill." The burly macho man's mouth curved into a disdainful sneer. "How annoying. You all have to die. Go to hell together." After saying that, he aimed the gun in his hand at the man. He believed that this series of bullets would not only turn the man into a sieve, but even the young woman and little girl behind him would be turned into minced meat. Whether or not they could hurt the people next to them would be up to fate. Although most of the tourists were full of sympathy for the family of three, they were full of resentment towards the brutality of the gangsters. However, no one dared to stand up for them. At this time, standing up was undoubtedly courting death. In the face of powerful firearms, all reason was void. In front of these people, there was no reason at all. If they could reason, they would not have come to rob. Therefore, when the burly macho man spoke, the crowd around the family of three could not help but lean to the side, making a large space for them. Who wants to die? Sympathy was one thing, but if they couldn't even protect their own life, who would sympathize with others? However, Yang Ming's heart moved. He knew that now was an opportunity. Although this opportunity was not very obvious and somewhat risky, if he missed it, he didn't know if there would be such an opportunity in the future, so Yang Ming didn't dare to take the risk. He didn't want to miss any possibility. Yang Ming no longer had the slightest hesitation. He stood up abruptly and rushed toward the family of three. Yang Ming was gambling. He was gambling that the burly macho man would not shoot immediately. However, even if he shot, Yang Ming was confident that he would not be hurt, but this family of three could not be guaranteed. Yang Ming could only do so much. Yang Ming was not a savior, and he had no obligation to protect everyone's lives. If Yang Ming did not make a move, these three people would definitely die. If Yang Ming made a move, it would only give them a chance to avoid harm or reduce harm. Don't kill them. We are all innocent. If you want to rob the jewelry, then hurry up and rob your jewelry. When the police come, you won't be able to leave. So I hope you don't waste time. Yang Ming stood in front of the family of three and said loudly. Oh? The burly macho man was obviously very surprised and puzzled that Yang Ming could suddenly stand up. He looked at Yang Ming with interest. You? Stand up for them? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Together? I'm not standing up for anyone. I'm just saying a fact. If you waste unnecessary time, it won't be good for anyone. It doesn't make any sense for you to kill them. Yang Ming saw that the burly macho man was willing to talk to him, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he talks to me, then I still have a chance. I'm afraid that if he doesn't talk to me, he will shoot. As you can see, I didn't waste time. My men are still working. I just killed 2 people as a pastime when I have nothing to do. The burly macho man was very curious that Yang Ming could stand up at this time. Aren't you afraid of death? I am afraid. Yang Ming said bluntly, but I don't think you will kill innocent people. Huh. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. How do you know that I won't kill innocent people? The burly macho man laughed loudly as if he had heard a big joke. It's okay not to kill them. Let's play a game. What game? Yang Ming asked faintly. Well, you use your head to hit the showcase. If the showcase is knocked open, not only will I not kill you, but I will also let them go. How about it? It's fair, right? The burly macho man pointed to a showcase in front of him and said. Hey! There was an uproar in the crowd immediately. Some sympathized with Yang Ming. The request made by the burly macho man was no different from suicide. There were also people who laughed at Yang Ming for being an idiot. There was nothing to do with him, but he insisted on standing up. If this wasn't stupid, then what was? Now, they even wanted to kill him. Let's see what he can do. Which showcase? As Yang Ming spoke, he walked toward the burly macho man. Although Yang Ming was very calm in his heart, he forced a panicked expression on his face. Yang Ming couldn't make himself appear very calm. That would be too fake. The burly macho man would definitely be suspicious. But now, Yang Ming's tone was calm, but his expression was flustered. It was completely in line with the image of a foolish and bold, and it was easy to gain people's trust. Sure enough, the burly macho man didn't have the slightest caution. He didn't think that there would be anything wrong with Yang Ming. Yang Ming's dress was not a security guard or a staff member, but a student's dress. It seemed that he was about 20 years old, so it was impossible for him to be a police officer. Therefore, the burly macho man just regarded Yang Ming as a hot-blooded college student and was ready to tease him. This showcase, you can hit it. If you can hit it open, it will save me a lot of trouble. Haha. The burly macho man seemed to have found a very funny thing and laughed happily. This? Yang Ming looked at the cabinet, and his eyes showed a little timid expression. Hurry up. Seeing that Yang Ming was timid, the burly macho man had no more fun. He suddenly became impatient. With a caw sound, he pointed the gun in his hand at Yang Ming's head and said, "Do you want to hit it or not? If you don't hit it, I will kill you directly." Yang Ming despised this guy's cruelty in his heart, but his face was still very hesitant. He slowly said, "Okay. I will hit it." When the burly macho man heard Yang Ming's words, there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. The gun in his hand also moved, indicating that Yang Ming could hit it. Yang Ming slowly bent down, lowered his head, and made a hesitant action of hitting the showcase. However, Yang Ming's eyes had been looking behind him with his special ability. Seeing that the burly macho man was looking at him with a funny expression, his spirit was also in a state of extreme relaxation. Yang Ming smiled faintly and suddenly reached out his left hand to grab the barrel of the submachine gun in the burly macho man's hand. At the moment when Yang Ming grabbed the gun, the burly macho man also realized that something was wrong. He subconsciously grasped the submachine gun in his hand and wanted to aim the muzzle at Yang Ming, but he found that he couldn't do it because the barrel was firmly controlled by Yang Ming, so he couldn't change the direction for a while. In the next moment, Yang Ming's right hand pressed on the back of the burly macho man's head. He straightened his body and used the explosive force of his entire abdominal muscles to push the burly macho man's head toward the showcase. With a loud bang, the burly macho man's face hit the showcase. The mask covering his face was stained with blood. Obviously, his nose bone was crushed under the strong impact. At this moment, the burly macho man's hand that was holding the gun was also in a temporary state of weakness. Yang Ming directly grabbed the submachine gun in his hand. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots were heard. Yang Ming quickly killed the black man and Jesse, who were busy smashing the showcase. Then, he pointed the muzzle at the burly macho man's forehead and pulled him to turn around to face the remaining 4 robbers. All of this happened in a flash. Yang Ming completed the action of grabbing the gun and killing the burly macho man in an instant, but he couldn't take care of the other 4 robbers behind him. Yang Ming was a man, not a god. He could kill the 2 guys in front of him who were caught off guard, but he couldn't turn around to kill the other 4 robbers. He didn't have so much time, really. So, Yang Ming directly pointed the muzzle at the burly macho man's head, trying to use him as a hostage. When Yang Ming turned around, the other 4 robbers had already raised the guns in their hands and aimed at Yang Ming. "Put down the guns in your hands, or I'll blow up your boss's head." Yang Ming changed his panicked expression from before and said very calmly. He didn't care about the muzzles of the 4 robbers. The 4 robbers didn't listen to Yang Ming's order. The muzzles were still pointing at Yang Ming. "Make them put down the guns." Yang Ming used the muzzle to push the burly macho man and ordered. The burly macho man was knocked into a daze. He didn't expect Yang Ming to attack in an instant and then control him. The most incredible thing was that Yang Ming's strength was amazing. This hit almost killed him. Of course, if Yang Ming wanted to kill him, he would have died just now. Yang Ming didn't want to kill him. Yang Ming wanted to keep him as a hostage, so he couldn't die. If Yang Ming wanted to kill him, there were many ways. At least, he didn't have to take the risk to stand up. When he was in the crowd just now, he could kill him with a flying needle without anyone noticing. However, that wasn't what Yang Ming expected. Yang Ming could kill 1 or 2 people with a flying needle in an instant, but he definitely couldn't kill 3 or 4 people. When the people who were killed by Yang Ming with a flying needle fell down, perhaps the remaining people would vent their anger madly in the crowd. Of course, this included Yang Ming. If they used a machine gun to shoot wildly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Ming didn't practice any sinister voodoo, so it was impossible for him to be invulnerable. If that was the case, then it would be over. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't use the means of assassination, but he used daylight robbery. Even if Yang Ming killed the burly macho man with a flying needle, it wouldn't pose any threat to these robbers. Only by capturing their leader alive would they be afraid to shoot at the rat for fear of breaking the vases. "Put down the gun." The burly macho man helplessly ordered his men. He didn't doubt that Yang Ming could kill him immediately. Judging from Yang Ming's series of actions, this person was definitely not simple. Yang Ming naturally did not place all his hopes on this person. Who knew if these people would listen to the words of this burly macho man, or would they try to find an opportunity to kill him? Yang Ming pointed his gun at the burly macho man and slowly moved back. However, only 2 of the 4 macho men in front of him obeyed the orders of the burly macho man. The remaining 2 men still pointed their guns at Yang Ming. What's the matter with the 2 of them? Yang Ming suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, but he did not show anything on his face. He increased the strength of his hand and asked the burly macho man, "You don't want me to blow up your head with the gun first, right?" "Lex, what are you doing?" The burly macho man's forehead oozed sweat. Yang Ming could kill 2 people very decisively, which meant that Yang Ming certainly did not care about killing one more person. "Sorry, we are just assisting in the operation. We are not your men." One of the 2 macho men with guns spoke. He spoke in English, but Yang Ming could understand simple conversations. Yang Ming was also a college student, and he also specially learned English. "You have to listen to my orders." The burly macho man was obviously a little anxious. He did not expect that at this moment, someone would not listen to his orders. "Sorry." Lex shrugged and said, "Our purpose is to get the reward, not to care about your life or death." After that, Lex raised the gun in his hand and quickly pointed it at Yang Ming. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. If it were other people, they would have become a corpse at this moment, but Yang Ming was vigilant from the beginning. After listening to the conversation between the burly macho man and the man named Lex, Yang Ming immediately understood that these 2 people were not in the same group. My guess is right. They only came together temporarily because of interests. Now, it involved each other's interests. These people immediately became 2 factions. One was the burly macho man's men. They all put down their guns, and the other 2 people were obviously from another group. Lex was one of them. In order to achieve the ultimate goal, these people would not care about the life or death of the burly macho man. Fortunately, Yang Ming was prepared. At the moment when Lex began to move, he pulled the burly macho man in front of him, and Yang Ming quickly lay down on the ground. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive gunshots. The burly macho man's eyes widened, and he slowly fell down with grievances. It was Lex and another person who fired the shots. Although their target was Yang Ming, because of Yang Ming, they became the burly macho man. Lex didn't expect Yang Ming to make a decision in a split second, abandoning the burly man and escaping by himself. What if they did not shoot him? I just want to scare Yang Ming and make a fake action. Wouldn't that save the burly man? This was simply gambling with his life. In fact, Yang Ming wasn't gambling, but he was confident in doing so. Yang Ming carefully observed the expressions of the burly macho man and Lex through their masks. After Lex said those words, the burly macho man did show a panicked look on his face, but Lex had an indifferent look. This could explain the problem. They were all masked. Logically, Yang Ming could not see their expressions, so they did not need to fake their expressions. They just did not know that Yang Ming had the special ability of X-ray vision, so they exposed a flaw. It was precisely because of this that Yang Ming was sure that these 2 people would shoot. Otherwise, Yang Ming would not be so reckless. He would kill the burly macho man before he lay down. However, it was a bit risky. It took time to shoot. When he shot, Lex and the other person could also shoot at him. Although Yang Ming was confident that his action could be faster, it was not very safe after all. But in this way, he killed the burly macho man with Lex's hand. Captain. The other 2 macho men who put down their guns saw that the burly macho man was killed, and they were anxious. They turned the muzzle directly to Lex and the other macho man who shot. Lex, what do you mean? Lex was shocked. He did not expect that Yang Ming would react that way at that moment. Lex originally expected that when he was about to shoot, Yang Ming would kill the burly macho man, and he would kill Yang Ming. In this way, even if the death of the burly macho man was related to him, there was no direct relationship, and the account could not be put on his head. But now, this was obviously the burly macho man that he shot. This account could not be denied. Thinking of this, Lex suddenly had a headache. At this critical moment, there was internal strife. The people on the two burly macho men's side pointed the muzzle at him. "Don't be excited, friend. Listen to me." Lex winked and wanted to aim the gun at Yang Ming on the ground because for him, Yang Ming was a big danger. "Put the gun down, or I will blow your head off," the burly macho man ordered coldly. Lex was so angry that he wanted to curse. "What time is it? Can't you see that there are foreign enemies in front of you?" However, at this moment, Lex could only obediently put down the gun that he wanted to raise because it was a fact that the burly macho man was killed by him. The burly macho man's men were angry, and it was likely that they would do something irrational. The other person on Lex's side was also asked to put down the gun. Yang Ming saw that and was overjoyed. The opportunity that he had been waiting for finally came. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yang Ming moved his right hand and took out 2 flying needles. While Lex and the burly macho man's men were arguing, Yang Ming quickly shot out the flying needles and shot them on Lex and the other person on Lex's side. Yang Ming did not want to take the lives of Lex and the other person. Although Yang Ming could kill them in an instant, Yang Ming wanted to keep them alive to see if he could ask something from them. Seeing that Lex and his companion actually closed their eyes and were about to fall to the ground dizzily, the 2 men of the burly macho man were somewhat inexplicable. They scolded, "What are you doing? Don't pretend to be dead." Yang Ming laughed in his heart. "At this time, you still haven't figured out the situation? There is still a dangerous person underground who hasn't been dealt with yet. Do you think you can sit back and relax?" Yang Ming quickly raised the gun in his hand and quickly completed 2 shots. With 2 sounds, the guns in the hands of the 2 men of the burly macho man fell to the ground respectively. Yang Ming's bullets just shot through their hands holding the guns. Yang Ming did not give them a chance. Who knew if they would bear the pain and come up with some tricks? Yang Ming quickly approached the 2 men and gave each of them a karate chop. The 2 men rolled their eyes and fell to the ground without any reaction. Yang Ming took a long sigh of relief and thought that he was lucky. This group of people was actually a temporary combination of 2 factions. One killed the leader of the other faction. It was no wonder that they would suddenly have internal strife. However, even if these people were not from 2 factions, Yang Ming would find a way to defeat these people one by one after holding the burly macho man hostage. It was just that now, it was a bit of a blessing in disguise. The problem was solved so easily. At this moment, I don't know who took the lead, but there was a thunderous applause in the exhibition hall. At such a critical moment, Yang Ming knocked down all the gangsters with his own strength. How could these tourists not be excited? Originally, everyone's heart was depressed. After witnessing the brutality of the gangsters, no one could guarantee that the gangsters would not vent their anger on them. Now that Yang Ming rescued them, how could they not be grateful? Especially the family of 3 from before. The man with glasses led the little girl and knelt in front of Yang Ming directly. They were so grateful that they shed tears. Yang Ming was very indifferent to these empty honors. Otherwise, if Yang Ming wanted to be famous, he would have been famous long ago. He didn't have to wait until now. When Yang Ming killed Ji Shuixing for the first time, he could hype up his heroism in the newspapers, but Yang Ming didn't want to be famous, so he had been very low-key. This time, Yang Ming didn't want to be worshipped like a god. It didn't make any sense. Yang Ming said to Li Chang faintly, "Call the police. Let the police deal with it." Yang Ming's current identity was different from the past, so there was no need to interrogate these people in advance. With Yang Ming's current identity, it was not difficult to get the police interrogation records. Therefore, Yang Ming would not do repetitive and useless work. Soon, the police arrived at the exhibition hall. The leader was naturally Chen Fei. Although the jewelry exhibition was not an official activity, its influence had already attracted the police's attention. At this moment, such a big thing happened. Naturally, the police would be dispatched in the first place. Yang Ming roughly explained the situation at the time. Chen Fei took the 4 guys on the ground and left. Of course, he also found a few tourists to make a statement. It was not much different from what Yang Ming said, especially the family of 3. They kept thanking Yang Ming and wanted to make a silk banner for Yang Ming. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded and declined. In order not to affect the normal exhibition, the people of Mingyang security quickly cleaned up the scene after the police took photos for evidence. For Yang Ming, Chen Fei now admired him. Chen Fei thought that it was absolutely impossible for him to kill the 3 gangsters and then capture the 4 gangsters alive in this situation, but Yang Ming did it. Although Yang Ming was very vague about the process of capturing people, he asked a few tourists. He was also somewhat inexplicable about why Lex and his accomplices suddenly fainted, but Chen Fei did not ask again. Chen Fei knew the identity of Yang Ming. If Xiao Bingbao didn't have some skills, it was impossible for Xiao Bingbao to pull Yang Ming to their side. This involved some confidential matters, so Chen Fei would not ask casually. Although the jewelry exhibition resumed normal business, the exhibition area still could not hide the faint smell of blood in the air. Yang Ming did not tell Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun about what had just happened. Yang Ming did not want them to worry, so when they asked about what had just happened, Yang Ming said jokingly, "I punched the Nanshan nursing home and kicked the Beihai kindergarten." A few Yang Ming flying kicks beat the gangsters to the ground. "Everyone worships your husband and calls me a great hero." If Yang Ming said it properly, Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun would naturally not doubt it. But now Yang Ming said it in such a joking tone, and it was not reliable at all. Chen Mingyan listened and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? You are not serious at all. I heard that the gangsters were armed with guns, and there were 7 of them. All of them were masked macho men. Can you handle them with just a few flying kicks? Are they all armed with guns?" Yang Ming smiled after listening. He did not deny or confirm. "Are you there or not?" Chen Mingyan was a little dumbfounded. "Listening to your tone, you don't seem to be there at all. Sister Lin and I have been worried about you for a long time." "Huh, is it?" Yang Ming scratched his head and laughed twice. "Who cares? Let's not talk about this." Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun saw Yang Ming's appearance at the moment, and they really thought that he was talking nonsense. He was not there at all, so they were relieved. In the afternoon, the entire exhibition hall seemed to be very peaceful. The security measures at the entrance had also become stricter. From the original metal detector to scanning the passing tourists, they had to take off their coats and jackets for a detailed inspection. Moreover, the people who were checking were replaced by the original Mingyang security staff with the police. Although it was a civilian activity, since something had happened, Chen Fei naturally made a report and sent a few police officers to be responsible for the security during the exhibition. The Mingyang security company did not have the power to search, so it was more justifiable for the police to be responsible for the security check. However, there were no more suspicious people appearing at the fair, and even the number of tourists was much fewer than in the morning. Probably because of the previous robbery incident, it caused many people psychological fear. They did not dare to stay in the exhibition and left. The results of the police investigation came out quickly. 2 of the 4 captured kidnappers were African international, one was Vietnamese, and the other was Italian. Lex, who was an Italian national, was an international wanted criminal. The other 3 were not good people, and they were also on the Interpol record. Chen Fei then directly contacted the Interpol. The 4 people were not stubborn. After arriving at the police station, they quickly confessed everything they knew. The 2 subordinates of the burly man belonged to an African mercenary group called SB, while Lex and his companions joined temporarily, arranged by the leader of the group. As for Lex and his companions, the people of the SB mercenary group didn't know much about them, they just worked together to complete the mission. The task they had to perform was completely arranged by the higher-ups. For them, they did not know who the client was, and they did not know who they were working for. Moreover, the previous bank robbery was also done by them. However, Chen Fei got an important clue. That was, as Yang Ming guessed, these people were also honest. They did not rob the bank for money, but they were completely carrying out the orders of the employer. As for the money obtained from the robbery, they did not care about it at all. If this task was completed, their reward was at least hundreds of millions of US dollars. Therefore, according to the employer's request, after carrying out the bank robbery, they casually threw the money on the road. They were also honest about leaving the mark of the organization. It was the employer who asked them to do so, and they did not feel that there was anything wrong with exposing the organization because their organization was far away in North Africa. There were wars all year round. They lived in various temporary small countries. Even if their headquarters were known, others could not do anything to them. Yang Ming had to smile bitterly after listening to the results of Chen Fei's interrogation. Fortunately, Yang Ming had expected this result, and he did not seem to be disappointed. After all, Yang Ming had already expected that with the professional level of these people, it was impossible for them to just rob. They should be hired by someone, and Lex also said that their purpose was to get money. However, this made Yang Ming a little surprised. The other party could actually hire professional mercenaries to deal with him, which showed that their strength was really strong enough. One thing was also certain. The guys behind these people and the guys who attacked Xianxia at the Nightless Club could not be a group. If the people who attacked Xianxia at the Nightless Club that day were these people, then they were likely to have succeeded. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was a little shocked. Those people and today's people were really different, so Yang Ming directly denied the connection between the two. However, the bank robbery that these people had confessed gave Yang Ming some inspiration. These things formed an incomplete process in Yang Ming's mind, but Yang Ming could not find the key to the matter. After all, Yang Ming was not a professional conspirator. It was already very good that he could think of this. What do you think? Yang Ming told Lu Xinyang the whole thing. For Lu Xinyang, Yang Ming did not need to hide anything. Yang Ming would rely on this think tank to work for him in the future, so he had to give him enough trust. According to the current development of things, their previous bank robbery had a purpose. You also said and confirmed that their purpose of robbing the bank was not for money, but according to the employer's request. Lu Xinyang said, then why did the employer ask for this? And let them leave their own mark. My speculation is this, the people behind the scenes want to create an illusion of continuous robbery. That is to say, if today's robbery is successful, then I think they will also leave their own mark. In this way, it shows that they are committing continuous crimes. Last time, they robbed the bank. This time, they robbed the jewelry exhibition. Their behavior was random, and they didn't come specifically for the jewelry exhibition. Yang Ming was shocked after listening to Lu Xinyang's words. That's right. I felt that something was wrong before. It turned out that this was the place where something was wrong. When Yang Ming thought of this, he wanted to call Chen Fei immediately and ask what these people would do if they succeeded. Obviously, Lu Xinyang's words reminded Yang Ming that this was the purpose of these people's crimes. In this way, it could be explained why they acted like they were performing a mission when they robbed the bank, and why they threw the stolen money on the roadside. In fact, the purpose of the employer was very simple. That was to confuse everyone's eyes and make people think that this group of people was the kind of gang that committed crimes continuously, not specifically for the jewelry. However, why did the employer want to create such an illusion? These people were hired by the employer. Even if they were specifically targeting the jewelry, there would be nothing wrong with it. This involved a problem, which was the internal crime problem that Sun Jia once said. In other words, only the employer was an insider, so he would be so superfluous to get rid of the relationship. However, the more he did this, the more his identity was exposed. Yang Ming called Chen Fei again, intending to confirm his and Lu Xinyang's guess. Uncle Chen, I want to ask. What will those people do after they succeed? According to their account, after they succeed, they will spray their mark SB on the exhibition hall. Then, they will take the looted jewelry and hand it over at the crossroads in front of the exhibition center. However, I sent people there, but they didn't get anything. Probably, the things here have alarmed the employer behind the scenes. Chen Fei said, if we want to catch the person behind the scenes, it will be a bit difficult. I got it. Yang Ming nodded after listening to Chen Fei's words and fell into contemplation. Could it be that the matter is solved like this? Although the behind-the-scenes instigator was not found, at least all the people he hired were dealt with. However, this had no impact on the behind-the-scenes employer. These people were caught, but he would not lose anything. Instead, he did not even need to pay the remuneration. This kind of mercenary group was like this. If they succeeded, they would get the money. If they failed or died, they would have to bear the consequences themselves. This made Yang Ming very uncomfortable. It seems that I can relax some vigilance in the future. Wait. Yang Ming's heart was suddenly shocked. He always felt that there was something wrong that he didn't consider. Things can't be so simple. With the power of the behind-the-scenes employer, didn't he leave a backup plan? Did he pin all his hopes on these mercenaries? Most importantly, the second robbery was obviously different from the first one. During the first robbery, it was obvious that most of the time, it was done quickly. Before the police arrived, the fight was over. But the second time was different. A jewelry robbery was not like a bank robbery. It was impossible to end it as quickly as a bank robbery. Moreover, the security at the jewelry exhibition was obviously much tighter than that of the small savings bank. So, the implementation was much more difficult, and it was easy to deviate. The behind-the-scenes employer would definitely take this into consideration. If the behind-the-scenes employer had considered this and did this, then there was only one possibility left, and that was that this robbery was just a bluff, and the real deal was yet to come. On Qin Fei's side, there was news again. The person who smashed the display case with the LED camera was also hired. After receiving 10 million from others, he did the previous action. The intention was not to rob. He was only following the instructions of his client. He attracted the attention of the security guards in the exhibition area on the first day and acted on the second day. Now, although they couldn't clearly determine whether this person had any internal connection with the robbers, judging from the time of the incident, it should be close to the mark. First of all, the behind-the-scenes employer used the man in the blue down jacket as the first bait to attract the attention of the exhibition area's security guards. When the man in the blue down jacket made an extreme move, the robber gang implemented the robbery plan. Although they were two completely unrelated groups of people, it was very likely that they were hired by the same person at the same time. In this case, then these two groups of people completed the purpose of creating a diversion. However, this diversion was likely to be a cover-up. The behind-the-scenes person hadn't used his trump card yet. Yang Ming didn't dare to relax his vigilance. Yang Ming didn't believe that the behind-the-scenes person didn't have his own strength. For such an important plan, it was difficult to complete it by hiring people without his own people. Or, he simply thought that it was difficult to complete the task by relying on these mercenaries. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident and bold to let them rob the jewelry. Because, he probably didn't think that they could succeed at all. The value of the jewels was enormous. Compared to the remuneration he paid to the mercenaries, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. These mercenaries would definitely understand the value of the jewels in advance. After they obtained the jewels, it would be foolish of them to hand over the jewels. In other words, the hirer only used these mercenaries as gunmen. As for the delivery at the crossroads, the hirer probably didn't send anyone to pick them up. Thinking of this, Yang Ming also had a general idea of the whole incident. Still do your best. Yang Ming told Li Chong, especially tonight, don't take it lightly. The exhibition center closed smoothly like yesterday. The tourists withdrew from the exhibition hall, and the merchants were also packing up their showcases in an orderly manner. In the exhibition area, the showcases that were destroyed before had been replaced with new ones. The security guards on duty were also on full alert. Today's events made them particularly nervous. This night was longer than yesterday. After all, nothing happened during the day yesterday. Although everyone was nervous, it wasn't to such an extent. Today was different. No one could guarantee that the person behind the scenes would not make trouble again if he didn't succeed. None of this could have been predicted. Yang Ming was still sitting in a commercial car near the exhibition center, quietly watching the movements of the entire exhibition hall. The night passed like this. There was no change as Yang Ming expected. It was quiet as if the scene didn't happen during the day. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt a little strange. The other party couldn't have just given up, right? Logically, it shouldn't be. The other party must be waiting for an opportunity to make a move again, but when to make a move was not something he could guess. Lu Xingyang didn't have any ideas about this. I'm not Zhuge Liang, naturally, I can't predict it. Lu Xianxia shrugged and smiled bitterly. Maybe it's still daytime, maybe it's night, maybe it's daylight robbery, maybe it's stealing. It's all possible. Yang Ming naturally knew that things didn't happen. Who could say for sure? However, what made Yang Ming feel strange was that there was no movement during the third day. Until it was time for the exhibition hall to close, the tourists left again, and there was no situation similar to yesterday. At night, although Yang Ming didn't relax his vigilance, it was still a quiet night. The fourth day and the fourth night were still the same. It was so quiet that it was scary. It was as if the other party had really given up, making Yang Ming helpless. I probably guessed the other party's intention. On the fifth night, Lu Xianxia hesitated and said to Yang Ming. Lu Xianxia only accompanied Yang Ming at night. He slept during the day, so he was particularly energetic. However, Yang Ming couldn't sleep. In the past 5 days, the total time of sleep was only about 10 hours. Although Yang Ming had undergone strict training, he was somewhat exhausted at the moment. His eyes were bloodshot. He was awake, but he had overdrawn his physical strength. What's the intention? Yang Ming was still focused on locking the exhibition center with his special ability. The behind-the-scenes may have guessed it. After the incident on the second day, we will be more vigilant. Lu Xianxia analyzed, if nothing happens on the third day, we still have to be vigilant on the fourth day. The same is true on the fifth day. There is a saying that the first drum builds up the spirit, the second drum weakens the spirit, and the third drum weakens the spirit. We are constantly on guard every day, so there will definitely be times when we are tired. And the last day is the most tiring and also the most relaxed day. Probably everyone will think that everything will be fine after the last night, but it is often the most dangerous time. Our people are already exhausted at that time. It will be very easy for the behind-the-scenes to carry out robbery or theft. Indeed. Yang Ming nodded in agreement. So, tomorrow night and the day after tomorrow are the most dangerous times? It should be like this. Lu Xianxia nodded. Of course, this is just my guess. The day after tomorrow was the last day of the exhibition. After the end, various manufacturers and owners of jewelry would withdraw the jewelry on display. Whether there would be any accidents after the withdrawal was none of Yang Ming's business. In other words, the period before the withdrawal of jewelry was what Yang Ming should pay attention to and be on guard. The sixth day passed very smoothly. Sure enough, as Lu Xianxia expected, the peak period of the theft was concentrated on the sixth night and the seventh day. The possibility of the theft was the highest on the sixth night. Under the deliberate arrangement of Yang Ming, the security guards on duty began to show signs of drowsiness. Even the security guards patrolling outside began to slack off. Of course, in this way, Yang Ming made such an abnormal posture to warn the behind-the-scenes. Because of the first 5 nights, all the security guards were in a state of alert at all times. Only on the last night, the security guards became tired. This obvious abnormal situation couldn't be attributed to fatigue on the second and exhaustion on the third. People with discerning eyes could see that this posture was intentional. Although Yang Ming was also very interested in the behind-the-scenes, he also understood that even if he caught the thief sent by the behind-the-scenes again, there wouldn't be much gain. The person sent couldn't know too much. If the person knew too much, the behind-the-scenes wouldn't send him over. Therefore, Yang Ming really didn't want to do useless work and create more problems. Now that he had successfully passed the jewelry exhibition, he would talk about the other things later. Of course, if this posture couldn't scare away the person behind the scenes, Yang Ming didn't mind playing with him again. It would be like what Xianxia said. Yang Ming sat in the business car and still watched the exhibition hall of the entire exhibition center. The first half of the night passed. There was no anomaly. About 3 o'clock in the morning, a black Mercedes-Benz van stopped on the side of the road at an intersection from the exhibition center. After the car was turned off, no one immediately got off. The exhibition center wasn't in the center of the city, but in a place that was relatively remote from the commercial area. There were few residential areas nearby, and they were all large enterprises and science and technology parks. It was fine during the day, but at night, there was basically no one. It was precisely because of this that Yang Ming was able to explore the movement of about 1 kilometer around the exhibition center. Basically, they were still objects. As long as an animal appeared, Yang Ming would immediately detect it. Therefore, when the Mercedes-Benz van stopped on the side of the road, Yang Ming was alerted. Regardless of whether anyone got off the car or not, Yang Ming used his special ability to check the people in the car. There weren't many people in the car. There were only 2 people. One was the driver, and the other was a very thin man in black. At this moment, he was using an infrared night vision device to observe the situation outside the window. Yang Ming's heart was shocked. The main character was finally here. Yang Ming naturally didn't believe that ordinary citizens would take an infrared night vision device to look at the scenery on the street in the middle of the night. What this person did was obviously to observe whether there was an ambush nearby. Yang Ming didn't have the energy to set up a hidden sentry within 1 kilometer of the exhibition center, and the observation results of that person obviously satisfied him. After the black-shirted man observed for a while, he put away the infrared night vision device and put another pair of infrared night vision goggles on his face. Although the night vision goggles and night vision goggles could be used for night vision, they weren't as powerful and professional as the night vision goggles. The black-shirted man put a backpack on his shoulder, then quickly jumped off the car and sneaked in the direction of the exhibition center. Yang Ming smiled slightly and didn't give any instructions to Li Chang because Yang Ming also wanted to see Li Chang's ability to adapt. Even if the black-shirted man succeeded in the end, wasn't there still an Oriole behind? The black-shirted man lurked near the exhibition center, but he didn't approach directly. Instead, he used binoculars to observe the security situation of the exhibition center. When he saw the scene that Yang Ming deliberately arranged, he was obviously stunned. He had probably never seen such tired security guards before. One by one, they walked around slowly, and one guy even squatted in the corner and snored. The black-shirted man's expression changed. His face was full of doubts and hesitation. Yang Ming observed the black-shirted man with some amusement. It seemed that his arrangement worked, and it made the black-shirted man feel a certain psychological pressure. Sure enough, the black-shirted man didn't dare to make a decision. Instead, he took out his phone and dialed a phone number. Unfortunately, he used the shortcut key to dial. Yang Ming couldn't see the phone number of the person behind the scenes. However, even if he saw it, it was probably a temporary number. With the caution of the person behind the scenes, he wouldn't give himself away on these subtle things. Yang Ming naturally didn't care about this anymore. He carefully stared at the black-shirted man's lips, wanting to see what he said. "Boss, there is something strange in the exhibition hall," the black-shirted man said concisely. "Oh? What's strange?" Yang Ming naturally couldn't hear the voice on the other side of the phone. Yang Ming could read lips, but he couldn't understand the mobile phone signal. The security guards patrolling near the exhibition hall are all lazy. They are not strict at all. They are like 2 different people during the day, said the black-shirted man. At this moment, Yang Ming could be completely sure that this black-shirted man came for the jewelry in the exhibition hall. Lazy? Like 2 different people? After the boss listened to the black-shirted man's words, he thought for a moment and said, "Hee hee, I didn't expect that Yang Ming would also play tricks when I play tricks. He is playing hard to get. He wants to scare us directly, but he will be disappointed. Continue to act according to the original plan." "Okay, I understand." The black-shirted man nodded and hung up the phone. Although Yang Ming didn't know what the boss said to the black-shirted man, according to the black-shirted man's performance, the behind-the-scenes must have given him an order to continue the operation. The boss hung up the phone, snorted coldly, and said to another young man in his 30s next to him, "Yang Ming played hard to get for me, making all the security guards pretend to be very lazy." "Oh? This Yang Ming is quite smart." After the young military advisor listened, he snorted with some disdain. "He actually guessed that we would act tonight. In fact, it's not difficult to guess. There was nothing wrong the previous few nights. Tonight is the last night. If we don't act tonight, we will do it tomorrow morning," said the boss. "However, this is more suitable for our action. The more slack he is, the higher the chance we have to succeed." The young man said, "Even if they are pretending, they will certainly not be as serious as usual." "That makes sense." The boss nodded and said, "I hope this operation won't disappoint me." It doesn't matter even if it doesn't succeed. This is just the beginning. The young man said indifferently, there are still many tricks in the future. I hope Yang Ming doesn't die early. Otherwise, there really won't be anyone to play with. The boss really admired the young man at this time. This person was really born to be sarcastic. The plan this time is really good. The SB mercenaries only paid a deposit of $500,000. As you expected, these people were all taken care of by Yang Ming. We don't even have to pay the rest of the commission. Haha. They are all going to die. Humph. The young man smiled proudly, but when he thought that he still had to rely on the boss, he put on a flattering smile. However, although I know that Yang Ming is very powerful, if you didn't tell me some other things about Yang Ming, I wouldn't have come up with this plan. After all, I thought that Yang Ming couldn't kill the mercenaries no matter how powerful he was. The boss didn't care much about the young man's flattery. He also knew that the two people were only in a cooperative relationship at the moment, each taking what they needed. However, the boss felt that this person was much more reliable than Elder Yu. That idiot Elder Yu was so arrogant every day, but he didn't understand one thing. In the end, not only did he spend a lot of sponsorship funds, but he also screwed things up. He preached all day long that he was going to practice some kind of evil technique to become invulnerable, but in the end, didn't he run away with his tail between his legs? But now this military advisor was different. Although his moves were a bit wretched, the winner was the king and the loser was the thief. It didn't matter how he achieved his goal. What was important was the result, not the process. Therefore, the boss didn't think about how to kill Yang Ming openly. As long as he could kill him, he didn't care how he did it. If this matter is successful, you will be a hero. The boss said to the young man, I will let you get back everything you want. Are you telling the truth? The young man looked at the boss in disbelief. His original purpose was to kill Yang Ming for revenge, so he relied on the boss's support, but he didn't expect to get back some of the things he wanted after the matter was done. Of course, Yang Ming's businesses are really nothing in my eyes. What I want is... The boss paused after saying this and didn't continue, but anyone knew that what he wanted must be more important than money. However, the boss didn't say much, and the young man didn't ask much. He didn't want to know what kind of deep hatred there was between the boss and Yang Ming. It had nothing to do with him. The man in black quietly lurked toward the exhibition hall. He did not enter from the entrance of the exhibition center, but went around to the edge of the wall closest to the exhibition area, ready to climb over the wall. The man in black was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he took out a camera detection radar device from his backpack and began to scan the position of the various probes in the exhibition center's courtyard. Most of the cameras used wireless signal transmission. After all, it was not convenient to arrange and install the cameras with wires. Moreover, maintenance and replacement were also a big problem. Before the jewelry exhibition, the convention and exhibition center would host large-scale exhibition activities such as clothing exhibitions and car shows. Therefore, there was no need for strict security measures. There were no cameras installed in the courtyard of the convention and exhibition center. Only a few cameras were installed in the parking lot at the entrance. After the Mingyang Company was responsible for the security of the jewelry exhibition, they installed a large number of wireless cameras in the courtyard as surveillance equipment. Although the convenience of a wireless camera was greater, there was a certain gap between its security and a wired camera. When the man in black detected the position of the nearest camera that could capture him, he took out another device and connected it to a small laptop. Yang Ming frowned. He didn't expect the man in black to be so professional. What he was doing now should be releasing interference signals to affect the normal operation of the camera. Sure enough, the man in black first used the device to call up the signal frequency range of the wireless camera. After locking the range, he began to use the computer to capture the data packets exchanged between the camera and the server to analyze the key. Soon, a series of binary numbers appeared on the man in black's computer. The man in black opened another software and copied it in the password column of the software. Then, he clicked on the switch button. At this point, the camera was completely hijacked. The picture sent from the camera to the host computer also became the picture in the man in black's computer. The picture may have been recorded in advance, or it was a video of the location shot by the camera at night. In this way, it was difficult for the people in the monitoring room to find that the picture sent by the camera had become another set of replaced pictures. After the replacement was completed, the man in black began to search for the cameras located near the exhibition area inside the exhibition hall. Until he found the location and frequency of the cameras, he performed the previous decryption operation one by one. He hijacked each camera one by one and replaced it with the video in his laptop. After doing all this, the man in black carefully put the laptop on the ground and covered it with the black canvas in his backpack. Although there were few people nearby, who could guarantee that no one would pass by? If it was stolen as a good thing, then the man in black's action would be over. After covering up these instruments, the man in black looked around again until he couldn't see anything special. Then, he slowly climbed up the wall. The man in black's movements were very skillful. Like a gecko, he jumped into the wall of the exhibition center without making any sound. After landing, the man in black quickly lay on the ground and hid his figure in the pile of withered grass and withered branches to avoid the sight of the patrolling security guards. Judging from the figure of the man in black, he was obviously a professional thief. However, judging from the actions of the person behind the scenes, the people he sent were obviously not mediocre. However, Yang Ming was still not sure whether the men of sacrifice he encountered at Wang Xiaoyan's house and this time were manipulated by the same person behind the scenes. Most of the security guards patrolling the periphery were the security guards of the Mingyang Company. It was definitely enough to deal with ordinary thieves, but it was obviously not enough to deal with such a professional. Judging from his dexterity, Yang Ming thought that he was almost on par with him. The man in black waited for a pair of patrolling security guards to pass by, then he began to quickly move his body and crawl in the direction of the exhibition hall. The area of the exhibition center was quite large. No matter how many people there were in Yang Ming's security company, it was impossible to have a sentry every short distance. In that case, even if the number of people was 10 times more, it was not enough. The camera had been taken care of by the man in black, so he didn't need to care about this. He only needed to avoid the patrolling people. After the first wave of patrolling people went away, the man in black quickly approached the exhibition hall and stopped in front of a window on the side of the exhibition area. The man in black took out something similar to a spray can from his backpack, but the shape was very special. Even Yang Ming had not seen it before. It should be a professional theft tool. The man in black sprayed a few times on the protective window with the spray can. After a while, he gently bent it with his hand, and the iron bar of the protective window was broken. Yang Ming understood at this time that the thing in the spray can was probably a highly corrosive liquid such as concentrated sulfuric acid solution. It could quickly dissolve the steel bar of the protective window. Obviously, its corrosiveness was not ordinary. It was just not clear what the material of this spray can was made of. It was so sturdy that nothing happened after it was filled with highly corrosive liquid. However, some secret folk tools were really difficult to explain clearly. Perhaps everything had its vanquisher. Just like his flying needle, it would dissolve when it came into contact with blood. The liquid in the spray bottle would probably only react when it came into contact with iron. Although it was somewhat inexplicable from a chemical point of view, there were too many phenomena in the world that could not be explained by science. Yang Ming did not delve into this issue, but carefully watched the man in black's actions. After taking off all the protective iron bars, the man in black took out something similar to a glass knife from his backpack. The man in black just wanted to touch the glass of the exhibition hall with the glass knife, but he suddenly stopped. The glass of the exhibition hall was covered with a device similar to a touch screen. It would be turned on after the exhibition hall was closed. As long as there was an external force touching it, the alarm would go off. Obviously, the man in black also found that something was wrong with the glass. The man in black put the glass knife aside and began to look for the wire of the touch screen at the edge of the glass. This kind of touch screen was a product a few years ago. The technical content was not high. Because the exhibition center had been built for some time, these things had not been updated. Although Yang Ming saw the drawbacks of this before, he couldn't help it. He was only temporarily using the exhibition hall for 7 days. It was impossible to completely transform the exhibition hall. If the exhibition hall paid for the renovation, the exhibition hall would not take the money. Even if Yang Ming took the money himself, it was obviously too late. Therefore, many things could only be used. Everything could only rely on Yang Ming's special ability to monitor the exhibition hall in all directions. Yang Ming rubbed his aching temples. It seemed that this man in black was not simple. Yang Ming didn't see this kind of touchscreen glass in the information that Feng Tian gave him before. Yang Ming himself didn't know about it. The previous generation of the alarm installed on the glass relied on the vibration when the glass was broken to trigger the alarm, but this alarm was obviously ineffective against the glass that was cut with a glass knife. The second generation was this kind of touchscreen type. Although the sensitivity of this kind of alarm system was high, it was easy to crack. There was also a drawback. That was, the sensitivity was a bit too high. As long as a little force was used to touch the touch panel on the glass, it would trigger the alarm. In this way, whether it was windy or rainy, it was possible to cause false alarms. Therefore, this kind of alarm device was generally only activated when there was a situation. It was usually turned off. Now the common use was the kind of glass that was inlaid with fine wires in the middle. Although the cost of this kind of glass was high, it was very practical and difficult to crack. As long as the wires in the glass were broken, it would trigger the alarm. In other words, whether it was smashed glass or glass cut with a knife, it would trigger the alarm. It was difficult to crack, but it was not impossible to crack it. Yang Ming found a similar solution in the CD that Feng Tian gave him. Since Yang Ming knew, he believed that this man in black should also know. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to find the touch panel on the glass now. Soon, the man in black found the wire of the touch panel from the edge of the window. He took out the insulating pliers from his backpack and carefully cut off the wire on the touch panel. At this point, the alarm system on the glass window was useless for the man in black. Because the touch panel was the most common resistive touch panel, it would not cause any consequences after cutting off the wire. The man in black forcefully removed the touch panel, revealing the glass behind it. The man in black began to cut the glass with a special glass knife. This is plexiglass. I don't know what glass knife the man in black used. It can actually cut plexiglass. No, next, Yang Ming saw what the man in black was holding. It was a small laser cutter. It was not a glass knife. The man in black first used a suction cup to suck the glass, and then carefully used the laser cutter to cut off a small piece of glass. The small glass was only as thick as a finger. It was impossible for people to enter. Yang Ming didn't know what he was going to do. Just as Yang Ming wondered what he was going to do by cutting such a small piece of glass, the man in black began to act. He took out a tube-shaped thing from his backpack and connected it to the backpack. Yang Ming used his X-ray vision to look at the situation in the backpack. The end of the tube was connected to something like an air pump. The man in black put the tube into the previously cut glass hole, and then opened the valve at the end of the tube. Sleeping incense. Yang Ming finally understood what the man in black wanted to do. What he didn't expect was that he would actually come up with such a dirty trick. However, although this kind of trick was despised in the underworld, Yang Ming didn't think much of it. This kind of trick was often used by assassins when performing tasks. Yang Ming didn't know if this trick was common in the theft world. At least, Yang Ming didn't see anything wrong with it. Instead, he felt that the man in black did things in an orderly manner. If he didn't make a mistake, this guy would also be a good person. Yang Ming wanted to make friends with him. It was estimated that the sleeping incense was a special kind of colorless and odorless product, so the security guard in the room didn't notice anything and fell into the man in black's trap. Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. The man in black's calmness and technique when he acted were not under his own. Yang Ming even had an illusion that if he performed this task, he would follow the same route as the man in black. It was just that Yang Ming learned from Feng Tian and trained in Europe. It was not surprising that he had this trick. However, this man in black made Yang Ming more and more surprised. He didn't know which organization he belonged to. If he could really make friends with him and then subdue him, it would be a big help for him in the future. It was no wonder that the people in the room were so easily taken care of by the man in black without being aware of it. high-tech, keen skills, and sensitive. Sleeping incense. It wasn't easy to not succeed. Li Chang and others were first-class fighters in fighting and assassination, but when it came to this kind of trick, they couldn't do it. Yang Ming thought that if he did it himself, it was just SOSO, so it was reasonable that Li Chang and others didn't notice it. After all the people in the room fell to the ground, the man in black nodded with satisfaction. He put away the tube of sleeping incense, and then quickly put a piece of medicine-like thing in his mouth. It should be the antidote of the sleeping incense. The man in black once again repeated the action. This time, it was a large piece of glass that was cut off. The glass was carefully sucked down with a suction cup and thrown aside. The man in black quickly entered the exhibition area in the exhibition hall. It was only a matter of time before the man in black could succeed. Yang Ming could already be sure of this. The opponent he faced was too strong. Even if Li Chang and others didn't protect the jewelry, Yang Ming wouldn't blame them. After the man in black entered the exhibition area, he sent a text message to the driver waiting in the Mercedes-Benz commercial car according to the prior agreement. Of course, although it was just a small action, it couldn't escape Yang Ming's eyes. Yang Ming glanced at the intersection near the exhibition hall, where the Mercedes-Benz commercial car was parked. Sure enough, the driver took out his mobile phone and glanced at it. The content on the screen was, "Everything is according to plan." This was probably edited in advance, because Yang Ming didn't see any text messages from the man in black on the mobile phone. After the driver received the text message, he started the car and drove in the direction of the exhibition center. The driving speed was neither too fast nor too slow. Obviously, it was like a normal passing vehicle. On the other side, the man in black had begun to cut the display case with a laser cutter. Although the glass of the display case used the current most popular built-in anti-theft system, because the display case was exposed in the hall, there must be a wire at the end of the display case to connect the power supply and the alarm device. He just had to cut the power supply and the alarm device before cutting it. The man in black skillfully cut each display case. After cutting it, he put the corresponding jewelry into the bag. When the black Mercedes-Benz commercial car was about to approach this side, Yang Ming knew that he should make a move. With a gentle glass fragment, one of the tires of the Mercedes-Benz was deflated. The driver obviously felt that something was wrong with the car, but he didn't hear any strange sounds, and no pedestrians appeared on the road. Because he was in a hurry to meet the man in black, the driver cursed anxiously and jumped out of the driver's seat. Motherf ***, why did it have to go wrong at this time? The driver got out of the car and circled around the Mercedes-Benz. He found that the right front tire was pierced by glass fragments, and the glass fragments were still embedded in the tire. The driver had no choice but to quickly remove the spare tire and jack from the car. He quickly changed the tire, wiping the sweat on his forehead as he changed the tire. Of course, what he didn't expect was that after he turned the last screw, a flying needle would sink into his neck. The driver slowly fell to the ground, motionless. "Catch him, bring him back to the car, and wait for me," Yang Ming instructed Lu Xinyang. Although Lu Xinyang's identity was a military advisor, he usually trained with Li Chang and the others. It was just that the training intensity was a little worse, so it was not a problem to carry a person back to the car. Yang Ming took off the driver's clothes and put them on himself. After Lu Xinyang took the driver away, he got in the car, started the car, and drove in the direction of the exhibition center. Because of the urgency of the time, Yang Ming didn't have time to wake up the driver and ask him what the specific plan was. Because it took some time to change the spare tire, if Yang Ming wasted more time, then the black-shirt man would not see the car to pick him up after he came out. It was likely that there would be some unexpected changes. However, it was not difficult to imagine that the driver could only pick up the black-shirt man now, so Yang Ming just had to park the car near the location where the black-shirt man put the notebook and the signal jammer. After getting in the car, Yang Ming lowered his hat a little, and then used the disguise function of the glasses to transform himself into the driver's appearance. The reason for doing this was that he was afraid that if there was really a secret signal, it would cause some trouble if he couldn't answer it. Since he had become the driver's appearance, the appearance matched. Even if the black-shirt man was suspicious, he wouldn't be too suspicious. After driving the car to the place where the black-shirt man jumped over the wall, Yang Ming stopped the car and looked into the courtyard of the exhibition center. The black-shirt man had completed the theft and was quickly jumping over the wall. He put away the notebook and signal jammer that were placed on the ground before. The black-shirt man glanced at the Mercedes-Benz business car in front of him, quickly opened the door, jumped into the car, and said to Yang Ming, "Drive." He didn't speak, but he deliberately looked back at the black-shirt man to let the black-shirt man confirm that the driver was not changed. Sure enough, after the black-shirt man saw Yang Ming's appearance, he didn't have any doubts at all. Instead, he sighed and said, "The security here is just SOSO." Yang Ming started the car, and the black-shirt man sat quietly in the back seat of the car without saying a word. Yang Ming was a bit baffled. At least, he should send a message or call the behind-the-scenes boss to report, right? Did he finish the report? Indeed, when Yang Ming seized the car, he didn't monitor the movements of the black-shirt man. But logically speaking, before the black-shirt man escaped from the exhibition center, he shouldn't have the time to report his achievements, right? Although Yang Ming had doubts in his heart, he didn't ask too much. Yang Ming didn't want to reveal his identity too quickly because Yang Ming wanted to see if the man in black would contact the boss during this time and leak some more clues. However, it was obvious that the black-shirt man did not intend to speak again. Yang Ming was also patient. He slowly drove the car. Finally, the black-shirt man noticed that something was wrong. "Where are you going?" The man in black was shocked. "Didn't the boss tell you to send me directly to the airport?" After Yang Ming listened to the black-shirt man's words, he quickly made a judgment. This black-shirt man was obviously not very familiar with the previous driver, so he would say such a thing. That would make things easier. "No, the boss just told me to send you to hell," Yang Ming said faintly. "What?" The black-shirt man widened his eyes in disbelief. "Impossible. In this world, nothing is impossible," Yang Ming said with a chuckle. "In front of benefits, there is no possibility or impossible." What are you going to do to me?" the black-shirt man asked in a panic. Although he was good at stealing, when it came to fighting and killing, he wasn't good at it. The driver transformed by Yang Ming was also tall and sturdy. He was much stronger than the black-shirt man. In terms of fighting, the black-shirt man couldn't be his opponent. "Now, there is a way for me to let you go. That is to give me half of the jewelry you stole. Let's split it evenly." As Yang Ming said this, he turned around and showed a greedy expression on his face. The black-shirt man wasn't stupid. When he saw Yang Ming's appearance, his heart trembled. He said, "I'm afraid it wasn't the boss who asked you to kill me. It was you who was greedy, right?" Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect the black-shirt man to association this. However, since he said so, Yang Ming simply sneered and said, "Humph, since you know, hurry up and divide the loot. Otherwise, I will kill you directly." "Haha. Haha." After the black-shirt man heard Yang Ming's words, instead of being shocked, he laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Yang Ming was a little puzzled. "The boss took me in when I was young and taught me the skills. It is impossible for him to kill me," the black-shirt man said to Yang Ming with some ridicule, "so, the only possibility is that you are greedy. I really don't understand why the boss would give such an important thing to you and say that you are a trustworthy person." Yang Ming thought, the driver has changed. Of course, it is different. Only you are an idiot who thinks that I am the original person. It is useless to say so much. Where are the things? If you don't take them, I will do it myself. Things? Of course, they are not in my hands. The black-shirt man laughed and said, "Don't you know? The things have already been transferred. How can I bring them with me? The boss arranged for me to immediately leave for Macau to lie low after the mission. How can I take the things with me?" Yang Ming was shocked in his heart. He looked into the black-shirt man's backpack with his special ability. Sure enough, except for some tools, there was no jewelry in it. Yang Ming didn't expect that there would be such a change during this time. During the short time when he seized the car, he didn't monitor the black-shirt man. The black-shirt man just happened to complete the transfer of the jewelry during that time. "Where did you transfer it?" Yang Ming frowned and asked anxiously. It doesn't matter if I tell you. I just threw it in the garbage bin in the courtyard of the exhibition center. Every day at 4 o'clock in the morning is the garbage transfer time. Now it is already 4:10. The things have already been transferred. Ha 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 ha. The black-shirt man smiled proudly. How is it? You didn't expect it, right? I advise you to put away your evil intentions and apologize to the boss. Maybe the boss will forgive you. The shock in Yang Ming's heart could be imagined. Man proposes but God disposes. I expected all aspects and thought that everything was under my control, but I didn't expect that the black-shirt man actually played such a trick and transferred the jewelry before getting on the car. Yang Ming looked at the clock on the dashboard of the car. It was already 4:12 o'clock in the morning. It seemed that the black-shirt man's time of crime was calculated in detail. It was just a few minutes before the garbage transfer, and then the stolen goods could be quickly transferred. It was estimated that the monitoring room must not have found anything wrong. The people in the exhibition area who were knocked out by the black-shirt man had not yet woken up, so no one would find that the jewelry had been stolen. They wouldn't care about the garbage transfer every day. Yang Ming sighed. In the past few days, there were garbage transfer trucks transferring garbage every night. Everyone was accustomed to it. Perhaps, the driver of the garbage specialist truck had long been controlled by the black-shirt man. Now, the jewelry must have fallen into the hands of the mastermind. Yang Ming had no way to regret it. Fortunately, the black-shirt man and the driver were still in his hands. Yang Ming could still get some clues from them. Listening to the black-shirt man, it seemed that he had been taken in by the mastermind since he was a child. He was one of the people close to the mastermind. Yang Ming hoped that he could know some inside information. You still don't want to send me to the airport? I can treat this as if it didn't happen. The black-shirt man told Yang Ming. He was not stupid. He wanted to stabilize Yang Ming first. Otherwise, if he angered Yang Ming, it would not be worth it if he hurt him. As for after he escaped, the boss had his own way to punish the traitor. Sorry, I still can't send you to the airport. Yang Ming parked the car on a sparsely populated road. He got out of the car and went directly to the back of the car. However, before getting on the car, Yang Ming restored his original appearance. You, what are you doing? The black-shirt man saw Yang Ming get off the car and come to the back. He didn't know what Yang Ming was going to do, but he didn't think that he could escape. With the driver's physique and the car in his hand, he couldn't escape at all. However, after seeing Yang Ming get on the car, the black-shirt man was stunned. He was shocked. You, who are you? We just talked. Your memory isn't very good. Yang Ming got on the car and sat directly next to the black-shirt man. However, his left hand was pressing the major acupuncture point on the black-shirt man's waist. As long as the black-shirt man had a slight movement, he would be paralyzed by Yang Ming. The black-shirt man was obviously also proficient in the acupuncture points of the human body. For Yang Ming's sudden move, his face suddenly had a cold sweat. In their line of work, if the limbs were paralyzed, it was equivalent to a disabled person. You, just now. The black-shirt man was obviously still not used to it. He didn't understand why Yang Ming changed people in such a short time. It was also me just now. Haven't you heard of the disguise technique? Yang Ming said disdainfully, the real driver has already been killed by me. I am still misunderstood by you even after I died. I am really unlucky. You, who are you? How do you know our actions? The black-shirt man was obviously more afraid of Yang Ming at this moment. The driver was one of his own people anyway. Yang Ming, a stranger, suddenly appeared in front of him, and he knew his robbery plan very well. It was reasonable to say that his actions were confidential. It was impossible for anyone to know. Who am I? Good question. Yang Ming said faintly, I am the person in charge of the security work of this jewelry exhibition. You stole from my site, and you still ask me who I am? It turned out to be you. No wonder. The black-shirt man heard Yang Ming's words and suddenly said, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I thought the plan was perfect. I didn't expect you to play such a trick. But it doesn't matter. The jewelry is not on me. This was the pain in Yang Ming's heart. He originally thought that the matter could be solved satisfactorily. If he knew this, he should have informed Li Chang to arrest the black-shirt man before he stole the treasure. He had made such a mistake because he had been too arrogant. I thought that after the black-shirt man stole the treasure, I would do a double cross and dig out the behind-the-scenes boss to force them to submit. However, I didn't expect the other party to be smarter and directly transfer the jewelry. Yang Ming knew that even if he ordered to check the garbage trucks in the city now, it would certainly be useless. The jewelry was on the garbage trucks only to be transferred out of the exhibition center. Once it left the exhibition center, it would be transferred again. Now, the jewelry must have fallen into the hands of the behind-the-scenes boss. Although the owners of these jewelry were registered before the exhibition, it should be some virtual names of foreign people. It was not real. Even if they followed the vine to find the melon, they would not find anything. Yang Ming sighed slightly. This behind-the-scenes boss is very brilliant in terms of IQ and cautiousness. If I continue to be so arrogant, I will definitely suffer. I have already suffered this time. Seeing that Yang Ming's face was not good, the black-shirt man was very straightforward. Anyway, the jewelry is no longer in my hands. If you want to kill me, just do it. It was fine if the black-shirt man didn't speak. When he spoke, it reminded Yang Ming. Yes, the black-shirt man said that he was adopted by the boss since he was a child and taught him skills. Then, the relationship between the boss and the black-shirt man is extraordinary. Can I use the black-shirt man as a bargaining chip to exchange for what I want? Thinking of this, Yang Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. The black-shirt man's skill was very good. Even Yang Ming felt that if he only compared in terms of stealing, the black-shirt man was almost on par with him. Such a powerful person was quite rare. Moreover, the black-shirt man was not like the previous mercenaries. If the mercenaries died, it was other people's business. It had nothing to do with the boss, but the black-shirt man was different. It seemed that the black-shirt man was probably the boss's apprentice. At least, he should be a very close person. In that case, it was impossible for the boss not to be worried about the black-shirt man's life and death. It could be said that how much was the jewelry worth? With the black-shirt man's kung fu, even if he wanted to have more valuable jewelry, it wouldn't be difficult. I believe the boss will calculate this account. What I have to do now is to control the black-shirt man and wait quietly for the boss to contact me. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the black-shirt man's phone to ring. The black-shirt man was shocked. Just as he wanted to pick up the phone and hang up, Yang Ming directly took it away. In terms of speed, the black-shirt man was not slower than Yang Ming, but in terms of strength, the black-shirt man was far inferior to Yang Ming, so the phone was directly snatched by Yang Ming, and Yang Ming casually hit the black-shirt man's mute acupoint, making him temporarily mute and unable to speak again. The person sent by the boss to wait for the black-shirt man at the airport didn't wait for the black-shirt man to appear, so he contacted the boss. The boss then called the black-shirt man. Yang Ming smiled slightly and picked up the phone. Hello. Yang Ming's voice obviously surprised the other party. The other side of the phone was silent for a moment before saying, "Who are you?" The voice was processed by a voice changer. It was extremely unpleasant, but it could be clearly heard what the other party said. "I am Yang Ming." Yang Ming said, "I believe you know who I am. I don't need to introduce myself. Where are my people? What did you do to him?" The other party didn't answer Yang Ming's words, but asked directly. "Don't worry. He is fine now." Yang Ming casually opened the black-shirt man's acupoint again. The black-shirt man suddenly shouted, "Boss, don't worry about me. He talks too much." Yang Ming snorted and turned the black-shirt man into a mute state. Then, he said to the phone, "I asked you what is your purpose and why you are targeting me. You obviously won't tell me." Humph, the other party obviously agreed with Yang Ming's words. "Then what do you want?" "What I want, I believe you know better than me." Yang Ming said indifferently, "You didn't do anything, and I didn't do anything." The other party hesitated but responded firmly, "The jewelry was not stolen. It was just withdrawn from the exhibition hall early. There is nothing tomorrow. I will naturally ensure that your people are fine," said Yang Ming. I will believe you once," the other party said after listening to Yang Ming's words. "You have to believe," Yang Ming said, "you are targeting me. You should have some understanding of me. Even if I have to compensate for the loss of the jewelry, I can afford it." Yang Ming's words made the other party stunned, but he immediately figured it out. Indeed, Yang Ming should also have some gray income in his hands, not the ones on the surface. "I hope we have a good cooperation." The other party hung up the phone after saying that. Yang Ming looked at the call record on the mobile phone. He didn't intend to check the location of the phone number that came in. Obviously, it was called after many transfers. He couldn't find the location of the call. The result made Yang Ming quite satisfied. Sure enough, the boss didn't intend to give up the black-shirt man, and Yang Ming wouldn't get anything even if he killed the black-shirt man. Yang Ming also knew that with the degree of caution of the person behind the scenes, even if the black-shirt man was relatively close to him, it was impossible to know all his secrets. Wait a minute. Yang Ming seemed to have thought of something. Previously, the black-shirt man said that he wanted to go to Macau to avoid the limelight. This made Yang Ming suddenly think of Xianxia, the consultant of Macau's Huawei casino. The person who planned to harm Wang Xiaoyan. How similar was his experience with the black-shirt man? The person behind the scenes was also called the boss, and the black-shirt man was going to Macau. So, would these two people have any connection? Would the person behind the scenes be the same person? In this way, everything could be explained. The person behind the scenes was not only targeting him, but also targeting Wang Xiaoyan. The death warrior who appeared at Wang Xiaoyan's house that day might also be sent by the boss. Thinking of this, Yang Ming quickly asked, "What are you going to do after you go to Macau?" "Humph." The black-shirt man snorted coldly and showed a fearless attitude. He didn't answer Yang Ming's words. "I can see that you also have a certain understanding of the acupuncture points of the human body." Yang Ming said faintly, "There is a kind of pain. I don't know if you have experienced it before?" "What?" The black-shirt man was obviously somewhat inexplicable. He didn't understand what Yang Ming said. However, Yang Ming wasn't very surprised. It was no wonder that some of his acupuncture points were Fang Tian's unique skills. Even if someone knew the acupuncture points, it was impossible to know so much. Some of Fang Tian's acupoint sealing techniques were unique. In the normal acupoint chart, these special acupoints were not reflected. Moreover, the acupoint sealing technique was also quite important. It wasn't something that could be done with just a touch. Otherwise, if someone accidentally touched the acupoints, then it couldn't be cured. Yang Ming promised the boss that he wouldn't kill the black-shirt man, but he didn't say that he wouldn't ask anything from him. Yang Ming directly touched the acupoints on his body with his hand. This was Yang Ming's tried and tested technique. Suddenly, the black-shirt man's face turned green. While he was twisting his body, there were beads of sweat on his forehead. In the beginning, he could still bear it, but this feeling was getting more and more uncontrollable. It was as if tens of thousands of ants were drilling around his body. It wasn't painful, but it wasn't itchy either. It was an indescribable feeling that drove people crazy. Ah! The black-shirt man couldn't help but scream. This feeling was even more uncomfortable than killing him. Although he didn't know what Yang Ming did to him, Yang Ming said something about the acupoint sealing. Obviously, after Yang Ming sealed one of his acupoints, he had such a weird feeling now. "Is it very satisfying?" Yang Ming said with a blank expression, "Before tomorrow, you can continue to feel good like this. I don't know if you can bear it. It's like heaven and hell." "Stop. Stop." When the black-shirt man saw that Yang Ming didn't intend to unseal his acupoints, he was immediately shocked. He shouted, "What did you do to me? Just give me a quick death. I can't bear it anymore." "Are you asking me to kill someone? That's against the law. I don't like it." Yang Ming shrugged innocently. After the black-shirt man listened to Yang Ming's words, he was so angry that he wanted to curse. He thought, "You just said that you killed the driver, and now you don't want to kill anymore. You even said that killing is against the law. Who the F***ck is this person? Wasn't this 2F** ket up?" However, the black-clothed man's life It should be said that whether he would continue to suffer was in the hands of Yang Ming. Therefore, the black-cloaked man did not dare to offend Yang Ming too much. Now, it was clear that Yang Ming wanted to torture him until he gave in. I can kill myself too. The man in black didn't have anything that could be used to kill himself, but even if he did, he might not be able to do it to himself. Although the man in black was skilled, in the end, he was a technical talent. He could be considered a master thief, but his heart was not ruthless. He had never killed anyone, nor had he fought, let alone committed suicide. Yang Ming sneered at the black-cloaked man without saying anything. I can't take it anymore. It's so uncomfortable. Oh. At first, the black-cloaked man could still bear it, but this feeling of thousands of needles piercing into his heart continued. The black-cloaked man finally couldn't bear it anymore, and his voice became vague and trembling. Yang Ming didn't expect the black-cloaked man's physical fitness to be so poor. It was reasonable to say that this kind of pain was not a problem for those who were relatively strong to torment them for a few days. However, if the body was weaker, it was possible that they would not be able to bear it and would die suddenly. Yang Ming reached out and unsealed the black-cloaked man's acupoints. The black-cloaked man suddenly gasped with relief. Yang Ming didn't disturb him. Yang Ming knew that he couldn't speak now, so Yang Ming was waiting for him to catch his breath before continuing to ask. Finally, when the black-cloaked man's breathing became even, Yang Ming spoke again. The black-cloaked man's body was really weak and couldn't withstand too much torment. Although Yang Ming could use other methods to make him recover faster, since the acupoints had been unsealed and he wouldn't die, Yang Ming didn't mind letting him suffer for a while. Now we can talk. Of course, if you don't want to say it, we will continue the game until you say it. Yang Ming said faintly. Demon. At this moment, the black-cloaked man only had this word in his heart to describe the person in front of him. This guy's method of interrogating others was really unique. He tortured people but couldn't cause any harm to the human body. I don't know anything. Even if I know, I can't say anything. The black-cloaked man gasped and said, You don't have to waste your energy. Just kill me. Kill you? Do you think I'm a fool? Yang Ming sneered and said, You heard the phone call just now. I used you in exchange for not holding me responsible after the jewelry was lost. If you die, what will I use as a bargaining chip? In that case, do as you wish. The black-cloaked man recovered his look of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Yang Ming was a little amused. This guy really forgot the pain after the scar healed. He changed another acupoint. For this kind of person with poor physical fitness, Yang Ming didn't dare to use the same trick continuously. Otherwise, if he died, Yang Ming wouldn't have any bargaining chips. Yang Ming used another acupoint technique this time. It could make the black-cloaked man have a strong itch all over his body, but it was different from the usual itch. Yang Ming's itch was under the skin. So, no matter how the black-cloaked man scratched, even if he scratched his skin, it was useless. After Yang Ming put down his hand, the black-cloaked man began to scratch his body crazily. At first, he didn't feel anything, but after scratching a few times, he felt that something was wrong. Because, no matter how he scratched, he couldn't stop the itch. The itch on his body was still there. He scratched and scratched, but there was no effect. However, the black-cloaked man still scratched his whole body vigorously. There were even blood marks in many places, but the itch still didn't disappear. Until this moment, the black-cloaked man showed pain and horror. I said, Stop. I will tell you everything, oh. The black-cloaked man couldn't bear it. He didn't want to die now. If Yang Ming really intended to kill him, there would definitely be more painful tricks than this until he tortured him to death. You should have said so earlier. Yang Ming unsealed his acupoint and said, Actually, I'm not such an unreasonable person. If I kill you, it won't be good if I become a murderer. The black-cloaked man thought, There is no one in this world who is more hypocritical than you, but he didn't have the courage to argue. He said weakly, What do you want to know? After you went to Macau, who did you seek refuge with? Asked Yang Ming. I don't know who I sought refuge with, but it is said that he has some influence in Macau, but I heard the boss's men call him something like a consultant. The black-cloaked man said, Other than that, I don't know. Consultant? Yang Ming's heart moved. Wouldn't it be Jing Xiaopeng? Isn't this guy the technical consultant of Huawei Casino? In this way, it also confirms my previous thoughts. The boss behind Jing Xiaopeng is the boss behind the black-cloaked man. The two bosses are the same person. However, the problem came again. When the boss was in Macau, the person he targeted seemed to be Wang Xiaoyan. In Songjiang, Wang Xiaoyan's home, the person he targeted seemed to be Wang Xiaoyan more. However, this jewelry exhibition had nothing to do with Wang Xiaoyan. So, who is the person this boss is targeting? Or is it that I have ruined the boss's plans to deal with Wang Xiaoyan several times, so the boss is angry and wants to kill me first to vent his hatred? And the strange experience that night. Yang Ming frowned. What does this boss want to do? What is his purpose? How did Wang Xiaoyan offend him? Boss's underling? Who is the boss's underling? Yang Ming continued to ask, does the boss have other underlings? It's the driver. For my escape this time, he is responsible for everything. The black-cloaked man said, including the contact with the people in Macau. Driver? Yang Ming suddenly found that this driver didn't seem to be as simple as a driver. Originally, Yang Ming thought that this driver was just a small role, but he didn't expect that the thing he was responsible for was even more important than the black-cloaked man. He knew more inside information. The association recalled what the black-cloaked man said before. The driver was trustworthy. Yang Ming was suddenly shocked. He picked up the phone and was about to call Lu Xinyang. He asked them to guard the driver strictly and not let him escape. At first, Yang Ming thought that the driver was just an insignificant character. He didn't even care about his life when he started. At that time, keeping the driver alive was just a thought. Later, he asked Lu Xinyang to catch the driver, and it was just a casual order. However, when he just took out the phone, Yang Ming's phone became a call. Although Yang Ming turned it to vibrate mode, the number of the call was Lu Xinyang. Yang Ming's heart suddenly had an ominous premonition instinctively. He looked at the black-cloaked man next to him. Yang Ming frowned, raised his hand slightly, and knocked him out. There were some things that Yang Ming didn't want him to hear. Hello, Lu Xinyang, what's the matter? Yang Ming picked up the phone and asked. Brother Yang, something happened. Lu Xinyang's tone sounded a little anxious. The driver is dead. What? Who did you say is dead? The previous driver? Yang Ming thought that the driver's identity was suspicious and wanted to investigate further, but he didn't expect that the driver would die. How did he die? Suicide. Lu Xinyang's tone was a little guilty. Sorry, Brother Yang. I didn't look after him. Now is not the time to apologize. Yang Ming interrupted Lu Xinyang's words. I just want to know. You tied him with a rope. How did he commit suicide? I did tie him up and locked him in the back of the car, but when he woke up and saw the situation, he slammed his head against the car window and the pillar of the car. He only slammed his head twice, and before I could stop him, his brain burst open and he died. Lu Xinyang said with some regret. Mother ****. Yang Ming cursed and sighed. This isn't your fault. You don't have to blame yourself. Yang Ming wasn't an unreasonable person. This driver was determined to die. No matter how you prevented him, he would commit suicide unless you kept him asleep. Yang Ming also discovered the importance of this person later. Looking at the black-cloaked man next to him, Yang Ming sighed. It turned out that the person responsible wasn't him, but the driver. The black-cloaked man obviously didn't know much. He was just used as a tool. Even if he said it, it didn't matter. He didn't need to commit suicide, but the black-cloaked man directly committed suicide. Obviously, there was a problem. Yang Ming made 2 mistakes in a row today. It could be seen how strong his opponent was. For the first time, Yang Ming felt this sense of crisis. In the past, no matter what kind of opponent Yang Ming faced, he could easily deal with them. But this time it was different. This opponent was too cunning and insidious. When the boss called, he didn't even mention the driver. It seemed that this person had nothing to do with it at all. Instead, he only asked for the black-clothed man's life in exchange, so Yang Ming naturally ignored the importance of the driver. Yang Ming shook his head helplessly, took out his mobile phone, and dialed the phone number of Macau's Xing Xiaopeng. Yang Ming didn't do anything to Xing Xiaopeng, but let him continue to stay in Huawei Casino as his own eyes and ears. "Hello, how are you?" Xing Xiaopeng picked up the phone, and his tone was very polite. A public figure like Xing Xiaopeng always had to maintain his image because he didn't know who would call. "I am Yang Ming." Yang Ming directly reported his identity. "Yang. Mr. Yang." Xing Xiaopeng was shocked, and then quickly said, "Mr. Yang, hello. I am looking for you, but the young lady is not here. I can't contact you." Yang Ming didn't leave his phone number to Xing Xiaopeng, but told him that if there was any situation, he could find him through Huang Lele. Now that Huang Lele had an accident, she was under house arrest at home. As a result, Xing Xiaopeng really couldn't contact him. "This is my phone number. You write it down, and you can keep in touch at any time in the future," Yang Ming said. "Okay, Mr. Yang." Xing Xiaopeng said, "This is the case." The boss's assistant, Chen Xixing, called and said that there is one of his own. Of course, it is one of the boss's own people. He wants to come over and hide for a while. He asked me to help entertain him. Sure enough. Yang Ming was completely sure this time. The boss that Xing Xiaopeng mentioned was the black-shirt man's boss. This series of things were done by this person. Although Yang Ming had not fully understood the ultimate purpose of the boss, he could put together a series of reasonable and unreasonable things before. "Who is that Chen Xixing? Is he a driver?" asked Yang Ming. "Driver?" "Yes, he is also the boss's driver." Xing Xiaopeng said, "However, he is more like the spokesperson of the boss. He often contacts us for the boss. It can be said that he is one of the most trusted people of the boss." "So, then he knows a lot about the boss?" asked Yang Ming. "I don't know if he knows, but I think it should be like this," said Xing Xiaopeng. "Well, we can contact you at any time if there is anything." Yang Ming nodded and hung up the phone, then he regretted it. Obviously, the driver who committed suicide was Chen Xixing, one of the most trusted people of the boss. He must know a lot of things, and he was very loyal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen the path of suicide. The black-shirt man's usefulness was not great. He knew very few things. Yang Ming didn't need to interrogate him. He just used him as a bargaining chip in his hand. After starting the car, Yang Ming drove in the direction of the exhibition center. Li Chang had already woken up at this time. He was very ashamed of being drugged by someone else's incense. However, Yang Ming did not reprimand him. He just instructed him to clean up the scene as soon as possible and restore it to its original state. Although Li Chang was surprised that Yang Ming didn't call the police after such a big thing, but asked them to clean up the scene, Yang Ming didn't say much, so he didn't ask much. What Yang Ming asked him to do, he just did it. Since he had reached an agreement with the boss, Yang Ming didn't need to look for the jewelry anymore. Both of them knew that the boss was a thief crying thief. He stole his own things. His sentence, "The thing was not lost, but it was withdrawn in advance," showed that he would no longer pursue the theft of the treasure. It was his own withdrawal, and it had nothing to do with Yang Ming. Although it seemed that neither of them got any benefits, it was basically a tie. The loss on the boss side was more serious. At least one of his confidants died. However, Yang Ming was very upset. He had suffered 2 hidden losses, but he couldn't do anything about it. Are we really going to let it go? Don't pursue it anymore? Then, isn't our efforts this time in vain? The young man was a little unwilling. He clenched his fists and said, "What if we don't?" The boss shook his head helplessly. "The person is in Yang Ming's hands. I can only do this." "The person, is it so important? You are willing to let go of Xiaoai. Can't you let go of this stealing tool?" The young man was a little puzzled. "He is a rare talent, but it's not that I can't let go." The boss sighed and said, "The one who really can't fall into Yang Ming's hands is Chen Xixing, my driver. He knows my identity. If it really leaks out, it will be a big problem." "Chen Xixing? The driver who drove?" The young man frowned. It turns out that you have an ulterior motive. You didn't mention a word about him just now. It's useless for Yang Ming to keep a driver. He promised to release Xiao Gu, the man in black, and he will also release Chen Xixing. The boss nodded and said, there's no other way. Because of him, I can only compromise. Well, but we didn't suffer a loss. The young man also knew that there was no room for maneuver. The boss's affairs couldn't be exposed. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to seek revenge from the boss in the future. There will be opportunities in the future. There's no rush this time. The boss said. Next time, I want him dead. The young man gritted his teeth and said fiercely. I want him dead more than you. The boss sneered and said, Yang Ming, you are lucky this time, but there won't be a next time. I hope you won't be so lucky next time. After the boss finished speaking, he instructed his men to send a message to the Jewelry Association that the jewelry had safely evacuated. This was an agreement between him and Yang Ming, and he had to abide by it. In the Jewelry Association, the vice president who was bribed was also baffled. Didn't we agree at the beginning? After the jewelry was stolen, we asked the Mingyang Security Company for compensation. How did we evacuate safely? However, the reward had already been received, so he couldn't care so much. What did it have to do with him if you want to pursue it or not? Therefore, the vice president of the association finished the registration, and the jewelry in the exhibition area had been safely evacuated from the exhibition center. Back at the exhibition center, Yang Ming looked at the body of the driver, Chen Xixing, on the ground and felt a little emotional. Sometimes, it was often the seemingly insignificant person who was the most important person. Looking at the body on the ground with half of its head deflated, Yang Ming could only sigh helplessly. Even if Bian Ke and Hua Tua crossed over, they couldn't save this person. Have you searched the body? Yang Ming asked faintly. I have searched. There is only one mobile phone, but... Lu Xinyang hesitated and said, this mobile phone should be customized. There is a password. If the password is not correct, you can't enter. Can't it be cracked? When Yang Ming heard that there was still a mobile phone left on Chen Xixing's body, he suddenly became interested. After all, there might be clues in it. There should be no hope. Lu Xinyang spread his hands and said, I have seen similar special mobile phones on foreign military websites. There are only 3 chances to enter the password. Once the password is entered incorrectly, it will start a self-destruct system. Some erase the chip data. In this case, there is a chance that professional software can be used to try to recover, but the new generation of products destroy the memory chip through the circuit. In this case, the situation can't be recovered because the chip has been completely burned. So high-tech? Yang Ming looked at the inconspicuous mobile phone in his hand in surprise. However, upon closer inspection, this mobile phone did not have a place to insert a SIM card, UIM, or PIM card. It should be a special satellite phone. In other words, you can't try to decrypt it? Although Yang Ming was a computer science major, he could understand Lu Xinyang's words, but in the end, he didn't know much about the hardware circuit of the mobile phone. It should be like this because I have also checked it. There is no data cable socket on the mobile phone. How can it communicate with the computer? Lu Xinyang shook his head and said. It seemed that he had studied the mobile phone for a while and looked up the relevant information. Alright, let's talk about the phone later. I'll see if I can think of another way. Yang Ming took the phone and put it in his pocket. Since it couldn't be decrypted, it was no different from a waste product. He would ask Xiaoqing when he had time to see if she had any way to solve this. Xiaoqing was a doctoral supervisor in the computer science department. She should know more about these aspects. This corpse. Lu Xinyang and the others had also seen dead people. When the underworld of Jiduan City was annexed, Lu Xinyang was also present, so he was not very interested in corpses and had no fear. Find a bag and put it in it. Yang Ming waved his hand and said. Lu Xinyang responded and went to find someone to put the corpse away. Yang Ming walked into the exhibition area of the exhibition center. At this moment, the exhibition area had been cleaned. The broken window guardrail was restored to its original state. The glass and touch panel were also replaced with new ones. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't see the traces of the battle. As for the exhibition cabinets in the hall, they were originally custom-made by the Mingyang Security Company, so it didn't matter even if they were broken. Li Chang had already removed all of them. The hall was also very clean. Seeing Yang Ming come in, Li Chang was very ashamed. "Brother Yang, Needless to say, I underestimated the enemy too much." Yang Ming waved his hand and interrupted Li Chang's words. "The opponent was too strong. Even I suffered a loss in his hands, let alone you." Li Chang listened to Yang Ming's words and felt a chill in his heart. How good was Yang Ming's skill? Even Yang Ming suffered a loss, so it was not shameful for them to be tricked by others. However, Li Chang didn't know that Yang Ming's opponent referred to the person behind the scenes, not the black-shirt man. In fact, the black-shirt man was not so strong. The boss who coordinated the overall situation behind him was the most important person. Only this person could really be called Yang Ming's opponent. The sky gradually brightened. Li Chang and Bao Sanli also assisted the jewelry manufacturers in the exhibition area step by step under the instructions of Yang Ming. They didn't mention anything about the theft that happened before. Not long after, the phone that Yang Ming found in the black-shirt man's hand rang. Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID. It was the word boss, so he picked up the phone. The boss knew that the black-shirt man's phone must be in Yang Ming's hands at the moment, so after sending a message to the Jewelry Association to withdraw from the exhibition hall, he called Yang Ming to inform him to release the black-shirt man. "Hello, boss." Although Yang Ming was angry in his heart, there was nothing inappropriate in his words. After all, at this level, it was impossible to be like the little gangsters in the past. Yang Ming also maintained his proper bearing. "Hello." The boss's harsh voice sounded. "I have informed the Jewelry Association. Our jewelry has been safely evacuated. You can release the black-shirt man." "Okay, I will ask in a while. If this is the case, I will release the black-shirt man immediately." Yang Ming didn't want to entangle with the boss on this matter. Killing the black-shirt man didn't benefit Yang Ming, and Yang Ming couldn't get anything. "Very good, I hope you will keep your promise." The boss said, "Right, let them drive back." "Drive? Drive what?" Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. "Didn't you detain the driver of the car? Let them come back together." The boss said lightly. When Yang Ming heard the boss say this, he immediately understood. The boss originally said driver. It seems that this driver really has a problem. This boss also has an ulterior motive. Looking at his understatement tone and pretending to be casual, he should be very anxious in his heart. Thinking of this, Yang Ming deliberately said naughtily, "Oh? You mean the driver? He was caught by my men. I don't know where he is. It's not easy to find him. Well, I will send a car to send the black-shirt man back." After Yang Ming finished speaking, he was secretly happy. He finally vented his anger. Moreover, not only that, Yang Ming suddenly had another plan in his heart. Since the boss cared so much about the driver, why not take the opportunity to trick him again? When the boss heard Yang Ming's words, his face suddenly turned green. He wanted the driver, Chen Xixing, to come back, but not the black-shirt man. Yang Ming actually only released the black-shirt man and not Chen Xixing. How could this not make the boss anxious? Didn't we agree yesterday? You let my men go, and I won't pursue it. Why? Do you want to go back on your word? The boss asked in a deep voice. Let him go, I will naturally let him go. However, we agreed yesterday to let the black-shirt man go, right? You asked me to find the driver. Aren't you giving me a hard time? Yang Ming said lightly, I am very busy. How can I find the driver for you? Besides, is the driver important? The boss's face twitched twice, and he said calmly, they are all my people. Naturally, they have to come back, regardless of whether he is the driver or not. Well, the previous condition was to exchange for the black-shirt man. If you want the driver, tell me the whereabouts of the jewelry. Yang Ming said indifferently. The boss really wanted to throw the phone, but the association knew about Yang Ming's shameless character, so there was no way. He took a few deep breaths and then said, okay, let's wait and see. After that, he hung up the phone. What does "okay, let's wait and see" mean? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable after listening to the boss's words. Why does it sound so awkward? Did he agree or not? However, since this driver, Chen Xixing, was so important, the boss would not give up easily, so Yang Ming was not in a hurry. Yang Ming was not in a hurry. Anyway, the Jewelry Association had approved that the jewelry was withdrawn normally, so Yang Ming was not worried at all. He continued to help the jewelry dealers withdraw from the venue in an orderly manner. A subordinate ran to Li Chang's side and whispered a few words to Li Chang. Li Chang quickly walked to Yang Ming. Brother Yang, at the entrance of the exhibition center, there is a courier who claims to be from a courier company. He said that there is a package for you. Courier? Package? Yang Ming was stunned for a moment, then he faintly thought of something, so he said, "Let him come in." Not long after, the courier was brought in by several of Li Chang's men. The courier was obviously a little scared and said carefully, "Who is Mr. Yang Ming?" "I am him." After the courier came in, Yang Ming used his special ability to check his body. He did not carry any weapons, but the package in his hand was full of jewelry stolen by the black-shirt man. "Hee, you sent it back so quickly." Yang Ming smiled faintly and signed for the package. He did not investigate the true identity of the courier. Thinking about it, this person could not be the boss's core subordinate. The boss could not send his core subordinate to perform this task. If he was detained, the boss's loss would be even greater. Not long after signing for the package, the phone that Yang Ming took from the black-shirt man rang again. Yang Ming picked up the phone directly. "Hello?" Yang Ming picked up the phone. "Have you received the item?" The boss's voice came over. "Hee, not bad. It's quite efficient." Yang Ming's mood was very good. "Okay, I hope you will abide by the agreement," the boss said with a snort. "Well, call me later. I will find someone to check where the driver is," said Yang Ming. Yang Ming was very surprised. He didn't expect to inadvertently reverse the situation. He got rare jewelry worth nearly $10 billion for no reason. Isn't this money too easy to earn? 20 minutes later, the phone rang again. Yang Ming smiled and picked up the phone. "Boss? Sorry, I found the person, but unfortunately, the person committed suicide." "You must believe it. He really committed suicide. Think about it. It's useless for me to kill him. He is just a little driver. I can't ask someone to kill him. Moreover, he killed himself." His brain burst out. "Such a disgusting way to die. I can't kill him even if I want to. It's disgusting." When the boss heard Yang Ming's words, he was so angry that he wanted to curse. However, it was possible for Chen Xixing to commit suicide. Chen Xixing could only choose to commit suicide in order to keep it a secret. If he committed suicide, it would be fine. He didn't have to worry about his secret being leaked. But the key problem was, wouldn't his jewelry be given away in vain? Isn't it equivalent to throwing it away? In the situation where no one lost and no one won, it became Yang Ming who was slightly better. He didn't do anything to Yang Ming, and he didn't get the person back. Instead, he lost $10 billion worth of jewelry. However, since it had come to this, the boss couldn't say anything more. He snorted coldly, "Let the black-shirt man bring the corpse back together. This is naturally no problem. I have no use for this corpse." Yang Ming thought, "I'm not that perverted elder you. I'm not using this corpse to practice any evil techniques. Mother ****. The boss hung up the phone and slammed the phone on the ground. It suddenly broke into pieces, and the parts scattered on the ground. This Yang Ming actually dared to trick me. What's wrong?" The young man looked at the boss's angry look and said faintly, "Chen Xixing committed suicide." The boss said angrily, "Those jewelry are equivalent to throwing it away." "Suicide? When did it happen?" The young man asked calmly. "It should have been a while ago. If Chen Xixing wanted to commit suicide, he would definitely have committed suicide shortly after he was caught. He couldn't have waited until now," said the boss. "That's it. He committed suicide." How could Yang Ming not know? The young man shrugged and said, "Do you believe that Yang Ming's management of his subordinates is so chaotic that he doesn't report anything? Could it be? The boss was just blinded by anger." At this time, when he listened to the young man's analysis, he was immediately shocked. Yes. Yang Ming should have known that the driver committed suicide long ago, and he also realized the importance of this person. He took the opportunity to trick you and wanted to get more benefits. The young man nodded and analyzed. I was fooled by this kid. The boss also knew Yang Ming's character, so after listening to the young man's analysis, he immediately realized that he was fooled. Moreover, this was not a small trick. However, if you don't test like this, he won't let go. Just treat it as buying a lesson. In the future, try not to use your own people to deal with Yang Ming unless you are 100% sure. The young man waved his hand and said, "That's the only way." Although the boss didn't care about the money, it was less than 1% of his property. His gray income was even higher than the gray income of some of the world's underworld bosses. However, these couldn't be made public, and it couldn't be listed on the world's rich list. The jewelry manufacturer safely evacuated the exhibition center, and the Mingyang Security Company successfully completed the transaction with the China Jewelry Association. At this point, the security work of the Mingyang Security Company was successfully completed. Although there was a robbery in the middle, it was also successfully resolved. It also made the name of the Mingyang Security Company. It was believed that the Mingyang Security Company would undertake more and more security services for large-scale events in the future. The black-shirt man's mobile phone was just an ordinary mobile phone, the newly released Nokia N97 smartphone. Yang Ming checked the information inside, including the short message box, photo album, and so on, but he didn't find any useful information. Obviously, this was a mobile phone that was just bought. Perhaps it was only equipped for this mobile phone. There was only one phone number in it, and it was the boss's number. However, thinking about it, he couldn't find anything from this number. It was probably a virtual number, or a number that had been transferred from overseas many times. Judging from the mobile phones of the black-shirt man and the driver, Chen Xixing's mobile phone was a professional encrypted mobile phone, and the black-shirt man was just an ordinary one. This could show that Chen Xixing's position in the behind-the-scenes boss's organization was definitely not low. However, it didn't make any sense to think about this now. At least, in this game, Yang Ming won by a narrow margin. From a draw to a slight win, he let the boss suffer a hidden loss. Yang Ming didn't delay, but drove directly to the school. He wanted to find Xiaoqing to ask about the mobile phone. After all, there might be the boss's information in it. Yang Ming was afraid that a long delay would lead to trouble. If this thing had a self-destruct device, then it would be F***ket up. Therefore, Yang Ming wanted to solve the mobile phone problem as soon as possible. If Xiaoqing couldn't find a way, then Yang Ming simply didn't think about it. After all, the possibility of cracking the most advanced foreign military mobile phone was very small. This week's security operation made Yang Ming a little tired, but it finally ended safely, and he also extorted a lot of valuable jewelry. As for the jewelry, Yang Ming didn't intend to sell it. First, Yang Ming wasn't short of money. Second, and most importantly, Yang Ming had several women around him. Although Yang Ming was good to them, he never bought too expensive jewelry for them. Although it seemed that jewelry was flashy and had no practical use except for looking good, the appeal of jewelry to girls was invincible. Otherwise, who would Yang Ming sell the jewelry in his company to? Therefore, Yang Ming decided to give these jewelry to his several girlfriends. Anyway, it was extorted, so Yang Ming didn't feel distressed. When he visited Xiaoqing this time, Yang Ming picked a brooch. It was said that the Queen of Tsarist Russia used to wear it. Yang Ming didn't look at the introduction carefully. Anyway, there was a detailed introduction in the jewelry box and a certificate of authenticity issued by several famous international jewelry identification institutions. The car was parked downstairs in the computer teacher building. Yang Ming got out of the car and walked quickly to Xiaoqing's office. He knocked on the door of Xiaoqing's office, but no one answered. Yang Ming glanced inside with his special ability and found that Xiaoqing wasn't in the office. Generally at this time, Xiaoqing was at school, so Yang Ming didn't call when he came today. He didn't expect to find nothing. Sister Xiaoqing, where are you? Yang Ming called Xiaoqing. Of course, in public, Yang Ming still called Xiaoqing as Sister Xiaoqing. If he called her Qing Qing here, it wouldn't be good if someone with bad intentions saw it. Yang Ming? I'm at school. Xiaoqing said, why? What's the matter? School? I'm at the door of your office. You're not there either? Asked Yang Ming. I'm in the laboratory. I'm recently researching a new topic about the underlying network protocol. I'm busy. I'm having a video conference. Wait for me. It will end in about half an hour. Xiaoqing said. Well, I'll wait for you at the laboratory building. I just have some things to ask you. I should need the laboratory equipment, said Yang Ming. Because the mobile phone needed to be decrypted immediately, it also needed the help of some professional experimental equipment. It was impossible to solve the problem in the office. Yang Ming went out of the faculty building and drove slowly to the computer laboratory building. There was a speed limit of 20 kilometers on campus, but few people would abide by it. However, Yang Ming paid more attention to the traffic rules. Many people often regretted it after an accident. However, Yang Ming drove slowly, but some people weren't willing. There was a sound of a car horn behind him. Yang Ming glanced in the rearview mirror. It was a Land Rover Discovery 3. Because many of the lanes in the school were one-way streets, only one car could pass. The car behind couldn't overtake. Yang Ming glanced at the speed limit sign on the side of the road and still maintained a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. The Land Rover behind him was obviously impatient. It actually honked the horn. The sound was shockingly loud, like a train horn. If Yang Ming didn't have good physical fitness, he would definitely be shocked. Woo! The car behind was still honking the horn. The students walking on the side of the road covered their ears and showed a disgusted expression. However, the driver of the Land Rover still didn't know and kept honking. This kind of high-decibel siren was used on trains and some large transport vehicles, and it was not allowed to be used in the city, let alone in the campus where sirens were not allowed. However, in order to look cool or have other motives, some drivers installed sirens on their cars and used them crazily in places where there were no traffic police. It was like some non-police vehicles that were equipped with a loudspeaker and honked madly on a small street, except that the sound of the siren was louder and worse. Yang Ming found it hard to understand the intentions of these people. He did not understand the meaning behind their actions. Just like the young man in the Land Rover, he didn't care about the reactions of the passers-by and kept pressing the horn, enjoying the shock brought by the sound of the horn. Of course, Yang Ming wouldn't speed up just because he kept blowing the horn, so he continued to move forward slowly. Out of the one-way road, it was the laboratory building of the computer science department. Yang Ming parked the car next to the flower bed in front of the teaching building. Although there were no flowers in the flower bed in this season, there were 2 snow sculptures carved by the students. Although they were not so professional, they had a youthful atmosphere. Yang Ming parked the car and waited for the end of the video conference on Xiaoqing's side. Not long after he parked the car, the Land Rover that had been behind Yang Ming drove over. With a turn, the front of the car directly faced the door next to Yang Ming's driver's seat. Then, it braked and stopped. The front of the car was less than 5 centimeters away from Yang Ming's door. Woo! The young man in the Land Rover pressed the horn again and jumped out of the car. He said in a demonstration, "Kid, aren't you F***king awesome? Let me see how you get out of the car." Idiot, blocking my way. I will block your way this time. You think you are awesome just because you drive a BMW, right? Yang Ming frowned and looked at the young man as if he was crazy. He opened the window and said, "Did you take the wrong medicine?" The young man looked at Yang Ming proudly and circled around Yang Ming's car twice. He said, "D***MN, is it a pile of 8s? Is it a fake brand?" Speaking of this, the young man waved to another Audi Q7 behind his car. "Detsy, you stay behind him and block him." The Audi Q7 was obviously in cahoots with this young man. He parked the car directly behind Yang Ming's car, completely blocking Yang Ming's car. Yang Ming's left was the Land Rover, right was the flower bed, behind was the Audi Q7, and in front was the teaching building. It could be said that there was no way to go in all directions. The person who came down from the Audi Q7 was also a young man. He was dressed very fashionably. He didn't even look at Yang Ming. He directly went up and patted the young man's shoulder. Third brother, he is such an idiot. Don't be angry with him. There is no need. As they spoke, the two walked into the computer science laboratory building together. The young man before was called Xianxia, and the person behind him was called Xianxia. Both of them were students in the preparatory class of Songjiang Industry University. The so-called preparatory class was for some students who had not been admitted to university. It was self-funded. First, they would go to the preparatory class for a year, then they would go to the freshman year. The preparatory class of Songjiang Industry University was originally in the campus, but this time, it was merged with the other departments of the campus into the main campus. The two just ate mutton skewers at the school gate. They drank too much and held their pee, so they were so anxious to honk the horn. However, Yang Ming was not in a hurry. Xianxia was naturally angry, so he asked Xianxia to block Yang Ming together. Both of their families were very rich. Usually, they could do whatever they wanted in the campus. No one dared to provoke them. Now that he saw Yang Ming actually dared to disobey him, Xianxia was naturally furious. Although Yang Ming's car was also very high-end, Xianxia was the campus bully. He didn't put Yang Ming in his eyes. Yang Ming didn't want to do anything to Xianxia, and he didn't want to find trouble with him. However, this guy was insatiable. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't spoil him. The X5 had a skylight. Yang Ming directly opened the skylight, and then jumped out from the roof of his car. He first came to the front of Xianxia's Land Rover and kicked directly on the front windshield of the Land Rover. Although the front windshield of the Land Rover was very strong, and it was covered with an explosion-proof membrane, it couldn't withstand Yang Ming's kick. Yang Ming could break a tree that was as thick as a person with a kick, let alone a layer of glass. Pung! With a sound, the Land Rover's windshield was broken by Yang Ming's kick. Then, with another kick, the whole piece of glass fell directly with the explosion-proof membrane. Yang Ming threw the broken windshield aside and jumped into the Land Rover's driver's seat. He took out the special universal lily key, inserted it into the keyhole, and started the car. Yang Ming reversed the Land Rover and then turned the steering. The front of the car was aimed at the butt of the Audi Q7 that was parked behind his BMW. Of course, Yang Ming couldn't hit it all at once. Instead, he stuck the front of the car to the tail of the Audi Q7 and slowly increased the throttle. Boom, the Audi Q7 was pushed forward slowly by the Land Rover. Because the Q7's handbrake was already pulled, it could still be pushed with brute force. It was just damaging the car. The power of the Land Rover was very strong. Although it was difficult to push the Q7, it was not impossible. The Q7 was pushed directly to the wall, and the front of the car hit the wall. Yang Ming jumped down from the Land Rover. The Q7 was still okay, but the Land Rover had been destroyed by Yang Ming. Yang Ming jumped down from the Land Rover and looked at the Audi Q7 in front of him. He felt that it was a bit unfair, so he kicked the driver's seat of the Q7. At this moment, not only was the door of the driver's seat dented, but even the door glass was also broken. Xianxia and Xianxia just solved their physiological problems and walked out of the laboratory building. Mother **, I'm suffocating. Xianxia said, I don't know if that idiot is out yet. Haha. If I wasn't in a hurry to pick up girls, I really should have blocked him for a while. Xianxia also said indifferently. These two people were used to being overbearing when they were at the campus. They didn't put Yang Ming in their eyes. Ah. When Xianxia saw the situation in front of him, he was shocked. What the F***ck is going on? Third brother, our car. Xianxia was also shocked. He just saw the scene of Yang Ming kicking the car. Although the two people were overbearing, they were only dealing with ordinary students. Now that they saw Yang Ming was so fierce, they suddenly became timid. These people were also people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. They saw that Yang Ming's kick was so powerful that even the car door was deformed. If he kicked a person's body, wouldn't he be crippled? Xianxia didn't know what to do. After all, this wasn't a problem that could be solved with fists. Third brother, why don't we call the police? Chijita said carefully. Obviously, he was a little scared. Call the police? Call the police, my ass. Xiaowenjin said, if we call the police, we will be disgraced. We won't be able to mingle in the school in the future. Then? Chijita asked, what should we do? Third brother, the two of us don't seem to be his opponent. This kid is too fierce. Don't worry. I will find my cousin to deal with him. Xiaowenjin waved his hand and said, kill him. Ah. Your cousin in the Taekwondo club? Chijita said happily, can he come? Of course. Let's see who is looking for him. If I look for him, he will definitely come. Xiaowenjin said, my cousin is now the vice president of the Taekwondo club. He is very powerful. He can kill a cow with one punch. F***ck. That's great. This kid is dead. Chi Diji said excitedly after listening, third brother, then you should contact your cousin. Cousin, I am Xiaowenjin. Xiaowenjin took out the phone, dialed a number and said, cousin, it's like this. Just now, there was a little brat who pretended to be bad *SS in front of me. I don't know what to do. He blocked the road in front of me and didn't let me go. He also took advantage of the time when Xiaoqi and I went to the toilet and smashed our car. Oh? Is there such an arrogant person? On the other side of the phone, Xiaowenjin's cousin asked, then didn't you mention that you are my brother? I mentioned it, but it was useless. Xiaowenjin began to add fuel to the fire. The kid said that no matter who comes, it is useless. Not to mention your cousin, even if your uncle came, it would be useless. Really? Did he really say that? The cousin was obviously very angry. In this school, he was also very famous. How could there be someone who didn't give him face? Yeah, he said that if you come, he will kick you to death. Xiaowenjin said, right, he is really powerful. He kicked Xiaoqi's car door and dented it. What is that? I can kick a cow to death with one kick. The cousin said disdainfully, you wait for me. I will go and solve it for you now. That is. Cousin is a very bad *SS existence. Xiaowenjin said, I am here in the computer laboratory building. Come quickly. Hanging up the phone, Xiaowenjin breathed a sigh of relief. With a smile on his face, he said to Chijita, it's done. Just wait for a while. Not long after, a young man wearing a black taekwondo suit came over to the computer laboratory building. Xiaowenjin's eyes suddenly lit up. He pulled Chijita and ran over. Just now, Yang Ming was outside. Both of them didn't dare to go out of the teaching building. Now that there was a strong foreign aid, Xiaowenjin dared to run out. At this time, Yang Ming had already returned to his car. He closed his eyes and waited for Xiaoqing. Naturally, he didn't pay attention to the situation outside. These days, Yang Ming was really too tired. It was rare to have time to take a break from work. Naturally, he had to grasp it well. Where is he? Cousin Lu Xiaojun said faintly with the demeanor of a master. He is in the car over there. Xiaowenjin pointed to Yang Ming's BMW X5 and said, it is the kid in the car. Not only did he scold me, but he also scolded you. He said that even if the emperor came, he would still beat him. If you don't believe it, you can ask Xiaoqi if it is like this. Chi Diji quickly nodded at the side. However, Lu Xiaojun waved his hand and said, don't say so much. Leave it to me. After that, he strode to the BMW X5. Xiaowenjin and Chi Diji saw that the matter was done. They suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and looked in the direction of Lu Xiaojun. Bang bang bang. Lu Xiaojun vigorously knocked on the door of the BMW. Come out. Mother ***. Yang Ming took a rare break, but he was disturbed by Lu Xiaojun's action. Yang Ming opened the door abruptly and pushed Lu Xiaojun, who was outside the door, to the point that he almost fell down. What's the matter? Yang Ming glanced at Lu Xiaojun and looked at Xiaowenjin and Chi Diji who were not far away. He understood everything. This guy must have been found by those two people to seek revenge. Lu Xiaojun just wanted to attack, but he suddenly found that Yang Ming was very familiar. He was very familiar. He remembered who the person in front of him was. Yang Ming had taught him a lesson several times, and he also beat up the Taekwondo club's president, Ren Jianren. In the ring. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaojun's face suddenly changed. At this time, Yang Ming also recognized Lu Xiaojun. Isn't this Vice President Lu of the Taekwondo club? Why? Are you challenging me again? What new tricks did you learn this time? Did you find any backup? Lu Xiaojun obviously didn't have the courage to fight with Yang Ming. Even the president couldn't beat Yang Ming. How could he be Yang Ming's opponent? Lu Xiaojun was angry in his heart. If I knew it was Yang Ming, I wouldn't have come. Isn't this embarrassing? Looking at Xia Wenjin and Qi Diji's expectant look, Lu Xiaojun was embarrassed. Speak. Yang Ming was already in a bad mood because of Xia Wenjin. When he saw Lu Xiaojun stuttering again, he suddenly became angry. Do you have something to say? No, nothing. Lu Xiaojun was shocked and couldn't help but say, I'm leaving. Why did you knock on my car? Do you have ADHD? Yang Ming naturally knew why Lu Xiaojun appeared here, but he didn't expose him. For such a small character, Yang Ming was too lazy to care about it. Yes. Lu Xiaojun saw that Yang Ming was angry and nodded quickly. I have ADHD. Go to the hospital if you have ADHD. Don't be crazy here. Yang Ming glared at Lu Xiaojun and sat back in the car. Lu Xiaojun was afraid that Yang Ming would hold him accountable again, so he quickly ran away and returned to Xia Wenjin and Qi Diji. Cousin, what's going on? Why didn't you beat him up? Because of the distance, Xia Wenjin couldn't hear the conversation between Yang Ming and Lu Xiaojun, so he asked curiously. Lu Xiaojun hesitated. He wanted to fabricate a reason, but he was afraid that these two ignorant kids would cause trouble for him. Next time, they would look for him. So, he said, he is from the Wushu club. Our Taekwondo club, and he don't interfere with each other. We can't fight openly. We can only fight in the arena. Let's just forget about this. Although I am not afraid of him, you also know that the school pays attention to conflicts between clubs. If I beat him up and he tells the school, I will be punished. After Lu Xiaojun finished, he thought, I am really a genius. I can make up such a wonderful reason. Not only did I save my face, but I also saved trouble in the future. So that's the case. Xia Wenjin nodded without any doubt. In his heart, his cousin was a very bad *SS person, so he naturally had no doubts. So, you just let the kid go? Let's talk about it later. Although our Taekwondo club is very prosperous, we can't bully others. If the school knows, it will be severely punished. Especially since I am the vice president of the Taekwondo club, I can't take the lead to suppress other clubs. Lu Xiaojun said, we have to compete fairly. That's fine, cousin. I won't make it difficult for you. That kid is lucky. Xia Wenjin nodded and said, cousin, will he still pretend to be bad *SS in front of us in the future? It's okay. I warned him. Lu Xiaojun said casually. Lu Xiaojun thought, the campus is so big. How can there be so many opportunities to meet? How long has it been since I met Yang Ming? If Xia Wenjin didn't look for me, I wouldn't have met Yang Ming. That's good. Xia Wenjin nodded. Let's go, cousin. I will invite you to have fun. Just now, Xiaoqi and I were going to the nightless club. Let's go together. Yeah, cousin, the greeter there is very beautiful. Third brother has been chasing her for a long time, but he hasn't gotten her yet. I will take you to have a look. Cousin, you are so handsome. Maybe it will be easy. Qi Jida nodded and said. Really? Lu Xiaojun didn't want to be rewarded without doing anything. He was a little embarrassed. I think I won't go. You guys have fun. How can that be? Xia Wenjin shook his head again and again. Without you, cousin, it would be boring. Besides, the entertainment venue is a mix of good people and bad people. With you, a Taekwondo master, in charge, our hearts will be at ease. This. Lu Xiaojun was flattered by Xia Wenjin, and his heart began to become active. His family condition wasn't as good as Xia Wenjin's family. His parents only ran a small business. Last year, they encountered a financial crisis. After a foreigner placed an order, he disappeared. They lost a lot of money, so his pocket money was naturally pitiful. Lu Xiaojun hadn't been to a high-end entertainment venue like the Nightless Club for a long time. Naturally, he wanted to go and have fun. He was embarrassed because he didn't do anything before, but now that he heard Xia Wenjin say that he had to be in charge, he didn't have so many concerns. He nodded and said, "Okay. Great, third brother. When you see the greeter, you will know. It's simply, TSK. AI, it's just not easy to get started, but I believe that third brother is so powerful. Once you set out, you will succeed." Qijida also said. Yang Ming was in the car. He looked at the three people whispering in the distance and shook his head disdainfully. Sure enough, it was Lu Xiaojun who was found by Xia Wenjin and Qijida. He listened to Lu Xiaojun shirking his responsibility for a long time. He despised him in his heart, and he didn't continue to listen to the rest of the words. Xia Wenjin and Qijida obviously couldn't drive anymore. The car was kicked to this extent. They could only call for a 4S shop to tow the car later. However, Xia Wenjin's family was relatively rich. With just a phone call, his parents' subordinates sent another Honda Accord. The grade of business cars in the company were generally Honda Accord, Toyota Camry, Audi A6, and so on. It was impossible to buy some sports cars like Ferrari. Which company would drive a sports car to meet customers or negotiate? First, there were too few people sitting in the sports car. Second, it was not formal. He asked the man to take a taxi back to the company. Xia Wenjin sat in the driver's seat, while Qijida and Lu Xiaojun sat in the back. But, third brother, our car. Although Qijida's family was also very rich, it was one grade lower than Lu Xiaojun's family. He could afford an Audi Q7, but it didn't mean that he could ask for money from his family if it was broken. Xia Wenjin looked at his cousin's face and saw that his cousin didn't say anything, so he said, "Aya, forget it. I will pay for the repair. You don't have to ask your family for money." "That's great, thank you third brother." Qijida naturally didn't dare to ask Yang Ming for maintenance fees. Since Xia Wenjin was willing to pay, Qijida didn't say anything more. Xia Wenjin didn't think too much about it. He didn't doubt Lu Xiaojun's words at all. After all, the school was not a society. It was impossible to beat up anyone. It was better when he was at the branch campus. The school's main leaders were not there. Now that he had returned to the main campus, he naturally had to restrain himself. What's more, Lu Xiaojun also said that the other party belonged to the martial arts club. If there was a conflict, it wouldn't be as simple as a personal conflict. It had developed into a struggle and suppression between the two clubs. The school was unwilling to not interfere. "Right, cousin, I heard that there will be Thai students coming to our school to challenge in a while. Will your Taekwondo club participate?" asked Xia Wenjin. Lu Xiaojun's old face was red. The school also looked for their Taekwondo club for this matter, but no one in the Taekwondo club dared to fight. Even the president, Ren Jianren, didn't dare to accept, let alone the others. To put it bluntly, their Taekwondo club was basically a group of people who scared ordinary students. Once they really went on the field, it might not be effective. They want to challenge traditional martial arts. It's their martial arts club's business. They don't want the Taekwondo club's people to participate. Lu Xiaojun's skill in bullshitting was first class. In one sentence, he cleared all the responsibilities. Although our Taekwondo club is powerful, it is also an imported product in the end. If they want to challenge Muay Thai, they will go to the Koreans to challenge. Why look for us? That's true. Xia Wenjin nodded after listening. Then, that Yang Ming just now, will he participate in the battle? Who knows? Lu Xiaojun thought of the scene of Yang Ming beating Ren Jianren, and his heart trembled. If this Yang Ming went on the field, the outcome was really hard to say. This kid never played by the rules. Maybe he could really beat up those Muay Thai students. Mother ****. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaojun blushed. How can I boost the morale of others? It would be best if Yang Ming lost. Then, I would lose my face. When they passed by a small road, Xia Wenjin pressed the horn twice because he was impatient with the car in front of him driving too slowly. After pressing the horn, he found that the car was no longer his Land Rover. The horn was not modified into a siren, and he was a little upset. Xia Wenjin parked the car in the parking lot of the Nightless Club. The three of them walked to the nightclub. However, when Xia Wenjin got off the car, he obviously did not have the style he had before. He felt that his car was of a lower class, so he lowered his head when he got off the car. He felt that he had lost some face. However, Lu Zhaojun did not feel anything. Instead, he was very cool. Many people came to play by taxi. They did not even have their own cars. Welcome. When the hostess saw Xia Wenjin and Lu Zhaojun come in, she habitually bowed and greeted them. And? When Xia Wenjin saw that the hostess had changed, he was stunned. He frowned and asked, "Where did that Xianxia go?" Because the hostess had a name tag on her, Xia Wenjin remembered Xianxia's name. Miss Shen has been promoted to foreman. The forewoman who was Xianxia's partner before said politely. Oh? Xia Wenjin was stunned. How did she get promoted to foreman? Although he had not mingled in the nightclub, he also knew that from a hostess to a foreman, it was a leap of several levels. Xianxia could not have a strong background. If she did, she would be directly appointed to an important position like foreman or front desk cashier. It was impossible for her to be a hostess. Therefore, the only possibility was that Xianxia suddenly found a backer, but what kind of backer could a hostess find? Therefore, there was only one possibility. That was, Xianxia was a mistress of a big shot. Xia Wenjin had also pursued Xianxia for a while, but he had not succeeded. He thought that this little girl was very pure. He did not expect her to be such a piece of trash. However, Xia Wenjin's face was a little ugly. In terms of family background, he was not bad. His family was not the richest in Songjiang, but they had hundreds of millions of assets. He was also in the ranks of the prodigal second generation. That Xianxia actually ignored him, and now she was a mistress of someone else. How could Xia Wenjin feel good in his heart? Xia Wenjin's face sank and asked, "Is Xianxia a mistress?" No, no. This hostess usually received a lot of benefits from Xia Wenjin. In order to pursue Xianxia, Xia Wenjin often inquired about information from her. However, at this time, the hostess was stuttering. Xia Wenjin immediately thought that there was a problem. What the hell is going on? You have been working in the Nightless Club longer than Xianxia. How come she is a foreman, and you are not? Besides, how can a hostess be capable of being a foreman? Xia Wenjin frowned and asked. Young Master Xia, I really don't know. Don't make it difficult for me. This hostess really did not know anything, but she also heard some rumors about Xianxia's promotion. It was said that a big shot had taken a fancy to Xianxia. It was a person that Brother Bao respected. However, how could the hostess dare to comment on the right and wrong of such a person? She naturally knew about Brother Bao's background. Who knew the consequences of gossiping? Why? Are you looking down on me? Xia Wenjin was suddenly a little angry. This feeling of being ignored made him extremely uncomfortable. Originally, he had a stomach full of anger at Yang Ming. At this time, he took the opportunity to vent. No, young Master Xia, I really don't know. You think about it. How can a small hostess like me know about this kind of thing? Said the hostess with a bitter face. The lobby manager also heard the noise at the door, so he immediately came over. When he saw Xia Wenjin arguing with the hostess with a red face, he quickly asked, "Sir, is there anything that you are not satisfied with our service?" Although the Nightless Club had a strong background, they would not bully people and guests. On the contrary, they were very respectful to some guests who came here for entertainment, but it was another matter if they deliberately came to make trouble. Of course, there were also guests who were not satisfied with the service. For this kind, as long as their situation was not excessive and reasonable, the lobby manager would still deal with it politely. However, if they were unreasonable, then they deserved a beating. How did Xianxia get promoted to foreman? Where is she? You call her over. I have something to ask her. Xia Wenjin was worried that he couldn't find someone to talk to. It just so happened that the lobby manager came to him, so he spoke immediately. "Sir, who are you to Foreman Shin? Why are you looking for her?" asked the lobby manager politely. "I am her friend. I have something to ask her," said Xia Wenjin with a black face. The lobby manager frowned. He didn't know who this Xia Wenjin was, and he didn't know what his relationship with Foreman Shin was. Although this request was a bit strange, it couldn't be said to be excessive, so he nodded and said, "So, I will ask Foreman Shin and see what she thinks." "Sir, what is your surname?" "My surname is Xia." "You just say that young Master Xia is looking for her," said Xia Wenjin. "Okay, then you wait for a while." After the lobby manager finished speaking, he turned and went to find Xianxia. Xianxia was now learning the experience of hotel management from another more senior foreman. After all, she jumped directly from the position of a greeter. She was not familiar with some professional knowledge. Although everyone in the Nightless Club greeted her with a smile, the old foreman was not afraid that she would endanger her position. Instead, she taught her everything. Xianxia could probably guess the reason for all of this. The people in the Nightless Club, including Bao Sanli, even thought that she was Brother Yang's woman. At first, Xianxia also thought so. She was even excited for several days. However, for so long, Yang Ming did not come again, nor did he contact her through other means. Xianxia knew that she was thinking too much. Perhaps, Yang Ming did not mean that at all, but the people below misunderstood. The foreman who taught her everything was probably thinking that she, Xianxia, could not be the foreman for a lifetime. The foreman was just a transition. Being promoted to the deputy general manager might be a matter of time. Therefore, she did not treat her as a competitor at all, but respected her as a boss. Indeed, the old foreman, Big Sister Chen, did think so. To be able to sit in the position of foreman, she naturally had some connections in the Nightless Club. She was relatively well informed. Generally, Bao Sanli did not interfere in the affairs of the Nightless Club, but Xianxia's foreman was personally appointed by him. From this point of view, it could be seen that it was unusual. Moreover, according to rumors, it was a big shot of President Bao's life and death friend who took a fancy to Xianxia. In this way, Xianxia's transformation from a pheasant to a phoenix was just around the corner. How could Big Sister Chen still think that Xianxia was stealing her job? In this case, the shrewd Big Sister Chen naturally flattered Xianxia. Her words even hinted that if Xianxia became rich one day, she should not forget about her big sister who led the way. Xianxia's mood had calmed down a lot these days. She did not have the excitement and fanaticism of the past few days. However, in any case, President Bao put her in the position of foreman. It was also a rare opportunity. Xianxia was not a stupid person. Otherwise, she would not have been able to work in a nightclub with all kinds of people. She would not have been kept as a mistress by some bosses. Xianxia's vision was relatively high. She naturally would not be interested in the average fat uncle. In her opinion, even if she was kept by someone, it had to be someone she liked and had the ability. The rest was out of the question. However, Xianxia's thoughts had faded now. It was not a bad thing to be a foreman. At least, she was no longer struggling at the bottom of society and belonged to the management level. Therefore, Xianxia learned very seriously and cherished this hard-won opportunity. In fact, a foreman was a position that trained people. There was a general manager above and a waiter below. It was a position of coordination in the middle. It was not something that ordinary people could do. However, if one did well and got the boss's appreciation, the chances of promotion would be greater. Bao Sanli also wanted to train Xianxia. He did not know what Yang Ming meant, but he thought that Yang Ming's woman would not be mediocre and mediocre. Yang Ming had so many companies. If he wanted to find a woman, he would find a capable one, right? Therefore, Bao Sanli planned to train Xianxia first. If Yang Ming really had that kind of intention for Xianxia, then everyone would be happy. If Yang Ming did not have that kind of intention, then it was fine. The hotel would just promote a new young talent. There would be plenty of places to use her in the future. Foreman Shen. The lobby manager walked over to Xianxia and said very politely. The lobby manager and the foreman did not have a direct relationship. The lobby manager was responsible for the front desk, and the foreman was responsible for the hotel's overall waiter. However, the lobby manager was in charge of the front desk cashier. Generally speaking, the lobby manager had more power and was more trusted by the boss. However, at this moment, the lobby manager did not dare to show any disrespect to Xianxia. Rumors spread the fastest in the nightless club. The lobby manager naturally knew Xianxia's special status, so he was also very polite to Xianxia. Manager Zhang. Xianxia looked up and saw the lobby manager, Manager Zhang. It turned out that Xianxia was Manager Zhang's subordinate. Naturally, she was very familiar with Manager Zhang, so she quickly greeted him politely. Hehe, just call me Little Zhang. Old Zhang is also fine. Haha. Manager Zhang's age was obviously a lot older than Xianxia, but the people who sat in his position were very clever and tactful. How would they dare to be arrogant in front of Xianxia? Manager Zhang, what's the matter? Xianxia naturally knew why Manager Zhang was treating her like this. Usually, Manager Zhang spoke to Sister Chen in a businesslike manner and was very serious. He only had this attitude towards her. A person who claims to be young Master Xia wants to see you. You see? Manager Zhang said, he is in the lobby. Young Master Xia? Xianxia frowned. Of course, she knew young Master Xia. There were so many guests in the nightless club. It was impossible for Xianxia to remember all of them. However, this young Master Xia was chasing after her. Xianxia naturally had a deep impression of him. Seeing Xianxia's frowning expression, Manager Zhang immediately noticed something, so he said, how about I say that you are not here and give him a warning? Forget it. I will go and explain it to him myself. Xianxia did not want young Master Xia to cause trouble again. She was more or less clear about young Master Xia's background. However, compared to Yang Ming, young Master Xia was nothing. Okay, I will lead the way for you, said Manager Zhang quickly. Looking at the backs of Xianxia and Manager Zhang, Sister Chen sighed. She secretly lamented that Xianxia, this little girl, had a good life. She was born with outstanding beauty and immediately jumped into the Dragon Gate. Sister Chen had worked hard for half of her life before she could become a foreman. Xianxia was just training in the foreman position. Yuxi. Xia Wenjin saw Xianxia coming out, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Xianxia, who was wearing the foreman uniform, looked more charming. Compared to the previous greeter, she had more temperament. Temperament was mostly cultivated. People would develop their temperament according to their position. Xianxia had only sat in the foreman position for a few days, and she had already developed it. Young Master Xia, we are not very familiar with each other. You can call me Foreman Shen or Xianxia. Xianxia said faintly, welcome to the nightless club, but don't say what you said to me before in the future. Foreman Shen? Xia Wenjin immediately frowned. Oh, I haven't seen you for a few days. You have become arrogant? You became a foreman? Which boss's thigh did you rely on? Young Master Xia, please speak respectfully. We welcome you to come here to spend money, but we do not welcome you to cause trouble. Xianxia's face suddenly turned red when Xia Wenjin pointed out her thoughts. Although it was not as bad as what Xia Wenjin said, she did become popular because of Yang Ming. Xianxia, just say it. Did you ask someone to take care of you? Xia Wenjin noticed Xianxia's unnatural expression and snorted. Mr. Xia, please pay attention to your words. Manager Zhang listened to the conversation between Xia Wenjin and Xianxia and roughly understood the relationship between the two. This Xia Wenjin was Xianxia's pursuer, but he had not succeeded. Now that he found out that Xianxia was with someone else, he came to question him. However, how can you compare to Shen Yushi's current backer? Manager Zhang did not look down on Xia Wenjin. He also heard about what happened at the nightless club that day. Although the story of Yang Ming snatching the gun and fighting the gangsters was blocked, several parties still accidentally leaked the information. Although it was not very detailed, the less detailed the things were, the easier it was for people to make unlimited use of them. Therefore, Yang Ming became an invulnerable god. Therefore, Manager Zhang thought to himself, with your shriveled appearance, Yang Ming can beat you up with one punch. You even came to flirt with Brother Yang's girlfriend. Aren't you looking for death? What are you? Xia Wenjin was a little excited in his heart, and he did not take care of his own words. He forgot that he was in the nightless club. Manager Zhang listened to Xia Wenjin's words and suddenly his face sank. Originally, he advised him with good intentions. He did not expect this person to not know what was good for him, so he could not blame him for being impolite. Qizhida, who was next to Xia Wenjin, quickly pulled his clothes and said, "Third brother, don't talk nonsense. Don't worry about me." Xia Wenjin also became arrogant and said indifferently, "You don't even let me speak? You are not welcome here. Now you get out immediately, or I will find someone to invite you out," said Manager Zhang faintly. "Find someone? Find who?" Xia Wenjin pushed Manager Zhang and said disdainfully, "I have to make it clear today. Xianxia, who are you relying on? I will find him." "Security." Manager Zhang waved his hand impatiently and pointed to Xia Wenjin. "Get him out." "Cousin." Seeing the two burly security guards coming this way, Xia Wenjin was a little flustered. He quickly shouted to Lu Xiaojun beside him, "Cousin, look." Lu Xiaojun was the kind of person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Just now in school, he didn't know the true strength of Yang Ming, so he didn't dare to do anything, let alone in this famous nightless club. How could he dare to find trouble in the nightless club? Wasn't that the same as courting death? Lu Xiaojun stuttered and didn't dare to be rash. The two security guards had already walked over. They directly reached out and pushed Lu Xiaojun, almost causing him to stumble. The security guards in the nightless club were not ordinary security guards. They were specially trained. Naturally, they were much better than Lu Xiaojun's showy appearance. Lu Xiaojun's kung fu was just a bluff. It was all showy and impractical. It looked good, but in fact, it had no attack power. However, fortunately, the management of the nightless club was now much more civilized. They didn't beat people in the lobby. Instead, after Xia Wenjin, Qizhida, and Lu Xiaojun were pushed out, they gave each of them a flying kick. After Xia Wenjin fell down, he also sobered up a lot. Looking at the glorious nightless club, he had some lingering fear in his heart. "I'm sorry to have implicated everyone. Little San, if you ask me, aren't you too impulsive?" Lu Xiaojun said with a very understanding look, "What kind of place is this nightless club? No matter how powerful I am, I can't beat so many security guards, right? What's more, they have weapons in their hands. Maybe they even have guns. Even if we are the martial arts masters, we can't fight with them. So, just now, I also resisted the impulse in my heart and didn't dare to make a move. Otherwise, if I made a move, we would be in big trouble today. It wouldn't be as simple as being thrown out. Probably breaking an arm or a leg would be a small matter." "Yeah, Brother Jun is right." Qizhida also nodded and said, "Third brother, you are too impulsive. This is not a place for us to be arrogant. You see, Manager Zhang's attitude to us was good before. After you scolded him, he turned hostile. So, even if you have a personal grudge with Xianxia, you can't solve it here." "You are right. I was too impulsive today." Xia Wenjin said, "Let's go first. Don't let someone find trouble with us later." "That's not the case." Lu Xiaojun was very open-minded. "If the nightless club wants to mess with you, they don't have to be so sneaky. They just beat you up. They won't let you go and look for you to beat you up again. They don't have to do that." The three people returned to the car. Although Xia Wenjin was awake, he was still a little angry. "I chased Xianxia for so long. Without success. Isn't this Xianxia too stubborn?" But this was nothing. The most annoying thing was that Xianxia didn't want to be with him. She had ambition. It was fine if she didn't want to be a mistress, but she found someone else. This was what Xia Wenjin couldn't tolerate the most. "I'm a college student. My family is rich, and I'm quite handsome. Why doesn't Xianxia like me? Cousin, isn't this Xianxia too infuriating?" Xia Wenjin said bitterly. Lu Xiaojun already had a girlfriend. He came to this kind of occasion just to have fun. It was impossible for him to really have feelings for the woman inside. Although he was amazed by Xianxia's appearance, and his own girlfriend was not very beautiful, her family was rich. In this day and age, what was the use of being beautiful? She couldn't be used as money at home. For people like Lu Xiaojun, whose family was not very rich, finding a rich girlfriend was more useful than a beautiful girlfriend. How could he be compared with Xia Wenjun, a rich young master? Previously, Xia Wenjun said that he wanted Lu Xiaojun to do something. Lu Xiaojun also understood that it was just a casual remark. Now, looking at Xia Wenjun's attitude, Yang Ming was completely sure that his feelings for Xianxia were not as simple as just wanting to possess her. Lu Xiaojun naturally wouldn't compete with Xia Wenjun for a woman. He didn't dare to compete. First, to really talk about it, Xia Wenjun's family was much stronger than his. Even if he went into society in the future, he would definitely have to rely on Xia Wenjun's family. Second, his girlfriend's family was also very rich. There was a very large garment processing factory in the outer city. Lu Xiaojun was afraid that his girlfriend would find out and make trouble with him, so how could he dare to have any thoughts? Little 3, if you really want to get Xianxia, in fact, there is a way, but you can't do it in the nightless club. Lu Xiaojun might not be good at fighting, but he was good at using dirty tricks. And? What do you mean? Cousin, do you have a good idea? Xia Wenjun's eyes suddenly lit up after listening to Lu Xiaojun's words, and he quickly asked. It's not a good idea, but... Lu Xiaojun smiled. Yang Ming's mood was a little bad because of the 3 pieces of trash. He wanted to sleep in the car for a while, but he was a lot more energetic after the exercise just now. Looking at the 2 broken cars behind him, Yang Ming sighed. Why bother? Is it so good to be a prodigal young master? So many people are scrambling to do it? After waiting for a while, Yang Ming received a call from Xiaoqing, saying that her meeting was over. She asked Yang Ming to go to the laboratory on the 3rd floor to find her. Yang Ming got out of the car, locked the car, and walked to the laboratory on the 3rd floor. However, when he reached the 3rd floor, he found that he was blocked by an iron fence before he reached the laboratory. A fingerprint lock was installed on the iron fence that required fingerprint verification. In other words, as long as the fingerprint was not in the fingerprint database, the door could not be opened. Yang Ming was a little helpless. Although he could forcibly destroy the fingerprint lock to enter the laboratory, there was no need for that. Yang Ming took out his phone and called Xiaoqing. Sister Xiaoqing, I am at the fence at the entrance of the laboratory. I can't go in. I need fingerprint verification. Ah. Xiaoqing said with some embarrassment, I forgot. Wait a minute. I will pick you up now. Not long after hanging up the phone, an iron door at the end of the corridor opened. Xiaoqing walked out gracefully from inside. She was wearing a professional suit. The mature charm made Yang Ming somewhat impulsive. Sorry, I forgot that there is a fingerprint lock. Xiaoqing apologetically stroked the hair on her forehead. She smiled at Yang Ming and opened the fingerprint door. It's okay. Yang Ming entered the iron door and said, Sister Xiaoqing, you look really good today. Don't talk nonsense. There is a monitor here. Xiaoqing glared at Yang Ming and said, Don't be touchy. Oh. Yang Ming naturally saw the camera in the corner. Otherwise, he would have hugged Xiaoqing when he came up. After all, he hadn't seen Xiaoqing for a long time. Why are you looking for me? Xiaoqing took Yang Ming into her laboratory just now. There were a few doctoral students in the laboratory studying something in front of the computer. Yang Ming glanced at it and didn't understand it. It seemed that they were designing a model of something. After entering the inner room of the laboratory, this was Xiaoqing's territory. There were no outsiders here. Xiaoqing naturally wouldn't be polite to Yang Ming. She directly sat on the boss chair, leaned back, and put her hands on her legs comfortably. These 2 days, I am so tired. Yang Ming sat on the sofa because there was also a surveillance camera here. Although he didn't know if it was activated, Yang Ming didn't dare to be rash. Come to think of it, such a high-end laboratory would be installed with cameras to ensure safety. The camera is not activated. Xiaoqing saw Yang Ming's cautious look and said with some amusement, The control authority is with me. What are you afraid of? Your students are outside. Who knows if this room is soundproof or not? Yang Ming smiled and said. Soundproof? Why? Are you looking for me for a confidential matter? Xiaoqing was somewhat puzzled, but when she saw Yang Ming's lecherous look, she suddenly understood the meaning of Yang Ming's words. Is he saying that he wants to do it with me? Is he afraid that the students outside will hear it? Thinking of this, Xiaoqing's face suddenly turned red. Don't talk nonsense. Do you have a reason to look for me? Of course, there is. Yang Ming put away his previous smile and carefully took out a mobile phone from his pocket and put it on Xiaoqing's desk. It was from the driver, Chen Xixing. What is this? Xiaoqing glanced at the mobile phone and asked. An encrypted mobile phone. It is said that it is used on foreign military spies. Can you see if you can decrypt it? Yang Ming briefly introduced and asked. Decrypt? Xiaoqing didn't ask why Yang Ming wanted to decrypt it because there was no need for that. The relationship between the two people no longer had any doubts. Xiaoqing gently picked up the mobile phone and checked it. After turning on the power of the mobile phone, a prompt to enter the password appeared on the screen. Xiaoqing didn't dare to enter it casually. Instead, she turned off the mobile phone, opened the back cover of the mobile phone, took out the mobile phone circuit board, glanced at the back of the mobile phone, and said, "Wait, let me check the relevant information of the mobile phone first." After that, Xiaoqing logged into Google's English website, then entered the model of the mobile phone and quickly found the search results. The third-generation mobile phone produced by DCIKRS. After encryption, the password can only be entered 3 times. After the password is wrong 3 times, it will perform a self-destruct program to destroy the structure of the flash chip and destroy the data inside. It is a more powerful generation product than the second generation of high-voltage breakdown and burn. Xiaoqing looked at the information found on the computer screen and said, "It is difficult to recover the data from the burned flash chip. Only a few laboratories in the country can recover it, but this destruction method that destroys the physical structure of the flash chip is currently impossible to recover." That is to say, there is no way to crack it? Yang Ming heard Xiaoqing say so and asked with some regret. This mobile phone doesn't have any data interface. It can't communicate with the computer. If you want to decrypt it. I don't think there is any way here. Xiaoqing shook her head helplessly. But, isn't there an infrared and Bluetooth interface on this mobile phone? Can't it be cracked with these? Yang Ming didn't give up and pointed to the Bluetooth and infrared logo on the mobile phone shell. I read in some online novels that computer masters can directly connect to the computer with infrared or Bluetooth, and they can decrypt the mobile phone. Oh. Xiaoqing couldn't help but laugh after hearing it. She shook her head and said, "Most of the online novels are nonsense. Those authors don't have any computer professional knowledge. Naturally, they will mislead you." How do you say that? Yang Ming asked curiously. You haven't even figured out the most basic mobile phone communication principle. Indeed, Bluetooth and infrared can be used for data transmission, but it also needs to be established after the mobile phone has activated Bluetooth and infrared. Xiaoqing picked up the mobile phone on the table and said, "You see, this mobile phone stops at the password bar when it is turned on. That is to say, the program in the mobile phone stops after entering the password. If you don't enter the correct password, it won't continue with the subsequent boot instructions. If you don't enter the mobile phone interface, how can you turn on Bluetooth or infrared? It turns out to be like this." Yang Ming was also a computer science student, so he roughly understood what Xiaoqing said. In other words, it is like the Windows operating system. If you don't enter the password when it is turned on, no matter how you operate, the system can't be used, right? Almost. However, it is easier to crack the password of the computer operating system. It is much more difficult to crack the password of the mobile phone. Xiaoqing nodded and said, "Even if you turn on the infrared or Bluetooth, you can't guarantee that you can read the password because the infrared and Bluetooth functions of the mobile phone now only allow for file transmission. The functions are limited to the application area. It is impossible to operate the program area in the mobile phone. Therefore, the only thing that can operate the program layer in the mobile phone is the data cable. The computer establishes communication with the CPU of the mobile phone through the data cable, and directly reads and writes to the flash memory. It doesn't need the program in the mobile phone to complete the operation." Ah. Yang Ming listened to Xiaoqing's explanation and suddenly realized that the web novels were all lies. Although he learned a lot today, Yang Ming was somewhat frustrated. In other words, it is impossible to decrypt it? You can say that. Xiaoqing nodded and said, there is another way to use the programmer to directly read the contents of the flash memory for analysis. However, this method obviously won't work. The flash memory chip in this mobile phone is specially made. There is no model and technical information. No programmer can support this chip. Moreover, even if it is read, it is hard to say whether the program is encrypted or not. Well, it seems that I have overestimated myself. It is really impossible to crack the encrypted phone produced by this world-famous company. Yang Ming shook his head and said, that is not the case. Xiaoqing smiled and said, there are policies at the top and countermeasures at the bottom. The encryption and decryption of computers is an eternal war. It has been fought for many years. However, no matter how powerful the encryption is, there are always hackers who can crack it. For example, the computer's Windows operating system has just been released, and there are hackers who have cracked it. There are still some video game consoles and so on. They have also been cracked by some hacker groups. If this mobile phone falls into the hands of those professional hackers, they may be able to figure out a way. Hackers? Yang Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. What Xiaoqing said was indeed reasonable. In this world, as long as there was encryption, there would be decryption. The war between encryption and decryption had been fought for many years. However, from the point of view of the encryption technology being updated generation after generation, it could be shown that the previous technology was not secure. It was hard to say who would win or lose. Maybe the encryption today was more powerful, but it would be cracked tomorrow. And the day after tomorrow, a new encryption method appeared. When Xiaoqing talked about hackers, Yang Ming suddenly thought of Zhou Jiejia. Moreover, didn't Zhou Jiejia say that she knew the king of hackers? If this mobile phone was in her hands, could she think of a way? Maybe she couldn't think of a way. Maybe the king of hackers would have a way. Why? Are you interested in hackers? Seeing that Yang Ming showed a strange expression when he heard her mention hackers, Xiaoqing asked curiously. That's not it. It's just that I have a friend who knows more about hacking. I want to see if she has a way. Yang Ming didn't hide it from Xiaoqing. That's fine. Xiaoqing nodded and didn't ask much. After all, the identity of many hackers couldn't be exposed, so she changed the topic and continued, it's better to try than to do nothing. Right, did the jewelry exhibition go well? I read in the newspaper. The previous Shuangjing Tian robbery case had already been reported in the newspaper. Although Chen Fei had tried to downplay the matter at the request of Yang Ming, there were many parties present that day, and it still alarmed the media. However, at the request of Chen Fei, Yang Ming's identity was kept secret. After all, Chen Fei didn't provide information. The media couldn't investigate it even if they were powerful. Therefore, the newspaper only briefly reported the bank robbery case and the news that all the perpetrators were arrested. I read in the newspaper that the second day of the exhibition was robbed, right? Asked Xiaoqing. When the report just came out, Xiaoqing was doing an experiment. When she got the news, it was already a few days later. She knew from Sun Jia that Yang Ming was fine, so Xiaoqing didn't bother Yang Ming again. However, now that she met Yang Ming, she naturally had to ask. Hee, it's nothing. It's just a few gangsters who overestimated themselves. They were quickly subdued. Yang Ming tried to be as indifferent as possible and didn't involve himself in it. And, I believe in your ability. Xiaoqing was still very assured about Yang Ming's ability to adapt. After all, every time she was with Yang Ming could be calm and turn the situation around. Hee, what kind of ability are you talking about? Yang Ming asked with a smirk. Annoying. Xiaoqing blushed and said. It was rare for her to show the attitude of a little girl. Yang Ming also knew that this was a laboratory. He couldn't do whatever he wanted. Some things were just a matter of words. You seem to be very busy recently? Yang Ming saw that there was even a bed in Xiaoqing's laboratory, and the quilt had traces of being moved. It was obvious that Xiaoqing had slept here, so he asked. I have been researching a new model of network transmission protocol recently. It is jointly developed with the laboratories of several famous universities in the world. I often sleep here in the laboratory, said Xiaoqing. Will you be busy for a long time? Yang Ming stepped forward and touched Xiaoqing's hair. He said, it's easy to age if you stay up late. Try to get your subordinates to do it. You just have to command them. Heh. Xiaoqing smiled after listening. You are bad enough to make others stay up late. It's fine for those university students to stay up late, Yang Ming said with a smile. But you, if you don't take care of yourself, be careful that I don't want you. Xiaoqing naturally knew that Yang Ming was just joking. Moreover, Xiaoqing herself was very careful about taking care of herself. She rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and said, the age of the PhD student is about the same as mine. Hee, I'm just saying. Then I won't bother you for a while. When you are done, contact me. Yang Ming picked up the phone on the table, put it in his pocket, and said. Right, Yang Ming, that mobile phone is classified as a confidential device overseas. You should be careful when you hold it. Don't let anyone with bad intentions see it. Don't tell your friends that you don't trust. Xiaoqing hesitated. If your relationship with your hacker friend isn't very good, it's best not to say it, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Xiaoqing was very proficient in technology. She also knew the consequences of this advanced technology. Since Yang Ming wanted to decrypt this phone, then this phone must not be obtained through normal channels. If it was publicized, it would inevitably cause a storm. That friend of mine can still be trusted. Yang Ming listened to Xiaoqing's words and smiled. Yang Ming also knew that Xiaoqing was worried about him. After all, there was nothing wrong with being careful. And then I won't say anything else. It's hard to know what's in a person's heart. You should be careful. Xiaoqing said. Sister Xiaoqing, why don't I tell the truth? Yang Ming saw that Xiaoqing was worried about him, so he simply confessed, the relationship between that friend and me is just like how you treat me. She won't betray me. Xiaoqing was stunned, and then she understood the meaning of Yang Ming's words. Her face turned red and said, have I seen her before? You should have seen her before. That time at the entrance of the restaurant, Zhou Jejia. Yang Ming said, my classmate. And it's easy to say that she is one of us. At least she won't betray you. Xiaoqing nodded and no longer asked anything. After leaving Xiaoqing's laboratory, Yang Ming returned to the car and called Zhou Jejia immediately. This kind of problem of decryption, Zhou Jejia should be more professional. Although Xiaoqing was a master in the field of computer science and even participated in the formulation of some agreements, when it came to these peripheral technologies, she didn't know as much as Zhou Jejia. After all, Xiaoqing was exposed to some formal technologies, unlike Zhou Jejia who specialized in these peripheral technologies. Yang Ming? Zhou Jejia received a call from Yang Ming, and she was obviously very happy. She also knew that Yang Ming was busy with the jewelry exhibition with Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun, but Zhou Jejia felt a little regretful that she couldn't attend it together. However, she didn't know much about jewelry. Although Chen Mingyan also invited her to go together, Zhou Jejia was afraid that she wouldn't be able to help and would cause more trouble, so she declined and stayed at school. Jejia, where are you? Yang Ming naturally felt Zhou Jejia's excitement at the moment, and he was slightly embarrassed. Sometimes, just a phone call would make this girl happy. I'm at school. What about you? Are you done with the exhibition? Asked Zhou Jejia. The exhibition is over. I'm also at school. Do you have time in the evening? Let's have dinner together. Yang Ming looked at the time, and it was basically dinner time. Of course, I do. When? Now? Zhou Jejia had already made an appointment with Wang Shui to eat in the cafeteria, but since Yang Ming called, Zhou Jejia naturally left Wang Shui behind. Wang Shui, who was on the side, listened to Zhou Jejia's words, and she was so angry that she pouted. Now is fine. I'll wait for you at the school gate. Yang Ming said. A few minutes later, Zhou Jejia came to the school gate. Wang Shui had already gone to find Yang Ming. Although Zhou Jejia felt that it was inappropriate for her to do so, she hadn't seen Yang Ming for a long time. Zhou Jejia had to make a decision to value a lover over a friend. Zhou Jieji got in the car and sat in the front passenger seat. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun weren't there, so Zhou Jieji could naturally relax. Where are we going to eat? Yang Ming waited for Zhou Jieji to get in the car and started the car. Anything is fine. We can eat anything. Or, we can buy something to eat at home. It's quite cold outside. Zhou Jieji thought about it and said. Then let Auntie Li make something. There should be ingredients at home. Yang Ming said, I will inform Auntie Li and let her prepare some dishes. Sure enough, Yang Ming called home and confirmed with Auntie Li that there were indeed a lot of ingredients at home. She could prepare some dishes directly. Yang Ming instructed Auntie Li to simply prepare 2 home-cooked dishes because there were only him and Zhou Jieji. If there were too many dishes, they wouldn't be able to finish it. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun returned to the company together to help Zhang Ben and Zhao Sisi check the accounts and deal with some large orders received at the exhibition because the jewelry exhibition had just ended. They would probably be busy these few days. There was also a temporary dormitory in the company. Lin Jiyun and Chen Mingyan could also sleep together. The school was very close to the Huashang district where their home was located. Yang Ming and Zhou Jieji returned home after parking the car. Auntie Li just began to prepare. When she saw that Yang Ming and Zhou Jieji came back so quickly, she said with some embarrassment, Mr. Yang, Miss Zhou, I just started preparing. I didn't know that you would come back tonight, so I didn't prepare in advance. It seems that I have to wait for a while. It's okay. We aren't too hungry. Auntie Li, you can take your time. Don't worry. Yang Ming waved his hand and smiled. That's good. Auntie Li nodded and said, there are fresh bamboo shoots and cabbage in the refrigerator at home. I will make a bamboo shoot meat and a stir-fried cabbage. Is that okay? Okay, Auntie Li, you can prepare as you see fit. Jieji and I aren't picky. Yang Ming said, let's go up and study something first. After the meal is ready, you can inform us with the internal phone. Call the phone in my small bedroom. Okay, Mr. Yang, Miss Zhou, you can go ahead. After Auntie Li finished speaking, she went into the kitchen again. Zhou Jieji apparently misunderstood Yang Ming's words. When she thought of being kissed and hugged by Yang Ming before, her heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate. Previously, Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun were there, so Yang Ming wouldn't do anything to her. But now that both of them weren't there was only herself and Yang Ming, so Zhou Jieji would inevitably think more. However, although Zhou Jieji's heart was somewhat perturbed, she didn't reject these things in her heart. She was just a little reserved on the surface. She went up to the second floor with Yang Ming and entered Yang Ming's small bedroom. Seeing that Yang Ming was sitting on the bed, Zhou Jieji didn't know what to do. Sit? Yang Ming naturally didn't think so much. When he saw that Zhou Jieji was still standing, he suddenly felt a little strange, so he waved to her. Why are you standing? This is your own home. Why are you so restrained? Oh. Zhou Jieji blushed and carefully sat next to Yang Ming. However, there was a little expectation in her heart. Yang Ming looked at Zhou Jieji's appearance. At first, he was surprised, then he immediately understood why Zhou Jieji was like this. He naturally reached out and held Zhou Jieji's soft body in his arms. Zhou Jieji didn't struggle and fell into Yang Ming's arms. My dear little Jieji, did you miss your husband these days? Yang Ming saw Zhou Jieji's shy look and couldn't help but tease her. When Zhou Jieji heard Yang Ming say this, she immediately felt embarrassed. Aren't we boyfriend and girlfriend first? I haven't become your husband yet. It's the same. There's no difference. Yang Ming said shamelessly, could it be that you don't want me to be your husband? Where? Of course not. Zhou Jieji quickly shook her head to deny it. Looking at Zhou Jieji's cute appearance, Yang Ming couldn't bear to tease her anymore. He gently lowered his head. Zhou Jieji seemed to realize something. Her body trembled slightly, and she closed her eyes. However, her eyelashes were still trembling. Obviously, her mood was not calm. Yang Ming gently kissed Zhou Jieji's lips. It wasn't the first time that Zhou Jieji kissed Yang Ming, but she was bold enough to take the initiative before, but now she was a little embarrassed. The 2 times at the resort and the cinema at the class reunion, Zhou Jieji was stunned. She even forgot to be shy, but this time was different. Even if Yang Ming was already her boyfriend, Zhou Jieji was still a little shy. However, when Zhou Jieji adapted, she took the initiative to cooperate boldly. Although Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun weren't at home, Yang Ming didn't want to f***ck too much. After all, if he proposed it, Zhou Jieji wouldn't refuse. However, Yang Ming felt that it was better for them to take it step by step. Otherwise, Zhou Jieji's heart would definitely have regrets. After the long kiss, Yang Ming didn't do any other excessive actions. Zhou Jieji's mood also calmed down. She leaned on Yang Ming's arms and enjoyed the warmth at the moment. Jieji, do you know anything about mobile phone password decryption? Yang Ming almost forgot about the business. Originally, he called Zhou Jieji upstairs to talk about the mobile phone, but Zhou Jieji's charming appearance made him a little distracted. He put the mobile phone matter aside. He was afraid that he would do other things in a while and forget about the mobile phone, so he quickly talked about the business. Mobile phone decryption? Zhou Jieji nodded after listening, but she asked curiously, I know a little. Is your mobile phone locked? It's not my mobile phone. It's someone else's mobile phone. Yang Ming handed the mobile phone from the driver, Chen Xixing, to Zhou Jieji from his pocket. I checked on the internet. This is the latest third-generation encrypted mobile phone launched by the DCIKRS company. And I have heard of this DCIKRS company. I have also seen the news that they launched the third-generation encrypted mobile phone, but I didn't have this mobile phone in my hand, so I didn't do any research. It turns out that this is the third-generation encrypted mobile phone. Zhou Jieji took the mobile phone from Yang Ming's hand with some surprise and said, the mobile phone that will activate the self-destruct program if the password is wrong 3 times, right? Yang Ming nodded and said, yes, it's that one. Do you have a way to decrypt it? I'm not sure now, but I can try. Zhou Jieji held the mobile phone in her hand, looked at it briefly, and said, you really have a way? Yang Ming was pleasantly surprised after listening to Zhou Jieji's words. Even Xiaoqing was sentenced to death, but Zhou Jieji actually said that she could try it, which meant that there was still hope. However, Yang Ming reminded, this mobile phone has no data interface to communicate with the outside world, and it is said that the flash memory chip is also specially made. It can't be read and written by normal means. This is not the main problem. Zhou Jieji shook her head and said, there is no data interface. You can find the JTAG point to communicate with the CPU on the motherboard of the mobile phone and complete the reading and writing in the form of a fly line. Even if there is no chip data, you can analyze the JTAG point from the peripheral circuit by measuring the connection line between the CPU and the library chip on the motherboard, which is the flash memory. But the key problem is that even if the data is read, the password inside is likely to be in an encrypted form. This is equivalent to wasting your efforts because you don't know the CPU data. There is no way to simulate the mobile phone's program in the computer. If you can simulate it, you can use the dictionary to crack the password. Yang Ming could understand what Xiaoqing said. After all, it was the orthodox knowledge of computer science. However, the technology that Zhou Jieji said was somewhat marginalized, which gave Yang Ming a headache. At least, he didn't know what the JTAG was. That means the hope of cracking it is relatively slim? Yang Ming didn't quite understand, but he could still understand the meaning expressed by Zhou Jieji. That is not the case. Zhou Jieji said, there is a more troublesome way, which is to use the hardware platform of the mobile phone itself and combine it with the computer to complete the cracking. It can be achieved from a technical point of view. How do you say that? Yang Ming heard that there was a way, so he asked quickly. No matter how it is encrypted, what algorithm is used, even if there is no way to reverse the algorithm, when you enter the password, the program will compare this password with the correct password. Even after tens of thousands of encryption, there is a comparison process. After the comparison, the program will perform a judgment and jump. If the password is correct, it will run the boot program. If the password is wrong, it will record the number of errors in the information area of the mobile phone. Once this number is equal to 3, it will start the self-destruct program. After knowing the operating principle of this mobile phone, it is still possible to crack it. Zhou Jieji explained, in this way, there are 2 ways to crack it. 2? Yang Ming was a little surprised after hearing it. It was not easy to crack it, but Zhou Jieji actually gave 2 solutions. It's just 2 solutions. Whether they can be implemented successfully is another problem. Zhou Jieji shook her head and said, I just analyzed it from the common cracking ideas. The first one is relatively simple, but the risk is high. Find a way to find the communication point of JTAG, read the program in the mobile phone, and then enter the wrong password. Then, write the previously read program into the mobile phone, cover the mark of the password error, and let the program return to its original state. Although this approach seems simple, we don't know if it will cause any adverse reactions because we don't understand the structure of the mobile phone. We don't know if the number of errors in the password is written in the flash chip of the mobile phone, the CPU, or other chips. If it is written in other chips, we can't achieve the purpose of recovery. Instead, it may directly cause the mobile phone to start the self-destruct program because the error information in the program and other hardware is inconsistent. Information can still be written in other hardware? Yang Ming originally only knew how to use a mobile phone. He didn't know that the mobile phone had so many uses. At this moment, he understood why this encrypted mobile phone was used by many organizations. It turned out that it was so difficult to crack. Of course. Zhou Jieji nodded and said, let's not talk about these professional encrypted mobile phones for military use. Let's talk about our civilian mobile phones. For example, the Nokia mobile phone that you and I use, the power of the mobile phone is encrypted. Power? Yang Ming was confused. It is the UEM Power Manager chip in the mobile phone. Do you know that there is an IMEI string code in every mobile phone? Zhou Jieji said, Nokia's IMEI code is not only in the flash memory library, but also in the power chip. Only when the 2 codes are the same, the mobile phone will operate normally. Otherwise, there will be a notification that the mobile phone is restricted or 2 lines of English. Moreover, the power chip is written once and can't be changed. That is to say, if your encrypted mobile phone uses a similar technology, it will write the password error message to other chips. If it is the kind that cannot be erased, then the method mentioned before has no meaning. Yang Ming nodded. He also roughly understood what Zhou Jieji said. Although Yang Ming didn't know the specific role of the UEM chip, Yang Ming could still understand its role in encryption. What is the other method? The other method is more reliable, but it is more complicated to implement. Zhou Jieji said, the other method is actually what I just said. It is to cooperate with the computer to perform simulation operations on the hardware of the mobile phone. However, the communication between the mobile phone and the computer is more complicated because there is no debugging interface. It can only be inferred from the peripheral circuit. If you really find a connection point that can be debugged, then the mobile phone may be decrypted. The specific operation method is that after the mobile phone verification program is executed, the computer sets a breakpoint to make the program in an interrupted state. That is, the program is forcibly interrupted before the program jumps to the step of writing the error message. Of course, it is also possible that the program has an anti-debugging function, so you can only use a forced power cut to cut off the writing operation of the mobile phone. If this method is used properly, the real password can be cracked by brute force. This is also the way I intend to try. Okay, then do it according to your method. Yang Ming nodded and said, I hope it will succeed. I will publish some information and pictures of this mobile phone in our hacker circle. It may be faster if everyone studies it together. Do you mind? Zhou Jieji asked Yang Ming for his opinion. It doesn't matter, but others won't ask you where you got this thing. It won't cause any trouble, right? Yang Ming reminded. That won't happen. Yes. 2. Yang Ming nodded and was relieved. He didn't understand some of the rules in the hacker world, and the rules of each hacker organization were different. Yang Ming couldn't understand it. This was just like how Zhou Jieji didn't understand the rules of the assassin world. The mobile phone was left with Zhou Jieji. Auntie Li also called and said that dinner was ready. She asked Yang Ming and Zhou Jieji to go down to eat. So, the two tidied up the clothes that were messy when they kissed before and went downstairs. Auntie Li's craftsmanship was quite good, but according to her own words, she was trained by the housekeeping company before she became a nanny, so it wasn't a big deal. However, Yang Ming believed that if Auntie Li didn't have the talent, it was useless to learn. So many people went to the chef school to learn, but there were only a few people who could be top chefs. Therefore, learning was one aspect, and personal understanding was also very important. A plate of bamboo shoots fried with meat and a plate of stir-fried cabbage were originally two very ordinary home-cooked dishes, but they became delicious in Auntie Lee's hands. However, Chen Mingyan's dishes were also good. It was a different style from Auntie Lee's. Auntie Lee's dishes were more spicy, and Chen Mingyan's dishes were more light. Each had its own merits. Yang Ming and Zhou Jieji naturally praised when they ate. Today was not Saturday. Yang Ming wanted to let Zhou Jieji stay at home, but because the school started not long ago, the female dormitory was particularly strict. So, after dinner, Yang Ming drove Zhou Jieji back to school. "Is the mobile phone thing urgent?" Zhou Jieji asked when she got out of the car. "No hurry. You can do it when you have time. You don't have to specifically study it," said Yang Ming. After all, Yang Ming didn't have much hope in the beginning, but Zhou Jieji said that it was possible to solve it. However, Yang Ming didn't want Zhou Jieji to delay her normal study because of this mobile phone. Watching Zhou Jieji enter the female dormitory building, Yang Ming started the car. He didn't know where to go. Young Master Tian and Wang Shui went to have fun. Zhou Jieji was the class cadre, so she had to set an example. However, Wang Shui didn't need to do that. Even if she wasn't in the dormitory and was caught by the tutor, it didn't matter. Anyway, Tian Donghua was already registered in the school, and his girlfriend was Wang Shui. The teachers in the department also knew, so there weren't any particularly strict requirements. Zhang Bin, Zhao Sisi, Chen Mingyan, and Lin Jiyun went to the jewelry company to work. Zhao Sisi, Chen Mingyan, and Lin Jiyun had already asked for leave because of the company's matters and the school, so it didn't matter if they weren't in the dormitory. Nowadays, universities generally encouraged students to find jobs and start their own businesses in advance. After all, the purpose of going to university was to find a job after graduation, and capable students could find jobs or start their own businesses before graduation. The university also reduced the pressure of public opinion on employment and looked good. Therefore, after Zhao Sisi and the others submitted a leave request with the company's official seal, the university's leaders naturally approved it. It was meaningless for Yang Ming to go back to the school dormitory. It was also meaningless for him to go home. Xiaoqing was doing experiments again. For the first time, Yang Ming realized the feeling of loneliness when there were many women. Picking up the phone, Yang Ming called Xianxia. He wanted to see if she was there so that he could give her a piece of jewelry. Previously, because of Xia Wenjin and Qi Jida, Yang Ming's mood was in a mess, so he forgot the gift for Xiaoqing in the car. He even forgot the gift for Zhou Jieji. He only remembered it now. However, Zhou Jieji and Xiaoqing weren't outsiders, so it was the same when he gave it. "Dear little Jieji, where are you?" Yang Ming dialed Sun Jia's phone. Ugh. Yang Ming, I'm Sun Hongjun. Sun Hongjun heard his daughter's phone in the living room ring. He picked it up and saw that the caller ID showed Yang Ming's name, so he picked it up. He didn't expect Yang Ming to say such mushy and ambiguous words in the first sentence. It made Sun Hongjun's face a little hot. He thought, I really shouldn't have picked up this phone call. Why did I listen to the sweet words between young people? Yang Ming was stunned, and then he was a little embarrassed. Previously, when he called Sun Jia, it was Sun Hongjun who answered. This time, it was Sun Hongjun who answered the phone. Yang Ming said with some embarrassment, "Uncle Sun, where is little Jia?" Little Jia drove back in the afternoon. She just chatted with me for a while. She was a little sleepy, so she went upstairs to rest. Her phone was left in the living room. "Are you looking for her for an urgent matter?" asked Sun Hongjun. "Ugh, nothing urgent. I just made a phone call." Yang Ming thought, I can't say that I want your daughter to sleep with me, right? Besides, Sun Jia has returned to Donghai. I can't accompany her even if I want to. Oh. I see. Right, little Jia has returned to Donghai. You didn't know? Sun Hongjun listened to Yang Ming's tone. It seemed that he didn't know that Sun Jia had returned to Donghai. These few days, I was busy with the Songjiang jewelry exhibition. I haven't contacted little Jia. Now that the exhibition is over, I called her, said Yang Ming. So it's like this. I also heard that the exhibition was handled by your Mingyang security company. The matter was handled very well. Not bad. Sun Hongjun praised after listening. And, it's quite well done. I called little Jia to talk about this. Yang Ming said, since she is asleep, then forget it. When she wakes up, I will ask her to call you back. Sun Hongjun said, do you have time to come to Donghai to play? Uncle Sun, you see that I am so busy every day. How can I have time? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. That's true. In our position, there are always a lot of troubles every day. Sun Hongjun thought so. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. He said in his heart, when did I become on equal footing with you? Did my status increase? That's fine. Let's do this first. When little Jia wakes up, ask her to contact me. Yang Ming said. Okay, when she wakes up, I will tell her and ask her to call you back. Sun Hongjun nodded and said. Yang Ming hung up the phone and began to think about who else he could look for. Now, there was only Wang Xiaoyan left. Zhaoying was definitely out of the question. The previous matter had not been explained clearly. Now, even if he looked for her, it would be awkward. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was ready to dial Wang Xiaoyan's phone to see what she was doing. However, just as Yang Ming was about to dial, Yang Ming's phone suddenly rang. Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID. It was a call from Bao Sanli, so he pressed the answer button. What's the matter? Yang Ming picked up the phone and asked. If there was nothing important, Bao Sanli would not call Yang Ming. Generally, he would discuss with Yang Ming to solve it. Only when he couldn't solve it, he would ask Yang Ming. Brother Yang, something happened. Bao Sanli's voice sounded a little anxious and uneasy. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he immediately said. Something happened? What happened? Yang Ming also smelled something unusual from Bao Sanli's tone. It's Xianxia. She fell from the corridor where she lived, said Bao Sanli. Xianxia? Who is that? Yang Ming was stunned. I don't seem to have heard of this name. Who is Xianxia? She is the greeter of the Nightless Club. Now she is the foreman. The girl who was kidnapped by the gangsters that day. Bao Sanli saw that Yang Ming didn't understand, and suddenly sweated. It seems that I really misunderstood. Brother Yang didn't have the intention of liking Xianxia at all. Otherwise, it was impossible that he didn't even know her name. However, after Bao Sanli's reminder, Yang Ming had some impression. He remembered the girl who looked very sweet that day. It turned out to be her. Fell from the building? What happened? Did her family sue the Nightless Club or something? Yang Ming didn't understand how an employee falling from the building was considered an accident. This wasn't a big deal. How could Bao Sanli be so flustered? Is there any unspeakable secret in it? When the association thought of the girl's appearance, Yang Ming's heart tightened. Could it be that there were some higher-ups in the Nightless Club who wanted to play with the unspoken rules? So that led to the disaster? Thinking of this, Yang Ming looked solemn. He said, Baozi, what the hell is going on? Is it done by our internal people? What kind of unspoken rules do they want to play with? Bao Sanli sweated after hearing it. He thought, Brother Yang, you don't know what Xianxia's identity is now. She is your woman. Who dares to play with the unspoken rules? Isn't that courting death? However, after listening to Yang Ming, Bao Sanli's originally nervous heart was relieved. If Xianxia wasn't the woman that Yang Ming liked, then it would be much easier to handle. The reason why Bao Sanli was so nervous just now was entirely because Xianxia was Yang Ming's rumored girlfriend. Bao Sanli was afraid that Yang Ming would be angry and blame him. Seeing that Bao Sanli didn't speak, Yang Ming was more convinced of his thoughts. He asked, Baozi, what the hell is going on? Who would be so daring? Could it be you? Because Bao Sanli didn't speak for a long time, Yang Ming naturally thought that the person who played with the unspoken rules was Bao Sanli himself. Otherwise, why would he be nervous? Brother Yang. You misunderstood. How could it be me? Bao Sanli quickly denied with a bitter smile. The reason why I am so nervous is that it is widely rumored in the nightless club that Xianxia is your woman. Mine? Yang Ming was stunned. Is there a mistake? How did it become mine? Maybe you were misunderstood by others when you heroically rescued Xianxia that day and fought with the gangsters. So, the rumors spread, and in the end, it became like this. Bao Sanli explained. Thinking about what Bao Sanli said, it was indeed possible. Yang Ming sighed and said, but since she is my woman, then there is no possibility of the unspoken rules. Then, you tell me now. What is going on? Xianxia went home after the day shift today. However, we just received a call from the police saying that Xianxia fell from the second-floor platform in her own corridor and was unconscious. Now, she has been sent to the hospital. Bao Sanli said, we don't know the specific reason, but according to the police's judgment from the scene and the emergency doctor's examination of Xianxia's body, they found that Xianxia should have been pushed down. Moreover, there were contusions on Xianxia's body. It should be caused by a push. Criminal case? Yang Ming's heart suddenly tightened when he heard it. He didn't know why, but when he thought of the young and beautiful Xianxia that day and how she was gone today, his heart felt heavy and unspeakable bitterness. Yang Ming was not a bad person. He was only cruel to those who violated his bottom line. Yang Ming was still very kind to ordinary people. Moreover, Yang Ming's heart was also very soft, so when he thought of Xianxia's current appearance, his heart suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. It's not clear yet. It's still not clear. After all, the corridor is a place where people come and go. Most of the traces are gone. The police only judged from the angle of the fall because it is impossible for people to accidentally fall from above. Then, there are only two possibilities. One is that he was pushed down, and the other is that he jumped down by himself, but this still needs to be investigated. Bao Sanli sighed and said. Which hospital is Xianxia in now? I'll go and take a look. Yang Ming's heart was also a little heavy. First People's Hospital. I'm here. Captain Xia of the criminal investigation team is also here. Bao Sanli naturally knew Xianxia. Although Xianxia probably knew some of Bao Sanli's past, after all, he was now the general manager of the security company. He was a legitimate entrepreneur. The security company was also a subordinate company of the police station, so Xianxia was very polite to Bao Sanli. She also attached great importance to this case. Give the phone to her. Yang Ming thought about it and said to Bao Sanli. Okay. After Bao Sanli finished speaking, he handed the phone to Xianxia, who was talking to the doctor. Captain Xia, your phone. Mine? Xianxia picked up the phone with some doubts, but after hearing Yang Ming's voice, Xianxia suddenly realized, it's you. Why are you looking for me at this time? I'm working. I'm talking about work. That Xianxia is my friend. What's going on? Is there any progress? Asked Yang Ming. Yang Ming also knew that Xianxia would not disclose some of the latest cases to Bao Sanli, but Yang Ming was different. Xianxia knew Yang Ming's identity, so she would not hide it from Yang Ming. Besides, it was not the first time that the two of them worked together to solve cases. Friend? Xianxia smiled after listening. She said in a weird tone, what kind of friend? It was no wonder. Xianxia was so beautiful. For Yang Ming, this pervert, Xianxia naturally thought of something else. Just ordinary friends. Yang Ming sweated. Hurry up and talk about the case. Initially, it can be determined that the injured person had a physical dispute with others before she was injured. There are traces of her pants being torn, said Xianxia. However, the injured person's hymen is intact. She should not have been violated. Then, it is also possible that she jumped down herself? Although Xianxia said it simply, Yang Ming also understood some of the meaning. It is also possible. Now, the injured person is undergoing emergency surgery. It is not over yet. Everything has to wait until the injured person wakes up, said Xianxia concisely. I will go over now, Yang Ming said after listening to Xianxia's words. Yang Ming hung up the phone and let out a sigh of relief. He thought it was a conflict within the nightless club. That would be bad. He had been coordinating these industries for less than a year, and such a horrible thing had happened internally. Yang Ming found it hard to accept. However, even if Xianxia was hurt because of other things, Yang Ming still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Although it had nothing to do with her, Yang Ming still vaguely remembered Xianxia's face since they had met. She was a very beautiful and sunny little girl. Now that such a thing had happened, it was not what Yang Ming wanted to see. Perhaps she was also a little princess at home who was doted on by her parents, but she also had to work hard at the bottom of society in order to make a living. As a greeter in the nightless club, it could be imagined that her family was not very good. After all, if the family had a little bit of connections, they could also find a similar job for their child. Therefore, after such a thing happened, this kind of weak family often chose to deal with it in silence. If Xianxia's incident happened to Chen Mingyan, Yang Ming did not even have to do it. Chen Fei could clean up the criminal. If she fell into Yang Ming's hands, she would not even be able to beg for death. Thinking of the gap between them, Yang Ming felt a little emotional. Since he had encountered this matter, then he should take care of it. In any case, Xianxia was his employee, and she was also his rumored girlfriend. What made Yang Ming angry was that since there was news that Xianxia was his rumored girlfriend, then whether it was true or not, if someone dared to make a move on Xianxia, it meant that they did not put Yang Ming in their eyes. Moreover, there were a lot of things happening recently. Yang Ming thought that the person who made a move on Xianxia was targeting him, and Xianxia was just a victim. Thinking of this, Yang Ming quickly drove to Songjiang City's First People's Hospital. Xia Wenjin was at home. Xia Wenjin sat on the sofa with a bitter face, smoking one cigarette after another. His fingers that pinched the cigarette but kept trembling, and his voice was a little hurried. I killed someone? Lu Zhaojun and Qi Jida also sat silently at the side, not knowing what to do. Cousin, the previous idea was also from you. After the accident, you can't ignore me. Xia Wenjin saw that everyone was silent, and he was a little anxious. Wenjin, it's not that I don't care about you. We are also thinking of a way. Lu Zhaojun was also very scared at the moment. After all, in terms of family background, he couldn't compare to Xia Wenjin and Qi Jida at all. If he was made a scapegoat, it would be over. Third brother, I don't think we should be blamed for this. That chick jumped down herself. What does it have to do with us? We didn't push her? Qi Jida hesitated and said. Even so, if I didn't take off her clothes, would she have jumped? Xia Wenjin worriedly said. His body kept trembling. He couldn't control his emotions. Although he bullied the weak at school, this was the first time he killed someone. If you don't say it, who will know what's going on? Qi Jida was more courageous. He hesitated for a moment and suggested. But, can't Xianxia say it herself? Asked Xia Wenjin. First, you look at her now. Can she still wake up? Second, even if she wakes up, she jumped down herself. If we don't admit that it has anything to do with us, then what can she do? Lu Zhaojun listened to Qi Jida's words and began to come up with ideas. Can this work? Xia Wenjin asked with some hesitation. What's wrong with that? Now, many rich people often say that black is white. Aren't they still living well? Qi Jida said disdainfully, this matter is easy for me to handle. Let's just say that Xianxia is a nightclub hostess. Once, you went to the nightless club to play. Third brother, you drank too much, and then you had sex with her. Both of you were willing, but after that, Xianxia didn't want to do it. She wanted to take the opportunity to extort a sum of money from you. If you didn't give her the money, she would pester you. If you didn't give her the money, she would tell our school about it and let the school punish you. Then, I pushed her down in a fit of anger? Xia Wenjin listened to Qi Jida's words and was somewhat inexplicable. That won't work. Isn't that still my fault? Wait, listen to me. I haven't finished yet. Qi Jida waved his hand and continued, didn't she threaten you to tell the school? Xia Wenjin nodded and didn't speak. He listened to Qi Jida's words attentively. So, you planned to go to her house today and tell her parents what she had done. Her parents thought that Xianxia was a pure child, so you planned to tell them those dirty things. Qi Jida continued, then, Xianxia didn't agree, but we insisted on going. So, there was a dispute and a physical struggle in the corridor of her house. Then, when you were struggling, you accidentally pushed Xianxia down? An accident? Is it a mistake? Hearing this, Xia Wenjin also understood something, but his brain wasn't as good as Qijida's. He wasn't as good as Qijida at shirking responsibility. Bullsh *T. Qijida quickly shook his head. Third brother, why do you always take responsibility for yourself? Obviously, you didn't push her. Xianxia, that chick, jumped down herself. Why did you say that you did it? Even if it was a mistake, we can't admit it. It has nothing to do with us. Why should we be responsible for it? Yes. It's not a mistake. It has nothing to do with us. She jumped down herself. But why did she jump down? Xia Wenjin nodded, but he was somewhat inexplicable. We insisted on telling her parents about her behavior. When she was anxious, she threatened us with jumping off the building. We weren't afraid of her, so we used words to provoke her and said that she should jump if she had the ability. Then, she was agitated and didn't hold on to it, so she really jumped down. Qijida said, in this way, Brother Liu and I will be your witnesses. Even if Xianxia turns the world upside down, we won't be afraid of her. Can it work? Didn't you inquire about it? Xianxia is a virgin. The police aren't stupid, right? They won't not check, right? Xia Wenjin finally became smart for once. Why are you so stupid? You see that chick, Xianxia, is so bad *SS now. It's obvious that she hooked up with a rich man. That's why she was promoted to the position of foreman. Think about it. If she didn't do it with someone, who would work so hard to promote her? She used to be a virgin, but now she definitely isn't. So, what you said is definitely not a problem. Qijida waved his hand and said as if everything was under control, moreover, I think the possibility of Xianxia speaking up is relatively small. She fell like that. How can she recover? Taking a step back, even if she doesn't die, she is a disabled person. The person who promoted her can't find a disabled person to be his mistress. He must have said goodbye to her. In this way, Xianxia's medical expenses are also a problem. You can give her family some money and pretend to be a good person. As long as she doesn't sue, everything will be fine, right? Maybe she will be touched and let you sleep with her. Ah? Then, she is disabled. How can I sleep with her? Xia Wenjin listened in a daze. Why can't you sleep with her if she is disabled? She is not disfigured, and she is not mute. She can still scream. You will still feel good. Qijida said lasciviously. That's true. Xia Wenjin was so tricked by Qijida that he suddenly fell into an infinitely beautiful fantasy. Lu Zhaojun was not Xia Wenjin. He looked at things from the perspective of a third party. Although Qijida's plan was okay, there were many loopholes. However, at this time it could only be done this way. Anyway, Xia Wenjin's family was rich. If it didn't work, he could just spend money to avoid disaster. Shouldn't we inform Uncle about this? Lu Zhaojun thought for a moment and reminded him, no matter what, Uncle's network is still very wide. Let him go and try to find someone. Okay. Xia Wenjin listened to Lu Zhaojun's words and felt that it was necessary to talk to his father to find a solution. So, Xia Wenjin dialed his father's phone. Xia Wenjin's father was in a meeting, but when he heard that Xia Wenjin was involved in a lawsuit, he hurried back. In fact, the truth of the matter was that Lu Zhaojun came up with a bad idea. After Xianxia got off work, Xia Wenjin followed Xianxia to a place where no one was and forced to sleep with her. Lu Zhaojun's analysis was that Xianxia was now involved with a big boss. If news of her being raped spread, the big boss would probably not want her anymore. So, after being raped, she could only swallow her anger. In this way, Xia Wenjin could not only vent his anger, but also get benefits and do what he had always wanted to do. Xia Wenjin thought about it. This is good. There is no risk, and I can still exo Xianxia, whom I have always dreamed of. So, he clenched his teeth and did it. However, he found that after Xianxia became the foreman, she was on the day shift. That was to say, there was no chance for her to work the night shift, so he could only do it during the day. It couldn't be helped. He followed Xianxia all the way, but he found that the roadside was full of people. Even if it was a small road, there were many stalls selling vegetables. It was only when they reached the community where Xianxia lived that there were fewer people. Seeing that Xianxia went upstairs, there would be no more chance if he didn't make a move. So, Xia Wenjin simply implemented his plan in the corridor of Xianxia's house, but Xianxia, this chick, was very stubborn. She refused to obey him. Lu Xiaojun and Qi Jida held her down, but they didn't pull down her pants. With a little carelessness, they didn't expect Xianxia to jump down from the window of the second-floor corridor. So the tragedy happened. Xia Wenjin and the others looked down and found that Xianxia had fallen in a pool of blood. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Xia Wenjin was dumbfounded at the time. He only wanted to retaliate against Xianxia, but he didn't want to kill anyone. Now that such a thing has happened, what should I do? Xia Wenjin didn't want to go to jail. He was still young. However, Qi Jida and Lu Xiaojun reacted quickly. When they saw that the situation was not good, they quickly pulled Xia Wenji and fled the scene together. After all, if something really happened, the two of them were also accomplices. It was impossible for them not to be responsible. Now, if Xia Wenjin was fine, then Lu Xiaojun and Qi Jida would also be fine. If something happened to Xia Wenjin, they certainly couldn't escape the responsibility, so they racked their brains to help Xia Wenjin get out of the crime. Xia Wenjin's father, Xia Changshui, hurriedly returned home. With an anxious expression, he looked at the three helpless children sitting on the sofa. He frowned and said, "Wenjin, what's going on?" Xia Wenjin just wanted to tell the truth, but he was kicked by Qi Jida on the side. Xia Wenji immediately understood and told Xia Zhangshui the story that the three of them had made up. Xia Zhangshui listened to his son's flawed words and sighed in his heart. If this was directly heard by the police, then it would be over. However, Xia Zhangshui had been in the business world for many years. He knew how to say some things. He roughly understood the process of the matter, but Xia Zhangshui did not expose his son's lie. After all, at this time it was useless to ask the truth. He could only think of ways to remedy it. Xia Zhangshui pondered for a while and deeply modified Xia Wenjin's story. Then, he told his modified story to Xia Wenjin, Lu Xiaojun, and Qi Jida. Then, he took out the phone and dialed a number. "Secretary Wang, you check the family background of 701, Building 3, Unit 6, Electric Carbon Community for me." Xia Wenjin said, "The sooner the better. Find something and report it." "Yes, you must do it as soon as possible." After hanging up the phone, Xia Zhangshui sighed and waited quietly for the news. It didn't take long for Secretary Wang to send a text message. After Xia Zhangshui glanced at it, he picked up the phone again. "Brotherly? I am old Xia Zhangshui." Xia Zhangshui said respectfully and politely. "President Xia, why are you looking for me?" asked Mr. Li. "This is the case. My son has encountered some trouble. Can you help to inquire about it and then deal with it?" said Xia Zhangshui. "What's the matter? Isn't your son my nephew? Just say it." The relationship between Mr. Li and Xia Zhangshui was obviously good. They were very close. "This is the case." Xia Zhangshui told about the trouble Xia Wenjin encountered. "What is the background of the girl's family?" Mr. Li didn't say anything after listening. He just asked. "She lives in the electric carbon plant community in Renwan district. Her family should be the employees of the Yanqing electric carbon plant. They definitely don't have much ability. That community is where the poor live. The middle-level leaders of the electric carbon plant don't live there. There should be no problem." Xia Zhangshui already knew this information from the secretary before he called. "That's easy to handle. If there is someone in the other party's family, it will be difficult to handle. Don't think that the electric carbon plant is very poor. The factory director and director are all local rich people. They have a wide range of connections," said Mr. Li. "Don't worry. She lives on the 7th floor. How can she be a big shot? It's the top floor. Which factory director can live on the top floor?" Xia Zhangshui said quickly. This is true. Okay, I will ask for you. If I can help, I will definitely help. Said Mr. Li. Then I will trouble you, Brother Li. I will visit you another day, said Xianxia. No problem. You wait for my news. Mr. Li hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Since Mr. Li promised, it means that there is a way. Yang Ming rushed to the Songjiang First People's Hospital and called Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli came down to pick up Yang Ming. They walked in the direction of the emergency room together. How is the situation? Looking at Bao Sanli's silent appearance, Yang Ming asked with some concern. Still in the operation. I don't know the situation. Bao Sanli shook his head, but he was very puzzled. Yang Ming was very busy every day. If Xianxia really had nothing to do with him, why would he come to the hospital personally? Xianxia's identity was just an employee of the Nightless Club. There were so many employees in the Nightless Club, the security company, the Heavenly World, and the newly established real estate company. If everyone was hospitalized, wouldn't Yang Ming be busy? Therefore, this reason was difficult to stand firm. However, since Yang Ming denied the relationship between the two, Bao Sanli did not dare to ask more. Who knew if the two really had nothing to do with each other, or if Yang Ming deliberately concealed it for some other reason? Anyway, since Yang Ming was here, whether Xianxia was Yang Ming's woman or not, Bao Sanli must do his best. He could not make any mistakes. Where is Xia Shui? Asked Yang Ming. She left first. After all, the operation will take a long time. Captain Xia still has other things to do. 2 police officers were left here to stay. If there is any news, just inform Captain Xia at any time, explained Bao Sanli. What did the doctor say? Asked Yang Ming as he looked at the emergency room that still had the operation in progress sign on. The doctor only said that Miss Shen was seriously injured, but fortunately, her head was not injured. This is relatively lucky. Her head hit the ground from the back, so she was only in a coma. However, the brain tissue and cranial cavity were not damaged, said Bao Sanli. But, the doctor said that according to the current situation, Miss Shen may be paralyzed. Yang Ming nodded silently. After all, in this situation, it was better to save her life first. Other plans could be made later. Have you informed Xianxia's family? Asked Yang Ming with a sigh. Not yet. Bao Sanli shook his head. Make a call. You have to inform them sooner or later. Yang Ming said, make the call now. Okay, Brother Yang, I will ask someone to check Miss Shen's family information. Bao Sanli nodded and said. Right, the Nightless Club will pay for the medical expenses. Is that okay? Yang Ming thought about it and asked. Of course, no problem. Bao Sanli shook his head quickly. He thought, the Nightless Club belongs to you, Brother Yang. You can do whatever you want. Besides, it was Bao Sanli who paid for the medical expenses. At that time, Bao Sanli thought that Xianxia was Yang Ming's woman. How could he not be anxious? When the hospital said to pay, Bao Sanli directly swiped his card without saying anything. Yang Ming sat on the hospital bench and looked into the operating room with his X-ray vision. He saw that several doctors were still nervously performing the operation on Xianxia. Xianxia's face was pale, and her eyes were closed. She did not have the youthful health that he saw that day. Fortunately, there was no danger to her life. Otherwise, Yang Ming's heart would feel very sad. After finding Xianxia's home phone number, Bao Sanli personally called her home and briefly explained what had happened. Although it was simple, it was enough to make Xianxia's parents worry. Not long after, a middle-aged couple rushed to the hospital. They looked nervous but didn't dare to make a ruckus. It was obvious that they were very honest people. Even if something happened to their daughter, they didn't dare to make a ruckus. Excuse me. The middle-aged woman found the emergency room on the 2nd floor according to the location Bao Sanli said. She said carefully, who is President Bao? Auntie, are you Xianxia's mother? Looking at the middle-aged woman's trembling appearance, Yang Ming felt a pain in his heart. He quickly walked forward and held the middle-aged woman's hand. Xianxia is being resuscitated inside. Her life should not be in danger. How could this be? How could this be? The middle-aged woman saw that she had found the right place and immediately looked at the emergency room. Seeing that the emergency room light was still on and that the operation was still in progress, she could not help but sigh. I said at the beginning, there are too many bad people in the nightclub. Yushi should not go there, but you were not willing. Look at it now. The middle-aged man looked at the middle-aged woman and could not help but complain. Something has happened, and you still blame me. The middle-aged woman was also very self-reproachful. If it weren't for your incompetence and being laid off, would your daughter drop out of school to be a greeter? The middle-aged woman's words made the man speechless. He lowered his head silently and took out a pack of cheap cigarettes from his pocket, but he was stopped by the nurse on the side. Sir, this is the hospital. Smoking is not allowed. Oh? I'm sorry. The man hurriedly put away the cigarettes and kept apologizing. I didn't know. I'm really sorry. Seeing the middle-aged man like this, the nurse was a little embarrassed. She smiled slightly and said, you can go to the special smoking area, but smoking is absolutely not allowed near the operating room. I won't smoke. The middle-aged man said hurriedly, my daughter is inside. The nurse nodded and did not say anything. She turned around and went to do her own thing. Seeing this scene, Yang Ming sighed slightly in his heart. If he didn't know about this, how would this honest couple deal with it? If this wasn't an accident and someone was manipulating it behind the scenes, and the culprit behind the scenes had a powerful identity, perhaps they would have used money to settle this honest couple. After all, no one would want to cause trouble for such honest people. Just a little bit of intimidation would be enough to achieve the goal. And because of this matter, the originally happy family was torn apart, and they were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. The old couple had lost their daughter. What was the use of money? What the hell is going on? Who harmed my Yushi? After the middle-aged woman and middle-aged man finished complaining to each other, they began to look for someone to ask for the truth. However, from her somewhat bitter eyes, Yang Ming saw despair. Perhaps, in the eyes of the old couple, this matter itself couldn't be separated from the Nightless Club. However, the Nightless Club had a strong background. The old couple must have heard from their daughter about the identity of this President Bao. So, although they were eager to know the truth, they didn't dare to offend this big shot in front of them. Bao Sanli sighed and said, Auntie, Uncle, I am the general manager of the Nightless Club, Bao Sanli. You can rest assured. No matter who is involved in this matter, we will not let them go. Yushi is an employee of our Nightless Club. We have to be responsible for her. The old couple looked at Bao Sanli's sincere look and sighed slightly. How could they believe Bao Sanli's words? Don't those big bosses talk like this after something happens? And then, they just let it go in the end? The old couple now didn't ask to bring any bad guys to justice. Their only thought was to let Xianxia recover so that she would never go to a place like the Nightless Club again. Seeing the confusion in the old couple's eyes, Yang Ming stepped forward and said, Two elders, you can rest assured. President Bao is right. No matter who is involved, we will not let them go. If the law can't punish them, I will help you kill them. The two policemen who stayed in the hospital were Xiaoxia's confidants. After the jewelry robbery case, they also faintly knew Yang Ming's other identity. So, in their opinion, Yang Ming had the capital to say this. After all, Yang Ming's identity was there. If the Supernatural Investigation Bureau wanted to intervene in the investigation, they didn't need to inform anyone. Young man, you are? Xianxua's mother looked at Yang Ming and then looked at Bao Sanli. She felt that the two people didn't seem to be on the same side. Yang Ming was so young, and he didn't look like a leader, so she asked curiously. I am a friend of Xianxia. Yang Ming hesitated and said. Now, if he said that he was Xianxua's big boss, they would definitely not trust him. It was better to say that he was Xianxua's friend. Yushi's friend? Xianxua's mother looked at Yang Ming up and down. She faintly guessed something. After all, Xianxia was in her youth. If a friend of the opposite sex who was about the same age as her suddenly appeared, it was inevitable that there would be other aspects of the association. Yes. I also work at the Nightless Club. I am Yushi's friend. Yang Ming said with a smile. He wasn't lying. The Nightless Club was originally Yang Ming's. It was normal for Yang Ming to say that he worked at the Nightless Club. Young man, then don't be impulsive. Xianxia's mother listened to Yang Ming and was even less suspicious. She quickly advised, you can't do anything irrational because of Yuxi's matter. Wouldn't that ruin your future? Don't worry, auntie. I know what I'm doing, said Yang Ming. Then you tell me. What happened to Yuxi? Is it serious? Xianxia's mother had a good impression of Yang Ming. She had been here for so long, but she didn't know what happened to her daughter. Now that she saw that Yang Ming seemed to be a person who could tell the truth, she asked. Yuxi went back after work. When she went upstairs in your house, I don't know who she had an argument with, and then she suddenly fell off the building. Yang Ming sighed and said, because Yuxi is still in surgery, I can't know other things. Everything can only be decided after the surgery is over. Ah. Xianxia's mother exclaimed after listening to Yang Ming's words, fell off the building. So serious. Previously, Bao Sanli only said that Xianxia had an accident and was injured. He didn't say it in detail. Xianxia's parents thought that Xianxia was beaten up or most likely raped by a guest, but her life wouldn't be in danger. However, they didn't expect that she would fall off the building. That was a life-threatening situation. Xianxia's parents suddenly showed horror on their faces. How could this happen? Who wants to murder Yuxi? I don't know about this. We can only wait for the police to investigate, said Yang Ming helplessly. Xianxia's parents were silent when they heard that they needed to investigate. Although they were honest, they weren't stupid. Since the other party dared to do this, it showed that the other party's background was very strong, and they were fearless. It wasn't that they hadn't encountered such a thing before. Before they were laid off, the son of a deputy director of the Yanqing electrocarbon factory played with a young female worker in the factory. As a result, the female worker lost a lot of blood, and she couldn't even have children in the future. In the end, didn't they compromise under the threat and temptation of the deputy director? After taking 200,000 yuan from the deputy director, the matter was left unsettled. They heard that she later became the mistress of the deputy director's son. In their eyes, the deputy director was already a big shot. They didn't even dare to think about someone like Bao Sanli who could call the wind and summon the rain. However, the people who Xianxia usually contacted were all people who came to the Nightless Club to have fun. Such people were either big bosses or powerful people. How could they provoke them? Xiaxua's efficiency was very fast. Now, Yang Ming also understood Xiaxua's background. No wonder this girl was so strong and didn't care about anyone. It turned out that she had Xia Bingbao's protection. As for the power of the Xia family above Xia Bingbao, Yang Ming didn't know. Soon, Xiaxua learned from the Nightless Club staff and the lobby manager, Manager Zhang, that Shen Yuxi had a conflict with a person named Young Master Xia today. As for Young Master Xia's full name, Manager Zhang and the staff weren't very clear. They always called this person Young Master Xia. However, even so, there was an important breakthrough. This Young Master Xia became the key suspect of the police. However, when Xiaxua was about to report to Chen Fei, something unexpected happened. Songjiang City's famous lawyer, Mr. Li Meiyao, brought 3 young people to the police station to report the situation. Li Meiyao was a very powerful lawyer in Songjiang. He worked in the judicial industry in his early years. Later, he resigned and opened a law firm. He was the legal consultant for several famous companies. It was said that the cases he handled could even turn a dead horse into a living one. Therefore, Li Meiyao was favored by some bosses involved in illegal businesses. At first, Bao Sanli wanted to invite this person to be the company's legal consultant, but it was rejected by Hou Zhenhan. Because the companies under Ming Yang were already transforming and developing into a formal industry, there was no need to hire such a lawyer. Instead, they would be criticized by others. Li Meiyao's notoriety had spread far and wide in the police station. Because he worked in the judicial industry in his early years, he was very familiar with the process of handling cases. Everything he did was a walk in the park. Previously, the drunken sex in the private room had also turned into a relationship between Xia Wenjin and Xin Yuxi. Recently, because Xianxia had hooked up with a rich man, she planned to break up with Xiaowenjin. Xiaowenjin was unwilling, so the two quarreled. As for the tugging of her pants, because the two of them were in a relationship, they did not propose to officially break up. So, Xiaowenjin wanted to have sex with Xianxia in an emotional state, but Xianxia did not agree. In the end, Xiaowenjin was angry and wanted to tell her parents about Xianxia's scandal. Xianxia was so emotional that she threatened to kill herself, but Xiaowenjin did not give in. So, Xianxia really jumped. Although there were still some loopholes in the middle, under Mr. Li's embellishment, it had become a reasonable situation. In this way, whether Xianxia was a virgin or not, Xiaowenjin would not take any responsibility. It had to be said that Li Meiyao considered things more thoroughly than Xiaowenjin and others. He did not let go of any details that could go wrong. Because Xianxia had not woken up yet, and what Mr. Li said was reasonable, the three parties were in agreement. Oh, right, in Mr. Li's arrangement, Lu Xiaojun and Qi Zhida were no longer the parties. The two of them appeared as witnesses because the conflict was limited to Xiaowenjin and Xianxia. They were all bystanders. Although Xiaoshui was very skeptical about the authenticity of what Li Meiyao said, there was no way to do anything in this case. Everything could only wait and see. When Xiaoshui told this result to the two police officers in the hospital, the police officers told Xianxia's parents about the incident. Xianxia's parents sighed as if they had expected this result. Xianxia hooked up with a rich man? Why didn't we know? Besides, isn't Yuxi's boyfriend Yang Ming? Through the conversation, they already knew Yang Ming's name and misunderstood that Yang Ming was Xianxia's boyfriend. After all, if Yang Ming had nothing to do with Xianxia, it was impossible for him to rush around and comfort them. If he was just an ordinary friend, he could not avoid this matter. How could he come forward? Also, Yang Ming's words that he wanted to kill the behind-the-scenes murderer made Xianxia's parents even more convinced. Otherwise, what did it have to do with Yang Ming? Why was Yang Ming so angry that he wanted to kill the bad guy? What they didn't know was that it was very easy for Yang Ming to kill the behind-the-scenes murderer. The two police officers also smiled bitterly. They did not expect this result, but with the intervention of the famous lawyer, Li Meiyao, this result was not unusual. Now, let's go back to the police station together. The person involved, Xiaowenjin, is also there. If there are any problems, we can talk about it face to face, said the police officer to Xianxia's parents. Xianxia's parents were more concerned about Xianxia's condition than the murderer. After all, the other party had completely shirked the responsibility. Even if they went, what could they do? Let's go and take a look, Yang Ming stood up and said faintly. In Yang Ming's eyes, lawyer Li Meiyao was *T. As long as he was unhappy, he would directly kick him in the head. Yang Ming naturally knew about the illegal dealings between some illegal lawyers and criminal suspects, so he naturally had to go personally to see who this Xiaowenjin was. Then, old man, let's go and take a look. With Yang Ming here, it will be easier to confront. Xianxia's mother was more flexible than her father. She wanted to see if there was any possibility of turning the situation around. However, in the parking lot in front of the hospital, Xianxia's parents were really surprised. They thought that Yang Ming was also a worker like Xianxia, but they did not expect that Yang Ming would have his own car. Although they did not know the brand of the car did not look like a cheap car. Yang Ming, this car is. After getting in the car, Xianxia's mother couldn't help but ask. It's mine. Yang Ming did not deny it and said, actually, but it's nothing. I belong to the company's top management like Xianxia. It's just that Xianxia has just been promoted to foreman and doesn't have much money. Yang Ming's explanation was not wrong. He was originally a company's top management. The foreman of the nightless club had a monthly salary of more than 30,000 yuan. It was not uncommon to buy a BMW in a few years, and there was also a year-end bonus. It was just that Xianxia had just been promoted to foreman for less than a month, so she had not received her salary yet. After listening to Yang Ming's explanation, Xianxia's mother also remembered that Xianxia seemed to have said on the day she was promoted to foreman that the monthly salary could be more than 10,000 yuan. At first, she thought that Xianxia was just saying it, but she did not expect it to be true. Yang Ming drove the car and followed behind the police car in front, heading in the direction of the police station. That Xia Wenjin is. Do you know him? In the car, Xianxia's mother asked carefully. I don't know him. I haven't heard of him. Who knows where this birdman came from? But, Auntie, don't worry. If this matter is really related to him, I will never let him go. Yang Ming said firmly. Although Xianxia had no specific relationship with him, Yang Ming had encountered this matter. If Yang Ming did not care, he would feel uneasy. Indeed, there were many unfair things in this world. Yang Ming could not manage it even if he wanted to. However, Yang Ming did not know about those things, so out of sight, out of mind. If Yang Ming knew about it, then he could not ignore it. It's all Yushi's fault. I said, why does she always dress up? Now, there is a disaster. Connecting the incident before and after, Xianxia's mother naturally understood that it must be because of Xianxia's beauty that caused the trouble. Hee, Auntie. Yang Ming smiled and said, which girl doesn't love beauty? This age is the age to dress up. It can't be her fault. If Chen Mingyan or Zhou Jiajie dressed up, or if Sun Jia dressed more sexily, no one would dare to provoke them, right? If a beautiful girl did not have a strong backer, it was indeed a headache. After all, there were too many people who coveted beauty and took risks. Yang Ming didn't know what the background of this Xia Wenjin was, but since Yang Ming met him, Yang Ming had to teach him a lesson even if he didn't die. Of course, this referred to the situation where it really had nothing to do with him. If what he said was a lie, then Yang Ming would make him feel very comfortable. In an office in the police station, Yang Ming saw the legendary Xia Wenjin and couldn't help but be stunned. It is actually him? Yang Ming was also very familiar with the two people beside him. One was Qi Zhida, who was with Xia Wenjin, and the other was the vice president of the school's taekwondo club, Lu Zhaojun. When Yang Ming saw these three people, his heart was disgusted. These people were not good people. Yang Ming had no doubt in his heart. If there was no problem in this matter, Yang Ming would not believe it. The Yanqing electrocarbon factory was just a private enterprise. Xianxia's mother was a temporary cleaner here, and Xianxia's father was directly laid off in the layoff storm. Xia Wenjin's lawyer, Li Meiyao, had investigated these things in advance, so he was basically fearless. Never mind that Xianxia's parents were such low-level people, even the small leaders of the factory were not a problem. After knowing that the Shin family did not have a strong background, Li Meiyao dared to help Xia Wenjin mess around. Otherwise, Li Meiyao was not stupid. Although he could get a large commission by doing this kind of thing, if he did not handle it well, even he would be implicated. After all, Li Meiyao would not be allowed to participate in the battle between the real powerful people of Songjiang. Li Meiyao also knew himself, so he did not dare to participate. When he came to the police station and learned that Xianxia was the foreman of the nightless club, he suddenly frowned. He looked at Xia Wenjin with some anger. Wasn't she just a greeter? How did she become the foreman? Although the foreman was not a big figure in Li Meiyao's eyes, it also depended on where the foreman was from. Was the nightless club's foreman so easy to provoke? In this matter, if the nightless club's higher-ups wanted to intervene, then Li Meiyao would not be able to bear the consequences. Li Meiyao usually dealt with those ruthless bosses. He knew the means of these people. Now, he had to face Bao Sanli, who was even more ruthless than these people. If people wanted to mess with you, they did not need to reason with you at all. A reason of not being pleasing to the eye was enough. They could directly find someone to beat you until you were paralyzed. Therefore, after Li Meiyao heard about Xianxia's identity, he was also a little scared. While waiting for Xianxia's parents to come, Li Meiyao didn't have much confidence in his heart. He didn't know if Bao Sanli would follow. However, when he saw a young man walking in with a middle-aged couple, he was relieved. He naturally knew Bao Sanli, but he didn't know the young man in front of him. Xiaxue didn't expect Yang Ming to come. After seeing Yang Ming, she nodded to Yang Ming as a greeting. Then, she pointed to Li Meiyao and Xia Wenjin and said, "This is Xia Wenjin and his lawyer, Mr. Li Meiyao." "Kid, your name is Xia Wenjin?" Yang Ming waved his hand. Without waiting for Xiaxue to finish speaking, he walked in front of Xia Wenjin, reached out and lifted him up from his seat, and said with a sneer, What are you going to do? Xia Wenjin was shocked. He didn't expect to meet Yang Ming here. The scene of Yang Ming kicking the car door was still vivid in his mind. He was afraid of this kind of violence from the bottom of his heart. Xia Shui knew Yang Ming's style. She wanted to stop it, but she was helpless when she thought of Yang Ming's special identity. She complained about her elder brother in her heart. This Yang Ming was violent in his way of doing things. He used violence to curb violence. Her elder brother gave him a legal identity, which made him do things more righteously. She didn't know if it was right or wrong. Xia Shui still remembered the scene of Yang Ming beating and bullying the old man selling roasted sweet potatoes in front of her. It seemed that Yang Ming's style was like this. However, Xia Shui did not believe in Li Meiyao and Xia Wenjin's words from a subjective point of view. However, as the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team, she could not rely on her own subjective judgment for everything. She had to focus on objective facts. Everything had to wait until Xianxia woke up before making a conclusion. Therefore, at this moment, she could not do anything to Xia Wenjin in front of his lawyer. However, she didn't need to do anything. Yang Ming had already done it for her. You let go. I am Mr. Xia's lawyer. If you don't let go, I reserve the right to pursue your legal responsibility. When Li Meiyao saw that Yang Ming actually made a move without saying anything, he was immediately shocked and reached out to stop him. You get the F***ck out of here. Otherwise, I will deal with you too. Yang Ming glared and pushed Li Meiyao casually. Li Meiyao staggered and fell to the side. Captain Xia, what do you think? Li Meiyao spoke halfway before he realized that Xia Shui had already left the office and closed the door. Only Yang Ming and Xianxia's parents were left in the room. When Yang Ming saw that he was still lying on the ground, he stepped on his mouth and broke half of Li Meiyao's front tooth. Li Meiyao's mouth was suddenly full of blood. He spat out half of his front tooth and screamed. Li Meiyao didn't expect Yang Ming to be so violent. He didn't even say a word before he started fighting. He was simply a violent maniac. Li Meiyao had also seen some ruthless people, but these people would say something before they started. There were only two possibilities to start a fight. One was that the other party didn't put you in their eyes at all. They disdained to say anything to you and beat you up first. The other was a reckless person who was not afraid of anything. The second was easy to deal with, but the first was the scariest. However, seeing Yang Ming's fearless look, he was afraid that it was the first kind. Moreover, when Yang Ming came in, the small details of Xia Shui nodding to him also fell into Li Meiyao's eyes. That meant that Yang Ming and Xia Shui knew each other. Thinking of this, Li Meiyao's heart suddenly went thump and thought that it was not good. You said that you are Xianxia's boyfriend? Yang Ming grabbed Xia Wenjin's neck with one hand, pushed him against the wall, and asked fiercely. I. Xia Wenjin didn't know how Yang Ming was involved in this matter, but his fear of Yang Ming was real. Cousin, save me. Lu Zhaojun was also full of cold sweat. Seeing Li Meiyao's miserable appearance, he was also scared. It seemed that Yang Ming had already been very merciful in the ring before. Otherwise, Li Jiaxing and Ren Jianren would not be much stronger than Li Meiyao. Lu Zhaojun didn't dare to be rash. He lowered his head and pretended not to hear. So you are this kid's cousin? Yang Ming turned his head and looked at Lu Zhaojun jokingly. Lu Zhaojun's head lowered even lower, fearing that Yang Ming would turn the attack target to him. You dare to say that you are Xianxia's boyfriend? How come I don't know? Yang Ming tried to make himself look rough and evil, but he also had a sense of propriety. Although he didn't care about anything with his current identity, it was best not to kill people in the police station casually. Then, Xiao Bingbao would not be able to deal with the aftermath. Therefore, what Yang Ming wanted to do was to destroy Xia Wenjin mentally. I don't need to tell you about Xianxia and me. Xia Wenjin also thought that they were in the police station now. Yang Ming shouldn't dare to do anything to him, so he said stubbornly in fear. Really? If you are Xianxia's boyfriend, then what am I? Yang Ming smiled faintly. He grabbed Xia Wenjin's neck and put him in front of the window on the side. He opened the window and pushed Xia Wenjin's head out directly. Do you believe that I will throw you out? Xia Wenjin shuddered. He was suddenly scared. He secretly regretted it in his heart. This guy is actually Xianxia's boyfriend? Could it be that Xianxia's backer is him? It is very possible. This kid drives a BMW. His family must be very rich. If I knew that I would provoke him, I wouldn't have listened to Lu Xiaojuan's words and done those things. Seeing Xia Wenjin's inner thoughts, Yang Ming smiled coldly. Sure enough, this guy did it. It seems that I really didn't wrong him. Yang Ming's previous series of rude behavior was to make Xia Wenjin feel psychological fear and nervous. In this way, Yang Ming could smoothly see Xia Wenjin's inner thoughts. Although Yang Ming suspected that Xia Wenjin did it, there was no evidence. Now, Yang Ming could be 100% sure that Xia Wenjin did it. Yang Ming pulled Xia Wenjin down from the windowsill and threw him on the ground. At this time, Xia Wenjin was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He sat on the ground as if he had collapsed. He gasped for breath. Yang Ming originally wanted to deal with Xia Wenjin in private, but he thought that this matter had already alarmed the police. It was more appropriate to leave it to the police to deal with. After all, if something happened to Xia Wenjin at this time, the first suspect would be himself. Yang Ming didn't want to cause any trouble for Xia Bingbao. Now, the two people were just in a cooperative relationship. Yang Ming didn't want to owe him too much and bind himself. Once he owed too many favors, then he wouldn't know how to repay them. When the matter calmed down, Xia Wenjin would be in prison. Wouldn't he be at Yang Ming's mercy? He can't be released from prison, right? Although this matter was bad, it was not enough to sentence him to death. After he was released, there were ways to deal with him. In other words, it would be better if he could be sentenced to death. He would not have to do it himself. Yang Ming walked out of the office under the inexplicable gazes of Li Meiyao and Xianxia's parents. They didn't expect Yang Ming to be all bark and no bite. He just threatened Xia Wenjin with a few words and left him aside. Could it be that Yang Ming was just bluffing? He didn't dare to act rashly in the police station. Was it just to vent his anger? Li Meiyao thought so in his heart and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After Yang Ming went out, he found Xiaxue directly. How is it? Did you find anything? Xiaxue knew Yang Ming's identity. If Yang Ming helped solve the case, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Yes. Yang Ming said faintly, the whole thing was done by Xia Wenjin. With that said, Yang Ming told Xiaxue the whole story and how Li Meiyao instigated Xia Wenjin and others to tamper with the testimony. The more Xiaxue listened, the more she frowned, but her eyes were shining with excitement. If what Yang Ming said was true, then this was probably a good opportunity to get rid of Li Meiyao, the unscrupulous lawyer. Are these all true? Xiaxue asked after listening to Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming nodded and said affirmatively, it's true. You separate these 4 people and interrogate them separately. You use the fact that the other 3 people have confessed as a lure. Reveal what I said before to everyone. I don't believe that they won't tell the truth. In fact, this was also a common technique used in interrogations. It was often mentioned in TV dramas. The police made the criminal suspect mistakenly think that his accomplice had confessed, and let them put down their psychological defense and confess truthfully. If this trick was used well, it would get twice the result with half the effort. However, there was a condition before it was used. That was, the police had a lot of criminal facts. In today's situation, if there was no Yang Ming, it would be impossible to use this trick. However, Yang Ming had the ability to detect other people's thoughts. All these impossible things became possible. Xiaxue understood that Yang Ming had extraordinary abilities and means. Otherwise, he wouldn't have joined the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Moreover, Xiaxue also knew the rules. It was common for the Supernatural Investigation Bureau to assist in a case, but the process of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's case was extremely confidential. Although Xiaxue was curious, she wouldn't ask much. Okay, I will start the interrogation immediately. Xiaxue nodded and said excitedly. With Yang Ming's help and support, then everything was easy. Even if the bureau chief asked, there was also Yang Ming as a shield. With this information, if Xiaxue still couldn't ask anything, then there was a problem with her ability. However, Yang Ming wasn't worried about this. He still believed in Xia Shui. If Xia Shui really didn't have the ability, she wouldn't be sitting in her current position. In the criminal investigation team, it was difficult for an incompetent person to be the leader. Once this happened, then it would be difficult to carry out the work in the future. The bureau chief wouldn't let this happen. Under the leadership of Xia Shui, several police officers entered the office. Without saying anything, they controlled Xia Wenjin, Li Meiyao, Lu Zhaojun, and Qi Jide and escorted them out of the office. Li Meiyao was shocked. "What are you doing? I'm a lawyer. You have no right to do this to me." Xia Shui smiled slightly. "You are a lawyer now. No one can guarantee that you won't be a lawyer later." With Yang Ming's intervention, Xia Shui wasn't afraid of anything. Anyway, if something happened, Yang Ming would take care of it. If Yang Ming couldn't handle it, there was still her elder brother. Of course, Xia Shui had nothing to fear. Seeing the 4 people being escorted out of the office, this scene made Xianxia's parents very surprised. Wasn't it just an accident? How come in the blink of an eye, these 4 people were taken away as if they were criminals? The police have obtained new evidence. Now we can roughly judge that Xia Wenjin is the murderer who hurt Yuxi. Yang Ming explained to Xianxia's parents. Xianxia's parents were a little overwhelmed. However, they could also think that all of this should be due to Yang Ming. Otherwise, how could things suddenly take a turn for the better? Although they didn't know what Yang Ming did, Xianxia's parents were still very grateful to Yang Ming. "Little Yang, thank you," Xianxia's mother said with some excitement. "If it weren't for Yang Ming, how could things be solved so smoothly? I didn't do anything. This is the result of Captain Xia's efforts." Yang Ming smiled and waved his hand. He naturally wouldn't admit any credit. "Then, let's thank Captain Xia?" Xianxia's mother hesitated and asked. "It's not too late to thank her after the case comes to light. Let's go back to the hospital first. The most important thing is that Xianxia wakes up," said Yang Ming. That's right. When Xianxia was mentioned, Xianxia's parents immediately showed a worried look. On this side, although the murderer of Xianxia had been brought to justice, Xianxia was not out of danger yet. In contrast, Xianxia being safe and sound was what the 2 elders wanted the most. After Yang Ming greeted Xia Shui, he rushed back to the Songjiang First People's Hospital with the 2 elders. "Li Meiyao, Xia Wenjin has already confessed. Don't you want to say anything? You also know our policy. We will be lenient if you confess, but we will be strict if you resist." Xia Shui looked at Li Meiyao, who was sitting there leisurely, and was angry. "What should I say? What should I confess?" Li Meiyao said faintly with a fearless look. "I am very clear about your methods of handling cases. You want to trick me into talking. Don't think that I don't know." If it were before, then Xia Shui would definitely be angry. This kind of person was the most difficult to deal with. He understood the procedures of handling cases. It was basically impossible to get some facts from him. The only thing that could make them admit their guilt honestly was absolute evidence. However, Xia Shui wasn't worried today. She trusted Yang Ming. She was 100% sure that she could make Li Meiyao admit his guilt today. Dang. There was a knock on the door outside the interrogation room. Xia Shui pretended to be calm and glanced at the door of the interrogation room. She said faintly, "Please come in." A police officer took a file and walked quickly to Xia Shui's side. "Captain Xia, Xia Wenjin has confessed. The confession is here, please take a look." Of course, all of this was arranged. In the interrogation room of Xia Wenjin, Lu Zhaojun, and Qi Jide, the same scene was playing out. It was just that Li Meiyao was not easy to deal with, so Xia Shui personally went. The others could be dealt with by ordinary police officers. "Oh? So fast?" Xia Shui nodded and took the file to read. Li Meiyao looked at Xia Shui and the police officer who came in with a smile. In his view, all of this was an act to create psychological pressure on him. Li Meiyao didn't believe that these police officers dared to extort a confession by torture. After all, he was also there. Xia Wenjin's father was also a big shot. Once the matter was exposed, Li Meiyao was confident that the police wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, he didn't believe that the police would get any valuable confessions. Li Meiyao, don't you want to say anything this time? Xiaxue held the file and looked at Li Meiyao. She asked. Just act. Continue acting. It's quite realistic. Li Meiyao stretched. My work is quite tiring. In my spare time, watching you act is also a kind of leisure. Really? Xiaxue smiled faintly and threw the file in her hand to Li Meiyao. What is this? Take a look at it yourself. What can it be? Li Meiyao casually took the file and flipped through it. However, after he read a few lines, his face suddenly changed. Li Meiyao felt that his hands were trembling, and his face became extremely ugly. This is impossible. How is this possible? This is not true. On the file, the matter of him instigating Xia Wenjin to import the confession was written word for word in the file. If Xia Wenjin or others hadn't confessed, it was impossible to know so much based on the police's guess. It wasn't the first time that Li Meiyao had committed fraud in a lawsuit, but it was the first time that he was seen through. He couldn't figure it out. How did Xia Wenjin escape so quickly? Didn't he know what was waiting for him after he told the truth? If this case of attempted rape causing disability was really judged, it would be at least 5 to 10 years in prison. He was a lawyer, so he was very clear in his heart. Moreover, this was still the case when the victim was not dead. If the victim was dead, then the sentence would not necessarily be decided. Originally, Li Meiyao didn't take this lawsuit seriously. Xianxia's family had no background. She was just a small character. At that time, he would ask Xia Wenjin's father to give her family a lot of money. He believed that it would be easy to settle. However, in this, Li Meiyao didn't expect the appearance of Yang Ming. Who is this person? What role does he play in the whole incident? Li Meiyao had been in the Songjiang legal circle for so many years, but he had never seen this person. However, it seemed that Yang Ming was very familiar with the police, even too familiar. Li Meiyao had a bad feeling. It seemed that Yang Ming was also a person on the police's side. When this thought came out, he suddenly frowned. There is no possibility or impossible. The situation has been written very clearly. You can see it yourself. Xiaxue pointed to the file of the case and said, Are you illiterate? Li Meiyao didn't speak. He looked at the file in front of him with cold sweat. The details of the case written in it even made Li Meiyao a little scared. Isn't this too detailed? Even the details of the conversation between him and Xia Wenjin were clearly written in it. After reading the entire case file, Li Meiyao knew that he was finished. As a lawyer, he participated in fraud. It was not a problem to be sentenced to 1 or 2 years in prison. Most importantly, his future as a lawyer was ruined. In the future, there would be no more opportunities to collect dirty money. However, since it had already come to this point, there was no other way. Anyway, he had received enough black money in the past. Even if he stopped being a lawyer, he would definitely not starve to death in the future. I have nothing to say. Li Meiyao said lightly. He didn't want to argue. He was a lawyer, and he knew this very well. In the face of absolute evidence, any debate was meaningless. Then you're sure that everything written here is true? Xiaxue asked happily. She didn't expect that the evidence Yang Ming gave her would be so shocking. After Li Meiyao saw it, he didn't even try to defend himself before admitting his guilt. I don't know what happened earlier. Li Meiyao naturally wanted to shirk the responsibility that he could. He said, I was the one who instigated Xia Wenjin and the others to say that. In other words, you haven't figured out the truth yet, but you helped the person tamper with the confession? Xiaxue asked. Li Meiyao nodded. He couldn't deny this point. There was nothing to refute. However, it wasn't enough to convict him of a serious crime just based on this. He signed the confession directly, and Xiaxue quickly ended the interrogation. Xiaxue was really shocked. She had been a police officer for so long, but she had never encountered such a smooth interrogation work. If Yang Ming participated in every interrogation, wouldn't her future work be successful? However, Xiaxue just thought about it. Yang Ming couldn't have so much time to help her. Even if he did, it was impossible for him to help. After all, she still had to rely on herself. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if she became dependent on him. On the other side, Xia Wenjin's interrogation was even smoother. After a little intimidation, he said that Qi Jida had already confessed, and the same transcript was shown to Xia Wenjin. Xia Wenjin collapsed. Originally, he didn't want to confess. He held the principle of holding on as long as he could, and he was in a stalemate. After all, if this matter was really put on the table, it would be a big deal. He also knew that it was impossible for him not to go to jail. Therefore, Xia Wenjin initially wanted to repeat what Li Meiyao told him. Who didn't know how to repeat the same words? Anyway, he didn't want to talk about the main point. But he didn't expect that Qi Jida and Lu Zhaojun actually confessed. Before Xia Wenjin saw the case record, he thought that the police were scaring him. But when he saw the case record, he was completely dumbfounded. Isn't what is written on it the truth? Not a single detail is missing. Xia Wenjin was so angry that he only wanted to curse. Mother ***, I promised before that I wouldn't say anything even if I were to die. Now, it's great. I haven't been in the police station for half an hour, and I already said everything? If you say it, do you think you are fine? You are also an accomplice. Thinking of this, Xia Wenjin told Lu Zhaojun's dirty trick, and the whole plan was planned by Lu Zhaojun. When the police officer who recorded Xia Wenjin's statement heard what Xia Wenjin said, he suddenly became spirited. These things were not written in this file. If what Xia Wenjin said was true, then Lu Zhaojun was also an accomplice. Lu Zhaojun and Qi Jida were easier to interrogate. The two people's matter was not big. At most, they were just accomplices. Seeing that Xia Wenjin confessed, then they didn't need to insist. They directly said it. At this point, a somewhat complicated case with the participation of a lawyer was easily solved before the victim woke up. Of course, Yang Ming's contribution couldn't be ignored, but only Xia Shui knew it in her heart. Others admired Xia Shui's ability to calculate, but they didn't know that this was actually provided by Yang Ming. Xia Wenjin probably never dreamed that the reason why his matter was exposed was entirely because of himself. If his thoughts weren't probed by Yang Ming, the truth wouldn't be revealed so quickly. He was still complaining and scolding Qi Jida and Lu Zhaojun for not being loyal. It was ridiculous. Things were unusually smooth. After the case was solved, Xia Shui immediately notified Yang Ming. As for how the case would be judged and what kind of punishment Xia Wenjin and the others would receive, it was not up to Xia Shui to decide. This result was also expected by Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't believe that anyone's psychological quality would be so good. After he wrote down what he did, it would be a bit unbelievable if he still didn't admit it. Yang Ming hadn't met such a person yet. From a normal point of view, it was impossible to guess so accurately. Therefore, Li Meiyao didn't even suspect that there was a trick and pleaded guilty. Hanging up the phone, Yang Ming sighed. Even if Xia Wenjin and the others were punished by the law, so what? Can it be exchanged for Xin Yuxi's health? Obviously, it was impossible. Xia Wenjin has confessed. He tried to rape Yuxi but failed, causing Yuxi to jump off the building. Yang Ming told the truth to Xin Yuxi's parents, who were sitting in the back of the car. Although this result was a bit heavy, it was necessary to let Xin Yuxi's parents know. After all, this result was already very gratifying for them. Sure enough, after Yang Ming said this, Xin Yuxi's parents suddenly showed a surprised expression. They didn't expect the matter to be solved so quickly. The truth of the matter was actually similar to what they thought. A beautiful girl inexplicably jumped off a building, and there were traces of her pants being torn. What other reason could there be? Xin Yuxi's parents were still very gratified that Xia Wenjin could be punished by the law. Originally, when they saw the hypocritical smile of lawyer Li Meiyao, they even thought that this case was hopeless. They didn't expect the tables to turn. In less than an hour, Xia Wenjin pleaded guilty. When they returned to the hospital, Xin Yuxi had been pushed out of the operating room, but she was still in the intensive care unit. Although she was out of danger, she had not yet woken up. Although Xin Yuxi's life was not in danger, they got very unfortunate news from the doctor. Xin Yuxi's lumbar spine was seriously injured, and it may lead to paralysis of the lower body. When they heard the news, Xianxia's parents' bodies obviously trembled, but Xianxia's father was more optimistic. Forget it, old woman. It's good that our daughter's life is not in danger. If she is paralyzed, then let her be paralyzed. We will just take care of her. It's good that we don't have to go out to attract bees and butterflies and cause trouble. Xianxia's mother nodded silently. Now, this was the only way. She didn't know what to do about Xianxia's medical expenses. The subsequent medical expenses would definitely not be small. So, she asked timidly, "Little Yang, did police officer Xia say that Xia Wenjin can compensate Yuxi with some money?" "There will definitely be civil compensation attached to this, but it won't be a lot. It's probably about 100,000. Yang Ming told Xianxia's parents what Xia Shui said to him. "Then, when will the compensation be paid?" "Yuxi needs money to stay in the hospital now," Xianxia's mother said with some worry. "You mean this?" Yang Ming suddenly understood. Originally, Yang Ming was surprised that Xianxia's mother was so concerned about the compensation. Her daughter was injured like this. What was the use of the compensation? However, now that the association mentioned the situation of Xianxia's family, it was not surprising that Xianxia's mother was worried. After all, Xianxia's family was in a difficult situation. Xianxia's subsequent medical expenses were definitely not low. It was not something they could afford. Thinking of this, Yang Ming quickly said, "You don't have to worry about the money. Xianxia is a foreman in the nightless club. She is also a middle-level leader. The company will pay for her medical expenses." "Ah? She has only been a foreman for a few days. She has not been promoted. Can the company care so much?" Xianxia's mother was stunned. Apparently, she did not expect that the nightless club would bear the medical expenses. Not to mention a nightclub-like company like the nightless club, even those multinational companies often did not care about the medical expenses of their employees. Moreover, Xianxia had only been a foreman for a few days. She had not even signed a contract. Can the company care? Naturally, they can care. Yang Ming smiled and glanced at Bao Sanli next to him. Bao Sanli got Yang Ming's signal and quickly said, "This is the company's rule. We are a legitimate company. We keep our word. How can we not care? Auntie, uncle, you can rest assured. We will take the money that Xianxia spent. Not a penny less." This. Xianxia's mother felt that Xianxia's medical expenses should not be paid by the nightless club. They were also reasonable people. This matter had nothing to do with the nightless club. The place where it happened was not the nightless club, so even if it was a lawsuit, the nightless club was not afraid. However, Bao Sanli took the initiative to bear the matter and bear all the subsequent medical expenses. Then, Xia Wenjin's compensation could be regarded as Xianxia's nutrition fee. In this way, the two elders also had a lot of money, and they could get some supplements for Xianxia. Before this, they also heard about Bao Sanli's background. They thought that Bao Sanli was a person who was difficult to contact, but now it seemed that this person was more loyal than those hypocritical bosses who seemed to be philanthropists. Then, "Thank you, President Bao." Xianxia's mother said, "I will bow to you here." "Don't." Bao Sanli was shocked. Although Yang Ming denied his relationship with Xianxia, Bao Sanli still felt that there was a problem with Yang Ming being so busy. Otherwise, what does this have to do with Yang Ming? Why is Yang Ming not so enthusiastic about other people's matters? He quickly stopped Xianxia's mother from bowing to him. Bao Sanli said, "Auntie, don't do this. I can't afford it." Although Bao Sanli wanted to say that she was Brother Yang's mother-in-law, he didn't dare to say so. He had to shake his head helplessly. Bao. Yang Ming wanted to instruct Bao Sanli to go to the ATM and withdraw some money, but he suddenly remembered that Xianxia's parents were still around, so he looked at a follower beside Bao Sanli and said, "You go and help me withdraw 50,000 yuan. The password is 123456. As Yang Ming said this, he handed a bank card to the follower. He didn't know the name of the follower, but he felt that he was familiar. However, the follower vaguely knew the identity of Yang Ming. Without waiting for Bao Sanli to speak, he hurriedly took Yang Ming's bank card and ran to the bank near the hospital to withdraw the money. Generally, there were several banks near larger hospitals for people to withdraw money. The business was very good. Xianxia's parents didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Yang Ming ordering Bao Sanli's follower to do things. After all, Yang Ming had said before that he was also a leader of the company. Soon, the follower came back and handed a paper bag with 50,000 yuan to Yang Ming. "Brother Yang, this is 50,000 yuan. Yang Ming took the paper bag and nodded to him. "Thank you for your hard work." The follower was suddenly excited. Originally, he was very happy to be able to do things for Yang Ming. Now that Yang Ming said that he had worked hard, he was naturally very happy. "Auntie, this is 50,000 yuan. Yang Ming handed the paper bag in his hand to Xianxia's mother. Although the company has paid for the medical expenses, other places also need money. Besides, Xiaowenjin's compensation won't be paid in a short time. You should take this money first." Originally, Xianxia's mother was very happy that the company would pay for the medical expenses. At this time, when she saw Yang Ming giving her money again, she quickly refused. "This can't be done. How can I take your money?" It was fine if the company paid for the medical expenses. At least this was reasonable. Xianxia's mother would not have too much psychological burden. However, the money Yang Ming took was his own money. How could Xianxia's mother accept it? "Yuxi is my girlfriend. She has an accident. Naturally, I have to buy something for her." Yang Ming smiled and said, "It's just that I am busy with work, so I can only trouble you." Yang Ming sighed in his heart. This was also a white lie. Anyway, when he was at the police station, Xianxia's parents had heard him say at once. "This." Indeed, when they were at the police station, Xianxia's parents also heard Yang Ming's words. They thought that Xianxia had an accident that might lead to paralysis. Even if Yang Ming was Xianxia's boyfriend, it was impossible for him to be the same as before. After all, who would find a paralyzed girl to be his girlfriend? Moreover, it could be seen that Yang Ming had a successful career at a young age. Such a boy, what kind of girl couldn't he find? Why would he want a disabled person? Therefore, when Yang Ming took out 50,000 yuan, Xianxia's mother was so surprised. What was even more surprising was that Yang Ming actually emphasized that Xianxia was his girlfriend. Bao Sanli secretly despised Yang Ming in his heart. "Mn, she is obviously your girlfriend, but you insist that she isn't. Now you finally admit it, right?" However, he only despised him in his heart. He didn't dare to say it, and he was very fortunate that he had been dealing with this matter very seriously. Outside the hospital, Yang Ming's mood was a little upset. Although the matter was handled satisfactorily, a girl in her prime might have to sit in a wheelchair for a lifetime. After knowing this result, Yang Ming was even more unwilling to let go of Xiaowenjin. No matter what Xiaowenjin's final judgment was, Yang Ming would not let him have an easy time. Fang Tian sent a message from Country X's General Kars, asking the Black Butterfly organization to prepare to carry out the assassination of his political enemy. As long as it was successful, all rewards were negotiable. General Kars really couldn't sit still. He also knew in his heart that he was in the stage of recuperation. Some of his political enemies were also waiting for the opportunity to make a move. General Kars lived in fear every day. In fact, he also knew that it was only a matter of time before he was ousted, but everyone had a fluke mentality. They would hold on for as long as they could. In his opinion, as long as he could pay a high enough reward, he could assassinate all his political enemies, so that he could sit firmly in the position of the president. However, there was no end to political enemies. After one political enemy was assassinated, another one would emerge. Even if he could assassinate them, in the end, all the available resources in Country X would be given out as rewards. What was the point of a president without an army? When Yang Ming received Fang Tian's call, he was lying on Wang Xiaoyan's bed and making out with her. These days, Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun were busy with the company's affairs, and Xiaoqing's experimental project was not over yet. She was very busy. Zhou Jiejia, the obedient assistant class monitor, naturally had to stay in the school's dormitory to set an example. Besides, the relationship between Yang Ming and her was limited to kissing and hugging. It would be awkward if they were out alone. Xianxia was still in Donghai. According to her, something happened at home. On the night of Xianxia's accident, Xianxia returned a call to Yang Ming. It was very late at that time, about 11 o'clock in the evening. However, Yang Ming was a little upset because of Xianxia's incident. So he didn't sleep. Xiao Qing's call came in. Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID and picked up the phone. "Hello, dear, why did you call me back so late?" Yang Ming asked with a tired voice. Xianxia noticed that Yang Ming's mood didn't seem to be very good, so she didn't care much about his dear. Instead, she said, "Today, it snowed on the highway again. I was stuck for more than 3 hours. After returning home, I felt a little tired, so I slept. I didn't expect to wake up at 11 o'clock. Your dad hasn't slept yet?" He answered my call before. Yang Ming was a little surprised about Sun Hongjuan's resting time. Xianxia woke up at 11 o'clock. Did he not sleep until 11 o'clock? Oh, you're talking about your previous call. My dad has already rested. Third uncle told me that he hasn't rested yet. Xianxia said, "Why are you looking for me?" The jewelry exhibition is over. Yang Ming said, "I wanted to report to you, but since you have gone back, let's talk about it when we meet." Are you really going to report to me about the exhibition? Xianxia's tone was a little playful, as if she saw through Yang Ming's mind. Yang Ming suddenly blushed and said, "It can also improve our relationship as husband and wife. But those are all subsidiary." After Xianxia heard it, she smiled and said, "I don't think you are so honest. Is the jewelry exhibition going well? I read about the robbery in the newspaper, but there should be more to come, right?" You guessed it right. Just this morning, they launched the final blow. As Yang Ming spoke, he told the story of the black-shirt man sneaking into the exhibition center to steal the treasures. He talked about how he was careless and let people move the jewelry. However, Yang Ming did not say that he monitored all of this through his special ability. Instead, he vaguely said that he set up a spy. Fortunately, Xianxia did not ask much about these small details. After listening to Yang Ming's words, she said sarcastically, "This is the consequence of being arrogant. Let's see if you are still arrogant in the future." I wanted to see if the black-clothed man contacted anyone after he succeeded, and see if there were any new clues. Who would have thought that they would be so meticulous? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. However, the ending of the matter is still considered satisfactory. Perfect? What do you mean? Xianxia asked strangely. The things were lost, and you still talk about satisfactory. Oh, I know. You must have used the black-clothed man as a hostage in exchange for the other party's compromise, right? So, in this way, the other party will not pursue the responsibility of the jewelry loss, right? After listening to Xianxia's words, Yang Ming sincerely admired, "You are indeed Xianxia. You can even analyze this. But you only guessed the first half right." Oh? Do you have any better remedies? Xianxia listened to Yang Ming, and she was also interested and asked curiously. I not only let them give up the responsibility of the jewelry loss, but I also let them send the jewelry back. Yang Ming smiled with some pride. In the end, you achieved your purpose of taking advantage of others. It was no wonder that Yang Ming would be proud. Among all the women around Yang Ming, Xianxia was undoubtedly the most cunning. Not to mention whether she was smarter than others, but in terms of these conspiracies, no one could defeat her. Including Yang Ming himself, he admitted that he wasn't Xianxia's opponent. However, he finally saved his face in this game, and it also made Xianxia have unexpected moments. Not bad. Xianxia said after listening, "Tell me, how did you do it? I'd like to hear the details." Therefore, Yang Ming connected the flaws in the tone of the behind-the-scenes person and the suicide of the driver. He told Xianxia about his speculations and practices at the time until the behind-the-scenes person was fooled and took the initiative to express the jewelry to his hands. Yang Ming, I didn't expect you to be so capable. It could be heard that Xianxia was really praising Yang Ming this time, and it wasn't the kind of hypocritical promise. So, am I considered to have passed the test? Asked Yang Ming. What test? Xianxia was stunned and immediately understood the meaning of Yang Ming's words. This is only the first time. It can't prove anything. I have to continue to observe. Hee hee. Yang Ming smiled faintly. And didn't care. It was impossible to make Sun Jia completely fall in love with him with just one thing. To conquer Sun Jia, he had to let her completely admire him and feel that he was stronger than her, and that she could rely on him. However, Yang Ming believed that this day wouldn't be too far away because he was constantly growing. Now, he was much stronger than when he was a fledgling a year ago. Now that he thought about it, he was like a silly boy a year ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't be easily fooled by Wang Jitao. Right, aren't you in a graduate class? Why did you go back to Donghai? Asked Yang Ming. Xiaoqing went to research a topic these days, and the graduate class was suspended. Sun Jia said, moreover, there is a small matter in my family. I came back to deal with it. What's the matter? Do you need my help? Asked Yang Ming. No need. If I can't handle it myself, I will ask you for help. Sun Jia smiled. However, listening to the tone, it was also a joke because Sun Jia didn't think that Yang Ming would help with something that she couldn't handle. Yang Ming sighed and didn't say anything. He thought to himself, sooner or later, you will worship me to death. Okay, then when you return to Songjiang, let's meet and talk, said Yang Ming. Let's meet and talk. I just woke up and sweated a little. I feel a little uncomfortable. I'm going to take a shower, said Sun Jia. For a few days, Yang Ming hadn't contacted Sun Jia. He didn't know how she was handling the matter in Donghai, but he believed that with Sun Jia's ability, there should be nothing that could trouble her. Struggling to pick up the phone from the bedside table, little girl Wang's energy is really not ordinary. Yang Ming sighed. Being an assassin is different. Her physical strength and endurance are super strong. Fortunately, I am also a person in this field. Otherwise, I would be tortured to death by little girl Wang. This little girl is also very feminist. She always likes to play with men on top. Fortunately, my skills are better than hers. Otherwise, wouldn't I be bullied to death? Hey, old man, why are you looking for me? Is there news over there? Yang Ming already knew that Karsi in Africa's country X was going to let him do it. He came to Wang Xiaoyan's place. In addition to learning from Wang Xiaoyan on cooperation tacit understanding, he mainly studied this mission. Well, on the 15th of this month, you will leave for Africa. I will arrange your itinerary, said Fang Tian simply. D*MN, my birthday is on the 14th, and we are leaving on the 15th? Aren't you too cruel? Yang Ming smiled bitterly after listening. Then, are you going or not? Fang Tian smiled. Go. Of course, I am going. Yang Ming said helplessly, are we going by water or by plane? Water. First, smuggle into Vietnam. I will arrange a plane there, and then fly directly to Africa's country X, said Fang Tian. There may be a change of planes in the middle of the way, but you don't have to worry about it. Okay, I understand. Yang Ming nodded after listening. Smuggling into Vietnam was a relatively easy thing. They could go directly from the Red River in Beishan. Of course, the Red River was the name of Vietnam. This side was called Yuanjiang. Yang Ming's phone call woke up Wang Xiaoyan, who had just fallen asleep. She opened her sleepy eyes. Wang Xiaoyan looked at Yang Ming and said, are we going out for the mission? We will leave on the 15th. Are you okay with it? Yang Ming nodded and asked. Naturally, there is no problem. Wang Xiaoyan listened to Yang Ming's affirmative answer. She shook her head excitedly, and then sat up directly from the bed. Finally, we can go out for the mission. We will smuggle into Vietnam first, and then my friend will arrange a plane there to fly directly to Africa, said Yang Ming. Speaking of this, Yang Ming had to admire Fang Tian's connections and relationships. He had already retired for so many years, but he could still arrange some things at any time. If it were Yang Ming, it was impossible to go to Africa through an irregular channel in a short period of time. However, there was always a process for everything. Fang Tian also said that after Yang Ming had enough experience, he would hand over all his connections to Yang Ming. Just the two of us? Wang Xiaoyan had never taken on such a big mission. Although she was excited, she was still a little nervous. Just the two of us. Yang Ming said, how many more people do you want to go? It's just killing a person. Why do you need to make such a big scene? If it weren't for bringing you to see the world, I could have done it myself. TSK, you were bringing me because you want to mess with me, right? Wang Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and said jokingly. Yang Ming suddenly broke into a sweat. Am I so unbearable in Wang Xiaoyan's eyes? March 14th was Yang Ming's birthday. Although there were still many things in the company that were not done, Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, Zhang Ben, and Zhao Sisi naturally wanted to celebrate Yang Ming's birthday. Of course, Yang Ming also sent an electronic invitation to Sun Jia, Xiao Qing, and Zhao Ying. However, Sun Jia had not returned from Donghai. He could only call to apologize. Xiao Qing was even more busy. The experiment was at a critical stage. As the person in charge of Songjiang Industry University, she couldn't get away. Unexpectedly, Zhao Ying would reply to an email saying that she would be on time. This made Yang Ming very surprised. After all, when Yang Ming sent the email, he also sent an invitation to Zhao Ying with the intention of trying. His relationship with Zhao Ying was now so stiff. Yang Ming didn't think that Zhao Ying would come to his birthday party. However, in Yang Ming's view, the person who shouldn't have come came, and the person who should have come didn't come because of something. As for the identity of Xiao Qing and Sun Jia, it was easy for Yang Ming to explain. Chen Mingyan also knew them, so she wouldn't have any doubts. However, thinking about it carefully, weren't Sun Jia and Xiao Qing also trying to avoid possible embarrassment? Therefore, Yang Ming's birthday party was now only attended by 4 women who were related to Yang Ming, Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, Zhou Jejia, and Zhao Ying. In terms of friends, there were Zhang Ben, Zhao Sisi, Tian Donghua, and Wang Shui. Wang Xiaoyan naturally couldn't participate. Yang Ming didn't dare to let her participate. This little girl Wang's character was too hot, and Chen Mingyan was a little vinegar jar. If the two of them didn't get along well and fought, then it would really be bad. If Wang Xiaoyan was angry, it was possible to kill Chen Mingyan. Then, it would really be over. Therefore, Yang Ming wouldn't let Wang Xiaoyan participate in the matters between his women in a short time. However, on the day before the birthday, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan celebrated in advance. After all, with the contact with Wang Xiaoyan, Yang Ming liked this girl who had character and ideals more and more. Are you afraid that I will disturb your plans tomorrow? Celebrate my birthday with me in advance today? Wang Xiaoyan naturally guessed Yang Ming's intention. Hee, whatever you say. Yang Ming didn't deny it. After all, Wang Xiaoyan basically understood Yang Ming's private life, but she didn't want to interfere. Wang Xiaoyan wasn't sure if she could be with Yang Ming in the end. At first, she also held the attitude of being together with him one day at a time. However, now, she was somewhat reluctant to part with Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoyan didn't know if this was love. In short, Yang Ming was with her, and she would be very happy. When Yang Ming wasn't with her, she would feel that something was missing. Unknowingly, she had become accustomed to this feeling. Therefore, the more it was like this, the more Wang Xiaoyan was afraid that one day this feeling would disappear forever. After all, the world's #1 assassin group. This goal was too ambitious, and the difficulty of achieving it could be imagined. It wasn't that Wang Xiaoyan wasn't jealous. On the contrary, Yang Ming had other women, so she still cared very much. But now, whether she could be with Yang Ming was another matter. Wang Xiaoyan didn't have the mind to care about other things with Yang Ming. Now, all her thoughts were on how to make the assassin group stronger and bigger. Happy birthday. Wang Xiaoyan handed a small box to Yang Ming and said. Oh? Yang Ming was very surprised. Celebrating his birthday with Wang Xiaoyan in advance was just an impromptu decision. He had been staying with Wang Xiaoyan these days, so he celebrated in advance. He didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to take it seriously and specially prepare a birthday gift for him. Thank you. Yang Ming took the small box and kissed Wang Xiaoyan's face. He asked, what is it? Open it and you will know. Wang Xiaoyan smiled. Yang Ming opened the box and saw a small knife made of plexiglass. If he remembered correctly, Wang Xiaoyan seemed to have a similar one. Yang Ming had seen it before, so he asked, you seem to have the same one, right? I have the same one. I ordered it for myself when I left home. Wang Xiaoyan nodded. I knew it was your birthday a few days ago, so I ordered the same one and sent it by international express delivery. I just received it. It's very practical. It can pass the security check, right? Yang Ming weighed the knife, and it was quite handy. Looking at the material, he knew that it was not as simple as ordinary plexiglass. It should be made with a special process. It was first class in both hardness and feel. Smart. Wang Xiaoyan nodded. Only you can find its purpose. If you give it to others, they will think it is a handicraft. Wang Xiaoyan was obviously very happy to have a common language with Yang Ming. Hehe, this thing is in our hands. Isn't it used to kill people? Yang Ming smiled and said, I like it very much. I will accept it. Both of them had common secrets and identities. Although it was a simple meal, they were very happy. Wang Xiaoyan opened a bottle of red wine, and both of them drank a lot. Obviously, Wang Xiaoyan did not have much alcohol tolerance. It could be seen that Wang Xiaoyan, as an assassin, had to keep a clear mind at all times. This was also what an assassin must maintain. Only Yang Ming did not care about this. However, under normal circumstances, it was difficult for Yang Ming to get drunk. Just like this half bottle of red wine, it was nothing for Yang Ming, but Wang Xiaoyan, who did not often come into contact with alcohol, was blushing and had begun to become confused. It's so hot. Wang Xiaoyan took off her coat, leaving only the small vest inside. It was originally at home, so Wang Xiaoyan did not avoid anything in front of Yang Ming. She did not even wear a bra inside. Her exquisite figure was suddenly revealed, and it was particularly attractive. Among all the women in Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan was not the tallest, and her chest was not the biggest, but no one could compare to her figure. There was no fat on her body. Because of long-term training, her chest and buttocks were very round and strong. This kind of perfect curve was incomparable to other women. After all, even if they had a good figure, they could not be like Wang Xiaoyan. What are you looking at me for? Do I look good? Wang Xiaoyan was obviously drunk. Normally, she would never ask Yang Ming such questions as, do I look good? Do you like me? These kinds of questions that only women would ask. You look good. Yang Ming nodded and said, Yan Yan, I found that I really fell in love with you. Wang Xiaoyan listened to Yang Ming's words, but there was no reaction. She still looked at Yang Ming with a blushing face. Just when Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable, Wang Xiaoyan suddenly threw herself on Yang Ming and hugged Yang Ming tightly. Take me to bed. Do me hard. Kill me. I love you. Although the last three words were said very softly, Yang Ming still heard it. His heart trembled slightly. He did not know whether Wang Xiaoyan was drunk or heartfelt. Usually, Wang Xiaoyan would never mention such a topic. Yang Ming's heart moved slightly. He picked up Wang Xiaoyan and walked upstairs to the bedroom. For a long time, Wang Xiaoyan had shown a strong and overbearing side in front of Yang Ming. Perhaps only at this moment was the real her. She was also a normal girl. She should be full of pursuit for love. It was just that he didn't know why she carried too many burdens from her family. Although Yang Ming had never asked, he could roughly guess that it was nothing more than a forced marriage. Before coming into contact with so many wealthy families, Yang Ming would think that those family reputation, family interests, and so on were nonsense in novels. However, after coming into contact with them, he knew how terrible it was. From the moment he came into contact with President Hua, Yang Ming also understood that some of the so-called wealthy families were not close to human feelings. Yang Ming didn't know why Wang Xiaoyan insisted on making her assassin organization the world's #1, but it should be some kind of agreement between her and her family. Therefore, whether it was for himself or for Wang Xiaoyan, Yang Ming would work hard to help Wang Xiaoyan achieve this dream. Moreover, Yang Ming had the ability to help her achieve her dream. With Fang Tian's connections, he didn't have to worry about not getting a mission. Therefore, Yang Ming believed that as long as he was hardworking, then Wang Xiaoyan's dream would be just around the corner. However, then again, even if this dream didn't come true, Yang Ming wouldn't let Wang Xiaoyan marry someone else. Yang Ming would never allow this kind of thing to happen. When he went upstairs and came to the bedroom, Wang Xiaoyan, who was still talking, had closed her eyes. There was a smile at the corner of her mouth as she fell asleep. Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. He gently put Wang Xiaoyan on the bed and carefully took off her small singlet and pants. Wang Xiaoyan had the habit of sleeping naked. Yang Ming was naturally very clear about it. If people who were used to sleeping naked slept with clothes on, they would be very uncomfortable the next day. Looking at Wang Xiaoyan's seductive body, Yang Ming suppressed the impulse in his heart. After all, although he slept with Wang Xiaoyan at the beginning because of the bet, and even because of some revenge purposes, Yang Ming had fallen in love with this girl. At this moment, he naturally couldn't bear to disturb her rest. After Yang Ming settled Wang Xiaoyan, he took off his clothes and lay next to Wang Xiaoyan. He turned off the lamp on the bedside table and closed his eyes. Although Yang Ming didn't use his special ability to explore the situation around him, Yang Ming could still be keenly aware of the small movements around him. Yang Ming suddenly opened his eyes, but found that Wang Xiaoyan was lying in front of him. A pair of big watery eyes were looking at him in a daze. "Weren't you asleep?" Yang Ming asked strangely. "Why didn't you do it with me?" Wang Xiaoyan didn't answer Yang Ming's question. Instead, she asked back with a face full of lust. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. "What are you playing at?" He smiled bitterly. "I saw that you were asleep and was afraid to wake you up. Well, since you are so willing to be done by me, then I will kill you." Yang Ming was annoyed by Wang Xiaoyan's words. He turned over and pressed Wang Xiaoyan under his body. "Then do it." Wang Xiaoyan was lying on the bed and said, "You can do whatever you want." In fact, Wang Xiaoyan hadn't slept. She was just drunk and confused. No matter what, she was also a person who had undergone strict training as an assassin. How could she fall asleep so easily? Just now, she couldn't control herself and said some strange words. It made Wang Xiaoyan a little shy, so she pretended to sleep for a while to eliminate the embarrassment in her heart. However, she didn't expect that after returning to the bedroom, Yang Ming really thought that she was asleep. After helping her take off her clothes, there was no other action. Wang Xiaoyan felt strange, but she was a little touched. It turned out that he also cared about her. In his eyes, she might not be just an assassin partner and a sexual partner. Perhaps it was the alcohol, the atmosphere, or some other reason, but the two of them were quickly satisfied and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Wang Xiaoyan returned to the previous Wang Xiaoyan. The spring and seduction on her face no longer existed. Although she occasionally had intimacy with Yang Ming, it was not as obvious as yesterday. It was no different from the past. Yang Ming sighed slightly. He also knew that Wang Xiaoyan couldn't always open her heart completely like when she was drunk. After all, the pressure she carried was too heavy. A girl, instead of enjoying herself, wanted to form an assassin group. Perhaps it was inconceivable in the eyes of many people, but in the eyes of Wang Xiaoyan, it was imperative. Today was Yang Ming's birthday. On this day last year, Yang Ming's birthday was not so solemn. At that time, he was still in high school. He was caught by Chen Mengyan for skipping class in the morning. Thinking of this, Yang Ming's heart was slightly sweet. His thoughts seemed to return to this day a year ago. "Yang Ming. Where are you going?" That morning, Yang Ming came to the classroom and walked around casually. He threw his school bag on the seat and turned around to leave the classroom. But before he walked to the door of the classroom, he felt that the corner of his shirt was grabbed by someone, followed by a familiar voice. Yang Ming was helpless. "I don't know what bad luck I have these days. Every time I skip class, Chen Mengyan catches me." Yang Ming even thought, "Is this little girl secretly in love with me? Otherwise, why would she pay so much attention to me? If she hadn't been watching me, how would she know that I was skipping class? Madam, are you looking for me?" Yang Ming repeated the action that he had to do every day, which was to smile and not fight back. Chen Mengyan was also very angry. This Yang Ming is too unself-aware, right? Yesterday, he promised that he wouldn't skip class in the future. Today, he wants to sneak out under my eyes. Yang Ming, what about your promise yesterday? Chen Mingyan's face was sullen. She glared and reprimanded, "It's only been a few days since school started, and you're skipping class all day. Do you not want to go to university? Hey! How do you know that I don't want to go to university? Are you a roundworm in my stomach? Yang Ming pretended to be surprised and opened his mouth wide. He looked at Chen Mingyan in confusion. Go to hell. Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. What nonsense are you talking about? What roundworm? It's so unpleasant. Oh, that's good. Then I'm going. Yang Ming nodded and continued to walk to the door of the classroom. However, before he took 2 steps, he was stopped by someone again. Needless to say, it must be Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan said angrily, what are you going to do? Go to hell? Didn't you ask me to go? Yang Ming said innocently. Why are you so obedient this time? Chen Mingyan was a little dumbfounded. What do you mean go to hell? How can he go to hell? Chen Mingyan wasn't a fool. He must want to use this as an excuse to continue skipping class. So, she said, I asked you to study. Why don't you go? Ugh. Yang Ming scratched his head. I want to study, but I can't. What do you think I should do? So, it's better not to study. It's not good if I affect other students. Yang Ming, if you don't study hard, can you learn? Chen Mingyan frowned. Yang Ming said the same thing every day. She also tried to persuade him. However, if he really didn't study hard, then no matter how she persuaded him, he wouldn't listen. Thinking of this, Chen Mingyan sighed helplessly. Well, to tell you the truth. Today is my birthday. Yang Ming sighed. You see, I don't have many friends in class. Although everyone seems to be afraid of me on the surface, in fact, I also know that they despise me very much. So, when it's my birthday, no one can attend. I just want to celebrate my birthday in peace. Initially, I didn't want to say it. After I said it, you wouldn't celebrate my birthday with me. Then, I would lose my face. AI, but since you want me to tell you the truth, then I can only say it like this. Ah? Chen Mingyan was stunned. She didn't expect that today would be Yang Ming's birthday. She recalled that she had seen Yang Ming's file. It seemed that his birthday was really in March, but she couldn't remember which day it was. Now that Yang Ming said this, Chen Mingyan was in a dilemma. If she didn't celebrate Yang Ming's birthday with him, then it would be despising him. But, she never thought about it like this, right? How would she know that Yang Ming actually said this deliberately? Although Yang Ming's grades weren't good, and he was a bully in school, he had never looked down on his classmates. Even when his classmates were bullied by other classmates, Yang Ming even helped them. Therefore, Yang Ming had shortcomings, but most of the students still felt that Yang Ming was quite loyal. They couldn't say that they liked him, but at least they didn't hate him. However, a few special people were exceptions, such as Wang Jitao and Chen Afu. However, the well-behaved Chen Mingyan had never skipped class, and it was impossible for her to skip class to celebrate Yang Ming's birthday with him. Even if she wasn't afraid of other people's gossip, at least she wouldn't be able to get past the teacher. As a class monitor, if she skipped class, how could she still do that? AI, sure enough, you also despise me from the bottom of your heart. Yang Ming pretended to be very sad. As he spoke, he walked to the door. Chen Mingyan's character was very kind. When she saw Yang Ming so sad, her heart suddenly felt very uncomfortable. She quickly said, Yang Ming, I don't despise you, but I can't skip class. I know. Yang Ming waved his hand with a heartbroken look. How about next year when we are both admitted to university, I will definitely celebrate your birthday for you. Chen Mingyan was anxious and said quickly. That's fine, then see you next year. I'm leaving first. Yang Ming waved his hand to Chen Mingyan and walked out of the classroom quickly. AI. Chen Mingyan sighed. She didn't expect Yang Ming to have so many worries. Usually, she saw that he was careless, but she really didn't notice it. Yeah, this isn't right? Chen Mingyan suddenly realized, this Yang Ming, didn't he skip class again? Thinking of this, Chen Mingyan suddenly became angry. She clenched her small fist and waved it. It turns out that I was cheated by him again. I still want to celebrate his birthday? What birthday? Wishful thinking, don't even think about it. However, Chen Mingyan thought about it again. If Yang Ming can really be admitted to university, then what's wrong with celebrating his birthday with him? I'm just afraid that he can't be admitted. After Yang Ming successfully skipped class, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, there was some expectation in his heart. Originally, he didn't have any illusions about Chen Mingyan. After all, the gap between him and Chen Mingyan was too big. But now, after Chen Mingyan said so, his heart began to become active again. If Chen Mingyan can celebrate my birthday with me, how wonderful would that be? However, this idea was only temporary and disappeared in a flash. After all, it was simply too difficult for me to be admitted to university. Zhang Ben was still waiting for me at the school gate. Thinking of this, Yang Ming put away those unrealistic thoughts and quickened his pace. He walked quickly to the school gate. Zhang Ben didn't often skip class. Although his grades weren't very good, he also stayed in the classroom every day, so it was easier for Zhang Ben to skip class. He and Yang Ming acted separately. He left the classroom first, but no one noticed him. Even if they noticed him, they would think that he was going to the toilet. Yang Ming was different. He was supervised by Chen Mingyan all day long. "Bro, why are you so slow?" When Zhang Ben saw Yang Ming come out, he quickly waved his hand and said, "I have been waiting here for more than 20 minutes. Those who don't know would think that I am a student standing guard at the school gate. Isn't it because of Chen Mingyan?" Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "I wanted to come out, but she caught me and stopped me. I spent a lot of effort to run out." "Huh, bro, if you ask me, Chen Mingyan is interested in you." Zhang Ben smiled after listening. "Why doesn't she care about others?" "I walked out of the classroom, but she didn't see it. However, when you skipped class, she could find it. This explains the problem." Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, "What is interesting? Isn't it because I have skipped class too many times? Otherwise, how can I be targeted by her?" Yang Ming, of course, still had self-awareness. He wouldn't be stupid enough to think that Chen Mingyan would fall in love with him. "Anyway, this is special treatment for you." Zhang Ben smiled and said, "Let's go to the Juyuan Chun restaurant next to the school. I have booked a table. Let's celebrate." "Juyuan Chun? No way, is it that extravagant?" Yang Ming's original intention was for the two of them to just find a place to have a barbecue. "It's okay. I have money. You don't have to save for me." Zhang Ben waved his hand indifferently. "With our relationship, whoever has money should spend more." Zhang Ben was familiar with the owner of the Juyuan Chun restaurant. He was a friend of Zhang Ben's father, Zhang Jiefeng. Therefore, there were only two people, Zhang Ben and Yang Ming, and the owner also gave them a private room. "Bro, happy birthday to you." Zhang Ben raised his glass and said to Yang Ming, "Come, I will drink first." Yang Ming also raised his glass. This was the only good friend in his class. Maybe he would leave him in a few months. Yang Ming also knew that even if Zhang Ben couldn't get into university, Zhang Ben's father could spend money to get him into a good school. But Yang Ming couldn't do it. His father was a worker, and his mother was a temporary worker in the community. It was impossible to take out so much money to go to university on his own. "Bro, what's wrong with you? You seem to be unhappy." Zhang Ben also noticed that Yang Ming was a little depressed, so he asked quickly. "Nothing. I just thought that in a blink of an eye, the high school life is going to end. Time flies." Yang Ming sighed and said, "Bro, you are reluctant to part with Chen Mingyan, right?" Zhang Ben asked after listening, "Bro, why don't you confess to her? Anyway, whether it will work or not, you have tried it. You won't regret it in the future. If you really graduate, there is no way to regret it. Okay, don't talk nonsense. What confess? Aren't you harming me?" Yang Ming shook his head and said, "You don't know Chen Mingyan's character. Moreover, I heard that Wang Jitao, that idiot, had already confessed before. Chen Mingyan told him that she didn't consider having a boyfriend in high school. She directly rejected him. That's because Chen Mingyan didn't like him." Zhang Ben waved his hand and said with an unfathomable look, "When it comes to women, you don't know as much as I do. I have been hooking up with girls on the internet since I was a freshman in high school. I know women's thoughts better than you. They say that they don't fall in love. That's just an excuse. That's because they haven't found the right one. Once they find it, all the words they said before are all empty words. Really? Yang Ming really didn't understand the thoughts of girls. Seeing that Zhang Ben said it like it was true, he was suddenly moved. Of course it's true. Zhang Ben nodded and said, you see, Chen Mengyan wants you to study hard every day. If you really want to chase her, then you should follow her wishes, study hard, and change for her. In this way, you will definitely have a chance. Boss, I'm not flattering you. In terms of appearance and ability, you are much better than Wang Jitao. That guy is good at studying and has a rich family. He's not as good as you in any other aspect. Yang Ming was naturally not the kind of person who would be hot-headed when he was flattered. He shook his head and said with a smile, let's talk about it later. Even if I study hard, I can't study too well. Chen Mengyan is going to a famous university. If we can't be together in university in the future, it's useless. AI, that's true. Zhang Ben also sighed helplessly and said, boss, but no matter what, even if we are not together in the future, you will always be my boss. Hee hee. Yang Ming smiled and said, I believe that, beep beep. The sound of a car horn urging him to drive came from behind. Yang Ming collected his thoughts and glanced at the signal light. It had turned green. He shook his head and started the car. He didn't expect that today, 1 year later, Chen Mengyan really fulfilled her promise and came to celebrate his birthday. His brother also didn't go far away and was still by his side. Life's encounters were really wonderful. After a lot of twists and turns, he actually set foot on a path to success. He instantly walked to the top of the social pyramid, calling the wind and calling the rain. He was always successful. The place where Yang Ming celebrated his birthday did not choose the Heavenly Earth or the Nightless Club, but he chose Juyuan Chun, the place where he celebrated his birthday a year ago. Although Yang Ming was no longer the same as before, he still missed the days a year ago. The tense and relaxed senior high school life, arguing with Chen Mengyan every day and having fun with Zhang Ben. When Yang Ming arrived at Juyuan Chun, Zhang Ben was standing in the hotel lobby and talking to the boss here. Because he was a friend of Zhang Ben, he was naturally familiar with Zhang Jiefeng. Moreover, Zhang Ben often came here with Zhang Jiefeng. After going to university, he founded his own company and was injured, so he did not come here for a while. Bro. You are here. Seeing Yang Ming walking into the hotel, Zhang Ben quickly greeted him. Just like a year ago, he waited for Yang Ming at the school gate. I'm not late, right? Yang Ming saw Zhang Ben and smiled at him. I asked you to wait for me again this year. I booked the place. Of course, I have to come early. Sister-in-law hasn't come yet. She is in the company with Cici. She will come in a while. Zhang Ben said. Why? Is there still business today? Yang Ming was surprised. The jewelry exhibition had been over for a while, but he didn't expect the jewelry company's business to be so popular. Well, February 14th is Valentine's Day, and March 14th is called White Valentine's Day. Zhang Ben said, so, the store's business is also very popular today. Cici has to take care of it. White Valentine's Day? What is that? Yang Ming was inexplicable. He only knew about Valentine's Day, but he didn't know about White Valentine's Day. I didn't know. It wasn't because of the promotion in the company. It was a promotion plan proposed by an employee. Only then did I know what White Valentine's Day was. Zhang Ben explained, this White Valentine's Day is actually called returning etiquette. Etiquette? Yang Ming was suddenly interested. He didn't expect his birthday to be a holiday. This was the first time that Yang Ming had heard of it. In fact, Valentine's Day and White Valentine's Day first originated in Rome in the 3rd century. Zhang Bing began to apply what he had learned on the spot. This knowledge was obtained from the promotion plan of the employee in the company. On February 14th, the Roman emperor saved a pair of lovers who were about to be executed for violating the prohibition on marriage. The Roman emperor set up Valentine's Day to commemorate this day. A month later, on the 14th of March, the rescued lovers swore that they would love each other until they died. In order to commemorate this day, they set a new date as White Valentine's Day. And this festival spread from Europe to the rest of the world. What does this have to do with etiquette? Yang Ming was baffled. Bro, wait for me to finish. Zhang Bin continued with a bitter smile. According to legend, if a man and a woman receive a Valentine's Day gift from the opposite sex on February 14th to express their love, and they have the same good feelings or feelings for each other, they will give each other a Valentine's gift on March 14th. It means that they have a mutual understanding of each other. This is the origin of returning etiquette. It turned out to be like this. D***MN, if I receive a bunch of birthday gifts in a while, how would that be counted? Would it count as White Valentine's Day or as a birthday gift? Yang Ming listened to Zhang Bin's words and asked with a smile. That's between you and the sisters-in-law. It has nothing to do with me. I just told you what I know. Zhang Bin said quickly. He didn't want to get involved in Yang Ming's family matters. After all, it wasn't a year ago. It was really fun to think about it. A year ago, he and his bro were still talking about Chen Mingyan. Now, Chen Mingyan had become his sister-in-law. So, Zhang Bin didn't dare to comment. Yang Ming and Zhang Bin were talking. Suddenly, the door of the restaurant was pushed open with a bang sound. 4 young men wearing black leather jackets with cigarettes in their mouths came in from the outside. Among them, a young man wearing sunglasses shouted without hesitation, "Who is the boss?" "I am." A middle-aged man next to Zhang Bin looked nervous and greeted with a smile, "Excuse me, what's the matter?" "You are the boss?" The sunglasses man spat out the cigarette in his mouth on the carpet and then kicked it with his foot. Suddenly, there was a burnt black mark on the red carpet. Zhu Yuanchun's boss also knew that these 4 people didn't look like good people. He knew that they were looking for trouble by listening to their tone, so he didn't dare to be angry. He said carefully, "I am." "Well, since you are the boss, then I won't say anything unnecessary." The sunglasses man snorted. "Do you know what I do?" "I don't know." "Excuse me, little brother is?" Zhu Yuanchun's boss asked quickly. "Brother my ass. Who's your brother?" The sunglasses man grabbed the collar of Zhu Yuanchun's boss and pushed him hard. Then, he said, "I am from the Mingyang Company." "Haven't you heard of it?" "Mingyang Company. I have heard of it. I have heard of it." Zhu Yuanchun's boss nodded quickly. In this year, the Mingyang Company was thriving. How could he not know? As a hotel owner, how could he not know the name of Mingyang? "Brother Bao? It's good that you have heard of it. There is no need to say more about what we do." The sunglasses man snorted. "My boss asked you to prepare 50,000 yuan as a protection fee. In the future, it will be this amount every month." Zhu Yuanchun's boss was stunned and shocked. 50,000 yuan, this is too much. My restaurant can only earn a few 50,000 yuan a month. I don't care how many 50,000 yuan you earn. Our boss asked you to give me 50,000 yuan. You have to give me 50,000 yuan. The sunglasses man obviously didn't want to waste more time with Zhu Yuanchun's boss. He waved his hand and said, "Excuse me, your boss is?" Zhu Yuanchun's boss saw that the sunglasses man didn't listen to him, so he had to ask. In fact, he also had some security guards and strong waiters in his restaurant. He could totally drive these 4 guys out, but he couldn't resist the reputation of the Mingyang Company. Who dared to provoke them? Therefore, Zhu Yuanchun's boss was angry, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Motherf **Ker, my boss is Bao Sanli, brother Bao. Don't you know?" The sunglasses man said with a glare. Yang Ming thought that they were just a few punks who had watched too many movies, but he didn't expect that these people could directly say the name of Bao Sanli. In fact, not many people knew the name of Bao Sanli. Everyone knew that he was called Brother Bao, but they didn't know that he was called Bao Sanli. The people who knew the name of Bao Sanli could be said to be very few. Except for the employees of Mingyang's formal industrial companies, almost no one in the underworld knew. Therefore, when Yang Ming heard the sunglasses man mention the name of Bao Sanli, he suddenly frowned. He didn't know the identity of this person. When Zhu Yuanchun's boss heard the name of Bao Sanli, he was suddenly stunned, but he naturally knew Brother Bao. He quickly said, "It turns out to be Brother Bao. It's good that you know. I thought you didn't know. If you don't know, I have to beat you until you know." The sunglasses man snorted and said, "Tomorrow, prepare 50,000 yuan for me. I will come to pick it up personally. Otherwise, don't think about opening this restaurant." After that, the sunglasses man didn't care what the boss of Zhu Yuanchun thought. He waved his hand directly and took his 3 underlings out of the Zhu Yuanchun hotel. When the sunglasses man was talking, Yang Ming deliberately took out his mobile phone and pretended to send a text message. In fact, he used the mobile phone's camera function to take a picture of the appearance of these 4 people, and then sent it to Bao Sanli through MMS. He also used a text message to ask Bao Sanli if he knew these people. Zhang Bin naturally knew Bao Sanli, and he vaguely knew the relationship between Bao Sanli and Yang Ming. However, seeing that Yang Ming didn't speak at the moment, Zhang Bin didn't dare to be nosy. He stood aside with Yang Ming and quietly watched the development of the matter. AI. After the 4 people left, the boss of Zhu Yuanchun sighed and said, "This business is really getting more and more difficult. I thought that after the underworld of Songjiang was unified, I didn't have to pay the black money like protection fees every month. I didn't expect that I would have to pay more." "These people aren't imposters, right?" said Yang Ming suddenly. "Imposters? How can they be imposters?" The boss of Zhu Yuanchun shook his head and said, "Who dares to impersonate them? If Brother Bao knew, wouldn't he be beaten to death? I think this must be Brother Bao's idea." AI. Well, let's not talk about this. You are Zhang Bin's friend. Today is your birthday. Don't let these messy things ruin your mood. Although it wasn't a small amount to take out 50,000 yuan a month, the boss of Zhu Yuanchun could still afford it. The scale of his hotel wasn't small. He had at least 80 to 100,000 yuan a month. If he gave out 50,000 yuan, he could still have 30 to 50,000 yuan left. It was considered that he had left some leeway. Soon, Yang Ming's mobile phone received a text message from Bao Sanli. "Brother Yang, I don't know these 4 people. What's the situation?" Yang Ming looked at Bao Sanli's text message and frowned. Sure enough, they are imposters. However, aren't these 4 brats quite bold? They actually dare to use the Mingyang Company's Bao Sanli's name to swindle others. Yang Ming replied to Bao Sanli's text message and told him what had just happened. He ordered Bao Sanli to strictly investigate these people who swindle others in the name of Mingyang. If this kind of behavior continued, then wouldn't the reputation of Mingyang Company be ruined by these people? Bao Sanli replied to the text message and said that he would send someone to strictly investigate this matter, but he also said that this was the first time he encountered this kind of thing. He had never heard of similar things happening before. Looking at Bao Sanli's text message, Yang Ming faintly felt that something was not quite right, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Yang Ming shook his head. Over there, Zhang Bin had already talked about other things with the boss of Zhu Yuanchun, leaving the unpleasantness behind. By listening to the conversation between Zhu Yuanchun's boss and Zhang Bin, Yang Ming learned that Zhu Yuanchun's boss had made a lot of money in recent years and was preparing to withdraw from the catering industry. He planned to go abroad to find his son who was studying abroad after withdrawing. However, Yang Ming could also guess that the withdrawal of Zhu Yuanchun's boss must have a lot to do with today's incident. Perhaps he had thought of retreating a long time ago, but today's matter made him even more determined to do so. As they were talking, Zhaoing walked into the restaurant gracefully with a small gift box in her hand. When she saw Yang Ming and Zhang Bin, she smiled and nodded to them. "Miss Zhao." Although Zhang Bin also faintly knew that there seemed to be some ambiguous relationship between Yang Ming and Zhaoing, it was not so detailed, and they didn't have much contact usually. At this time, when he suddenly saw Zhaoing appear here, he suddenly felt a little restrained. After all, Zhaoing was his former teacher. He still couldn't adapt to this situation. "Hehe, Zhang Bin, you are also here." Zhaoing said with a smile, "You don't have to call me Miss Zhao. I am in the same school as you. Now we are schoolmates. You and Yang Ming can call me sistering or senior sister." Yang Ming had some doubts. Is this Zhaoing? A few days ago on QQ, Zhaoing was still crying. Why is she so natural today? It seems like nothing happened? Sister Ing, that day. Yang Ming scratched his head and saw that Zhang Ben was still by the side. Some words couldn't be said. Zhang Ben also realized that he was a third wheel, so he quickly went to the side and continued to talk to the boss of Juyuan Chun. Yang Ming paused, and he couldn't say anything. What day? Zhao Ying smiled slightly and handed the gift in her hand to Yang Ming without any anger. This is for you. Happy birthday. Thank you. Since Zhao Ying was so normal, Yang Ming didn't say anything more. He took the gift from Zhao Ying's hand and said, "Is this a birthday gift or a return gift for Valentine's Day?" What return gift for Valentine's Day? When did you give me a gift for Valentine's Day? When Zhao Ying said this, she suddenly realized that she had made a mistake. She blushed and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Do you want it or not? If you don't want it, I will take it back." Yes, of course, I want it. Yang Ming smiled and thought, it seems that Zhao Ying definitely knows about White Valentine's Day. Listening to the meaning of her words just now, is she complaining that I didn't give her a Valentine's Day gift? I naturally want to give her a gift, but I am afraid that I will be rejected. Sister Ing, let's go upstairs. I will take you to the private room upstairs. When Yang Ming saw that Zhao Ying was a little embarrassed, he understood that she was thin-skinned. Zhao Ying's temperament was like this. If he went too far, she would shrink back. Yang Ming must grasp this scale. I won't go. Chen Mingyan, Zhao Cici, and the others should come in a while. After all, I have been your teacher. You will definitely not be used to talking together. Zhao Ying shook her head and said, I came to give you a gift. I will go first. Ah? Don't, Sister Ing. Aren't you very familiar with Mingyan? It's okay to be together. Yang Ming was stunned after listening to Zhao Ying's words, and then he quickly invited her. Zhao Cici isn't familiar with Mingyan. Zhao Cici isn't familiar with it. I'm Zhang Bing and Zhao Cici's teacher. They definitely aren't used to it. Look at Zhang Bing. He's not used to it now. Zhao Ying smiled and said, well, I'll go first. I hope you guys have fun. This. Yang Ming was really inexplicable about Zhao Ying's behavior today. What is this? She just came to give me a gift? Then she left? However, seeing that Zhao Ying insisted on leaving, Yang Ming couldn't help it. He had to send her to the door, and then he waved goodbye to Zhao Ying. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to take the opportunity to apologize for the incident that day, but when he saw Zhao Ying's smiling face, Yang Ming really couldn't speak. This is simply too strange. Did Zhao Ying forget the unpleasantness of that day? But if she really forgot the unpleasantness of that day, then why didn't she stay for dinner? A woman's mind. Especially Zhao Ying's mind, Yang Ming still couldn't figure it out. It was really a headache. Yang Ming hated himself for being timid. If he had forcefully kissed Zhao Ying on that moonlit night, or even forcefully grabbed and touched her, and did something that was beyond friendship, things would have been settled, right? Bro, why did Miss Zhao leave? Zhang Bin saw that Yang Ming sent Zhao Ying away and asked, baffled. She was afraid that you and Cici wouldn't be used to it, so she left first. Yang Ming shrugged and said. Me? Not used to it with Cici? No way? Zhang Bin suddenly said bitterly, bro, how can you blame me for this? I have become a sinner, and yet. It's okay. In fact, Sister Ing has something to do at school. Yang Ming saw that Zhang Ben was blaming himself, so he quickly comforted him, I just made a joke. Although Yang Ming didn't know why Zhao Ying insisted on leaving, he could guess the general reason. It should be related to the incident that day. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to think that Zhao Ying had forgotten the incident that day. Zhao Ying didn't mention it because she didn't want to mention it. She didn't want to embarrass both of them, right? AI, you scared me to death. Zhang Bin sweated and said, bro, you really scared me to death. I almost became a sinner. Don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with Sister Ing. It's not the kind of relationship you think. Yang Ming was afraid that Zhang Bin, this guy, would say something. If Chen Mingyan knew about it, then it would be a bit messy, so he quickly told him. Oh, I understand, I understand. Zhang Ben looked like he knew everything and nodded with a smile. D*MN. Yang Ming was so angry that he scolded, "What do you understand?" "You understand. You don't understand anything." As they were fooling around, the hotel door was pushed open again. 4 girls came in. One of them was wearing a black professional suit. Naturally, she was Zhang Bin's wife, Zhao Cixi. However, what surprised Yang Ming was the other 3 girls. Today, Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jejia actually wore the same style of coat. Not only that, but even their hairstyles, scarves, gloves, and boots were exactly the same. They were like triplets. Yang Ming looked at the 3 beauties in front of him. He opened his mouth in surprise and couldn't speak. Seeing Yang Ming's stunned look, Chen Mingyan smiled and said complacently, "How is it? Is it nice?" "It's nice." Yang Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "Whose idea is this? The 3 of you are more and more like sisters." Chen Mingyan blushed and didn't speak, but Zhou Jejia said, "It's Sister Chen Mingyan's idea." Yang Ming guessed that it was Chen Mingyan's idea. Lin Jiyun wouldn't take the initiative to do these things. Although it was possible for Zhou Jejia, after all, she had just become familiar with Chen Mingyan and the others, so she was embarrassed to do these things. So the most likely person was Chen Mingyan. He didn't expect this girl to give him a surprise. Zhu Yuanchen's boss, who was standing on the side, was shocked when he saw these 3 beauties dressed up. He didn't know what the relationship between these 3 people and Yang Ming was, but he didn't say much. After all, this had nothing to do with him. They came to his territory to spend money. If he did so, he would be hated for no reason. Seeing that Yang Ming's guests were all here, Zhu Yuanchen's boss naturally retreated and let the waiter lead Yang Ming and the others to the private room on the 2nd floor. He didn't ask for a luxurious private room. Although these people were different this year, Yang Ming was still nostalgic and still asked for the private room from last year. "Chen Mingyan, I remember that on this day last year, you said that you would celebrate my birthday, right? I didn't expect you to really fulfill your promise." When entering the private room, Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan joked. "I thought you were lying to me. I didn't expect it to be your birthday today," Chen Mingyan said with some embarrassment. She didn't expect that the words she said in a hurry last year would become a reality this year. Thinking back, it felt like a dream. Her relationship with Yang Ming was really strange and sudden. Unknowingly, she had fallen hopelessly in love with this bad student who had once skipped class in her eyes. However, Chen Mingyan didn't regret it. On the contrary, she was very proud. In the past year, Yang Ming's great achievements were obvious to all. His opponents fell one by one under his hands, and he gradually became stronger. In particular, her father's approval of Yang Ming strengthened Chen Mingyan's conviction. Because of Chen Fei's profession, he was more picky about people. He didn't admire anyone easily, and he didn't think highly of anyone easily. However, his impression of Yang Ming was extremely good. Although Yang Ming had a relationship with another girl because of some strange circumstances, Chen Fei felt that these things couldn't be blamed on Yang Ming. In that case, Wang Jitao set a trap. Yang Ming was a normal young boy, so it was inevitable that he would make some mistakes. The key was whether Yang Ming could take this responsibility after making a mistake. Now it seemed that Yang Ming did a good job. Although Chen Fei didn't know that his daughter and Lin Jiyun had become sisters, Chen Fei still recognized Yang Ming's attitude at the beginning. "Boss, 3 sisters-in-law, please take a seat." Zhang Ben ran around the private room and did what a waiter should do. He took out the bowls and chopsticks from the disinfection cabinet. The waiter on the side was a little embarrassed. She also knew that this room was full of the boss's distinguished guests. It wouldn't be good if she neglected them. If she had to ask them to do it personally, wouldn't it show that she was incompetent? "Sir, I'll do it," said the waiter quickly. "No need. I'll do it myself." Zhang Ben waved his hand and smiled. "You go out and do your work. I don't need you here." Seeing that Zhang Ben insisted on doing it himself, the waiter couldn't help it. After all, some people like to do it themselves. The waiter had seen this before, but it was done by some subordinates in order to please the leader. Zhang Bin seemed to have a good relationship with Yang Ming. It wasn't a superior and subordinate relationship, right? However, listening to Zhang Bin calling Yang Ming boss, perhaps the two people were sworn brothers. In this way, it was not inappropriate for Zhang Bin to be more attentive. The waiter left the private room and was busy preparing the dishes. Yang Ming, happy birthday to you. Chen Mingyan and Zhang Bin didn't speak, but Zhao Sisi spoke first. She handed a small box to Yang Ming and said, "This is your birthday gift." "Thank you." Yang Ming quickly took the gift. "I didn't expect you, Sisi, to give me a gift." Zhang Bin, this kid, has no memory. "No, he asked me to prepare it." Zhao Sisi smiled sweetly and said, "However, our economic strength is not as powerful as yours now. Don't look down on it." Yang Ming nodded secretly in his heart. It was indeed a blessing for Zhang Bin to find a wife like Zhao Sisi. Looking at Zhang Bin's appearance, Yang Ming knew that he didn't prepare any gift at all. The relationship between Yang Ming and Zhang Bin was very clear to each other. There was no need for such hypocritical things as gifts. When Yang Ming celebrated his birthday last year, Zhang Bin didn't give any gift, so this gift must be bought by Zhao Sisi herself. She just left enough face for Zhang Bin in front of outsiders. Of course not. You and Zhang Bin gave it. Even if it's a pencil, it's also a thought. Yang Ming smiled and opened the gift. The thing inside made Yang Ming's eyes light up. It was actually a cartoon version of Yang Ming and Zhang Bing. Yang Ming was sitting in front of a desk while Zhang Bing was standing beside him and talking about something. It was exactly like their high school life. It was a replica of the two of them when they were in class. Holding the small handicraft in his hand, Yang Ming was really amazed. Zhao Sisi was really thoughtful. She actually gave such a gift. Although the value might not be very expensive, the meaning was extraordinary. Some worldly possessions were no longer attractive to the current Yang Ming, so this kind of commemorative gift made Yang Ming cherish and love it more. Wow, so similar. Even Chen Mingyan also exclaimed, "Sisi, when did you order it?" "I asked our company's designer to help me make it." Zhao Sisi saw that Yang Ming liked it very much, so she was relieved. After all, if Yang Ming didn't like it, she and Zhang Bin's face wouldn't be too good. "Mingyan, Jian, Jiejia, where are the gifts for the three of you?" Yang Ming carefully put away the precious gift from Zhao Sisi, and then asked Chen Mingyan and the other two. "Our gifts? We can't give it to you now. Let's talk about it after we go home later," Chen Mingyan said mysteriously. "Could it be that you left in a hurry and forgot to prepare it?" Yang Ming saw Chen Mingyan's strange look and asked with some doubts. "Hee, whether it is true or not, won't you know when you go home?" Chen Mingyan smiled and didn't say more. "Okay, but it doesn't matter if you don't give me a gift. Just give me all of you." Yang Ming smiled. He didn't care about birthday gifts. As long as the intention was there, it was fine. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia suddenly blushed. Zhou Jiejia hadn't had sex with Yang Ming yet, so her face was the reddest at the moment. "What nonsense are you talking about? There are outsiders here." Chen Mingyan glared at Yang Ming and said. "Ha, Zhang Bin and Zhao Sisi aren't outsiders," Yang Ming said shamelessly. "Yes, Sisi and I didn't see or hear anything." "Bro, sister-in-law, what were you talking about?" Zhang Bin also innocently echoed, "Look at my ears." It suddenly didn't work. If there is a chance, I have to fix it. After being teased by Zhang Bin, Chen Mingyan couldn't keep a straight face anymore. She laughed with everyone. At this time, the door of the private room was knocked. The waiter came in with the dishes. At this time, it wasn't lunchtime, and the boss specifically instructed, so the dishes were served quickly. In the blink of an eye, the table was full. Last year, there were only two people, Zhang Bin and Yang Ming, so they didn't order many dishes. But this year was different. The number of people increased to 6, so Zhang Bin also ordered more things. "Bro, happy birthday to you." Zhang Bin hesitated for a long time, but he couldn't find any good blessing words. It wasn't as simple as happy birthday, so he raised his glass and said, "Thank you." Yang Ming also raised his glass and touched it with Zhang Bin. Both of them drank. Chen Mingyan wanted to remind Yang Ming to drink less, but she saw that Zhao Sisi didn't speak. It was rare for Yang Ming to be so happy today, so she thought about it and let it go. However, it was mainly Yang Ming and Zhang Ben who were drinking. Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, Zhou Jejia, and Zhao Sisi just tasted it and drank a little. In a peaceful and lively atmosphere, a year passed. Yang Ming grew up by another year. This was a period of growth. It allowed Yang Ming to go from a fledgling kid to the present, from being unknown to having the underground forces of the entire Songjiang city and Jiduan city. It was just that Yang Ming was relatively low-key, so these things weren't known to outsiders. In the beginning, Chen Mingyan and the others didn't drink, but they couldn't stand the high atmosphere of the birthday party. Under the half-persuasion of Yang Ming and Zhang Ben, they also felt a little dizzy from drinking. "Let's go to karaoke later," Zhang Ben suggested. "Okay, let's go to the nightless club." Yang Ming was also a little drunk. Yang Ming's alcohol tolerance was still very good, but he was more happy today, so it was easier for people to get drunk. But basically, Yang Ming was still sober. "Don't. There is also karaoke in the private room. Let's do it here. You see that Jejia is almost asleep." Chen Mingyan waved her hand and objected. Yang Ming listened to Chen Mingyan's words and looked at Zhou Jejia. Sure enough, he didn't know when Zhou Jejia was already lying on the table. She seemed to have fallen asleep, and her small face was blushing. Zhou Jejia's alcohol tolerance was obviously not as good as Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhao Sisi. Lin Jiyun and Zhao Sisi often participated in the company's cocktail party. Although they weren't wine lovers, as the company's bosses, if they didn't drink a glass before the party, the employees wouldn't be able to drink to their heart's content. So, over time, they also developed some alcohol tolerance. As for Chen Mingyan, it may be because she inherited Chen Fei's good wine gene. She could also drink 2 glasses, but it was worse than Lin Jiyun and Zhao Sisi. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." When a birthday song sounded, Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun held the microphone and swayed gracefully in front of Yang Ming. Yang Ming's heart was a little drunk. This situation made Yang Ming feel very emotional. If it continued to be so peaceful. But obviously, Yang Ming also knew Chen Mingyan's temperament. She could accept Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jejia only because of some coincidences. Lin Jiyun was forced by Yang Ming. No matter what, Yang Ming had to take responsibility, so Chen Mingyan could only bear this responsibility for Yang Ming. Zhou Jejia, on the other hand, blocked the bullet for Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan couldn't be indifferent to her. This was a girl who could even give up her life for Yang Ming. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't think that Chen Mingyan would continue to accept others after accepting Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jejia. It was true that Chen Mingyan also accepted Lan Ling and Suya, but that was only because these two had to be accepted. Chen Mingyan couldn't do anything about it. After the birthday song, everyone was casual. Zhang Ben and Zhao Sisi sang a few love songs. Although Zhang Ben's voice wasn't very pleasant to listen to, he was emboldened by alcohol. His rough voice was quite interesting. After the two sang, they began to make a fuss and asked Yang Ming to sing with the 3 girls. However, since Zhou Jejia was already drunk and asleep, only Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun could sing with Yang Ming. Yang Ming, Chen Mingyan, and Lin Jiyun sang a song by Xianxia. The reason why they chose Xianxia's song was clear in their hearts. They believed that Chen Mingyan was also deliberately showing her generosity in front of Yang Ming on Yang Ming's birthday. It was noisy until the evening when the lively birthday party ended. Zhou Jejia was still in a daze. When Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan helped her up from the table, she asked, "Do you still want to drink?" "No. If you want to drink, drink at home." Yang Ming smiled. Only then did Zhou Jejia realize that the party was over. She smiled apologetically and followed Yang Ming and others out of the hotel's private room. Yang Ming drank some wine, so he called Bao Sanli and asked him to drive over as a driver. At this time, Bao Sanli had already arrived here early. He was standing in the hotel lobby and chatting with the boss of Zhu Yuanchun. Although the boss of Zhu Yuanchun had heard of the name Brother Bao, he had never seen him. Bao Sanli did not introduce himself. He just said that he was waiting for someone. When Bao Sanli talked with the boss of Zhu Yuanchun, He deliberately led the topic to the scene where the gangsters came to cause trouble today. After listening to the boss of Zhu Yuanchun's narration, Bao Sanli was also very puzzled. He had never given such an order. Now, the income of the Mingyang Security Company, the Nightless Club, and Heavenly Earth was already quite considerable. There was no need to do anything to collect protection fees. Moreover, Mingyang Real Estate had recently started to work with Zhou Jiejia's mother's real estate company and Sun Jia's family's company to build the largest resort in the province. The income of these projects was in the millions. They did not care about the income of the protection fees. Bao Sanli was sure that someone must have borrowed his name to swindle, but he had to say that this person was very good at seizing the opportunity and people's hearts because these people would not go to Bao Sanli to verify it. First, they could not see Bao Sanli easily. Second, they did not dare to go. This made Bao Sanli smile bitterly. He also understood that if this matter was not handled properly, it would have a great negative impact on the reputation of the Mingyang Security Company. Originally, the Mingyang Security Company was a brand to protect the safety of other people's property. On the contrary, it was extorting others. Bao Sanli naturally would not watch things continue to deteriorate. Boss, don't worry. I will bring people over tomorrow and wait here. I will see who will ask you for money. Bao Sanli looked at the boss's sad face and comforted him. Ah? You. When the boss heard Bao Sanli suddenly say this, he was somewhat inexplicable, but then he reacted and said, Big brother, you are a policeman, right? AI, blame me for talking too much. This is the unspoken rule in our industry. You should not worry about it. Otherwise, I can hide tomorrow, but I can't hide in the future. Sooner or later, I will suffer. Anyway, I don't plan to run the restaurant anymore. After a while, I will find a suitable buyer to sell it. Now, I don't ask for anything else. I just want stability. I don't want to cause more trouble. This was indeed the real idea of Zhu Yuanchun's boss at the moment, because he really didn't want to continue operating. On the other hand, it was also because he was afraid of getting into trouble. Those punks were not easy to deal with. Indeed, the police came and scared them away, but what about the next day or the third day? Maybe when the police were not there, they would come back. The boss of Zhu Yuanchun did not dare to do this. Hee. Bao Sanli listened to the boss's words and smiled. Then, he took out his business card and handed it to the boss. He said, This is my business card. Don't worry. I am here tomorrow. Nothing will happen. The boss quickly took the business card and glanced at the content on the business card. He suddenly showed a surprised expression. Although the name Bao Sanli was a bit unfamiliar, he was still clear about the title on it. General Manager of the Mingyang Security Company. Of course, Bao Sanli had other business cards, such as the Nightless Club, Heavenly World, etc., but now he needed the name of the Mingyang Security Company. Ah? The boss was shocked and quickly said with a trembling hand, Brother Bao, are you Brother Bao? Bao Sanli smiled and nodded. Those people are not my men, so boss, you can rest assured. Leave these things to me. The boss just wanted to say something grateful, but he saw that Bao Sanli had turned his head. At this time, Yang Ming carried Zhou Jieji and walked out with Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, Zhang Bin, and Zhao Sisi. After Bao Sanli saw it, he quickly greeted, Brother Yang. However, Bao Sanli found that he couldn't help much. He couldn't help Yang Ming carry a woman, right? So, he had to stand there stupidly and didn't know what to do. You go and open the door. Yang Ming nodded and instructed. Bao Sanli listened to Yang Ming's instructions and walked quickly to the hotel door with relief. The car that Bao Sanli drove this time was an Audi A8, which was bought at the request of Yang Ming. Indeed, it wasn't appropriate for a company's boss to drive a Jinbei van out all day long. Even if he didn't care, he had to pay attention to the company's image. After all, the car of a company's boss represented the strength of the company to a large extent. This was also something that couldn't be helped. Many customers would look at this point. If the car was too broken, they would think that you had no strength. Following Bao Sanli was a Buick minivan. Because Zhang Bin also drank too much, he couldn't drive. He could only go back by car. This A8 couldn't fit so many people. Zhang Ben and Zhao Sisi got in the Buick minivan behind. Yang Ming, Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jejia got in the previous Audi A8. Yang Ming sat in the front passenger seat, and Chen Mingyan and the other two women sat in the back. The space of the Audi A8 was very spacious. The back seat was very big, and the three women were very petite, so it didn't seem too crowded when three people sat. It was completely possible for another one to sit. Because the three women were in the car, Bao Sanli didn't say too much about the things that happened when he chatted with Zhu Yuanchen's boss. However, since Yang Ming had already asked him to deal with this matter, after Bao Sanli dealt with it, he would report the results to Yang Ming. When Yang Ming came down from the private room upstairs, he naturally saw Bao Sanli talking to Zhu Yuanchen's boss. He also thought that it was probably because of the previous matter, so Yang Ming didn't ask much. For the place where Yang Ming now lived, Bao Sanli was naturally familiar with it. He soon arrived at the Huashang district. Yang Ming, Chen Mingyan, and Lin Jiyun carried the sleeping Zhou Jejia into the villa. Today's situation was special. Zhou Jejia also asked for leave in advance, so she didn't need to go back to school. Upstairs, Yang Ming first settled Zhou Jejia in the room, and then went downstairs. At this time, Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun had already taken a bath. Yang Ming also knew that something would definitely happen tonight. He didn't know what kind of gift these two little girls prepared for him. Yang Ming sat on the sofa. He would leave early tomorrow morning. He didn't know how to explain it to Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and the others. He didn't know how long he would leave, but he couldn't tell them the truth. Yang Ming closed his eyes and thought. Suddenly, the lights in the hall dimmed, and the sound of dance music came from the sound system. Two slender figures flashed in the center of the hall. They were Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun. At this moment, the two of them had already changed out of their usual clothes. They were indeed wearing a set of very sexy sportswear. Only their bras and shorts were exposed. Around their waists, there was a string of glittering golden waist chains. As the rhythm of the dance music sounded, the two also began to dance. It seemed to be a kind of belly dance. Yang Ming was excited. He didn't expect that the gift prepared by the two would be this. A real erotic dance, and it was in his own home with only him as an audience. Yang Ming felt proud when he thought about it. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun's figures were also excellent. Although they couldn't be compared with Wang Xiaoyan, a girl who had been exercising for a long time, it was already very good compared to ordinary people. Therefore, with the dim light, the two twisted their bodies. It was extremely sexy and seductive, which made Yang Ming's imagination run wild. However, although the two danced well, Yang Ming felt that some of the movements seemed to be somewhat out of place. It seemed that they weren't coordinated. He didn't know how the two rehearsed before. Didn't they notice it? At the end of the dance music, Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun sat on both sides of Yang Ming. Perhaps because they drank a lot of wine before, even Lin Jiyun, who had always been shy, became bold at the moment. How is it? Do you like this gift? Chen Mingyan stuck her body to Yang Ming's side. She blushed and asked sweetly. Of course, I like it. Yang Ming nodded quickly. He thought, it would be great if you can dance in front of me once every day. Sister Lin and I learned at a fitness center near the company. Many of the company's employees have membership cards there. Sister Lin and I also have one. Chen Mingyan said, however, this dance rehearsal was done with 3 people. Who would have thought that Jejia would get drunk so easily? It was a waste to teach her for a long time. Yang Ming listened to Chen Mingyan's words and suddenly realized. No wonder I felt that it wasn't coordinated before. It turned out to be this reason. This dance was originally done with 3 people. Now it had become 2 people. With one less person, it was naturally uncoordinated. It doesn't matter. When Jejia wakes up, you can perform it again. Yang Ming said shamelessly. You wish. Today is your birthday, so I gave you a surprise. There won't be another one in the future. Chen Mingyan said. Then I will celebrate my birthday every day. Yang Ming smiled. You're not serious. Chen Mingyan said, well, the gift is given. I'm sleepy. I'm going to rest. Let Sister Lin accompany you tonight. Ah. Lin Jiyun was stunned and said, Sister Meng Yan, didn't we agree before that it would be you? Previously, the two of them did discuss that Chen Mengyan would accompany Yang Ming tonight. However, when Chen Mengyan wanted to say it, she couldn't say it. Now, she realized how difficult it was for her to be the master of the harem in this family. She was afraid that Yang Ming would say that she was narrow-minded. Then, she had to be magnanimous. If she was magnanimous, she could only sacrifice her own interests. You two don't have to argue. Let's do it together. Today. Yang Ming said as he hugged both of them in his arms. What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Mengyan blushed and remembered the previous incident. I'm not talking nonsense. It's not like we haven't done it before. Wasn't it good last time? Yang Ming smiled. Last time, I was fooled by you without knowing it. This time, of course, it won't happen again. Chen Mengyan glared at Yang Ming and said, I haven't settled the score with you yet. In fact, Mengyan, do you think I'm such a licentious person? Yang Ming suddenly had an idea in his mind. He put away the previous frivolous expression and put on a serious face. I have always been a very serious person. You see, I have been with you for so long. Don't you know what kind of person I am? When we were in high school, I was always respectful to you. Chen Mengyan listened and thought in her heart, you really know how to talk nonsense. When we were in high school, was I your girlfriend? We were just ordinary classmates. Of course, you were respectful to me. But later, didn't you lie to me to help you in the movie theater? I haven't settled the score with you yet. However, seeing that Yang Ming was very serious, Chen Mengyan was also a little curious. She couldn't bear to continue Yang Ming's topic, so she asked, then why are you not serious today? Don't tell me it's because you are drunk. Today. Yang Ming sighed and said, in fact, this is the case. I am leaving tomorrow. Leaving? Where are you going? Chen Mengyan was stunned and asked quickly. Although Lin Jiyun didn't speak, she subconsciously grasped Yang Ming's arm and looked at Yang Ming nervously. Going to Africa. Yang Ming said the excuse that he had already thought of. I am leaving tomorrow morning. Going to Africa? Why are you going to Africa? Chen Mengyan asked in confusion. A friend helped to contact me. I am going to see the price of the gold mine and diamond mine. Aren't we in the jewelry business? If we want to develop and expand, we have to start with the raw materials. Otherwise, if the raw materials are always controlled by others, if there is a problem one day, and we lose the supply of raw materials, then our company will be in a state of paralysis. Yang Ming explained, so, if our company wants to continue to develop, we have to control our own supply. This is a good opportunity. I intend to explore. Ah. Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun were shocked at the same time. They exclaimed, I heard that it is very chaotic there. There are often civil wars in some small countries. If you go. Don't worry. I am going to a normal place, not a small tribal country. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't say that he was going to country X, otherwise, Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun would be worried to death. That's good. Chen Mengyan nodded. Then you have to be careful. Yang Ming nodded. In fact, he couldn't be considered to be lying to Chen Mengyan. The purpose of his trip to Africa this time was also to take over the diamond mine. He just had to do some other things. Chen Mengyan also knew that Yang Ming was going to Africa to do business. Even if she didn't want Yang Ming to go, Yang Ming would still go, so it was better not to stop him. She just reminded him to be careful. I don't know how long I will be gone, so I won't see both of you for a long time. Yang Ming sighed and smiled bitterly. You also know that both of you are equal in my heart. You are equally important, so I can't bear to part with either of you. Tonight, I can only be close to one person. Isn't this a regret before I leave? This? Chen Mengyan didn't expect that Yang Ming's reason would be this. However, to be honest, Yang Ming would leave tomorrow. She also missed Yang Ming. She also wanted to be close to him on the last night. Lin Jiyun should have the same idea, right? Thinking of this, Chen Mengyan was really in a dilemma. If I give this opportunity to Lin Jiyun, I'm not willing. If I don't, then my approach is a bit stingy and not generous. Do I really have to follow the intentions of Yang Ming, this big pervert? Thinking about serving Yang Ming with Sister Lin, Chen Mingyan's face was a little hot. She couldn't help but complain, then why didn't you say it earlier? You only said it today. Are you doing it deliberately? Do you want to satisfy your dirty wish of sleeping together? I'm innocent. Yang Ming quickly waved his hand and denied, Mingyan, I haven't said it all this time. Isn't it because I'm afraid of disturbing your work? Recently, the company's matters are so busy. I'm afraid that after I say it, you won't have the mood to deal with the company's matters, so I can only endure the loneliness alone. Really? Chen Mingyan knew Yang Ming's ability to talk big. At this moment, she looked at Yang Ming with some doubt. However, Yang Ming's reason was also reasonable. He couldn't delay the business matters because of personal feelings. This wasn't what Chen Mingyan wanted to see. After all, everyone was still young. It wasn't the age to enjoy. Of course, it's true. Yang Ming sighed. I also know that this is a bit embarrassing for you, but things have come to this point. Chen Mingyan saw Yang Ming's sigh, and she was a little annoyed. Yang Ming's reason was right, but Chen Mingyan could probably guess what Yang Ming was thinking in his heart. He should be expecting her to agree, right? However, Chen Mingyan wasn't such a licentious person. Although her relationship with Lin Jiyun was already very good, it could be said that the two of them were even better than biological sisters. They slept together and bathed together. Biological sisters would still hide their worries. However, Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun didn't have any distinction between each other because both of their lovers were Yang Ming, so there was no need to hide anything. However, although they were good, both of them couldn't accept having sex with Yang Ming on the same bed at the same time. Even if the two of them bathed together and had seen each other's bodies, that was another concept. Or, you go and Sister Lin first, and then come back to me. Chen Mingyan hesitated. She could only think of such a compromise. Then, like that day, sleep together in the end? Yang Ming asked quickly. In fact, he also knew that according to Chen Mingyan's character, it was very difficult to achieve a threesome. She wasn't Sun Jia, and she wasn't as bold as Sun Jia. This kind of thing was obviously impossible. However, it was already good to be able to take a step back now. Things had to be done bit by bit. Let's talk about it later. Chen Mingyan said perfunctorily with some guilty conscience. This was really a problem. In a while, it was somewhat inappropriate for Yang Ming to sleep with anyone. After all, Yang Ming would leave tomorrow. If it were normal times, it would be fine. She would just be modest, but now. Therefore, Chen Mingyan had to be vague. If Yang Ming really hugged both of them to sleep together, it would be fine as long as they didn't do anything. Anyway, he often slept with little Sister Lin. This night, as Yang Ming expected, when he hugged Sister Lin to Chen Mingyan's bed, Chen Mingyan just glared at him. Then, she didn't say anything more and let him lie between the two of them. The night was silent. In the morning of the next day, Yang Ming's phone rang. Yang Ming quickly turned off the ringtone. He glanced at Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun who were sleeping next to him and smiled slightly. Yesterday's matter, there should be some progress, right? After leaving the room, Yang Ming picked up the phone. It was a call from Fang Tian. Yang Ming, how is it? Are you ready? Fang Tian's voice came out from the phone. When are we leaving? Asked Yang Ming. You and Wang Xiaoyan come to my house to find me. I will take you, said Fang Tian. Okay, I will prepare now. Yang Ming finished briefly and hung up the phone. Walking to the door of Zhou Jiejia's room, Yang Ming carefully opened the door. Zhou Jiejia was sleeping soundly. Her small face was red, which was very cute. Yang Ming couldn't help but walk over and kiss her face. Zhou Jiejia's eyelashes suddenly moved. Yang Ming was shocked, but he was relieved after looking carefully. Zhou Jiejia was still sleeping. Maybe she was just disturbed by her beautiful dream? Yang Ming carefully left the room, then quickly put on his clothes and went downstairs. He couldn't tell Zhou Jiejia that he was going to leave, but he believed that Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun would tell her. After Yang Ming left, Zhou Jiejia opened her eyes. In fact, when Yang Ming kissed her, she had already woken up. She was just a little embarrassed. She didn't know at the moment that Yang Ming was going to leave. Otherwise, she wouldn't continue to pretend to be asleep. After that, when Shen Mingyan told Zhou Jieji that Yang Ming had left, Zhou Jieji reacted. In the morning, it should be Yang Ming who came to say goodbye to her. Thinking of this, Zhou Jieji was still very happy. This proved that Yang Ming still had her in his heart. Today was the day of action. Wang Xiaoyan got up early, dressed up, and quietly waited for Yang Ming to come over. Wang Xiaoyan also knew that yesterday was Yang Ming's birthday, and they were going out today. Yang Ming would definitely be intimate with his girlfriends for a while, so she didn't call to urge him. When she heard the sound of the door opening, Wang Xiaoyan looked up and saw Yang Ming pushing the door and coming in. For Yang Ming to be able to open the door of the villa, Wang Xiaoyan wasn't surprised. The security system of the villa was originally installed by Yang Ming, and Yang Ming had the universal lily key in his hand. "You're here? Can we go now?" Wang Xiaoyan stood up and looked at Yang Ming with a smile. "Are you okay? You didn't sleep much last night, right? Whether there is a problem or not, you don't know yourself? I slept with you all night. Aren't you still very energetic the next day?" Yang Ming retorted. Wang Xiaoyan snorted and picked up a small bag on the sofa. "It's fine if you don't take the things. Someone will naturally meet us when we get there." Yang Ming said, "It's inconvenient to carry them." "Alright, then we'll take the glass dagger and the lipstick pistol. The rest of the things are at home." Wang Xiaoyan nodded and said. The two people went into battle lightly. Wang Xiaoyan sat in Yang Ming's car, and they drove all the way to Feng Tian's residence. Yang Ming didn't want to mention Feng Tian's matter to Wang Xiaoyan, let alone let her meet with Feng Tian. After all, Feng Tian's identity was quite special. Yang Ming naturally had to be cautious. However, it seemed that Feng Tian didn't care much about it. He asked Yang Ming to take Wang Xiaoyan directly to find him. Then, what was there for Yang Ming to be afraid of? He just had to do it. However, Wang Xiaoyan wouldn't know Feng Tian. "Why are we back in Shantytown again?" Wang Xiaoyan looked out of the window with some doubts. The headquarters of the Black Widows organization used to be in Shantytown, but now they had moved away. She didn't know why Yang Ming drove the car back here. "The place I took you to is also in Shantytown." Yang Ming smiled. "To be honest, when I first came to your headquarters, I was also very puzzled. Why is your headquarters also located here?" "It's because my assassin friend also lives here." "Ah? What a coincidence." Wang Xiaoyan suddenly understood. No wonder Yang Ming would come to this place. She originally thought that he had something to do. However, after listening to Yang Ming's words, Wang Xiaoyan asked curiously, "Your friend is also an assassin? He also lives here?" He is also an assassin, but he is retired and no longer does missions personally. However, his connections are still there, so he can help us with some business." Yang Ming said truthfully. This was also allowed by Feng Tian. Yang Ming didn't understand why Feng Tian would let him say so much. It was reasonable to say that this was a confidential matter. Even though Wang Xiaoyan and his relationship was already very close, after all, he still didn't know about Wang Xiaoyan's life experience, so Yang Ming had always been very cautious. However, since Feng Tian said that it didn't matter, then Yang Ming didn't care. He told everything he could to Wang Xiaoyan. Obviously, Wang Xiaoyan was also very surprised and moved that Yang Ming could speak so much. The initial combination of the two was only because of the relationship of interests. There was no trust or being trusted, but as time passed, the relationship between the two people had changed. Although Wang Xiaoyan said something boldly after drinking that day, it didn't mean that she wasn't sober. She was definitely drunk, but she still remembered what she said. Wang Xiaoyan was also very clear about her current mood, and she was also very troubled. She didn't know if continuing to develop with Yang Ming was right or wrong, but one thing was certain. Yang Ming had also begun to open his heart to her. This kind of secret resource in the assassin world was generally difficult to share if it wasn't the closest person. When Yang Ming performed his first mission, he took her to see the introducer. It was enough to see how much importance Yang Ming attached to her. Of course, Wang Xiaoyan didn't know that all this was actually acquiesced by Feng Tian. Otherwise, even if Yang Ming had a lot of courage, he wouldn't dare to simply reveal Feng Tian's identity. Yang Ming parked the car on the sidewalk near Shanty Town and said, "We can't go in front. We can only drive here. Let's get off and walk there." Wang Xiaoyan wasn't a delicate princess who would be tired after a few steps. She didn't feel anything wrong, but Yang Ming specifically reminded her. "We're here. It's here." Yang Ming stopped at the edge of a small courtyard and said to Wang Xiaoyan behind him. After saying that, he pushed the door open and walked in. "Old man, I'm here." Yang Ming closed the door and shouted inside casually. Wang Xiaoyan on the side was stunned. No matter what, he was still a senior. Why didn't Yang Ming respect him? Feng Tian was probably already prepared. When he heard Yang Ming shout, he walked out of the house and said, "Don't shout. Let's stay in the house for a while. I will contact the exit." Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan entered the house together. Wang Xiaoyan looked at Feng Tian's room with some curiosity. It was a very simple home, similar to most of the old people's homes in Shanty Town. There was a rocking chair, a bed, an old-fashioned TV, and a radio. There were also some miscellaneous small things. Wang Xiaoyan was also very curious about Feng Tian. He was a very peaceful old man. Why didn't he look like an assassin? However, you can't judge a book by its cover. I didn't think that Yang Ming was an assassin, but he was more powerful than me. Not bad, not bad. Feng Tian made a phone call and entered the house. He looked at Wang Xiaoyan with a smile and nodded. This little girl is very beautiful. Yang Ming sweated after listening to Feng Tian's words. Why did it feel like he was setting himself up for a blind date? He quickly introduced, "Old man, this is Wang Xiaoyan. I told you before." I know." Feng Tian nodded. "She's your little girlfriend." Ugh. Yang Ming was very surprised. What happened to Feng Tian today? He actually made fun of him. However, Feng Tian's character was like an old urchin. Yang Ming was used to it. Feng Tian's words made Wang Xiaoyan blush. She quickly explained, "No, we are just partners." "Oh, partners? It's good to be partners." Feng Tian nodded and suddenly changed the topic. "However, don't put it on the bed." Wang Xiaoyan was already guilty. Now that Feng Tian saw through her thoughts, her face suddenly became redder. She didn't know what to say. "Actually, it's nothing." Feng Tian waved his hand. "Actually, I am Yang Ming's master. I see that you are good. It's not bad to be my apprentice's wife." Huh? After listening to Feng Tian's words, Wang Xiaoyan was immediately shocked. The old man in front of me is actually Yang Ming's master? Doesn't that mean that he is more powerful than Yang Ming? Why can't I see how powerful he is? Moreover, what did he mean by what he said just now? Does it mean that he agreed to the matter between me and Yang Ming? Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoyan was a little happy. She also envied Yang Ming. His master is really open-minded. If only my father is like this. Yang Ming's kung fu was 1,000 times better than hers. His master was definitely not an ordinary person, but he was so easy to talk to. Her father, on the other hand, was so harsh on her marriage. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoyan couldn't help but sigh and said, "Let's talk about the future later. Let's talk about the mission first." Feng Tian smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He knew Wang Xiaoyan's identity better than Yang Ming. He was also very clear about why Wang Xiaoyan ran away from home. Therefore, he was more clear about what Wang Xiaoyan was worried about at this moment. However, Feng Tian wouldn't expose it. Some things wouldn't be beautiful if they were exposed. It was better to let nature take its course. In a while, I will find a car to send you to Guangxi, and then take a boat to Vietnam. Feng Tian said, "Although it is fast to take a plane, you should understand why I don't let you take it." Yang Ming nodded. Taking a plane required registration of identity. Although it was only a domestic flight and there wouldn't be any mistakes, it was better to be safe than sorry. Feng Tian didn't want to have any relevant records to prove that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan went to Guangxi at the same time. The person who will pick you up will be responsible for sending you to Vietnam. Then, there will be a corresponding person to pick you up. Fong Tian said, there shouldn't be any problems, but even if something happens, there won't be any problems with your skills. Anyway, it's not our country's territory. You can kill however you want. You can just leave after you break the sky. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. He thought, do you think killing people is like cutting vegetables? You can kill however you want. To be honest, Yang Ming never killed innocent people indiscriminately. Those who died under Yang Ming's hands basically deserved to die. Even for this kind of political enemy of General Car's, there might not be many innocent lives under his hands, so Yang Ming killing him was not wrong. Except for the border of Vietnam, the domestic entry and exit checks were very strict. On the other hand, Vietnam was very relaxed. They could be smuggled to any country at will. I won't say anything unnecessary. Be careful. Fong Tian instructed. Only at this moment, he was like a teacher. Don't worry. Yang Ming nodded and said, I know what to do. Protect your little girlfriend. Fong Tian glanced at Wang Xiaoyan and instructed Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't understand why Fong Tian valued Wang Xiaoyan so much. Was it because she was also an assassin? As for his other girlfriends, Fong Tian basically didn't care. Okay. Yang Ming agreed. Wang Xiaoyan was also a bit baffled. She felt that Fong Tian seemed to have a good impression of her. Not long after, Fong Tian received another call, and there was a knock on the door. Fong Tian went to open the door. A fat man came in and shook hands with Fong Tian enthusiastically. Elder Fong, I haven't seen you for several years. Fong Tian smiled and shook hands with him. The fat man wanted to hug Fong Tian, but seeing that Fong Tian didn't seem to have that intention, he had to give up and said, the car is ready. When can we set off? This is Yang Ming and his little girlfriend. Help me take care of them. Fong Tian pointed to Yang Ming. Don't worry, Elder Fong. I will do what you tell me. The fat man promised again and again. Fong Tian obviously trusted the fat man. He nodded and said, get ready and set off as soon as possible. The destination is nearly 3,000 kilometers away. It will take a day and a night to drive. Hello, young people. My name is Li Si. Of course, I'm not the trader around Xianxia Huang. This name is a bit, but it can't be helped. My parents gave it to me. You can call me Fatty Li. The fat man smiled and introduced himself to Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. Yang Ming listened to the fat man's self-introduction. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite. His real name was a bit awkward. It was better to call him Fatty Li, then let's set off. I'll have to trouble you along the way. Yang Ming nodded and said. Sure. Fatty Li nodded and said goodbye to Fong Tian. He walked out with Yang Ming. The fat man's car was an old military green Toyota 4500. It was parked behind Yang Ming's car. Yang Ming had informed Bao Sanli to come and take it back in a while, so Yang Ming wasn't worried. In Fatty Li's car, Yang Ming sat in the front passenger seat, and Wang Xiaoyan sat in the back. If you are tired, you can sleep. Yang Ming said to Wang Xiaoyan, we have to walk for nearly a day. Wang Xiaoyan slowly got used to Yang Ming's concern. If one day, there was no such concern around her, Wang Xiaoyan couldn't imagine what her life would be like. Hey, little brother, isn't the license plate of the car in front quite bad *SS? Why did it stop in the slums? Aren't the people living around here poor? Fatty Li got in the car and pointed to Yang Ming's car in front of him. Could it be the bad taste of the rich? Did they come here to show off? Haha. Fatty Li just finished speaking, and Wang Xiaoyan in the back couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? What are you laughing at? Am I wrong? Fatty Li listened to Wang Xiaoyan's laughter and was somewhat inexplicable. Yang Ming sweated and said, Fatty, that's my car. Ugh, Fatty Li was also stunned, but he immediately smiled embarrassedly. Brother, is this your car? I'm sorry. It's fine. Yang Ming shook his head and said, you're right. This license plate is a bit too eye-catching. After I come back, I will change my car. It's better to be low-key. Otherwise, people will say that it's the bad taste of the rich. Haha. Fatty Lee saw that Yang Ming didn't mind, and he also laughed heartily. Fatty Lee's driving skills were very good, and he drove very fast. He shuttled through the traffic of Songjiang City and soon got on the Songjing Expressway. Fatty Lee was a very talkative person. It didn't take long for Yang Ming to know his relationship with Fang Tian. In the early years, Fang Tian saved Fatty Lee once. Fatty Lee always remembered it in his heart, but he also knew that Fang Tian was a powerful character. There was no harm in having a good relationship with such a person, so he had been keeping in touch over the years. However, Fang Tian didn't have anything to trouble him with. Fatty Lee's father was from the mainland, and his mother was Vietnamese. He was now living in Vietnam, doing a local gangster business in Vietnam, helping some Vietnamese girls to smuggle into the mainland and other countries. Vietnam was a poor country. Because of the years of war, the ratio of men to women had reached 3 to 5. Even if there were a few men, they were all disabled after the war, so many Vietnamese girls wanted to marry abroad. Fatty Lee was doing this business. He helped them smuggle to foreign countries, collected a smuggling fee from them, and then collected a referral fee from the bachelors who wanted to get a Vietnamese wife. Even if it was a migrant worker or a farmer in the mainland, the income was much higher than that of the ordinary people in Vietnam. The requirements for the girls who came here weren't high. It was enough to eat and wear warm clothes. This was already much better than their local situation. This kind of business that ate from both sides made Fatty Lee a windfall. He only earned and didn't lose. In these years, he was doing well. According to him, his local power in Vietnam was great. For this phenomenon, Yang Ming also had a little understanding, but from Fatty Lee's mouth, he knew how poor and backward the Real Vietnam was. He also felt sad for the fate of those young girls. However, Yang Ming wasn't a savior. Everyone had their own way of living. Yang Ming couldn't care so much. At least these girls felt that leaving Vietnam was already a kind of happiness for them. After these people marry, can they be registered? Asked Yang Ming. Registered? They are all unregistered. Fatty Lee shook his head and said, but if they have children and the children stay in the local area, they should be registered if there is a corresponding certificate. These things depend on the ability of the men who married the Vietnamese wife. I'm not responsible for this. Yang Ming sighed, but he didn't say anything. Seeing that Yang Ming didn't speak, Fatty Lee also closed his mouth and continued to drive. Right, little brother, what is your relationship with Mr. Fang Tian? Fatty Lee was silent for a while and couldn't help but ask. Friend. Yang Ming didn't say too much. These things didn't need to be said to Fatty Lee. When Fatty Lee heard Yang Ming's indifferent tone, he was stunned at first, then he reacted. Sorry. There are some things that I shouldn't ask. He faintly knew about Fang Tian's identity. He knew that these people were very powerful and mysterious. If Yang Ming was a similar person, Fatty Lee suddenly had a cold sweat in his collar. Nothing. Yang Ming said faintly, this time, I have troubled you. If there is any need in the future, I will help if I can do it. Well said. Fatty Lee nodded quickly and said, little brother, you are so straightforward. Under the deliberate intention of Fatty Lee, the topic was led to the local customs of Vietnam. Fatty Lee was a person who couldn't stop talking. Since there were some things that couldn't be asked and couldn't be said, he naturally avoided those and began to talk about some other meaningless gossip. Going from Vietnam to Africa, is there any problem? After all, it was the first time for Yang Ming to go to Vietnam, and it was also the first time for him to go to Africa, so he was still a little worried. No problem. Fatty Lee shook his head. I am very popular in northern Vietnam. You can go anywhere you want. That's good. Yang Ming saw that Fatty Lee was so confident, so he no longer doubted anything. When you go to Vietnam, do you want to leave directly? Don't you want to play there for a few days? Fatty Lee felt that Yang Ming didn't seem to be a simple character, so he tried to get closer to each other. Although Yang Ming and Wan Xiaoyan looked like a young student couple who went out to travel, Fatty Lee knew that Fang Tian's friends were definitely not ordinary people. Moreover, the two people were going to be smuggled to Africa through this special channel, So the identity of these two people was even more mysterious. Fatty Li wasn't sure what Wang Xiaoyan was doing. Maybe she was really Yang Ming's girlfriend. Yang Ming might take her out to play, but Yang Ming was definitely not an ordinary person. Let's talk about it after we come back. Yang Ming smiled. There is not much time now. It is more urgent over there. Alright, when there is nothing, we can play with peace of mind. Fatty Li nodded and didn't insist. How about you? Do you want me to drive for a while? Yang Ming looked at Fatty Li and asked. After all, they had been driving for more than 10 hours. Yang Ming was afraid that Fatty Li couldn't handle it. No problem. This is nothing. Fatty Li smiled and said, in the beginning, I rowed the boat and steered the boat to smuggle people. It was no problem for me to continue for a day and a night. Yang Ming nodded and no longer insisted. Fatty Li relied on this to make a living. If he said there was no problem, naturally there should be no problem. Finally, in the early morning of the next day, when the sky was bright, Yang Ming and his group arrived at the destination of this trip, Beiluan River. End of chapter 1103. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.